It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Beginning the curious adventure called Kidnapped for Sale, for Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing babies.
I must see Mr. Carter at once.
I'm sorry, but he isn't here just
but
now.
I must see him. Isn't there any way you can get in touch with him?
No, but I expect him back any minute now. Wouldn't you care to wait, Mrs.
Anders, Mary Anders. He's got to help me. He's just got to.
Don't worry, Mrs. Anders. I'm sure he will. I'm Patsy Bowen, Mr. Carter's secretary. Don't you want to tell me what's wrong?
It's my baby.
Oh, there, Mrs. Anders, please don't cry. I'm sure everything will turn out all right. Now, why don't you start from the beginning and tell me what's happened?
All right. My husband is a defense worker in the South. A few weeks ago...
Oh, that must be Mr. Carter now. Oh, Nick?
Hello, Patsy. Oh, see, you have a visitor.
This is Mrs. Anders, Nick. She's in trouble, and she's come to you for help.
Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can, Mrs. Anders. Just what is the trouble?
Well, as I told your secretary, my husband is a defense worker who has a temporary job in the Texas oil fields. Mm-hmm. A few weeks ago, I received a letter saying he was seriously ill. Naturally, I was frantic and wanted to go to him at once, but I couldn't take my baby with me. He's only 8 months old, and there wouldn't be any place for him in the town where my husband works.
I see. So what did you do?
Well, I had no relatives to leave the baby with, so I looked around for a nursing home that could take care of him while I was gone, but they were all jammed to overflowing and couldn't board my baby. When the fourth nursing home turned me down, I was ready to give up. But just as I was leaving the building, a man carrying a medical bag spoke to me.
Pardon me, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with the clerk at the reception desk. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Arnold. I'm on the medical board of this nursing home, and...
Well,
I saw how disappointed you were when the clerk told you that they had no room for your baby.
Oh, I'm at my wit's end, Doctor. I've simply got to find a place to leave him. My husband is seriously ill, and I must go to him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, perhaps I can help you, Mrs. Anders. Have you ever thought of leaving your child in private care?
In private care? But I don't know anyone in this city.
Well, it just happens that I know a couple whom I'm sure would be glad to take care of your child.
Oh, but I wouldn't want to leave my baby with strangers.
Oh, I think that if you met this couple, you'd feel differently about it. Recently, they lost their own child, and I rather think they'd be very happy to take care of yours if you'd permit them to.
Well, if I could only be sure they'd give him the right kind of care.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Now, this couple's name is Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert has an office in the Stanley Building. Why don't you bring your child to his office tomorrow morning about 10 o'clock? I'll arrange to have his wife there at the same time. You can talk with them and then decide whether you'd like to let them take care of your baby.
It can't do any harm to talk to them, see what they're like.
Splendid. Here, now, I'll write Mr. Gilbert's address on this card. There. Oh, I'm sure you'll like them, Mrs. Anders.
I hope so, Doctor, and thank you for your kindness.
Not at all, Mrs. Anders. These days, it's up to people to help each other. Well, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10.
And did you keep the appointment, Mrs. Anders?
Yes, I did, Mr. Carter. Dr. Arnold and his friends were there waiting for me.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Anders. Allow me to introduce Mrs. Gilbert and Mr. Gilbert.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Anders.
My dear, I'm so happy to meet you. And I presume this is the baby?
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Say, he is a good-looking baby, isn't he?
Martin, be careful. You wake him.
Oh, he's a very sound sleeper.
Do you think I might hold him?
Of course. Here you are, Mrs. Gilbert.
Thank you. Oh, it's like holding my own little boy. Will you let me take care of him while you're gone, Mrs. Anders? I promise I'll look after him just as though he were my own.
What, Mrs. Gilbert,
Please say you'll let me take care of him for you.
Well, when Dr. Arnold just spoke to me about leaving him with strangers, I didn't like the idea, but now that I've met you, I can see you're the kind of people who love children.
Oh, Mrs. Anders, I assure you he'll receive the very best of care.
Why, of course he will. We have a lovely nursery at home. We give him everything he wants.
Well, I was certain that you people would like each other. I'm glad to see that everything is settled.
Oh, but we've said nothing about paying for his board.
Oh, we wouldn't dream of asking anything for taking care of him. We're doing it just because we want to.
Why, of course. We won't hear of such a thing.
Oh, you're both very kind. I only hope that someday my husband and I will be able to repay you.
Well, what train are you taking, Mrs. Anders?
Well, I want to make the train that leaves at noon.
Oh, you'll have to hurry then.
But I'm sure you want to kiss your son goodbye, Mrs. Anders.
Goodbye, darling. Mother's going to miss you dreadfully, but she'll soon be back for you, just as soon as she can. Then, Mr. Carter, I left for Texas. When I reached my husband, I found he was much better than I'd expected. I spent 2 weeks with him, and by that time he was well enough so I could come back. I got in just an hour ago.
I see.
Have you seen your baby yet?
No. I went to Mr. Gilbert's office the first thing to tell him I was back and wanted my baby. When I entered the office, Mr. Gilbert wasn't there, but Dr. Arnold was.
And what did Dr. Arnold say when you told him you'd come for your son?
He told me that he'd never seen me before, that he knew nothing whatever about my baby.
What?
At first I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He denied ever having seen me or my baby.
And what happened then?
I asked to see Mr. Gilbert, but he said there wasn't anyone by that name there. I pleaded with him to give me back my baby, but he kept insisting he didn't know what I was talking about. Mr. Carter, what can I do? How can I get my baby back again?
Oh, there, please. I'm sure everything's going to be all right.
Mrs. Anders, I'm afraid you've been made a victim of a new and vicious racket. That of selling babies.
Nick.
Yes.
Selling babies?
Yes, selling babies. You see, these days, a great number of people are eager to adopt babies. But there are comparatively few available for adoption. As a result, there are many people who are willing to pay $1,000 or more for a child. This has brought into being a new type of criminal, one who deals in selling babies.
But, Nick, where do they get these babies? You mean they steal them?
Yes, Betsy, that's exactly what I mean. These unscrupulous men are all over town on the lookout for women who, under emotional stress, will part with their babies.
But, Mr. Carter, Dr. Arnold looked so respectable, and well, he said that he was connected with that nursing home.
Without going any further, Mrs. Anders, I can assure you that he isn't a doctor at all. He was merely posing as one.
What?
That's part of his scheme to get babies from their mothers. And the nursing home is one of the places where he makes his contacts.
Then you mean this man Arnold has sold my child to the Gilbert couple?
No, Mrs. Anders, not to them, as they're undoubtedly part of his gang. No, the Gilberts will pose as the legitimate parents of your baby and will sell it to another couple who are eager to adopt a child.
But, Mr. Carter, if this man Arnold gets away, I may never find my baby again.
No, Mrs. Anders. Don't worry, please. I'll do my best to recover your child for you. Up to now, I've been unable to take any action against these unscrupulous gangsters because I have never been able to get any really concrete evidence against them. But in your case, there's no question about it.
But what are you going to do, Mr. Carter?
Well, our first move will be to go down to that office and see this man, find out what he has to say for himself. And we better hurry, because he won't waste any time clearing out now that he knows you're back.
Shall I go with you, Mr. Carter?
No, Mrs. Anders, I want you to go home and rest.
All right. But you will let me hear from you soon.
Why, certainly I will. Just as soon as I can tell you something definite.
This building gives me the creeps, Nick. It's so old and dark.
Yes. The type building that houses mainly fly-by-nights and other shady enterprises. Only hope we aren't too late.
Fourth floor, please.
This is it, Patsy. Room 412.
Nick, there's a light in the office.
Yes. Well, here goes. Good evening.
Oh, I'm afraid you have the wrong office.
No, I don't think so, Mr. Arnold.
Nick, he's packing everything in that briefcase.
Yes, I see.
What do you want?
Arnold, I represent Mary Anders, whose child you took a little more than 2 weeks ago.
Mary Anders? I don't know anyone by that name. And what would I want with the child?
I think you know what I'm talking about. And I want that baby back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you staring at me like that?
Arnold, I never forget a face. And I'm sure I've seen your face somewhere before.
That's nonsense. I never saw you before in my life. Now, kindly get out of here and let me finish my...
Yes. Now I remember you. 10 years ago, September 1934, you were convicted of blackmail and sent up the river for 5 years. And I supplied the evidence that clinched the case.
So you're the guy I've got to thank for that stretch. Oh, then you must be Nick Carter. The cops told me he was the one that pinned it on me.
Right, Arnold. And if you don't turn the Anders baby over to me at once, I'll make it my business to see that you go back for a real stretch this time.
Oh, yeah? Carter, I've been waiting a long time to pay you back what I owe you. This is one time you ran into more than you bargained for. Okay, Dutch.
I'm right behind you, Carter, so you and your girlfriend better get your hands up fast.
Nick, look out.
Make a move for your gun, I'll blast you. Yeah, it's better.
This isn't going to help you any, Arnold.
No, we'll see about that. Got his gun, Dutch?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Carter, you're going to get what you should have gotten years ago. It's too bad the girl has to be in on it, too.
Shall I let him have it, Arnold?
No. Gun might bring the night watchman. We want to do everything on a quiet basis.
Let my secretary go, Arnold. She had nothing to do with sending you up.
I'm afraid I couldn't do that. She knows too much now.
What are you going to do with us?
Do you see that vault in the wall over there?
Yes.
Well, up to now, I've never had anything that I wanted to put into it. Now, I think I have.
Say, that's a great idea, Doc.
Yes. It's a beautiful vault. Fireproof, waterproof, and airtight. You and your charming companion, Mr. Carter, won't last very long in there.
Nick.
Steady, Betsy.
All right. Start moving, you two. I know funny business, or you get it in the back. Go on. Get in that vault. Ladies first, Carter.
You know you'll have to pay for this, Arnold.
Maybe, and maybe not. Well, Mr. Carter, it's been most pleasant knowing you two. Goodbye.
Nick, there's not much room in here, is there?
No. Wait till I turn on my flashlight. There.
Well, this vault is hardly big enough to turn around in. Well, Nick, the oxygen will be gone in no time.
Now, Patsy, you mustn't get excited. Just uses up the oxygen that much faster.
We've got to get out of here quick. It'll only be a matter of minutes.
Take it easy, Patsy. Take it easy. Let's see how solid these walls are. They're solid, all right. Must be a foot thick.
Even if we called for help, it wouldn't do any good. No one could hear us.
The floor's solid, too. And the vault's completely empty. Nothing we could use to help us get out.
Nick, the air's getting close already. What are we going to do?
I don't know, Patsy. But there has to be some way out of this vault.
Well, if you don't find it soon, it'll be too late. Oh, Nick, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel as if I...
Now, easy, Patsy. Don't let it get you down, please.
But I can't get my breath, Nick. I can't breathe.
Having locked Nick and Patsy in a soundproof, airtight vault and left them there to suffocate, Arnold is sure that he has removed all threat to himself in this new and heartless racket. And it does look as if Nick has met a problem that would tax even his cleverness to the utmost to solve. With only minutes left to live, how is Nick Carter going to free himself and Patsy from the death trap they are in? Listen tomorrow and find out. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations, Monday through Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations, Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, a detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
In an effort to recover a stolen baby, Nick Carter and his secretary, Patsy, call at an office occupied by a crook named Arnold. Arnold, aided by Dutch, another member of the gang, overpowers them and locks them in an airtight vault built into the wall of the office. Knowing that suffocation threatens them in a very few minutes, Patsy becomes panicky.
Nick, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel as if
Now, easy, Patsy. Don't let it get you.
I can't get my breath, Nick. I can't breathe.
Patsy, listen to me. Breathe deeply.
All right, Nick.
That's it. You're more frightened than anything else. The air isn't going yet.
You're right, Nick. Sorry I let myself go that way.
Yeah, that's the girl. Now, let's see. There must be some way out of this vault. There's got to be.
How much time have we got, Nick, before
I should say the air in here ought to last us about 10 minutes.
That isn't very long, is it?
No, it isn't. But I hope we'll be out by that time. The walls are all solid. The floor's solid, too. Look at the ceiling. It's solid, too. Patsy, look.
I don't see anything.
There's an automatic sprinkler nozzle set in the ceiling in case of fire.
Oh, yes, I see it now.
Patsy, that sprinkler may get us out of here.
Get us out?
Yes.
Nick, how?
I hold a lighted match under the nozzle. The heat will set off the automatic sprinkler system in this vault. Oh. And someplace in the building, an alarm will go off, and it'll bring help in no time.
Oh, but, Nick, my new hat will get soaking wet.
Patsy, it's better than suffocating. Let's see, where are my matches?
You got them?
Yeah, no, I'll strike one. There. Now, if I stand on my toes, I can just reach the sprinkler nozzle. Yeah, there. Just have to hold the match to it long enough for it to heat up.
How long will it take?
Oh, just a few seconds. Then it should...
Oh, Nick, the water's cold.
Yes, Patsy, but listen. You can hear the alarm ringing somewhere in the building.
Yeah, I hear it. How long would it take for them to find us?
Only a few minutes, Patsy. The indicator on the sprinkler system will show them the troubles on this floor. They'll have no difficulty tracing us down from there.
Oh, Nick.
What is it, Patsy?
The water is up to my ankles.
Well, I know. The vault's airtight, and that means it's also watertight.
But, Nick, it's rising so fast.
I know, Patsy, but it was either this or suffocation.
But, Nick, suppose nobody finds us until the water's over us.
Steady, Patsy, steady. All we can do now is wait and hope.
Come in. It's you, Arnold.
Yes, Chief. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I do. Sit down.
Thanks, Chief.
Listen, Arnold. During the past few months, I've built this baby-selling racket up to a point where we're making $1,000 out of it. And we've got customers for every baby we can lay our hands on.
I know, Chief. I've been doing my best to get more of them.
Yeah, so I understand. Weren't you instructed never to take a baby unless the mother signed it over to you, so the police would have nothing on us?
Well, that's what I've been doing, Chief.
Yes? And what's this I hear about the Anders woman? Huh? Did you get her to sign a release?
Well, no, Chief, but it wouldn't have worked in her case.
You fool. You should have let her alone, then.
I know, Chief, but I had a customer who was willing to pay $3,000 for a baby boy like hers now. I couldn't pass up money like that, could I?
Do you know that the Anders woman went to Nick Carter for help?
Yes, I know that, but...
You crazy fool.
But, Chief...
Do you know what it'll mean if Carter decides to investigate our business?
But, Chief, Nick Carter isn't going to do any more investigating, ever.
What do you mean?
A little while ago, he came to my office in the Stanley building. Before he could start anything, Dutch and I took care of him.
You mean you got rid of him?
Sure. Dutch and I locked Carter and his secretary in the office vault. Oh, they couldn't have lasted more than 10 minutes in that vault. It's airtight.
You're sure they won't get out? Carter's no fool.
Oh, neither am I, Chief. That vault is fireproof and airtight.
Nick Carter dead. Sounds unbelievable.
He's dead, all right, Chief. And I cleaned everything out of the office, too. The police can't trace a thing to us. I didn't leave a thing behind.
Good. You better have your apartment cleaned out, too.
All right, Chief.
I only hope you're right about getting rid of Carter. He was the one man who could have ruined everything for us.
Of course I'm right, Chief. From now on, you can forget about Nick Carter. He finally walked into something that was more than he could handle.
Someone come. The water's up to my waist.
I'm certain that by this time the alarm's been heard.
Then where are they? At the rate the water's rising, the vault will be full in a few minutes.
Steady, Patsy. You mustn't lose your nerve.
But, Nick...
Perhaps if I rap with my flashlight on the door, it'll attract somebody's attention.
If there's anyone out there to hear it...
Well, that's what I'm hoping, Patsy.
Nick, maybe there isn't anyone in the building. Maybe nobody heard the alarm.
Patsy, you're forgetting the elevator operator brought us up. And then I heard Arnold say there was a night watchman. I'll try rapping again.
Who's there?
Oh, Nick, thank heaven someone's out there.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Where are you?
We're locked up in the vault.
Did you say locked in the vault?
Yes. See if you can open it.
What are you doing in there?
We're locked in. See if you can open the vault door.
Oh, all right. No, can't open it. It's locked, and I don't know the combination.
Oh, Nick.
Hold it, Patsy. If you do what I say, I think you can get it open.
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about safe. I better call the police.
No, wait. By the time you get the police, we'll be dead.
What are you going to do, Nick?
If I were on the outside of the safe, Patsy, I could open it by turning the dial and listening to the clicks of the combination. I've done that often enough before. But locked in here the way we are, I'm going to let him turn the dial while I listen for the clicks of the tumblers.
Oh, Nick, that's a wonderful idea, but hurry.
What do you want me to do?
Now listen carefully. Turn the dial of the safe slowly to the right. When I hear the tumblers fall, I'll tell you to stop. You understand?
No. Don't make sense to me.
Will you please do as I say to save our lives?
Oh, yes, I guess so.
All right. Now start turning the dial slowly to the right.
To the right. All right. Yes, I'm doing it.
Keep turning. Keep turning. Stop.
What do I do now?
Start turning the dial slowly to the left.
To the left, yes. All right.
Stop.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry.
All right. What next?
Now start turning the dial slowly to the right.
Okay. I'm turning them.
A little more.
Nick.
Stop. All right. Now turn the handle of the vault.
What'd you say?
Try the handle of the safe.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Nick, he can't open it.
He's got to.
What do we do?
Maybe he's turning it the wrong way. Listen. Turn the handle the other way and pull.
Yes, all right. The other way.
Oh, Nick, we're safe.
Yes, and not a minute too soon.
What are you two doing in that vault? Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter. Afraid we haven't got time to explain. Oh, by the way, have you seen Arnold, the man who rents this office?
Arnold?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Carter. I saw him and another man leave a little while ago. They had a couple of bags with them.
From the looks of things, he's cleaned out the office thoroughly.
I gotta go and turn off that sprinkler. It'll be flooding the place if I don't. If you folks want me, I'll be in the basement.
All right. Oh, and thanks for what you've done.
Oh, I should say so. You saved our lives.
Oh, that's all right, folks. But if I was you, I wouldn't go getting locked in that vault again.
Don't
Might
worry.
get you in trouble.
We won't. All right, now, Patsy. Let's look over the office.
Oh, Nick, I'm
There's
stuck.
always a chance that Arnold may have left something behind.
All right, but there isn't much to look over.
Well, see if you can find anything. Anything at all. The most trivial object may give us a lead.
Well, there's nothing in this closet at all.
Hey, this looks as if it might give us a clue.
Oh, what's that, Nick?
This newspaper I found in the wastebasket.
How is that a clue?
You notice the top of the front page of this paper? See what's been written on it?
Why, it's just the number and the letter 3D written in pencil.
Exactly. Usually done by delivery clerks in apartment houses.
Mm-hmm.
Patsy, unless I'm mistaken, this paper is delivered every morning to someone who lives somewhere in apartment 3D.
Why, of course.
I have a hunch that we'll find Arnold lives in an apartment numbered 3D. All right, let's look through this desk. Perhaps you'll find something else.
Oh, there's nothing in this drawer.
No, in this one, either.
There's nothing in this but some packs of matches.
Let's see what's... Did you say packs of matches?
Yes, Nick, here they are. 5 packs.
Let's see them. Uh-huh. All of them advertise the Edgewood Arms. That's an exclusive apartment house, not far from here.
Nick, you don't think that...
Patsy, I have a hunch that Arnold lives in apartment 3D at the Edgewood Arms. Come on. Let's find out if my hunch is right.
Well, this is 3D, Nick.
Yes. And here's Arnold's name on the door.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. My hunch was right. All right, ring the bell, see if anyone's home.
Doesn't seem to be anyone in.
Well, this lock doesn't look as though it'll be too difficult to pick. Let's see. Mm-hmm. There we are. Come in, Patsy.
Okay.
I'll turn on the lights.
Looks as though he'd cleaned this place out, too. He's a fast worker, that guy.
Yeah. Afraid he's come and gone. Looks as if he burned some papers up before he cleared out.
Hmm.
There are ashes in the fireplace.
Do you think they're of any value?
It's hard to tell. I'll put them in this little box. I'll examine them later at my laboratory.
Well, there's nothing at all over here in this desk. Been cleaned out completely.
Now, wait a minute. Let me turn on this table lamp. Perhaps you can see better.
Nick, what is it?
Patsy, this lamp is still warm. Someone was in this room just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you don't suppose he's still here, do you?
I don't know. There's only one way to find out.
Nick, did you hear that?
Yes. Someone's opened a window in the next room. Patsy, stay here. I'm going to find out who it is before he gets away.
But, Nick, you haven't got a gun.
I'll have to take my chances, Patsy.
Oh, but, Nick, you may... Nick!
This certainly is one case in which Nick is having difficulty finding clues. At every turn, someone seems to be ahead of him destroying the evidence. The recovery of the missing baby, which was apparently stolen by a new and particularly vicious criminal gang, seems to be as far away as ever. And now, Nick unarmed is walking into the fire from a blazing gun in the hand of an unseen killer. The answer to the riddle may depend on who is doing the shooting and why. Listen tomorrow. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, for Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations, Mondays through Fridays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. And don't forget, the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations, Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, for Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
On the trail of a ring that is stealing babies and selling them for adoption, Nick Carter and his secretary Patsy are searching for evidence in the apartment of Doc Arnold, a member of the gang who has tried to kill them. Nick hears someone moving about in the next room, and as he goes in to investigate, unarmed, he runs into a blaze of gunfire.
Oh, Nick! Nick, are you all right?
Yes, Patsy. I dropped to the floor and he missed me.
Where is he?
He went out the window and down the fire escape. Stay here. I'm going after him.
Oh, Nick, don't go out on that fire escape. You haven't got a chance without a gun.
Oh, no use anyway, Patsy. He's down on the street already, running toward that parked car.
Oh, Nick, he's turning around to shoot.
Hit the floor, Patsy. You all right?
Yes, are you?
Yeah. Well, you made a clean getaway.
Oh, Nick, how could you have been so foolish as to try to capture him unarmed? Why, he might have killed you.
I had to take the chance, Patsy. Those papers he was carrying away might have been valuable to us.
Did you recognize who he was?
Yes, it was Dutch. Oh. Arnold's gunman. The fellow who locked us in the safe.
Look, Nick, he ransacked this room thoroughly. Must have been packing up everything in here while we were in the next room.
I'm afraid you're right, Patsy, but let's look around anyway. Perhaps in his hurry, he may have left something behind that'll be valuable to us.
His writing table's been cleaned out.
Mm-hmm. Nothing in this bureau either.
He seems to have gotten everything.
Well, I'm afraid we're wasting our time here. Not only is Dutch a fast worker, he's a thorough one.
Nick, where do you think Dutch will go from here?
I imagine he'll join Arnold somewhere.
Do you think they'll try to leave the city?
They may, now that they know I'm onto them. But we're not going to give them the chance if we can help it.
What do you mean?
We're going down to headquarters and have Riley send out an alarm for both Arnold and Dutch.
Gosh, Nick, this baby-stealing racket's a dirty business.
It's worse than that, Betsy.
Well, Mrs. Anders said she wouldn't want to live if you couldn't get her baby back to her.
I'll do my best.
Nick, why do you keep watching your mirror like that?
I'm not certain, but I have a feeling we're being followed.
Followed?
Yes. Traffic's so heavy, though, it's difficult to tell.
No, well...
No, don't look back, Patsy. If we are being followed, we don't want them to know we're aware of it.
Perhaps when you make the turn to headquarters at the next corner, you'll be able to tell.
Yes. We're coming to it now. We'll soon know. Here goes.
Oh, were we followed?
Oh, 2 cars turned in after us. I still can't tell.
Here's headquarters.
Yes. When we stop, Patsy, watch those 2 cars when they go past. See if you recognize anybody in either of them.
Okay.
Now watch them as they go by.
Nobody in that car I ever saw before.
Look, Patsy, in that one.
That was Dutch.
Yes. And he must still have the papers he took from Arnold's apartment. He hasn't had time to get rid of them. We're going after him.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry. He's quite a way ahead.
I know, Patsy, I know, but there's too much traffic here to go much faster.
Nick, he knows he's being followed. He's speeding up.
Oh, if only traffic weren't so heavy. Can't get by the half-dozen cars between Dutch and us.
Oh, hurry. The light's changing to red.
No. Couldn't make it.
Oh, Nick, Dutch got through, too. If only those cars hadn't blocked us.
And by the time the light changes, it'll be too late. I'm afraid he's given us a slip again.
Yeah, and he's got all those papers he took from Arnold's room. We can kiss him goodbye now.
That seems like it.
Nick, after the way Dutch ran away from us when we were in Arnold's apartment, why do you think he followed us down here?
It's always a good point to know your enemy's next move. And Dutch wanted to know what ours would be.
The light's turned green now.
Yes. And our friend Dutch is completely out of sight. Well, Patsy, that leaves us nothing to do but go back and call on Lieutenant Riley. Oh, Riley.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
Well, hello, Nick and Patsy. What brings you down here?
Riley, what do you know about the baby-selling racket that sprung up in town these past months?
Oh, plenty, Nick. We ain't been able to do anything about it.
What do you mean by that?
Nick, there's hardly a day goes by that some poor mother don't come to headquarters and tell me how she was persuaded to part with her baby.
Oh, how awful.
Usually she let the baby go because she couldn't afford to support it. But after the baby's been gone a few days, she realizes just how much it means to her. And then she comes down here and asks us to help her get it back again.
I see. Then what do you do, Lieutenant?
Well, sometimes she has the address of the men who took her baby. We bring them in.
Ever get anything on them?
Nothing. Nothing at all. These men always have a release signed by the mother giving them permission to take the baby.
You mean that there's nothing you can do about it, Lieutenant?
No, not as long as they have a release signed by the mother.
These men you bring in for questioning, have you ever seen any of them before?
Oh, sure, Nick. They all have records as swindlers and confidence men. They get into the baby-selling racket because it's easy money.
And you haven't been able to find out who's behind them?
Oh, but I can tell you this, Nick. It's somebody big. The minute one of these guys is brought in, a lawyer shows up to take care of them.
Oh. Seem to have built up quite an organization.
Yeah, it's growing all the time.
Isn't there any way you can break it up, Lieutenant?
We can't touch them until we get some concrete evidence that they're operating outside the law.
Well, Riley, I think I've got something on them this time.
You have, Nick? What's happened?
Earlier this evening, a woman by the name of Mrs. Anders came to my office. Seems a man named Arnold had induced her to leave her baby with some friends of his while she went away on a trip.
Mm-hmm.
When she came back, she found he wouldn't return the baby, denied ever having seen her before.
Nick, we can't hold these men because legally they're always in the clear.
Yes, but in Mrs. Anders' case, there was a slip-up. Arnold didn't get a release from Mrs. Anders.
He didn't, Nick?
No.
Nick, that's great. We can really get him for that.
We'll have to move fast, though, Riley. I suggest you send out a general alarm for him.
Sure, Nick. Have you got his description?
Well, you probably have his record and files.
Huh?
This isn't the first time I've run into him. In September 1934, I got the evidence on him on a blackmail charge, which sent him to prison for 5 years.
Do you remember what name he was convicted under?
Yes. That time, he was using the name of Edward Morelli.
Fine. I'll have one of the boys see if we have anything on him in the files.
Good.
Just a minute, Nick.
Yes, Lieutenant?
See if you can find anything in the files on a confidence man by the name of Arnold. He did a blackmail rap in 34 under the name of Edward Morelli.
Yes, sir. I'll look it up.
If we've got anything, Nick, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes to find it. Then we can really get going on this thing.
Come in.
Chief.
You look upset, Dutch. Is anything wrong?
Plenty, Chief.
Let's have it.
Nick Carter ain't dead.
Not dead. But he must be. Arnold locked him in an airtight vault earlier tonight.
Sure, Chief, and I saw him do it. But Nick Carter's still alive.
But Arnold said no one could last more than 10 minutes in that vault. And Arnold was the only one who knew the combination.
Oh, I don't know how he got out, but the main thing is he did. He came to Arnold's apartment while I was cleaning it out like you told me.
How did he get there so quickly?
I don't know, Chief. All I know is that just as I was finishing the joint, the doorbell rang. Actually, I didn't pay any attention to it, but then I heard somebody picking a lock.
And what happened?
And Nick Carter and his secretary came into the apartment. Somehow Carter got wise that I was there, too. I got all my stuff packed up, and I got out in a fire escape just as he came into the bedroom.
Did you let him have it?
I took a couple of shots at him, but I missed. Before he could pull a gun, I made my getaway.
That fool, Arnold. This is all his fault.
Chief, there's something else I think you ought to know.
You mean more blunders were made?
No. Oh, what I'm trying to tell you is that when Carter left Arnold's apartment, I trailed him, see? He went to police headquarters.
Headquarters?
Yeah.
That means Carter must know something. The police don't worry me. But with Carter on our trail, things aren't going to be so easy.
What are we going to do, Chief?
Call Arnold for me.
Okay, he's right outside. Hey, Arnold. Chief wants to see you.
All right, Dutch. Oh, hello, Chief.
Come in, Arnold. Sit down. Well, Arnold, not only did you bungle in the matter of the Anders baby, but you failed when you tried to get rid of Nick Carter. Carter is still alive.
What? Why, he can't be. No one could have gotten out of that vault.
Carter did. Right at this moment, he's down at police headquarters.
Well, even so, Chief, what can he
You fool. If you hadn't blundered with the Anders woman in the first place, Carter wouldn't have a thing on us.
Oh, what can we do now, Chief?
We've got to find some way to make Carter drop his investigations.
Do you want me to see him?
Nah. Talking wouldn't do any good. It's got to be stopped. And I think I've got an idea. Yes. I'm going to give Carter a warning he'll never forget.
Lieutenant, here are the records on Arnold or Morelli.
Right, Sergeant. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Well, Nick, here's Arnold's record. And here's his picture, too.
No, that's Arnold, all right. I can never forget his face, especially not after tonight.
That's quite a record.
And I'll have an alarm sent out for him right away. With any luck, we may be able to pick him up within 24 hours.
Fine. And the minute you do, Riley, give me a call.
Okay.
If we can bring him in, we can get enough out of him to round up the rest of the gang. Oh, now, where's my key?
Fine detective can't even find the key to his own house.
Quiet. Here it is. Well, Patsy, it's been quite an evening.
Quite a night. Being locked in a vault and then shot at later is too much for just an evening. Boy, I'll be glad when Riley gets Arnold behind bars. Perhaps then Mrs. Anders can get her baby back.
I hope so, Patsy.
Oh, by the way, Nick, you promised Mrs. Anders to let her know just as soon as we found out anything.
But we don't know anything positive yet.
Oh, I suppose you're right, but I keep thinking of poor Mrs. Anders sitting there alone waiting for word about the baby.
All right, Patsy. I'll go into the office and phone her and tell her how we're getting along anyway.
Yes, Nick, she must be awfully anxious to hear from you.
Afraid I can't offer her much encouragement. Now, wait till I put on the lights.
Nick, there's somebody sitting at your desk.
So I see.
Who is it?
I don't know. I only see his back from here.
Nick, why is he sitting in that funny position? He looks so awkward.
It's very simple. He's dead.
Dead?
Obviously. Wonder if I know him.
Nick, it's Arnold.
Yes, it's Arnold. With a bullet hole between his eyes.
And look, there's a note pinned to his coat.
It says, if you don't drop your investigation, the same thing will happen to you.
Well, Nick's hunt for Arnold is over. But with Arnold's death, Nick's hope of making him tell what has become of Mrs. Anders' baby seems to be gone forever, because dead men tell no tales. Or do they? Perhaps Nick can make this particular dead man tell him what he needs to know. Listen tomorrow. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these same stations Monday through Friday at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, for Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
To help Nick Carter smash a new and vicious racket, that of baby selling, Patsy and Scubby, Nick's assistants, are posing as a couple seeking to adopt a baby. They get into the headquarters of the baby-selling ring, but there Patsy's disguise is ripped off by the man known as the Chief. Patsy and Scubby turn to flee, but...
Stand back, chumps. If you're trying to get near this door, I'll let you have it.
And we wouldn't want to lose either of you. As long as we've got you two, we've got Nick Carter himself, just where we want him.
Oh, you better not try to hold us here, Barnes. Nick knows where we are.
Of course he does. When you brought us here, you led Nick right to your hideout. We planned it that way.
Say, Chief, maybe that's right. Maybe this is all a plan.
Don't be a fool, Joe.
Yeah, but, Chief, if Nick Carter did send him out to trap us, you can bet he ain't far away right now.
You fool. The one thing I want is to have Nick Carter walk in here and try to rescue them. That's what I've been waiting for.
What do you mean, Chief?
Take a look at that window, Joe. I'll hold my gun on these two while you do it.
Okay, Chief. What do I look for?
You see any sign of cops out there?
No, not a one. Hey, well, what are you getting at, Chief?
Just this. If Carter was tailing these two, he's working alone. He always works alone.
Oh, yeah, I get you. You mean if he does come up here, he'll come alone with no cops backing him up?
That's exactly what I mean. And that's what we want, because when he does come, we'll be ready for him.
You can't fool Nick. He'll figure on that.
Since when do you think a couple of cheap crooks like you can outthink Nick Carter?
Oh! Keep your mouth shut, Wilson. Well, next time you'll get something permanent.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Have your fun while you can. It's not going to last long.
That's where you're wrong. Oh, Joe.
Yeah, Chief?
You're just about the same size as this fellow Wilson.
Yeah, so what?
If you were wearing that Hicks suit he's got on and had your hat pulled down over your face, you'd look enough like him to fool anybody for a few seconds.
I don't get you.
Take Wilson into the back room and change clothes with him.
You mean you want me to put on his duds and make him put on mine?
That's just what I mean. All right, Wilson, get going.
Sure, just as you say. Don't worry, Patsy. They can't put anything over on Nick.
After you've changed clothes, Joe, tie him up. If he tries anything funny, you know what to do.
Yeah, I got you.
And send Dutch out here. You'll find him in that back room. I've been keeping him under cover there. Cops are looking for him.
Right, Chief.
All right, I'm going. Don't push me.
Now, Miss Patsy Bourne, maybe you'd like to do a little talking.
I really can't think of anything I want to say to you.
What does Carter know about Mrs. Anders' baby?
I haven't the slightest idea, except that he knows where it is.
You're lying.
Well, if you don't believe me, why ask me?
You wanted me, Chief?
Oh, yes, Dutch. He's an old friend of yours.
Ah. How'd she get here?
Never mind questions. You had one chance to get rid of her and Carter, and you bungled it. Now you're going to have another chance. And the last one.
It's okay by me. What do I do?
I'll tell you in a moment. Joe, aren't you finished in there yet?
Yeah, Chief. I just got finished. I got Wilson tied up like one of these Egyptian mummies. How do I look in his duds, huh?
Just what I want. Now put Wilson's hat on.
Okay, and that.
Yeah, pull it down over your face more.
All right, yes.
That's better.
All right, what now?
You two stay by the window and watch the street. See if you can spot Nick Carter. Dutch knows what he looks like.
Sure. I know him like he was my brother. And I don't like him.
And now, Miss Bourne,
Yes?
since you don't feel like talking, I'm going to let you join your pal in the next room, where you'll be out of the way.
It'll be a pleasure. I enjoy his company much more than I do yours.
I'll tie you up, and then the two of you can wait for Nick Carter to come and rescue you. But if I were you, I'd spend my time thinking up some suitable last words. You're going to need them soon.
Scubby,
Yeah, Patsy?
does this floor seem as hard to you as it does to me?
Harder. I've been lying on it longer.
My hands are tied so tight my fingers feel numb. I can't seem to budge the knots in this rope, not even using all the tricks Nick taught me.
No, neither can I. I can't seem to get even a bit of slack.
I guess we'll just have to wait. What do you suppose they're up to?
Oh, Barnes has some trick in mind to trap Nick, obviously.
Do you think Nick was really following us?
Gosh, Patsy, I don't know. He didn't say he would.
Oh, Scubby, if only I'd kept my own hair pushed up under that wig.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I think one of these knots is starting to give, Patsy. Wait a minute. No.
No.
It's still tight.
Gosh, I wish we knew what they're up to.
I wish Nick knew. Uh-oh.
Oh, what is it?
I heard footsteps. Someone's just come into the outer office. Listen.
All right, where are they?
That's Nick's voice. Listen.
They're in this room, Carter. I'll show them to you. Open the door, Dutch.
Sure, Chief.
If you found them, you'll regret it. There they are, and no damage done.
Oh, Nick.
You all right, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, yes.
Oh, Nick, I was never gladder to see anybody in my whole life.
All right, Barnes, untie them.
Untie them? Why, what do you mean, Carter?
Gee, the Carter's sure acting goofy, ain't he?
Yeah, it sounded just like he said to untie him.
You heard me, untie them. He said if I let you capture me, you'd let them go.
Oh, Nick, you didn't make any bargain with these men, did you?
Under the circumstances, Miss Bowen, your friend Carter had little choice.
Oh, Nick.
Sorry, Patsy. Afraid I was a dud as a rescuer.
Well, really, Carter, you might give us credit for being just a little too clever for you, don't you think? Isn't everyone who can trick Nick Carter with a borrowed suit of clothes and some red ink on a handkerchief?
Put it any way you like. But you said you were going to release them. So go ahead and do it.
I didn't say so. Dutch said so. I'm afraid I can't let Dutch make up my mind for me.
It was just a slip of my tongue, Carter.
Yeah, Dutch didn't know what he was saying. He was excited.
Oh, that's how it is, huh? Well, I'm excited, too.
Yep. I got him. Nick, the other one's got a gun.
Oh, the fire, pull out into him.
Chief, he's getting my gun out of my hand.
I'll fix it.
Nick, look out! Oh, Scubby, he broke that chair right over Nick's head.
Yeah, knocked him out cold.
Yes, he asked for it. Now, tie him up, Dutch.
You bet I will, Chief. Come there, busting my wrist. Hey, give me a hand, Joe.
Yeah, sure, Dutch. You almost broke my jaw, too.
I'll let him keep you company until this evening, Miss Bourne and Mr. Wilson. At that time, I have some very interesting plans for all three of you.
Nick, can you hear me, Nick?
Hello, Betsy. Oh, what hit me? The ceiling fall in?
Barnes hit you with a chair.
Is that all? Oh. How long was I out?
About half an hour.
Nick, what happened? How did they trap you?
Oh, it was so simple, Patsy. I'm ashamed of myself. As I was walking toward the building, I saw Scubby stagger out the door with a bloody handkerchief to his face.
Well, that was the cab driver in my clothes using a handkerchief dipped in red ink.
Yes, I found that out afterward. I was down the street a few yards, and from that distance, he fooled me completely. Staggered to the cab and collapsed inside. I thought it was Scubby, hurt and trying to get away, so I ran up. When I opened the door of the cab...
He was waiting with a gun.
Exactly. And just then, Dutch shoved another gun in my back.
What did you do?
Well, I knew it was almost hopeless to make a fight for it. And Dutch said that if I'd come along quietly, they'd turn you two loose.
Oh, you didn't believe a crook like that, Nick, did you?
Oh, no, of course not, Scubby. I knew he was lying. But I pretended to believe him. I figured that if they took me to where you were being kept prisoners, I might be able to save all three of us and maybe capture some of them.
Oh, gosh, that was swell of you, Nick.
Well, I haven't given up hope yet. I think these knots they tied me with are getting looser. If I can get my hands free.
Oh, you better hurry, Nick. They may come back any minute.
Yes, I know, Scubby. There. Yeah, they're free.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, as soon as I can untie my feet, we'll...
Going someplace, Carter?
Oh, Nick.
We wouldn't want to lose you. Just lie back the way you were. That's it. All the way back.
As long as you have that gun, I don't have much choice, do I?
You must have been watching through the keyhole.
Yeah. Carter, I've heard of your little tricks, and I wanted to see how good you were. But this time, you'll find out what a real knot is like. Over on your face, Carter. Hands behind your back. That's it. Dutch, give me a hand here.
Sure, Chief.
Carter, I'm going to tie you with a very special knot. A vaudeville magician once taught it to me. You can't untie it because the harder you pull, the tighter it gets. There. I put the ends of the rope through this loop like this, and pull, and there you are. Now, get out of that one.
Say, that's pretty neat. Shall I answer?
No, I'll take it. You stay here and keep both eyes on them.
Okay, Chief.
Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes? Yes, I got all three of them. They're here now. Wrapped up like Christmas presents.
Nick.
Quiet, Betsy. I want to hear this.
Yes, as soon as they get dark. The old warehouse down the street. What's that? Dutch? Oh, yeah, I see. Yes, that's smart. No, there won't be any slip-ups this time.
They're going to kill us, aren't they?
Steady, Betsy. They may try to, but we're not dead yet.
Oh, I see. Going to make-bail yourself. Going to ship them out of the state. Yes, that'll be safer. Okay. Well, it's all set. As soon as it's dark enough, you three are going for a little ride to an old warehouse down the street. I hope you won't mind the fact that the ride will be strictly one way.
All right, you three. Go on in.
Line them up against the far wall, Dutch.
Right. Go on, you. Over against that wall.
Nick, what should we do?
Obey their orders, but move as slowly as you can.
Right.
Okay.
Come on, move.
All right, turn around now.
Shall I give it to him now?
Just a minute. I'm going out and make sure the street's clear.
Oh, I get it.
Wait till you hear me knock 3 times on the door. That'll mean everything's okay.
Trust me, Chief.
When you hear me knock 3 times, bump them off. But wait for the knocks. You understand?
Gotcha, Chief. Well, folks, any last words?
You can't get away with this, Dutch.
No? Gosh, Carter, you get me all nervous. Maybe I better let you have it now before my hand begins to shake so bad I can't aim straight, huh?
Nick, he's really going to shoot us.
Nick, he's not fooling.
You're right. I'm not fooling.
You kill me, Dutch, you'll have every cop in the country on your neck.
Yeah. But if they can't find your body, Carter, they can't prove you've been killed, can they? And they ain't gonna find it. Because just as soon as you're dead, the chief and I are gonna light a candle and set it up in the middle of a pile of this old waste paper that's all around here, see? And when we're a long, long way from here, the candle's gonna set the paper on fire, and this old warehouse is gonna burn up like a box of matches. A 3-alarm fire.
Oh, Nick.
Why, you
But
dirty...
you folks won't mind by that time, huh? There's the chief's signal. Well, Carter, I got a feeling this gun is going to go off just as soon as I count 3. Like this. 1, 2...
With his hands tied securely behind him and Dutch's anxious fingers squeezing the trigger of a gun aimed at his heart, Nick has only an instant longer to live, unless he can think faster than Dutch can shoot. And what stratagem can Nick possibly devise on the spur of the moment that can save the lives of himself and his 2 assistants? Listen Monday. in The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter. Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Monday night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime.
This is Mutual. Mutual. Mutual.
In their effort to smash a criminal ring that's stealing babies and selling them for adoption, Nick Carter, his secretary Patsy, and his assistant Scubby have been captured by the gang and taken to a deserted warehouse. Dutch, one of the gang's gunmen, has orders to kill all three of them as soon as he receives a signal from the chief, one of the leaders of the gang. With his gun ready, Dutch waits for the signal.
There's the chief's signal that it's all clear. You know what, Carter? I got a funny feeling this gun I'm pointing at you is going to go off when I count 3. Like this. 1, 2.
Dutch, did you know the cops are looking for you already?
Huh? What do you mean they're looking for me?
There's a dragnet up for you right now. Why do you suppose the chief kept you in that back office all day?
Why,
Just so the cops wouldn't find you.
It's a lie. Cops got nothing on me.
Oh, yes, they have. They want you for Arnold's murder.
I didn't have nothing to do with that.
Yes, you did, Dutch. You left a clue on Arnold's body that will send you to the chair.
Oh, you're trying to pull a fast one, Carter. But you're not gonna. When I count 3...
Give me 1 minute, and I'll prove what I'm saying.
Prove it? Oh.
Dutch, you helped carry Arnold's body into my office, didn't you?
What if I did? That don't prove that
You carried Arnold's feet, and you left a fingerprint on his polished shoe.
That's a lie, Carter.
I said I'd prove it, and the proof is in my pocket. A photograph of that print.
I don't believe it.
Look for yourself. It's here in my breast pocket.
You're lying, Carter. It's just a trick to get me to...
Look for yourself, I said. I can't do anything to you while I'm tied up this way, can I?
Well, in this pocket, you say?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a picture in here, all right?
Take it out, and you'll see if I'm lying.
It's a picture of a fingerprint, all right?
Your print. See that cross-shaped scar? That's the print of your left thumb.
Hey, you're right. It is my thumb.
And that's what the cops have on you.
They won't get me. When I finish with you, I'm going to leave town.
That'll be too late. Your biggest danger isn't from the police, Dutch.
What do you mean? Who else is after me?
The chief.
The chief? I don't get it.
Why did the chief kill Arnold?
To shut him up before the cops could get him.
Now the cops are after you. How long do you think the chief will let you live?
He wouldn't bump me off.
No? As soon as you killed us, he's going to put you out of the way. Didn't you hear him get his orders over the telephone back in the office?
Yeah, I did hear him mention my name.
Unless you do something quick, you're as good as dead, Dutch.
Yeah, let me think.
Scubby, Nick's got me scared.
I'll trust Nick to think of something.
I don't believe you, Carter. This is just a trick.
If it's just a trick, why did the chief lock the warehouse door when he went out just now?
He didn't.
If you think I'm wrong, try it and see.
All right, I will.
Scubby, quick. Turn your back to me and try to get hold of the loose end of the rope around my wrists.
Yeah, okay. I got it. Good. Pull it. Harder. Harder. Okay.
I did it. It's loose.
Pull it, all right. Why? Why'd he lock it?
So there'd be no chance of you making a getaway after shooting us.
That dirty double-cross. I'll take care of him.
Here he comes now.
He can't do that to me.
Well, Dutch, have you finished? No, they're still alive.
Yeah, I ain't plugged him yet.
Why not, you fool? I gave you the signal 3 minutes ago.
I got to thinking.
Thinking? Who told you to think? I see you need a lesson in obeying orders.
Carter was right. Yeah. So you were going to bump me off, were you?
The chief's dead.
Yeah. He's dead, all right.
And you better be making your getaway. Somebody may have heard those shots.
Yeah. First, I got something else to tend to. I'm going to carry out the same plan. Only it's the chief who's going to stay here with you and not me. Hey, where's Carter?
Right behind you, Dutch.
What?
Nick, you've knocked him out cold.
Yes, and I think he'll stay out for a while. Now I'll get you two untied.
Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
Now, Patsy, just try to think faster and farther than the other fellow, that's all.
The way you got loose and sneaked around behind him that way. Oh, Nick.
Oh, if that knot hadn't come loose the way it
But
did, well, we'd
Scubby, and that's all that matters now. There you are, Patsy. Now I'll get you loose, Scubby.
Okay.
But how did you get the knock untied, Nick? The chief said it was a special knot that no one could untie.
That was his mistake. Remember he said a magician taught it to him? Well, he was right. It was a magician's knot. Holds tight forever unless you know the trick. But I know something about magic myself in an amateur way, and I knew that knot would come loose with one pull.
Oh, I see.
But I couldn't pull it myself because he didn't leave the end long enough. There you are, Scubby.
Oh, thanks. Boy, it sure feels good to be able to stretch again.
What about the chief, Nick? Is he really...
Dead? Yes. He'll never answer any questions for us. Dutch got him through the heart.
Well, what'll we do now, Nick?
Scubby, you take Patsy back to the office and wait for me there.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Dutch to police headquarters. As soon as he comes to, I'm going to ask him a few questions.
Who hit me? Oh, where am I? Yeah.
You're at police headquarters.
Yeah, and if you know what's good for you, you're going to talk.
I don't know nothing.
Listen, Dutch. You're booked for murder. Your only chance to beat the chair is to tell us everything you know.
The chair's too good for the likes of you. But if you talk, you'll maybe get off with only a life sentence.
Oh, look, I don't know nothing, I tell you. If I did, I'd spill it, but I don't.
Come on now, tell us. Who's the real head of the gang? The one who gave the chief orders.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody knew him but the chief. All the rest of us got our orders from the chief.
Lying ain't going to get you anywhere.
I don't think he is lying, Riley. I was afraid he wouldn't know. The real leader's too clever to have any dealings with a small fry.
Well, then we're no better off than we were before, Nick.
I haven't finished questioning him yet. Dutch, where's Mrs. Anders' baby now?
Oh, I don't know that either.
You must have heard them talking about it.
No, not enough to learn, no.
You worked with Arnold. Didn't he mention the name of the couple he sold the baby to?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he did. I can't remember.
You better remember if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute. Wait. Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, Smith, that's it. Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
And the first name?
Oh, I don't know. Arnold never said.
That's no good to us. There's a million Smiths.
There may be a million Smiths, Riley, but I think I can find the particular Smiths who have Mrs. Anders' baby.
Glory be, how can you find the right Smith out of so many of them?
I haven't time to explain. See what you can get out of Dutch. I'm going to find Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Hello?
Mrs. Anders?
Yes, this is Mrs. Anders. Who's this?
Mrs. Anders, can anyone overhear you?
No, they can't.
Good. Now, Mrs. Anders, I want you to keep quite calm until you've heard what I have to say.
Keep calm, but what is it? Is it about my baby? He's not...
Your baby is perfectly all right, Mrs. Anders.
Oh, thank heaven.
Naturally, you want him to keep on being all right, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
In that case, you must get hold of yourself and listen to me.
Yes. All right. I'll be calm. Really, I will.
Very well. Now, Mrs. Anders, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know your baby has been adopted by a very fine couple who love him as if he were their own.
Yes, but he's mine. He's my baby. They can't
You
take
mustn't interrupt. I haven't much time. This couple are able to give the baby the best of everything. More, I'm sure, than you and your husband ever could.
But that's not important. He's my baby. It doesn't matter if we're rich or not. We can take care of him. He belongs to us, not somebody else.
You should have thought of that before you agreed to let him be adopted.
But I didn't agree to let him be adopted. I didn't. They were going to take care of him for a month just while I was away. They stole him from me.
Mrs. Anders, I warn you that if you can't be calm, I'll hang up.
Yes, I'm calm now. Please don't hang up.
No matter how you came to part with him, the fact is he's safe and happy where he is. Unless you want to risk his life, you'll agree to leave him where he is and make no more effort to find him.
But I couldn't do that.
If you persist in trying to find him, Mrs. Anders, you may regret it the rest of your life.
Oh, no.
I'm speaking as a friend. If you love your baby...
Oh, I do. That's why I want him back.
I say if you love your baby, you'll go straight to Nick Carter and make him withdraw from the case.
Go to Nick Carter and tell him I don't want him to find my baby.
Exactly. And you'll make sure he does what you ask.
But then I'd never see my baby again.
Which is more important? Knowing your child is alive and growing up well and strong, or seeing him again dead?
Oh, no.
You have to make the choice. Now, quickly. What do you say?
No, I can't.
Hurry, Mrs. Anders. It's life or death for your baby.
All right. I'll tell Mr. Carter.
That's a very wise decision. But you mustn't tell him why you're asking him to give up the case. You understand?
No,
Tell him that you've been thinking it over, and that you've decided the baby would be too much of a burden for you and your husband. That you want the people who have him to keep him.
All right. I'll tell him.
And see to it that he believes you. Goodbye, Miss Anders.
Nick, what did you learn from Dutch?
You learned something, I can tell that.
I didn't learn much, but I think it may be enough. Patsy, hand me the suburban telephone book, will you?
Telephone
No,
book?
of course, Nick. Here it is.
Thank you. Now, let's see. O-R-S. Sampson, Sunken, Smith. 2 columns of Smiths.
Oh, what Smiths are you looking for?
The ones who have Mrs. Anders' baby. Who else?
Huh? Oh, sure, yeah. Who else?
Let's see. Aha, here we are. It's either the Howard Smiths or the Richard Smiths.
But how do you know, Nick?
Dutch said a couple named Smith took the baby.
But out of all the Smiths in the world, how could you possibly...
Just by putting the clues together, Patsy.
But...
Stop and think. You know them as well as I do.
Maybe I do, but I'm afraid you'll have to tell me just the same.
All right, Patsy, I will. Later.
Oh, Nick.
Right now, Scubby and I are going after the baby. And every minute counts.
Oh, that's swell, Nick. Hey, will it take long?
An hour, perhaps. I have to drive about 15 miles. Patsy, you take care of the office while we're gone.
Why can't I come, too?
2 of us are enough. You can do more good here.
Oh, all right, but I'll be on pins and needles until you get back.
Right. Now, Scubby,
I'll answer it.
Yes? Oh, it's Mrs. Anders. Come in, dear. Come in, Miss Bowen.
I must speak to Mr. Carter at once.
Yes, of course. He's right here.
Good evening, Mrs. Anders.
Mr. Carter,
I've only got a moment now, Mrs. Anders, but I think I can promise you that I'll have good news for you very soon.
Good news?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you know where my baby is?
Yes, Mrs. Anders. You may have it back before the night's over.
No, I don't want it back.
You don't want your baby back.
Say, what is this?
I've been thinking it over. Baby, it's too much of a burden for me. I want the people who have it to keep it.
You want them to keep it? Mrs. Anders?
Yes, I never want to see it again. Mr. Carter, you've got to stop trying to find it.
Mrs. Anders, you can't be serious.
But I am. I mean every word of it. You've got to drop the case. Promise me you will.
But Mrs. Anders...
No, Patsy, no. There's no use arguing with her. She may...
No, I do. Promise me you won't go any further, Mr. Carter. Please promise me.
All right, Mrs. Anders. I promise.
So Nick has promised to drop the case, to stop trying to get back the baby for whose sake he and Patsy and Scubby have just risked their lives. And just as it seemed he was about to find it, he can't be going to let the baby-stealing gang get away with it. He must have something else in mind. But what? Listen tomorrow. In The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lew White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is a mutual presentation produced in the New York studios and is broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday evenings at 9:15 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's in the case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Searching for the babies stolen from Mrs. Mary Anders by a gang that specializes in getting hold of babies any way they can and then selling them to couples eager to adopt them, Nick, Patsy, and Scubby were captured by the gang and turned over to Dutch for execution. Dutch, is in an argument with the chief, turned on him and killed him. During the battle, Nick got free and captured Dutch, who confessed that the baby was being held by a Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Later, as Nick was leaving his office, Mrs. Anders came to him and begged him to drop the case. Nick reluctantly agreed and sent Mrs. Anders home. Now, Nick and Scubby are in Nick's car. Scubby is driving.
But, Nick, where are we going? You haven't told me where to drive to yet.
We're going to Midvale, Scubby. Know how to get there?
Oh, sure. That's about 15 miles north of here. Oh, we are going after Mrs. Anders' baby, aren't we?
Yes, Scubby. And every second counts.
But, Nick, what about your promise to Mrs. Anders that you'd stop trying to find her baby?
I had to make that promise for her sake, Scubby. She was trying hard to control her feelings, but she was obviously on the verge of hysterics. I'm sure she was terrified by something.
Yeah, she sure was upset, all right.
She couldn't have changed her mind about wanting to give her baby up. She loved her too much. No, Scubby, the gang undoubtedly threatened to harm her child unless she made me give up the search for it.
So that's it?
Yes. And if they're going to harm it, they'll do it whether I give up the case or not. That's why I'm going ahead in spite of my promise to Mrs. Anders. There's too much at stake to quit now.
Right, Nick. I'll have you in Midvale in 15 minutes. Only, why Midvale?
Because that's where all the clues point to.
What clues, Nick? I didn't know we had any yet.
You're just not putting them together, Scubby. Start with the clue Patsy and I found in Arnold's apartment.
Oh, you mean the burnt piece of paper with the words Main Street and $3,000 on it?
That's one of the clues. It told us that the baby had probably been sold to some couple living on Main Street.
Yeah, but it didn't say what Main Street, Nick. And there are thousands of them.
I know. But Dutch Jennings told us the couple's last name was Smith.
Yeah, but there must be an awful lot of Smiths living on all the different Main Streets in this country.
Right. However, luckily enough, though, we have another clue you haven't mentioned.
Huh? Oh, have we? I didn't know about it.
Oh, yes, you do, Scubby. That telephone call the chief got while we were tied up in his office. Remember it?
Oh, sure, I remember it. Well, what about it?
During the conversation, the chief mentioned Midvale. Then said, "Oh, you're going to pick it up yourself and ship it out of the state. That'll be safer."
I get it. They must have been talking about the baby. So that gives us Main Street, Midvale, Smith, 3 different little clues put together to make one big one.
Exactly.
Right?
And the telephone directory lists only 2 Smiths on Main Street in Midvale. A Howard Smith at 517 Main Street and a Richard Smith at 921 Main.
Then one of them must be the Smith we want.
Right, Scubby. And in 10 minutes, I expect to find out which one it is.
Well, here's the 500 block on Main Street, Nick. 517 must be one of those houses right there.
Don't stop directly in front of it, Scubby. Pull up a couple of houses beyond.
Right, Nick. Yeah, that's 517. That little frame house with the porch light on. Look, I'll park up by the street light and
No,
you can get
never
up.
mind stopping. Never mind. This isn't the place.
It isn't?
No.
Well, for Pete's sake, how do you know it isn't?
Just by looking at it. That porch light told me enough to be positive Mrs. Anders' baby isn't there.
Oh, detecting is nice work if you can get it. But I don't get it, Nick.
Well, think, Scubby. It's a small house, badly in need of paint.
Yeah?
And on the porch there were 3 bicycles and a tricycle.
Yeah?
Well, what does that mean to you?
Huh? 3 bicycles. Well, I suppose that means 3 kids in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And the tricycle probably means another one not big enough for a bicycle yet, huh?
Right, Scubby. A family with 4 children, at least, in a small house that needs repairs. So?
Oh, sure. Those Smiths don't have much dough. With 4 kids to take care of, they aren't going to adopt another one. They got their hands full now.
Exactly. So let's try the Richard Smiths at 921 Main.
Okay. Well, that must be 921 up there in the middle of the next block. Yeah, and it's a new house, too.
Mm-hmm. New and expensive. The lights are on, which means they're at home.
Uh-huh. Oh, do you want me to drive by and stop?
No, stop right in front of the house.
Okay.
Good. Come on.
Yeah. Think we'll have any trouble, Nick?
I doubt it. These people must know they got the baby the wrong way. They should be only too glad to give it up to avoid trouble.
Well, I'll ring. Hey, you're positive that these are the people who've got Mrs. Andrews' baby, Nick?
I'd stake my reputation on it, Scubby. You see those muddy wheel marks on that walk up the side of the house?
Oh, yeah. A baby buggy made those, all right.
Mm-hmm. Which means that they have
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, I'm Mr. Smith.
My name's Nick Carter.
Oh.
This is my assistant, Mr. Wilson.
How do you do?
I'd like to talk to you. May we come in?
Is there any reason you can't talk here?
Not if you prefer.
I do. What is it?
Mr. Smith, we've come for that baby you and your wife adopted about 2 weeks ago.
Baby? What are you talking about?
You know very well what I'm talking about. There's no use trying to bluff us.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're either crazy or making a bad mistake. There's no baby in this house, Mr. Carter. There never has been a baby in this house. And as far as I'm concerned, there never will be a baby here. Good night, sir.
Gosh, Nick, what are we going to do now? That wasn't the right place after all.
Scubby, I couldn't have been mistaken.
Well, that Smith guy certainly was positive about it.
Yes, Scubby, a little too positive. As if he had his answer ready even before we arrived.
Oh, you mean you think that he...
Oh, Scubby, stop in front of this drugstore we're coming to.
The drugstore? Okay, Nick. Oh, what are you going to do in here?
I noticed the only drugstore in the neighborhood. I'd like to ask the druggist some questions. Wait for me, will?
Yeah, sure.
Evening. Something I can do for you?
I wonder if you could tell me how to reach 917 Main Street, Mr. Richard Smith's house.
The Smiths? Straight down the street, about 2 blocks. Big new house on your right.
Thanks very much. Oh, I wonder if you could tell me how old the baby they've adopted is. I'd like to buy a present for it.
How old?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid I can't say. It must be pretty small, though.
That's so?
Yes, they bought special baby food about 10 days ago. The other day, they got some Castile soap and some baby powder.
I see.
Can't be a very old baby.
Well, thanks. Then I guess I'll take a chance and buy the teddy bear. I think that one on the counter there will do very nicely.
This one?
Yes.
$2.98, mister.
Here's a $5. Keep the change.
Why, thanks. Thanks.
Well, did you find out anything, Nick?
Yes. Back to the Smiths, Scubby.
Yeah?
This time they're going to talk if we have to make them do it.
Now, listen here. You can't force your way into my house like this. Get out. And get out at once.
Not until you've done a little talking. Close the door, Scubby.
Right, Nick.
This is an outrage. Richard, I'm going to call the police.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Smith. We'll wait here till they come.
I'll handle this, my dear. Mr. Carter, for the last time, I order you to leave this house.
And for the last time, I refuse. Now, suppose we step into the living room. We can talk more comfortably here.
We have nothing to talk about. We've already told you there's no baby in this house.
There certainly is not.
I believe there's no baby here now, Mrs. Smith, but I'm positive that until a few hours ago you had a baby here. Now, where is it gone?
But we didn't. I tell you, we didn't.
Then how do you explain this?
Oh.
It's a baby's rattle.
Yes, I spotted it under the sofa a second ago. You overlooked it, Mr. Smith, when you and your wife tried to get rid of all the signs that there had been a baby here.
Oh, tell them, Richard. Go on, tell them.
Dorothy?
No, Richard, I can't lie any longer. Yes, we did adopt a baby, but now they've taken it away again.
That's better. Who took it?
A man called for it only an hour ago. He told us we'd get into serious legal trouble if we didn't give it up.
That's right, Mr. Carter. The man who came for it said there'd been a mix-up, and the baby's mother was threatening legal action. He told us that if we denied ever having had the baby, we could stay in the clear.
It was such a sweet baby. I couldn't understand the mother ever being willing to give it up in the first place.
But I suppose the $3,000 meant more to her than the baby did.
You paid $3,000 for that baby?
Yes. We tried hard to adopt one the usual way, but we were told we'd have to wait and wait. So when this Mr. Arnold got in touch with us, we talked it over, and then...
And you got mixed up in one of the newest and dirtiest rackets in existence.
Well, what do you mean?
Arnold was a member of a gang specializing in getting hold of babies and selling them to people like you. People anxious to adopt a child. The baby you adopted was stolen from its mother.
Oh, no.
We never dreamed that
No, of course not. Never mind that now. The baby's life's in danger. We've got to find fast. Now tell me all you can about the man who came for the baby.
Well, he was no one we'd ever seen before. But he knew all about the baby and said Arnold had sent him.
Yes?
He gave us our money back and said he was going to take the baby back to its mother. And if we'd keep our mouths shut, there wouldn't be any trouble.
What did he look like?
He was about 30 and thin. He had dark hair and eyes, and he talked with a slight foreign accent.
How was he dressed?
He had a dark coat and vest that didn't fit quite right. He was wearing dark slacks of a different material. Whipcord, I think.
Coat that didn't fit and whipcord slacks, huh? That isn't the way I should have expected the head of this gang to dress. Is that all you can tell us?
I'm afraid it is. We wrapped the baby up well, and this man took it away in a car.
What kind of car?
It was a dark sedan. I couldn't see it very well from the window.
Dark sedan, huh? Was anyone else in it?
I think there was. I got the impression there was someone sitting in the back seat.
But the man who got the baby was the one who drove the car away.
Yes, that's right.
I see. Anything else?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, gosh, Nick, that doesn't give us much of a clue as to where they've taken the baby.
No, Scubby, it doesn't. And yet I have a hunch that somewhere there must
Is
be...
that... I'll answer, Richard. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Smith. Mr. Carter? Oh, yes, he's here. Just a moment. It's for you, Mr. Carter.
For you, Nick? Well, who knows you're here?
Patsy, probably. She knew we were coming in. Hello?
Nick, is that you?
Yes, Patsy, what's up?
Nick, Mr. Randolph Phelps just phoned the office.
Phelps? What about?
He didn't say. Just said it was very important and he wanted you to get in touch with him the minute you came in.
I see. Did he leave his number?
Yes. Rivertown 312.
Rivertown? Well, that's about 20 miles from here. I'll call him right away. Thanks, Patsy. See you later.
Well, what is it, Nick? Anything important?
Yes, Scubby. It may be the break we need. Mr. Smith, you mind if I make a call on your phone?
Well, of course not. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Operator, I'd like Rivertown 312, please.
Is that the Phelps who's connected with the infant's hospital, Nick? The one who wants to help find the baby?
Yes, Scubby. Maybe he's got...
Hello?
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Phelps?
Yes, speaking.
This is Nick Carter, Mr. Phelps.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I'm certainly glad to hear from you. I want your advice.
Advice?
About half an hour ago, I had a phone call from someone who wouldn't give me his name. He spoke with a slight accent.
Accent?
Yes. He said he wanted to speak to me privately. That he had a proposition for me.
What kind of proposition?
He wouldn't come straight out with it, but he intimated that if I'd use my connection with the infant's hospital to supply him certain information, he would pay me $50,000 a year.
I see.
I thought he was probably a member of the baby selling ring, maybe the head of it. So I pretended to be interested.
Go on.
I told him I'd talk to him, and he insisted on seeing me at once. He said he'd be here inside of an hour. I thought perhaps you'd like to be here when I talk to him.
Good. I'll come at once. If he shows up before I get there, stall him along. I'll be there inside of 30 minutes.
So just when it seemed that Nick and Scubby had at last uncovered the whereabouts of the Anders baby, an unknown man with an accent got away with the baby almost under their very noses. Once again, it looks as if the baby-selling gang has beaten Nick to it. But now that man with an accent has made an appointment to talk to Randolph Phelps, the head of the infant's hospital, and Phelps has invited Nick to be present at the interview. Will this prove to be the break that Nick has been looking for? Is he about to meet the head of the gang? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's a case for the most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Putting together several clues he had uncovered, Nick Carter learned that Mrs. Anders' baby, stolen by the baby ring that has been acquiring babies in any way it can and selling them to couples eager to adopt them, had been sold to a Mr. and Mrs. Smith living on Main Street in Midvale. Hurrying to Midvale with Scubby, Nick got there just too late. A man with a foreign accent had gotten the baby back from the Smiths and disappeared with it again. Nick, uncertain of his next move, gets a phone call from Randolph Phelps, the head of the board of the Infants Hospital, who says he is eager to help stamp out the gang. Phelps says that the man with the accent has made an appointment to call on him in about an hour. So Nick and Scubby start immediately for the Phelps estate.
Gosh, Nick, that phone call from Phelps was a break, wasn't it?
Yes, Scubby. It looks as if things are coming our way at last.
Well, it's sure about time. So far, the gang has been one jump ahead of us all the way.
But we're catching up with them, though. I'm only worried about one thing, Scubby.
Oh, you mean the baby?
Yes, Scubby. I've got to get that baby back safe and sound. After promising Mrs. Anders to stop hunting for it, I can't let anything happen to it.
Yeah, you're right, Nick.
I was staking everything on finding the baby with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but since the gang's one jump ahead of us, we've got to catch up with them, and quickly.
Oh, Nick.
Yes, what is it?
If that man who took the baby is on his way now to talk to Phelps, maybe he'll have the baby with him. He only got it from the Smiths an hour ago.
No, Scubby, I'm afraid not. He's probably left it in some safe hiding place. But if my hunch is right, it won't be too far away.
Gosh, I hope you're right. Hey, why do you suppose he wants to talk to Phelps?
Well, as a member of the board of directors of the Infants Hospital, Phelps is in a position to obtain a lot of information that would be helpful to the gang.
Oh, sure, Nick. If they could get Phelps to help them, they'd be sitting pretty.
Yes, Phelps would be a big asset to that gang, Scubby. Oh, that crossroad just ahead will save us a mile in getting to Riverton. You better turn there.
Okay, Nick. I sure hope we can reach Phelps' place before the man with the accent does. Nick, that must be the Phelps place up there ahead of us on the hill.
Oh, yes. He said it was the first estate on River Road after we turned off the highway, so that's the place, all right.
And that must be the drive leading up to the house. Oh, shall I turn in?
Yes, but take it slowly, Scubby. Take it slowly.
Yeah.
Turn off the headlights.
Right. Gosh, it's dark with the lights off.
Well, there's light enough if you take it easy. Follow the drive all the way around behind the house to the garage. If our man hasn't come yet, we don't want him to see our car when he does get here. Ah, that must be the Phelps car outside the garage. Pull up beside it.
Right, Nick. Well, there's no other car here yet. So I guess we did get here before the guy with the accent.
I hope so. I want to talk to Phelps first, if possible. Let's see now. Phelps said to come to the back door.
Yeah?
Oh, let's see where... Oh, yes, there it is. There it is. Come on.
Hey, we really are out in the country. Listen to those crickets.
There they are. And the doorbell. Scubby, let me have your gun.
My gun?
Yes. You brought one along, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Wait a minute. Here it is.
Thanks.
But, Nick, don't you have
Quiet. Here comes somebody.
Yes? Who is it?
Nick Carter. Mr. Phelps is expecting me. This is my assistant.
Oh, of course. Come in, please. Mr. Phelps is in the study. Right this way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter and his assistant are here, Mr. Phelps.
Good. Come in, Mr. Carter. I'm certainly glad to see you.
And I'm glad we could get here in time. This is my assistant, Scubby Wilson.
How do you do, Mr. Wilson?
How do you do?
Please sit down, both of you, and... Oh, Harry.
Yes, Mr. Phelps?
Wait in the front hall until the caller we're expecting gets here. Warn me on the communicator before you show him in, though.
Certainly, Mr. Phelps.
Now, Mr. Carter, I want your advice. Should we try to capture this man the minute he gets here, or should we hear what he has to say first?
I'd like to hear what he has to say, and the more he talks about himself and his gang, the better I'll like it.
That's my idea, exactly.
But, Nick, suppose he brings some of his gunmen with him.
We have to take that chance, Scubby. But I have a hunch he's traveling practically alone tonight. When he got Mrs. Anders' baby from the Smiths, we know he didn't have more than one man with him.
You say he got Mrs. Anders' baby?
Yes, Mr. Phelps. We almost got it back, but he beat us to it again.
I'm very sorry to hear that. You have some clue as to where it's gone, I hope?
No, not a sign of
Well,
one.
that is nothing very tangible. But we have enough to keep us going.
I see. However, I understand you have had some success in rounding up some of the less important members of the ring. I suppose with what you've learned from them, you have a pretty good line on the rest of the gang.
Oh, we don't really
yes,
have...
Yes, indeed, Mr. Phelps. Riley's working on that now, although he hasn't completely analyzed all the information yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope we can stamp out the entire gang soon. I agreed to talk to this fellow with the accent in the hope that we could learn something from him.
I'm very glad you did, and I'm glad you got in touch with me. I hope to find out a great deal tonight.
But, Nick, how are we going to get him to talk? If he sees us, he's
We'll have
probably...
to hide someplace where we can overhear you, Mr. Phelps. Let's see. What about that alcove there where the windows are?
Oh, yes, of course. That should be just the thing.
Oh, I see. And when the time comes, we can jump out and take him by surprise.
Mm-hmm. And I think it'll work. Get as much out of him as you can, Mr. Phelps.
Trust me for that. Now, there's just one other thing.
Yes? What?
The butler and the maids are out tonight. Besides yourselves, there's just me and my secretary here now. You think we ought to send for any help?
You mean the cops?
I was thinking of the state police, just to be on the safe side.
All right. Can't do any harm.
It'll just take a second. Hello, operator. Operator, give me the state police barracks on Meridian Road. Yes, that's right. We can be sure now that he won't get away.
Yes.
Hello? State Police? This is Mr. Randolph Phelps speaking. Can you send 2 of your men over at once? Yes, it's urgent. You know where I live, don't you? On River Road? Good. I'll expect them inside of 20 minutes. Thank you. There. Now I think we're prepared. Our visitors should be here at any minute. You're armed, of course.
Yes, I have a gun. You engage him in conversation. When I think the right time has come, I'll step out and cover him. He won't get away.
Excellent, Mr. Carter. Now,
He's here.
Yes? Hello?
Your caller is here, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you. Show him in.
Yes, sir.
You'd better get set.
Yes, come on, Scubby. Let's get behind those drapes.
Sure, Nick.
The gentleman to see you, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you, Harry. See that we aren't disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Phelps, this is a pleasure. It's quite a few years since we met last.
We never have met, to my knowledge. And I like to know a man's name when I'm speaking to him.
Oh, too bad, Mr. Phelps. I like to keep my name a secret. But let's sit down, shall we? I think I have something to say that you'll be most interested in.
That's what you said on the phone. I cannot imagine what you can have to say that will interest me.
Nick, that's the guy who's got the baby, all right.
Yes, and he's still wearing the whipcord slacks Mrs. Smith mentioned.
Nick, I've got a funny idea. I've seen him before, but I don't know where. Maybe I saw a picture of him in the paper sometime.
Yes, Scubby, you probably did. Oh, I place him now. 15 years ago, he drove a truck for a rum-running gang. He used the name of Danny the Frenchman.
But, Nick, what are we going to...
Quiet, Scubby. I want to hear this.
Down to business and say what you have to say. My time is limited.
All right, Mr. Phelps. Here it is. You're on the board of the Infants Hospital. You have connections with other nursing homes.
What of it?
Well, just this. We want you to give us the names of people coming to the hospital to adopt babies. Also, the names of all mothers in the hospital records who are in financial difficulty.
That's perfectly preposterous.
Oh, is it? Not for $50,000 a year, it is.
$50,000?
Whatever made you think I'd agree to such a proposition?
Because, Mr. Phelps, that's quite a bit of money. And think how easy it is to earn it. And in a way, you will be a public benefactor. Think of all these well-fixed people who desire to adopt fine little babies, who will be just making things easier for them, and you will be well paid for it. Nobody will be hurt. Everybody will benefit.
Hear that, Nick?
Well,
Yes,
maybe,
yes.
and maybe not. But I certainly wouldn't dream of associating with you unless I knew more about you. How does your organization work?
Oh, very simply, Mr. Phelps. We have men constantly on the lookout for mothers who wish to part with their babies, and also for couples who want babies to adopt. We, shall I say, we act as middlemen for a fee, of course, a large fee.
That doesn't tell me much, I'm afraid.
You will learn more later when you have joined us, sir. You see, with your contacts, Mr. Phelps, we will be able to dispense with many of these other men, and the profits will be that much greater.
But what about the risk? Suppose Nick Carter and the police catch up with you. Then what?
Nick Carter. Ah, yes. He's been a little bothersome of late.
And how?
I have lost 3 of my best men because of him. One of them, my chief lieutenant.
To me, it seems very important.
Very soon now, I shall take care of Nick Carter. And the police are much too stupid to be of danger.
Suppose I turn down your offer.
Well, that would be very unwise, Mr. Phelps. Very unwise.
Yes, I see what you mean. But you've got to give me a little time to think.
Oh, as long as you wish, Mr. Phelps. Up to 2 minutes.
Phelps is sure doing a good job of acting, Nick.
Yes, Scubby, a very good job of acting.
I'll say so. Hey, Nick, I think I heard a car stop outside the house then.
Yes, so did I.
Must be the state troopers that Phelps sent for.
Probably. Well, Scubby, I think the time has come for action.
Up with your hands, Danny. I've got you covered. Don't reach for that gun or I'll let you have it.
Good work, Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Danny. Nick Carter. Now stand up. That's right. And keep your hands up.
Say, what is this?
Get his gun, Scubby.
Okay. I'll get it.
Never mind, Mr. Phelps. Scubby will take it.
Yeah. Okay, I got it, Nick. Now what?
Give me the gun.
Yeah, here.
Now, we'll tie him up first, and then he's going to do a little more talking.
You will regret this, Phelps.
Mr. Phelps, you put in a call for some state troopers?
Yes, I did. Come in.
Come in, Lefty.
Hey, those are 2 of the toughest-looking state troopers I ever saw. Hey, one of them's got a Tommy gun.
Yes, Scubby.
All right, Carter. You and your chum put up your hands or I'll cut you both in half with this gun I got here.
But, hey, you don't want us. You want him.
That's what you think. Put up your hands quick. You too, Phelps.
But I don't understand.
Never mind what you understand. Put up your hands. That's right. Now, if one of you moves, you're a dead duck.
This is ridiculous. Mr. Carter,
Hey,
can't
you're making a mistake.
I don't think so, Scubby. I've been afraid of something like this happening. He seems to mean what he says.
You bet we do. Get the guns, Danny.
Of course. I'll take my gun back again, if you please, Mr. Carter. And yours. Ah, thank you.
Let it go.
And yours, Wilson?
I don't have one.
No? Well, let me see, huh? No, you're right. Mr. Phelps doesn't carry one, I'm sure.
You'll suffer for this.
Oh, yes, someone will suffer. But not me. Well, Mr. Carter, you are not talking much for a man who is about to die.
That doesn't seem to be much to say.
I'm glad you appreciate that. Words are no good to you now, you know. You escaped from my men, but I'm not as stupid as they were. This time there's going to be no slip-up. You're going to die, Nick Carter. But it's going to be done so cleverly that nobody is even going to guess you were murdered.
So the plan that Nick and Scubby and Phelps made backfired on them. They laid a trap for Danny, the man with the accent, but he outsmarted them, and it was they themselves who were caught in it. Danny has planned cleverly so far, but can he carry his plan through to its intended finish and eliminate Nick Carter forever? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting Company and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, for Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
After considerable difficulty, Nick Carter finally discovered that Mrs. Mary Anders' stolen baby had been sold to a couple named Smith. But he arrived at the Smiths' home to find that a man with an accent had just been there and had taken the baby away. Uncertain of his next move, Nick received a phone call from Randolph Phelps, who said that the man with an accent had made an appointment to see him and invited Nick to be present at the interview. After hearing the man invite Phelps to become a member of the baby-selling ring, Nick and Scubby take him prisoner. They're about to tie him up when two men, dressed as state troopers, burst into the room, armed with a submachine gun. But they ignore the man with the accent, and instead train the gun on Nick and Scubby.
All right, get up your hands, all of you, or I'll cut you in two with this gun.
But you don't want us. You want him, that man there.
We know who we want. Get your hands up. You too, Phelps. That's better.
But you're making a mistake.
I'll say you are.
I don't think so, Scubby. I've been afraid of something like this all along. These men mean what they say.
You bet we do. Danny, collect that gun.
It will be a pleasure. I'll take my gun back again, Mr. Carter. And your own gun. Thank you. Have you any other weapons? No, you're clean. You have no gun, Wilson?
No.
No, you're clean also. And you don't carry one, do you, Mr. Phelps?
I don't know what this means, but if you harm us, you'll have every cop in the state after you by morning.
The police. With Nick Carter dead, the police do not worry.
I'm not dead yet, Danny.
No? That's a very nice point. Hardly worth considering. Trigger, tie these three up.
Yeah, sure thing, Danny. Who'll I tie up first?
Tie Phelps first, Trigger.
Okay, Danny. All right, boss, turn around and put your hands behind you.
Boss, so I was right. You are the head of the gang.
That's absurd.
Oh, no, it isn't. This gunman of yours gave you away when he called you boss. I suspected you all along, Phelps, but I couldn't prove it until now.
Trigger, you're a fool.
Oh, gee, boss, I forgot.
Well, Phelps, what have you got to say?
Very well, Carter, you're right. But it's a little late, don't you think? Tie them up, Trigger.
Boss.
Yes, what's the matter?
I just remembered I left the rope in the car.
You fool, go get it.
Yeah, boss, right away. I'll only be a minute.
Well, Phelps, since it seems we have to wait, I hope we can at least sit down. It's been rather an unexpected evening.
Of course, Carter. Sit down, by all means. I don't wonder your knees are feeling a little weak about now.
Thanks.
You too, Wilson. Sit down. No, over there, farther away from Carter.
It's okay. You're the boss.
I'm glad you realize that.
I suppose that you're going to kill us in such a way that it'll look like an accident, huh?
Yes, Carter, and such an unfortunate accident, too. You recall as you came down the river road that spot just at the turn where there's a sheer 50-foot drop into the river?
Oh, yes, I remember.
That is going to be the scene of your death. Your car, Carter, is going to go off the highway right there and roll down the bank into the river. You and Wilson will be in it, of course. You'll drown, and that will be that.
You're overlooking something, Phelps. Riley knows we came here.
Yeah, and so does Patsy. They'll never believe it was an accident.
I think they will. Every sign will point to the fact that on your way here, you ran off the road into the river. As for your Miss Bowen, I think I'll take care of that right now. Hello, operator.
Hey, what's he up to now, Nick?
I think I can guess, Scubby. Let's see if I'm right.
Operator, give me downtown 1137.
Nick, That's your office number.
I know, Scubby.
Shut up, you two.
Hello? Miss Bowen? Miss Bowen, this is Randolph Phelps. I'm rather worried about Mr. Carter. Yes. You see, an hour ago he phoned me that he was on his way here and he hasn't shown up yet. You haven't heard from him? Well, if you do, let me know. And you might get in touch with Lieutenant Riley. Perhaps he'll know something. Yes, I'll have Mr. Carter call if he gets here. Good night. Now, Carter, in the morning when your secretary hears you have had an accident, it will seem quite natural, both to her and to Riley.
You're forgetting one important thing, Phelps.
And what is that?
Riley is already suspicious of you.
Indeed. Why should he be?
Remember that first time you came down to headquarters to ask about Mrs. Anders' baby? That was a bad slip, Phelps. Nobody knew anything about the baby except myself and the police, and we hadn't talked. You could only have known about it if you yourself were connected with the gang.
If you suspected me then, why didn't you do something about it?
I couldn't just then. I was principally interested in getting the baby back. And I knew if you were part of the gang, I'd round you up when I got the rest of them.
And you've rounded me up by getting yourself into a death trap from which there's no escape. Brilliant, Carter.
Say, I don't get it, Phelps. If you were planning all along to grab us, why all the hocus pocus? Why didn't you just nab us the minute we came in the house?
Frankly, Wilson, because I didn't want to try anything with Nick Carter until I could have enough of my own men here to make sure we would win. I couldn't risk any slip-up.
So that call to the state police was a fake, huh?
Of course. I simply held the hook down and talked into a dead phone. Lefty and Trigger were already on the way from town. But I had to play you along until they arrived.
Okay, boss, I got the rope.
What took you so long?
Well, Harry and me was figuring out the best place to run the car into the river.
You were figuring out. I do the thinking around here. Now get busy and tie Carter up.
Sure, boss. All right, stand up, Carter. I got a special treat for you. A silk rope. It's an old Chinese trick. Once it's tied, nobody can untie it. It's gotta be cut loose.
And suppose I don't stand up.
Then you'll get a load of lead and you won't be able to stand up.
I see.
Phelps, you have a nice plan. But suppose I don't cooperate. Suppose I make you shoot me now instead of letting you drown me later. Then your whole accident story will be out the window.
I could change it if I had to. But I'm warning you, Carter. You're going to die anyway, so you'd better take it my way. Give us any trouble and we'll kill the Anders baby immediately.
So you have the Anders baby here?
Yes, right upstairs in this house. And its life depends on your good behavior. If you give us no trouble, we'll see that the baby gets back to Mrs. Anders safe and sound.
That's the one thing I wanted to know. All right, Trigger, I'll stand up.
And stand still with you in front of me like this, Trigger. I don't think your pals will shoot. If they do, they'll get you first.
Get him, Lefty. He's got a gun. Duck, Trigger, so I can get a shot at him.
I can't, Lefty. He's holding me too tight.
Then I'll have to shoot anyway.
That takes care of you, Lefty. You better drop your gun, Danny.
Not till I kill you.
You got Trigger, Danny, but not me. But I'll get you good.
You got him, Nick. Right through the shoulder. Nick, Phelps got away. And he's locked us in here.
Step back, Scotty. This Tommy gun of Lefty's will take care of the door. There goes the lock, and here goes the door. All right, come on, Scotty.
Nick, the car. They're going to get away.
We'll see about that.
Oh, they're halfway down the drive, Nick.
Maybe we can still stop them.
No, you missed them, Nick. You missed them.
I don't think so. Watch, Scubby, the curve. They're not taking it.
Golly, Nick, you stopped them all right.
Yes. That was the secretary at the wheel. I think I winged him.
Hey, we better go down and see if there's anything left of them. Gosh, Nick, with Trigger dead and Lefty and Danny and they're ready for the hospital, and now Phelps and the secretary down there in the wreck, why, it's practically bingo.
Yes, Scubby, I think the gang's finished now. We can phone the state troopers to come take them off our hands. But before I give those rats any first aid, I'm going to make sure Mrs. Anders' baby is all right.
Oh, gosh, the baby. I was almost forgetting him. I wonder if he's okay.
What's that?
Hey, Nick. There he is now. Oh, listen to those yells. I'll say he's all right. He couldn't yell like that if he wasn't.
Didn't like the shooting, Scubby, so he's letting us know about it.
Isn't that just like a baby? He waits till everything is over, and then he starts yelling.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where never is heard a
What's the matter, Nick? Your voice give out?
No. He's asleep at last.
Oh, and it's about time, too. He's been yelling ever since we left Phelps' place.
Yes. I certainly hope Patsy has Mrs. Anders at the office when we get there. I'll be glad to give him back to her.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, when Trigger started to tie you up, where'd you get that gun? All of a sudden it was in your hand, and you were using Trigger for a shield, and bang, 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 like, well, it was just like in the movies.
That gun, Scubby, was my ace in the hole. I planted it behind the cushion of the chair I was sitting in when I first entered the room. It was your gun. The one I got from you before we entered the Phelps house.
Well, may I be kissed by a whale.
Oh, try the baby.
But, Nick, what made you plant the gun anyway?
Well, Scubby, I was suspicious of Phelps from the first. His visit to headquarters the other day put me on guard, but I had no proof. And besides, my main purpose was to learn where the baby was. I was afraid we were stepping into a trap tonight, but I had to take that chance in order to find out exactly what had become of the baby.
Oh, yeah, of course, Nick.
Planting your gun in the chair when we first sat down was a safety precaution.
Well, it sure saved our bacon, Nick, and cooked Mr. Phelps' goose.
Well, I'll certainly be glad when I turn this kid over to its mother. You know, Scubby, it's funny. I almost break my neck trying to find the baby, and then when I do find it, I can't wait until I can get rid of it. Oh, am I glad to be rid of that baby. I don't mind tackling a few gunmen, but I hope I never again have to hold a crying baby for an hour.
Maybe he didn't like Home on the Range, Nick. You should have tried something else.
That's the only tune Nick knows. Now, Nick, you're not going to get away with it.
Get away with what?
With acting as if you're too tired to talk. You're going to tell me what happened or else.
Yeah, Nick. There's still some things I want to know, too.
Oh, have a heart. Well, it's 1 a.m.
All right, Nick, I'll be easy on you. Just give me the gist of it, and I'll save my questions until morning.
All right, Patsy. Well, first of all, Phelps was the head of the baby-selling gang, of course.
I'd gathered that.
As a member of the board of the infant's hospital, he got wind of the racket some months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He needed money badly, so he took it over and organized it. The hospital records were a great help in locating unwanted babies and in contacting couples seeking to adopt babies.
Of course.
Yeah, Patsy, we got all that from Danny, the Frenchman, before the state police came to take him to the state hospital. Phelps and his secretary were both killed outright when their car crashed.
Oh, I see. And, of course, Phelps always worked through someone else.
Yes. Up to the end, practically none of the gang knew his identity because he always gave his orders over the phone. It was only desperation that made him go after Mrs. Anders' baby himself. The same desperation that made him set his trap for us.
And what a trap. Phelps was one smooth article, believe you me.
Yes, you bet he was. Of course, all the elaborate interview between Danny and Phelps was for the purpose of keeping me interested until Lefty and Trigger could get there. Oh, Phelps did have another reason for it, too.
What was that, Nick?
Wanted to draw me out, find out just how much the police and I knew, so that after he killed us, he'd know just what kind of a story to tell Riley to fool him. Yes, from his standpoint, it was a good plan, perfectly worked out. There was only one thing wrong with it.
Well, what was that, Nick?
It didn't work.
Nick.
Oh, now, please let me stop talking. I want to make a suggestion. What do you say we all take a vacation?
Oh, a vacation is just what I need after tonight. Hey, how about you, Patsy?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Scotty. Where would we go, Nick?
Well, how about Greensboro? It's a tiny little town up in the mountains, fishing, hiking, and horseback riding.
Greensboro sounds like another name for heaven.
Mm-hmm. All but that part about hiking and horseback riding. I like to vacation sitting down.
And we can sleep all day and never lift a finger. And there'll be no robberies, no murders, nobody shooting at us. In fact, for a whole week, we'll be able to forget there is such a thing as crime. Well, what do you say?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Good. We'll leave for Greensboro the first thing in the morning.
So Nick and his two associates are going to take a vacation in the little town of Greensboro, where there's no crime and no criminals. All they're going to do there is loaf. I wonder what they'd think if they knew that in Greensboro they were going to meet a magician who walks out of locked prison cells at will, and a dead man whose body disappears into thin air the instant after he's murdered. No excitement? Well, for the beginning of a new and thrilling adventure with Nick Carter, listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night tonight at the same time, listen to the opening chapter of a new and exciting adventure of Nick Carter entitled
Death by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual. Mutual. Mutual.
Keep tuned to this station for the latest news. The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Sixth Statue. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated a strange plague called bronze disease that murdered 2 people and almost killed a third. Who's the busiest homemaker you know? Like as not, it's you, yourself, and no wonder, for these are busy times. But fortunately, there are fine new shortcuts to the homemaking job. Shortcuts such as the 3 great Linux home brighteners, which save you so many hours of work. No wonder American homemakers everywhere have come to depend on the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish. Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture. And Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. Learn for yourself how simple a job home upkeep can be. How much lovelier your home will look with those 3 great Linux home brighteners. Get them at your hardware, paint, or department store. And see what modern magic they work for you. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. The regular morning work in the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 5th and 4th begins with Nick's voluminous correspondence. Scores of letters arrive every day. Official, semi-official, friendly, threatening. But every once in a while, a strange note arrives, like the one Patsy is reading to Nick now.
Dear Mr. Nick Carter, you are a famous detective and would not know me as I am only a housemaid. Oh, this writing is terrible. But I have heard you will always help people if they are in trouble, so I am taking the liberty to ask you, would you help me? Mr. Carter, there is bad trouble in the house where I work, Mr. Horace Allen's house on Park Avenue. There is plague in the house, a bad sickness, and I think we will all die. The statues got sick first, and I know we will get it next. Please come and tell me what I should do. Enclosed, please find money order to pay for your trouble. Yours truly, Maisie Leeds.
For the love of Pete.
Oh, I really think this is touching, Nick. Look, here's the money order, $5 whole.
Generous fee, considering Miss Leeds probably earns only $20 a week. Wish you hadn't sent it. Let's see that letter, Betsy.
Here. Horace Allen. What? That's the famous ex-meat packer, isn't it? 1270 Park. Very rich.
Yes. Letter mailed last night. Written in a great deal of hurry. Notice the ink blots?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Leeds seems rather frightened.
Well, what's all this about plague?
Now, here's the key line. Statues got sick first, and I know we will get it next.
Statues got sick? But what's that mean?
Think we better drive to 1270 Park and find out.
Right now? Oh, can't it wait a few minutes, Nick? We've got so much work to do here, and, well, Miss Maisie Leeds' trouble is probably a very vivid imagination.
You've forgotten I've been paid a retainer, Patsy. I'm now devoted to the interest of my client. Let's go see Maisie, even if we have to go in through the servants' entrance.
This is a pretty swank mansion for an ex-meat packer, Nick.
Yes. Heard Mr. Allen's turned to art in his retirement. He collects.
Oh, I wish you'd go back to meat packing for the duration. You can't eat statues and packers.
Very funny. No one home.
Should be servants in the house.
Don't seem to be.
Oh, Nick, you're not going
Don't have to. The door's been left ajar. Come on.
Oh, Nick, this isn't right.
I've got a fee to earn, Patsy. Come on in. Besides, it's rather unusual for a collector of art to leave the house door open when there's no one home. Oh, there's the library. Let's go in.
Oh, golly. Plenty of stuff here. Paintings, statues. Nick, look at those statues. The bronze ones.
Yes.
They're all greenish and crusted. Like they've got some kind of skin disease.
Those bronze spears, too. And this bronze chest. Wonder how it looks inside.
Maybe this... Nick.
Yes. Looks as if the plague has killed our client. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this body in the chest is that of Maisie Leeds.
I've been through most of the house, Nick. There isn't a soul around. What's happened anyway?
Don't know yet.
Learn anything from the body?
It's Maisie Leeds, all right. Dead about 10 hours. She must have been strangled and placed in this chest just after she mailed that letter to me.
Oh.
Patsy, there's an odd thing about this murder. It looks as if the killer had silver polish in his hands.
Silver polish?
Yes, there's a kind of white powder on Maisie's neck around the strangulation prints. Smells like silver polish.
And, Nicky, you'd better notify the police.
No.
Why not?
Listen, Patsy. Maisie Leeds paid me $5 to take on her case. I didn't get her soon enough to save her life, but I am going to get a killer. This is a point of honor. Something Sergeant Matheson wouldn't understand.
Well, what are you two doing
Nick.
in here? Don't move, either of you.
I'd suggest you put that gun away. You might hurt someone.
Answer my question. What are you doing in here? Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Patsy Bowen.
Nick Carter?
Yes?
Well, I'm Peter Craig, Horace Allen's nephew. I was up on the top floor, heard someone calling down here.
That was me.
So I came down. What's the matter, Mr. Carter?
Look in the bronze chest.
Good grief, Maisie.
All right, Craig, I want some quick answers from you. Why was the house empty when we arrived? Where's your uncle? Where are the servants?
Well, there aren't any servants. They all quit yesterday, except Maisie here. Uncle Horace rushed down to the employment agency this morning. That's why I'm alone in the house.
I see. But you didn't see Maisie Leeds this morning?
No, I generally stay in my rooms on the top floor. Uncle Horace just yelled up that he was going to the agency.
What agency?
The Sun Agency on Vanderbilt Street.
One more question, Craig. You know anything about bronze statues?
No.
Who sold these to your uncle?
St. John Arrowfield, English dealer at the plaza.
All right. You stay here. Try and locate your uncle on the phone and get him home. We're hustling over to see Arrowfield. I want to find out what 6 statues have got to do with murder.
Believe me, Mr. Carter, that man Allen is an idiot, a fool, an artistic criminal. I should never have sold rare pieces to an ex-meat packer.
Go on.
Antique bronzes are as delicate as tropical fruits. Unless they're cared for with delicacy and understanding, they sicken.
You mean statues can really become sick?
Yes, and die. Bronze disease is a corrosion that eats away the metal, rots it until it crumbles. No one knows how it starts. No one knows how to stop it. Once it attacks a collection, the infected pieces must be removed or the entire collection will die.
Golly.
And bronze disease has attacked Allen's collection?
You saw it, didn't you? The green crumbling crust on the surface of the bronze. And unless he removes the infected pieces, his collection is doomed.
But why did you call him an artistic criminal?
He has $500,000 worth of items there. All the money in the world can't replace one of those pieces once it's lost. Don't you understand? There's nothing more valuable than a work of art.
Oh, yes, there is, Mr. Arrowfield. A human life. Here we are, Patsy. The Sun Employment Agency.
Doesn't look very busy.
I'm sorry, nothing available.
We're looking for Mr. Horace Allen.
And not here.
He was here this morning?
Here and gone. Can't supply him with anything.
Why not?
Sleeping quarters are impossible. The nephew's a chemist or something.
Did you say the nephew's a chemist?
Yes, has a laboratory alongside the servants' quarters. Terrible smells all day and all night.
Well, chemist ought to know more about bronze disease than Craig seemed to. Patsy, let's have a talk with that young man right now. Here we are.
Nick, do you think Craig was lying?
Don't know, Patsy. Perfectly possible.
I hope Mr. Allen's back by this time.
With somebody to answer the door.
At least Craig ought to answer.
Probably back upstairs in his laboratory. Well,
Nick.
just my little pick lock, Patsy. Can't wait here all day. 1 second. There we are. Hello? Anybody home?
Funny. You told Craig to stay here.
Well, let's run up to the top floor. We'll find him there.
Walk?
Right. Haven't you noticed? Alan has a neat little private elevator installed.
Oh. Step in. Call your floor, please. First floor, dining rooms, smoking rooms, lounge rooms. Second floor, bedrooms, and more bedrooms. Third floor, hothouses, bedrooms, and more bedrooms. Fourth and top floor, servants' quarters, and... Nick, look. On the floor, it's Craig.
Yes. 4th and top floor, murder.
First a murdered housemaid, then a murdered chemist. How will Nick explain them and solve the mystery of the 6 statues? We'll see in just a moment. One of the most important jobs in keeping your home spick and span is the care of your floors. And now you have an efficient new shortcut to that very job. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, made from a new formula developed by leading chemists to give you the finest. For Linex Self-Polishing Wax, designed to save work for you, at the same time provides amazing new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance for all your floors and linoleum. Linex Self-Polishing Wax imparts the satiny luster that only real wax can give. And because it contains the greatest possible amount of genuine Carnauba wax, the finish lasts longer. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories have proved by actual test that any hardwood, linoleum, or rubber tile floor is less slippery after Linex Self-Polishing Wax has been applied. Best of all, Linex Self-Polishing Wax takes only a jiffy to wipe on and dries without tiresome rubbing to a handsome finish to make any homemaker proud. So follow the example of women all over America. Enjoy greater leisure, greater convenience, greater beauty in your home with Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Available at your hardware, paint, or department store. Ask your dealer now for all 3 great Linex home brighteners. The easy way to more attractive living. And now back to our story. Investigating a strange complaint about 6 statues, Nick and Patsy entered the empty home of Horace Allen to discover Allen's housemaid, Maisie Leeds, murdered. Nick finds that Allen's artworks are suffering from a rare disease known as bronze disease, and also that Allen's nephew, Peter Craig, is an amateur chemist with a laboratory on the top floor of the house. When Nick and Patsy return to the house to question Craig, they find him murdered, too. Now they're in the murdered man's laboratory examining his body.
Well, Nick?
Stabbed through the chest with a bronze spear, Patsy. Evidently one of the spears from Allen's collection.
Golly.
It's a powerful thrust. You can see the tip protruding from Craig's back. You can also see it's tainted with the same bronze disease that's hit some of the statues. Hello.
Well, what is it?
Craig didn't die at once.
What do you mean?
Look, here on the floor.
Oh. Craig must have tried to write something in blood as he was dying.
Yes.
It says N-H-L. N-H-L, what's that?
Couldn't tell you. Yet.
Nick, I've got it. Initials. He wrote the initials of the killer.
Maybe.
It couldn't be Allen or Arrowfield. Or the Sun Agency. Maybe it was one of the old servants.
Hey, what's going on in this house? Where is everybody? What goes here?
Nick, I think I hear...
You don't think, you do hear. Our old friend, Sergeant Matheson.
Hey, anybody home? Craig, Allen. Hey, Mr. Allen, Oh, glory be, I'm seeing things.
Oh, we're real, Sergeant.
Good afternoon, Matty.
Nick Carter and company, I might have known. What are you two? Hey, who's that on the floor?
Peter Craig, murdered.
Craig, too? He's the guy that called me. First the girl downstairs, now him upstairs. What is this, a massacre?
I'll give you the facts, Matty.
No. Explanations first, if you please, Mr. Carter.
Here we go.
Now, look, I warned you 1,000 times when you get mixed up in murder cases to notify homicide. There's a law in this city. Don't you ever do anything but break the law?
Yes, I solve murders. You ought to know.
Yeah, I know, but Nick, please. We've got laws to enforce. Make it as easy as you can for us to enforce them.
Matty, I'm going to help you enforce one law today. The law against first-degree murder. Come on down to Allen's laboratory. So that's exactly where we stand on the case, Matty. The murders are tied up some way with the bronze disease.
Yeah?
I have an idea how, but I'm not sure yet.
Well, look, what about the insurance angle? Maybe Allen's trying to ruin his own statues to collect the dough on.
Oh, no, Matty. He could get more by selling them.
Well, maybe Craig ruined the statues and Allen killed him for revenge.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Besides, that leaves out Maisie Lee.
Oh, forget her. She's just an accident in this case.
She's not an accident in this case, and she's not to be forgotten. Matty, you won't understand this, but in this case, I'm working for Maisie Leeds. I'm not working for you or the police.
What's that?
I'm working for justice. Justice for Maisie Leeds.
I think you're crazy.
See, Patsy, I told you.
Well. Pleased to see you all here. And a fine lot of people you seem to be. I'm Mr. Allen.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, indeed. Very easy man to work for. Just myself, my nephew in the house. Big house, few people. Not too difficult, eh? I suppose the agency explained.
Mr. Allen.
You're the housemaid, eh? Very pretty, my dear. Very attractive.
Mr. Allen, your housemaid is Miss Patsy Bowen, my assistant.
What?
I am Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
I'm going to be blunt, Mr. Allen. No sense beating around the bush. Your maid, Maisie Leeds, was strangled to death. Your nephew, Peter Craig, was stabbed to death.
What?
Oh, help him in the chair, Matty.
Yeah, right, Nick. Thank you. I'll be all right.
I didn't spare you because we're pressed for time, Mr. Allen. The killer may strike again. We've got to work fast. Now, where were you all day?
At the employment agencies, trying to hire servants. A likely story. It's true. I had to have them in the house today. I have a very important guest arriving on the 6:30 train from Washington. Says you.
You can get the list of agencies with Mr. Allen and check the story later, Matty.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, I want to take one of your statues home with me. One of the diseased ones.
I'm sorry. I can't permit that, Mr. Carter. My guest coming tonight.
But you ought to remove the 6 statues anyway, Mr. Allen. Mr. Arrowfield said so. Why, they'll infect everything.
I know, but I can't. My guest is a famous collector and wants to buy some of my pieces. I've got to show him all of them.
I see. Well, in that case, we've got to work without your help. Come on, Patsy. You'll be in my lab if anything breaks, Matty.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Allen, what's the name of this famous collector who's visiting you tonight?
Norman Lane. Norman Hadley Lane.
Patsy, turn off the Bunsen burner, will you?
Of course. Nick, I just realized what Alan said.
What's that, Patsy?
The man coming up on the 6:30 train from Washington. Norman Hadley Lane. N.H.L.
Mm-hmm. Found at a couple of museums. Get a file on him.
But the letters, N.H.L., that's his initials.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nick, you're not listening.
Just finishing this analysis, Patsy. Here. See this precipitate?
Yes.
That's the silver polish from Maisie Lee's throat.
Is it silver polish?
No. Something that came from Peter Craig's lab. Now, hand me that package I brought from Alan's house.
Here.
Thanks. I'll wrap this.
Nick, you don't seem to care about the initials. I'll bet Lane's the killer. I'll bet he isn't even on the train. He's probably here already.
Huh. Here we are.
Nick, that's the spear that killed Craig.
Right.
But that's stealing police evidence. Oh, golly, Sergeant Matheson's going to be sore.
Alan would let me have a sample of his diseased bronze, so I had to steal it. Now, let's cut a sliver of bronze off the tip of the spear, and we'll take a look at it under the microscope.
Now you're destroying evidence. Oh, Nick, I don't like it.
Not destroying. I'm just taking off a shaving. There. Now, let's see.
Well? Well, what do you see, germs?
Yeah. Well, let you have a look. You see? This is a slice across the tip of the spear. Now, you see the outer portions?
Those crystals all around the edges?
Yes. They're malachite crystals. Shows the presence of the brown disease. Now, what do you see inside? Toward the core of the section.
Just reddish metal.
Exactly. Amorphous bronze metal. Just pure, uncrystallized bronze. And that, Miss Bowen, breaks the case wide open.
What do you mean, Nick?
I mean... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Nick Carter?
Speaking. Who's this?
Here's a tip for you, Mr. Nick Carter. If you want to find who killed Peter Craig, watch the clerk from the Sun Employment Agency.
Quick, Patsy, get a line on this call. Trace it.
Right.
Afraid I don't follow you.
The clerk from the Sun Employment Agency. You'll find him at the Hotel Brighton. Now, he'll tell you who killed Craig.
Just let me get that down, will you? Hotel Brighton. Whereabouts is that?
I've talked long enough. You know what to do. Goodbye.
No, it's no use, Patsy. I couldn't hold him long enough. You got any kind of a trace?
No. Sorry.
Well, doesn't matter. Get Matty on the phone. Tell him we're picking him up and taking him for a ride.
To the Hotel Brighton?
Just tell him the killer will be at the other end of the ride.
All right, Nick, never mind the mysterioso stuff. Where are we going?
Thought Patsy told you, Matty, to meet a murderer.
Where?
Didn't Patsy tell you that?
The Hotel Brighton.
Then we're going the wrong way. The Brighton's downtown in the village. You're driving uptown.
That's right.
But Nick, the man on the phone said that...
The man on the phone was wrong, Patsy. Here we are. This is where we're going.
Huh?
What time is it?
6:25.
Oh, just in time. Come on.
Oh, this is Pennsylvania Station.
Right. And we're going to meet the Washington train.
You mean to tell me the killer is this Lane guy? Norman Hadley Lane?
That's who we're going to meet. You'll have to move quickly. We haven't much time.
Oh, but Nick,
We'll talk later, Patsy. I'm afraid to cut it rather fine. We've got to get to the lower level of the other platform when the train pulls in. This way.
If this is a wild goose chase, Nick...
When I lead you wrong, you can say that, Matty. Not until then. Down this ramp.
Right.
Now, that's the Washington train. Quick.
Oh, we'll never get through the crowd.
We've got to. Here are pictures of Lane.
Yeah.
Take him. You can't miss him. He's a big man, quite stout. Heavy grayish beard. Looks like Edward VII. Look sharp. Now, we mustn't miss him.
Now, listen, Nick.
This is no time for arguments, Matty. We've got to locate Lane as soon as he gets off that train. Now, stand by.
Right.
I'll take the center. You watch right. Matty, you take a left.
Okay.
Right. Fat man, Edward VII, beard.
Oh, what a crowd. I think...
Oh, if we only knew which car he was.
Hold it. There he is. Car in front of us. Quick, Matty. Forward.
Right.
Mr. Lane. Mr. Norman Lane. Norman Hadley Lane. Get down. Get down.
Nick, what are you doing?
He's tackling the
Hey, Matty, you got him?
Yes, I got him, Nick.
Right, hold on to him. Right. Let's take him to the station master's office. You can call the wagon from there.
Well, it is quieter at least.
Hey, Nick, why didn't you warn me it was going to be an assassination?
Didn't know when it was going to happen.
What about Mr. Lane?
Oh, I just put him in a cab. He's all right. He's pretty well shaken up when I knocked him out of the way of the bullets. That's a lot better than a shot through the heart. Huh, Mr. Arrowfield?
Why, you dirty gumshoe snooper, I'd like to...
Hold on to him, Matty. He's a dangerous little man and a very clever actor. Phony Englishman, phony dealer in art objects, including phony bronzes.
Phony bronzes?
Certainly, Patsy. That was the whole motivation. When Mr. Allen took up collecting objects of art, Arrowfield got hold of them and sold him a lot of supposedly antique bronze masterpieces. But in reality, they were completely phony, being merely modern copies of those masterpieces. And unless I'm wrong, Mr. Norman Lane owned many of the originals from which Allen's bronzes were copied.
Well, Nick, what about that bronze disease?
When Arrowfield learned that Lane was coming to see Allen's collection, he knew Lane would recognize many of Allen's bronzes as copies of items in his own collection.
Yeah?
So Arrowfield, in order to force Allen to remove those phony pieces from his collection, deliberately infected them with a bronze disease.
What do you know?
Allen refused to remove them in spite of the disease, so Arrowfield had to do the next best thing, kill Lane. Otherwise, he faced exposure as a dealer in fakes and phony pieces. The murder of Lane, fortunately, didn't succeed. The others did. And I'm going to see that you pay for them, Arrowfield. I want to be sure that Maisie Leeds, wherever she is now, gets her full $5 worth.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and tell you how he knew Arrowfield was the poisoner of the sick statue. The whole year round, it's a real job to keep your home bright and interesting. That's why the 3 great Linex home brighteners are so important to health in your homemaking schedule, because they save so much time and work. Take Linex Clear Gloss, for instance, the modern brush-on finish for all wood and linoleum surfaces. Linex Clear Gloss is ideal for any surface you want to save, protecting for months against wear, against dirt, against spotting, warding off damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, even alcohol. And Linex Clear Gloss lends such sparkling beauty that's easy to maintain, for the whisk of a damp cloth removes smudges from any Linex Clear Gloss surface. Linex Clear Gloss flows on easily, too, drying to a smooth, lasting finish which protects for months. So give your linoleum, floors, and woodwork the gleaming luster, the sturdy protection of Linex Clear Gloss, the finest in household finishes. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. Chemtone covers in 1 coat, dries in 1 hour, bringing bright new loveliness to your walls and ceilings in bedroom, living room, or hall. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
Nick, I don't see why Arrowfield killed Maisie Leeds.
Because when Maisie returned from mailing her letter to me, she saw Arrowfield in the collection room deliberately infecting the false antique bronze statues with the bronze disease. She was killed to silence her.
But how could Arrowfield poison the statues?
Well, Patsy, as Alan's guide and mentor in the new business of collecting, Arrowfield had easy access to the house. He was able to steal in and infect those statues with chemicals he took from Craig's laboratory. To be precise, with ammonium chloride. That's the corrosive agent that causes bronze disease.
Oh, and was that the powder you found on Maisie's neck?
Right. Some of it was on Arrowfield's hands when he strangled her. Evidently, Craig remembered seeing Arrowfield in his lab taking the chemical, so Arrowfield killed him.
But those initials Craig wrote.
Oh, they weren't initials, Patsy. Craig tried to write the chemical symbol for ammonium chloride, NH4Cl.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote the N and the H and got as far as the first elbow stroke of 4 and then died. We thought he'd written NHL, which, purely by coincidence, happened to be Lane's initials.
Oh, I see. Well, Nick, you said Arrowfield's bronzes were fools. How could you tell that?
Well, Patsy, remember this afternoon in my lab? You looked through the microscope at a piece of that spear that killed Craig?
Yes.
Well, really ancient bronzes become heavily crystallized through the years. But the piece we examined was crystallized only around the outer surface, showing that it was cast quite recently.
So that's it. Well, was Arrowfield trying to sidetrack you with that phone call so he could get at Lane when he arrived in town?
Yes.
Oh, lucky you weren't fooled.
Well, you know, it's a funny thing, Patsy. I've met thousands of crooks in my time, each one more clever than the next. And believe it or not, the only ones they fooled in the end were themselves.
Well, Nick, what story are you going to tell next week?
Remember the time we drove south to investigate the mystery of a legendary giant called Erdman the Earthshaker, whose footsteps apparently frightened a man to death?
Oh, yes. The clues to the case were green rice grains on the dead man's hand and a drop of blood on a bird feather.
Right.
What are you going to call the story?
The Case of the Bleeding Bobolink.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Script is by Alfred Bester, and any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Clear Gloss. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America, and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. System. The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, The Vanishing Postman. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated a baffling 7-year-old crime and solved a murder through the eyes of a blind man. There's no time of year when a busy homemaker needs cool, leisurely relaxation more than during the summer months. And you can have that kind of relaxation when you do your homemaking the easy Linux way. Just follow the example of wise American homemakers everywhere who have learned the magic shortcut to household care. Those 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss, the modern brush-on finish, Linux Cream Polish for fine furniture, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new quick-drying wax product. Start now to enjoy extra relaxation every day. Enjoy that added leisure in a home that's sparkling with bright new beauty. Just ask your hardware, paint, or department store for the 3 great Linux home brighteners and save time the easy Linux way. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Rain has rolled in across the great city again today. The black skies thunder and crackle with lightning. The streets are glossy and slippery as glass. As Nick and Patsy drive homeward in the detective's powerful car, a torrent of rain beats against the windshield, when suddenly...
Nick, look out! That car! Oh! Oh, Nick!
Oh. You all right, Patsy?
I guess so. Oh, golly, I was scared. Lucky we went into this alley when we skidded off the street.
Yes, and lucky that pile of rubbish cushioned the crash. Might have had a bad crack up.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
When we smacked into that rubbish pile, we uncovered an old leather pouch lying underneath. See?
Hey, you'll get soaked, Nick.
It's an old postman's bag, Patsy. Falling to pieces. Must have been here for ages.
Oh, Nick, come on back.
Why, there's mail in this bag. Letters. Hello. There's a name printed on the strap. R. Draper.
Oh, it's probably the name of the postman.
And look at these letters, Patsy. They're postmarked August 1938.
1938? Then this bag's been lying here 7 years.
Hey, look here, Patsy.
What, Nick?
The buckle from the strap has fallen into the pouch. There's a bit of metal wedged in the buckle.
Looks like a lump of lead.
Well, it should. It happens to be a bullet. Wow. Let's get over to the post office at once. I'm afraid the explanation of this undelivered mail may be murder. Patsy, mystery. I found that postman Robert Draper vanished 7 years ago, and that the police and postal authorities believe him to be guilty of theft because a registered parcel containing $10,000 in securities also vanished at the same time.
Oh, Nick, he stole them?
Theft can't account for that bullet we found wedged in the buckle in the pouch, Patsy.
Oh, no, I suppose not.
For 7 years, Robert Draper stood convicted of theft. Well, I'm going to find out whether he's guilty.
But how are you going to dig up evidence in a case that happened 7 years ago?
Going to get special permission from the postmaster to deliver this mail that should have been delivered 7 years ago.
we've learned nothing so far in the first 47 letters we've delivered.
Perhaps we'll have better luck here with the 48.
Yes?
Are you Betty Barnes?
Yes.
I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Patsy Bowen.
Nick Carter. Oh, please come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. I have a letter here for you, Miss Barnes.
Mrs. Barnes.
Oh, sorry. I have a letter that should have been delivered 7 years ago.
7 years ago?
I'd better explain. You see, 7 years ago, the postman who served this district disappeared. His name was Robert Draper.
What's going on here, Betty?
Dan, it's about Pop.
What?
Well,
Great Scott. Don't tell me that Draper was your father.
Now, look here. We fought that case 7 years ago. There's no sense raking it up again and making out Betty's dad was a crook.
Pop never stole. Why should he? He'd saved $12,000. He had plenty of insurance, $20,000 worth.
Mrs. Barnes, please. Well, I'm not trying to convict your father all over again. I'm trying to find out what really happened. But you'll have to help me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carter.
Now tell me, what happened on that last day?
Well, Pop left in the morning. You see, he lived with us. And he always used to drop in at home for lunch. Well, the day he disappeared, he just never showed up for lunch. When Dan came home that night, I sent him out
Yes,
to...
I went out to check up Mr. Carter. They said he never returned to the post office, and that's all we know. We never saw Dad again.
I see. Mrs. Barnes, you have a picture of your father I might have?
I'll get him one, honey.
You know, Mr. Carter, it was on my birthday that Pop disappeared. Oh, how awful, Mrs. Barnes.
Here's one, Mr. Carter. He's not in uniform, but it's the best we've got. Taken a week before he disappeared.
Thank you. I'll let you know how we make out. Oh, yes, here's your 7-year delayed letter, Mrs. Barnes.
What?
Oh, Dan, look. It's a birthday card from Pop. It says, "Happy birthday, daughter dear. Best wishes on this day. My heart would always find you near, though I were miles away. Oh, Pop. Pop, darling." But, Nick, we've delivered 17 letters since we left Mrs. Barnes, and not one of them knew a thing.
It's all right, Patsy. We're not doing badly at all. We've got a picture of Draper, and we know he had no motive for stealing those securities. Somebody else in this trail of letters will help us along further.
Well, this one's for Ben Kramer, care of Kramer's Garage, 118 Land Street.
Well, this is it. Let's go in.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Kramer doesn't seem to be around.
Now, wait a minute. I hear voices back there. Come on.
You already got back double what you owe me. Yeah, now just give me a break, Shelley, please. That's all I ask.
Begging, Kramer, will you? I collect what's coming to me.
But I can't keep on paying. It's breaking my back.
I'll break your back if you try to welch, Kramer. I give you the place before you took my dough. 1 for 10 a week.
I can't do it, Shelley.
I don't like to intrude, gentlemen, but I'd like some information.
What? Who are you, wise guy?
Nick Carter's the name.
Nick Carter. Hey, Kramer, did
No,
you...
no, honest. Honest, Shelley.
Nick, what's going on?
Nothing, lady, nothing. I'll be going, Kramer. I'll see you later.
Nick, what's going on here?
It's obvious Mr. Kramer's been caught in a loan shark racket. Something pretty well known to the police. But something that can't be stopped until the victims are willing to give evidence.
What was that 1 for 10 they were talking about?
Mr. Kramer pays $1 a week for every 10 he borrowed. Right, Mr. Kramer?
I don't want to talk about it, Mr. Carter. It ain't safe. If I could only just lay my hands on $1,500 and get out from under.
Mr. Kramer, we've got a letter for you.
Huh?
It's 7 years old.
7 years? That don't make no sense.
Well, this letter was mailed to you, but never delivered because something happened to the postman, Robert Draper. Remember him?
Draper? Oh, yes, of course. A friendly little fella. Blue eyes he had, bald. He wore a handlebar mustache.
A handlebar mustache?
Yeah. I even remember the day he scrammed. Hackey, who used to keep his cab in my garage, he saw Draper. He drove him and another guy someplace.
Yes, go on. Where was he driven? Who was the man?
Now, leave me think, Mr. Carter. It was such a long time ago, I can't even
Kramer, I want the name and address of that cab driver.
Well, let me... I remember now. It was...
Someone's fired from the garage
Yes,
door.
Kramer's been hit.
Oh, but Nick, the killer.
Gotta get Kramer's evidence. The killer can wait. Patsy, get to a phone. Call an ambulance, quick.
Right.
Got me bad.
Kramer, listen. Can you hear me? Who drove with Draper in the cab?
Oh, no.
Where'd they drive?
Shelley's bowling alley.
The thug we just met, huh? Good.
Carter, do me a favor.
Anything you say, Kramer.
That 7-year-old letter. Read it to me.
Certainly. Mr. Ben Kramer, dear sir, we are happy to inform you that your contribution has won second prize in our slogan contest. Enclosed, please find money orders totaling $1,500.
$1,500? Why, that's just what Mr. Kramer needs to pay off.
Mr. Kramer doesn't need any money anymore, Betsy.
Oh.
He's dead.
Birthday greetings, 7 years old, and now murder from a delayed mail delivery. What new and strange developments will arise from Nick's odd mission? We'll see in just a moment. The wisest worker is the one who saves as much work as possible, yet gets the job done. That's efficiency. And the efficient way to take perfect care of your floors and linoleum is to depend upon Linex self-polishing wax. Try it just once and prove to your complete satisfaction that here is the ideal way to new beauty for your floors. It takes only a jiffy to wipe Linex self-polishing wax on any hardwood, linoleum, or rubber tile floor, and it dries without tiresome rubbing to a handsome luster. You'll notice that Linex self-polishing wax gives that satiny beauty only real wax can give. You'll find, when you step on that floor, that Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-skid finish, for your floor will be less slippery than it was to start with. This fact has been proved by the underwriters' laboratories. And you'll be delighted with the way the finish lasts, for Linex self-polishing wax has the highest possible content of genuine Carnauba wax. Yes, this new formula, developed by leading research chemists to give you the finest, is well worth trying. And once you've tried it, you'll follow the example of all those wise American women who use it regularly. So ask your dealer now for Linex self-polishing wax. For all 3 great Linex home brighteners, the modern shortcuts to household beauty. And now back to our story. Investigating the strange disappearance of Robert Draper, postman, accused of absconding with registered securities he was carrying, Nick and Patsy pick up the trail of the old mystery by delivering mail found in the postman's abandoned pouch. Now we find them in the street after the sudden murder of one of their witnesses.
What do we do now, Nick? Wait for the homicide squad to arrive?
Oh, no. Sergeant Matheson will only hold us up, call us material witnesses and all that. Now I want to get on with the case.
At the Shelley bowling alley?
No, not yet, Patsy. We haven't enough evidence for a direct frontal attack on Mr. Shelley.
Oh.
Let's get on with the mail delivery. There are more clues waiting for us to pick them up. Who's next?
A postcard addressed to Mr. Parker Flint, Homewood House.
Homewood House, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's the exclusive apartment house in the corner facing the river.
Uh-huh.
Come on. Let's see what Mr. Flint can tell us. Good afternoon, Mr. Flint. Your butler said we'd find you here in your aviary.
Oh, good afternoon.
You've got a charming place here, Mr. Flint.
Yes, I like it. I suppose I look silly pottering around in a glass house filled with a lot of birds, but, well, I like it. Let's step into my living room. We can talk better there, eh?
We won't keep you from your hobby long, Mr. Flint. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Patsy Bone.
Get out of here.
Beg your pardon?
Get out of my house.
Mr. Flint,
Now, let's get this straight. I hate police. I'll have nothing to do with police anywhere, anytime. Now, get out.
Nick, what on earth is...
Wait, Patsy. Parker Flint. Thought that name sounded familiar. Yes, I remember. Parker Flint, 3rd. Tried and convicted of second-degree murder 7 years ago.
Oh, you remember, eh? You also happen to remember that Parker Flint III, my grandson, is serving a life sentence in state prison right now?
I do.
And will your capable memory recollect that he was innocent? That he was convicted on clumsy circumstantial evidence that would have made an idiot laugh?
Well, what do you mean?
Young Flint claimed he was on a walking tour across the country. The murder of an enemy of Parker's was committed August 30th, 1938 in this city.
And on that day, he was 50 miles outside town in a village named Sampson.
The defense couldn't prove it, Mr. Flint.
So they convicted him. Not because he was guilty, but because they hadn't anyone else. Make an example, they screamed. Show there's the same justice for rich and poor alike. They made an example, all right.
Then you'll be interested in the case I'm working on, Mr. Flint. Another man runs the risk of unjust conviction.
I'll have nothing to do with the police. Go on, get out.
But Nick's not a policeman.
Mr. Flint, justice sometimes miscarries. Men are wrongfully convicted and sentenced. It's a human factor in law that can't be avoided. I've made it my job to prevent that factor of human error as far as possible. Now, I'll help you with your case, Mr. Flint, but you've got to help me with mine.
Well, what is your case?
It's your old postman, Robert Draper.
Draper? Oh, I remember him well. Know him well, in fact. Supposed to have disappeared about 7 years ago.
Suppose?
Yes, he did disappear, though. I saw him around this neighborhood 7 weeks afterwards. Acted suspicious, though he was hiding. Had his head wrapped up in a turban.
A turban? God.
Yeah, what's more, he seemed to be afraid of someone called Gray. Seemed to see this Gray everywhere.
Gray, huh? That's interesting. Very interesting. Anything else that might help?
No, that's all. And now, Mr. Carter, about my case. I'm sorry I lost my temper, but you understand, don't you? Do you think you could offer any hope or anything?
Yes, Mr. Flint. I can give you more than hope. I'll give you back your grandson.
Oh.
In the form of this postcard that should have been delivered 7 years ago.
A postcard?
From your grandson. Sent from the village of Sampson, New York, postmarked August 30th, 1938, which proves it was where he claimed he was.
Heaven.
Congratulations, Mr. Flint. This is the one piece of evidence that'll free him.
Well, Nick, how do we stand? Any closer to the vanishing postman?
Yes, indeed, Patsy. Mr. Flint brought us a good deal closer.
How so?
That turban, for one thing. It's very significant. And Draper's fear of someone called Gray, even more so.
But we haven't come across anyone named Gray so far.
Now, hold everything, Patsy. Here's our next stop. Residence of Miss Jennifer West. Miss West's got a 7-year-old package coming to her.
Well, let's hope we can trade it for information.
Information, Mr. Carter, about our missing postman?
Yes, Miss West.
Well, I really don't know it. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, darling. No, you're wrong. It's the orphan's benefit. No, the 18th. I put you down for a box. No, certainly you can't get out of it, dear. It's a worthy cause. Yes. All right, bye. Now, let's see, where were we?
You were going to tell us what you remember about Mr. Draper's disappearance.
Oh, but I don't know anything. I don't even remember him.
Well, here's the photograph of him.
No, I'm sorry. It isn't a bit familiar. But I have such a miserable memory for faces. And in my work these days, I see so many. Day in and day out. Child Welfare Association, the canteen, the city hospital. Oh, I met the most interesting man there yesterday. He was in the psychiatric wing, room 325.
But, Miss West,
and with the strangest disease. Monochromatism, they call it. And he's so cheerful about it.
Monochromatism?
Oh, it's a technical name for blindness of some kind. Such a nice name. His name was Gray.
Gray? Oh, Nick.
I heard, Patsy. Thanks a million for your help, Miss West. And here's your reward. This long overdue package.
7 years overdue.
Why, that's Gary Horton's handwriting. Oh, once upon a time, Miss Byrne, I thought Gary and I might... Oh, well, you understand.
Yes, Miss West.
But he's so very shy, and I... Oh, look, my dear.
It's flowers. Artificial flowers.
No, they're not artificial. That's a bouquet of Live Forever flowers, and they're from Gary. Oh, here's a card. Dearest Jen, I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Never had the courage. Now I have. Will you...
Oh, Miss West, it's a proposal.
7 years ago. And he never knew I hadn't received. He thought my silence meant... Oh, excuse me, please.
Let's get out of here, Betsy.
I've an idea that for the first time today, Miss West's phone is going to hear her say yes.
So now we're headed for Shelley's bowling alley. Huh, Nick?
Right?
But why now? Why don't we hustle up and see that man Gray? The one Draper was afraid of.
You'll see.
Huh?
Here's where we stop. Let's go.
Nick, what happened to the postman? Was he murdered by Shelley? Did Shelley murder Kramer, too?
Come on.
Golly, what a busy place.
And there's our old friend, Mr. Shelley.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Shelley. Mind if we have a chat?
Now, look, don't come pussyfooting around my place. You got nothing on me, Carter.
Oh, that's what you think.
Bluffing ain't gonna do no good. Don't try and tell me Kramer talked. He knows better.
Kramer can't talk. He was murdered.
He was what?
Murdered. Shot to death.
You're lying.
He was murdered in an attempt to keep me from uncovering the secret of Robert Draper's disappearance.
Draper, the postman? This is a frame-up, Carter.
Still innocent, Shelley? Well, suppose you come over to the city hospital with us.
Oh, city hospital, eh? Now I know it's a frame. I heard one of your plainclothesmen calling City Hospital this afternoon, finding out the visiting hours, getting a beautiful frame-up all worked out, and from my own joint, too.
What's that?
I ain't taking cards on this deal, Carter. I'm getting out of here.
Nicky, he's running out. Aren't you going to go after him?
Patsy, what time is it?
5 of 8.
And we've got 5 minutes. Visiting hour starts at 8 at the hospital.
Nick, what are you talking about?
Never thought he'd go that far, Patsy. Come on. We've got to stop a visitor at the hospital tonight.
Who?
His name is Death.
Oh, not so fast, Nick.
You can stop and rest. I've got to keep going.
Well, I'll stick it out. Where are we headed?
To the east wing of the hospital. Psychiatry. What time is it?
2 minutes after 8.
We may have enough time then.
Nick, we're going to see that man Gray, aren't we?
Yes. Miss West said he was in room 325.
Well, this is 315.
317.
319.
Here we are, 325.
Yes, it says on the card, monochromatic blindness.
You can read
shock
the card later, Patsy. Inside, hurry.
Hey, pitch dark in here.
Careful, Patsy.
Ouch! I just bumped into one of those rolling tables. Where's the light, Nick?
Get down, Patsy. It's a killer. Get out of the way. Where's that rolling table? Here goes, Patsy.
Oh, you got him, Nick. I heard the gun drop.
It's only the beginning, Patsy. But the beginning of the end for her. I found you, huh?
Oh, Nick, be careful.
No, you don't, mister.
Oh, no.
At least not without a gun.
Oh, no.
There. Now, I got lie still. Patsy,
Yes, Nick.
try and find the light. Probably alongside the door.
I've got it. Nick, you're sitting on Dan Barnes.
Right, Patsy. Dan Barnes, Robert Draper's son-in-law. Barnes is a thief who robbed Robert Draper's mailbag of $10,000 worth of securities 7 years ago. It was Barnes who took for himself the $12,000 which Draper had saved up before he disappeared. And it was Barnes who hoped to collect $20,000 more in life insurance if Draper stayed lost 7 full years so he could be declared legally dead.
But that man in the bed, that's not the same man as in our picture.
Well, nevertheless, Patsy, that unconscious gentleman, a near victim of suffocation at the hands of Dan Barnes, is our long-lost postman, Mr. Robert Draper.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and tell you how he was able to locate the vanishing postman. You know, fine furniture doesn't keep its good looks without help. Not when dust and finger marks and polish accumulation combine to lessen its beauty. But Linex Cream Polish disposes of all those bugbears in short order. For Linex Cream Polish actually cleans as it polishes, renewing your furniture's original handsome appearance in one quick process. Yes, Linex Cream Polish cuts your job in two, saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. It even acts as insurance against future work, for Linex Cream Polish dries hard, leaving no oily film to attract more dust. So begin now. Get Linex Cream Polish and learn for yourself the modern way to caring for fine furniture. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Self-Polishing Wax, and Linex Clear Gloss, the longer-lasting brush-on finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that lightens and brightens your home at an average cost of just $2.98 a room. Chemtone covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
Nick, I still don't understand. What happened to Draper 7 years ago?
As I see it, here's the story, Patsy. 7 years ago, Draper met his son-in-law, Barnes, as usual, to go home and have lunch with him.
Uh-huh.
He probably confided in Barnes that he was carrying valuable securities and a registered letter. Barnes is the only man Draper would have told, since a postman's job is highly confidential.
Well, that's right. They don't go around telling strangers what they carry.
All right. Well, on some pretext or other, Barnes lured Draper to the alley behind Shelley's place and shot him. Then he took the securities from the bag and left. He thought he'd killed Draper, but the bullet only creased Draper's head, rendering him unconscious.
Oh. Then what happened?
Draper recovered consciousness, but he was badly wounded. The shock of the wound produced amnesia, and the wound itself produced a brain condition called monochromatism. That's day blindness. The victim can only see at night. By day, he's practically blind and can only see vague shades of gray.
So that's what Mr. Flint meant.
That's it, and that's what the turban meant.
Oh.
It was Draper's bewildered attempt to bandage his head. For a few days, he wandered about, dazed, without memory, mumbling that he could only see gray. Finally, he was picked up and taken to the hospital. Barnes, who must have seen him wandering around in a dazed condition, realized he was safe so long as Draper's mind was gone and Draper was lost to the public. So he decided to let matters ride and wait.
And then we came into the case. Only, I can't understand one thing. Why didn't anybody identify the picture of Draper when you showed it to them?
Because it wasn't Draper's picture.
What?
I realized that when Kramer told me Draper had a mustache, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Barnes was alarmed when he learned we were on the trail and cleverly handed us a photo of another person, hoping it would throw us off the scent.
Oh.
Then he followed us as we delivered the mail, waiting to see what would happen. It was he who shot Kramer just as Kramer was about to give us the information we wanted. And when it became evident we were tracking Draper down, his hand was forced.
And then he went to the hospital to try to murder him a second time.
Right, Patsy. Unfortunately, Barnes didn't realize that murder is bad medicine. It never cures anything.
Not when you're around, Nick.
Well, Nick, what's the story for next week?
You remember the case of the frightened social director, Patsy? The man who scattered torn newspaper in preparation for a paper chase and found...
Oh, yes, I remember. The next morning when the paper chase started, they found that one of the trails was made of torn $10 bills.
What are you going to call the case, Nick?
The Factory of Death.
And now a final word from Nick Carter.
And a very important word, too, Ken. Friends, right now there is no better thing you can do for the protection of America's future and your own than to buy United States victory bonds. And by all means, hold your United States war bonds. Help to keep America secure. Help to prevent inflation. Help in the transition from wartime to peacetime by buying and keeping your war bonds until they mature. And by buying those all-important victory bonds now.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson plays Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Alfred Bester, and any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. is the Mutual Broadcasting System. System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
The Slingshot Murders, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
In just a moment, we'll find out how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the slingshot murders. But first, here's something worth thinking about. A lovely home adds to the joy of living. And just as thousands of American homemakers have brought new beauty to their walls with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, so are they learning that Linex self-polishing wax gives their floors a satiny new luster without tiresome rubbing. Easily wiped on, Linex self-polishing wax dries to a tough, elastic finish that resists wear amazingly because it contains so much genuine Carnauba wax with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. It resists water and dirt, too, so that soil is safely removed from the surface with a damp cloth or mild suds. And Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle, have proved this. Ask for Linex self-polishing wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in Nick's office, where he and Patsy are having a good-natured argument. Good-natured, that is, until about now.
But, Nick, I don't think that's true. Take me, for example. Since I've been working with you, I've learned to observe things I never saw before.
Perhaps, Patsy. You've undoubtedly improved while you've been my assistant, but I still say that you really see very little that goes on around you, in spite of all my training.
Oh, Nick, anybody would think that I...
All right, Patsy, let's see. How many steps are there from the sidewalk up to the front door of your house?
Why, there are... Let me see, there
How
are...
high off the floor are the windows in your bedroom?
Well, there are about 2. No, 1.5.
What color is a 2-cent stamp?
Red.
Good for you. Thought you were going to say chartreuse.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Is Mr. Carter there?
Oh, is that you, Penny?
Sure. How are you, Miss Bowen?
I'm fine, thanks. How are things with you?
Pretty good. Can I talk to Nick?
Of course, Penny. Here he is.
Hello, Penny. How's my special assistant this afternoon?
That's what I called you up about, Nick. I think there's going on down here. Could you come over?
Well, what is it, Penny? Trouble?
Gee, Nick, I don't know, but it looks bad to me.
Well, can't you tell me what it is?
Not on the phone, Nick. You know you always told me to be careful what I said on the phone. Some of the gang might be listening in.
And quite right, Penny. All right, I'll take a run over there. You at your newsstand?
Yeah. Park your car down the block away so they can't see you. I'll be waiting.
Okay, Penny, be down right away. So long.
What was that all about, Nick? Sounded very important.
Penny thought it was important, too. But he wouldn't say what it was. He's seen something and thinks I ought to know about it.
Oh, that's what you get for being his hero, Nick. He thinks you're just about the greatest guy in the world. His ambition in life is to be a great detective like you.
Yes, I know it. And ever since his old man died in my arms, I've felt I ought to sort of keep an eye on him. And he's smart, too. Never forgets things I've told him about how to see what goes on around him. Some people I know, not so very far from here, could profit by his example.
Okay, Mr. Carter, okay. Get in your car and be on your way. Leave me to a little peace and quiet here. You and your wisecracks.
Very well, Patsy. Since I'm not wanted here, I'll go call on Penny. I hope he's got something more exciting up his sleeve than I think he has.
Gee, Nick, I thought you were never coming.
Sorry, Penny, but you know how traffic is.
Sure, I know. Come around the back of the stand, Nick, so nobody will see us talking together.
Okay, Penny. Now, what's up?
You see across the street there? You see the bank?
Yes?
And you see the empty stores on each side of the bank?
Yes?
Well, a little while ago, a big black sedan pulled up and two guys got out and went into the vacant store on this side of the bank. Then two more guys got out and went into the empty store on the other side. Then the sedan drove away and left the four guys there.
That's odd. Any idea what might be going on?
Well, Nick, there's several factories around here, and today's the day the bank downtown sends the money to this bank for the payrolls. Tomorrow's Saturday, you know.
I see what you mean, Penny. You think those men may be planning to hold up the bank when the money gets here, huh?
Well, gosh, Nick, don't it look like that to you?
Could be, Penny. Yes, it does look suspicious. But, Penny, robbery's not in my line. This is a job for Lieutenant Riley and the city police. I'll give them a ring and tell them what you saw.
You'll have to hurry, Nick. It's almost 4 o'clock, and that's when the car comes with the money.
Well, I'll phone Riley now. Maybe he can get one of the squad cars
Nick,
to get...
here it comes, look!
Yes, it's an armored car, all right. And it's stopping in front of the bank.
They're starting to unload the money, and they don't know they're making
Wait here.
trouble.
I'll warn them they're in danger.
Oh, not the truck, Nick!
Get back, Penny. Keep out of the way. I'll see if I can help the guards by picking off some of the thugs with my gun.
Look out, Nick! Don't get yourself killed!
I won't. I'll stay behind this pole.
You got one, Nick!
I think so, but...
Nick! Nick, are you dead? Are you, Nick? You're bleeding. Oh, Nick, something hurt my neck, Nick. Nick, they're getting away. Nick, we didn't stop them.
But, Doc, I tell you, there's nothing wrong with me.
Eh? Nothing except that you've lost about a quart of blood. There's a nasty hole in the side of your neck.
But I can't stay here doing nothing. I've got to get after those thugs. I've got to get out of
Nick,
here.
they just told me you were here. Are you hurt badly?
Oh, it's only a scratch, Patsy. But this Sawbones wants to keep me here cooped up like a pet rabbit.
How is he, Doctor? Really?
He's got a bad hole in the side of his neck. And nothing fatal. He'll get over it, but he's lost a lot of blood, too. He's got to be quiet and give nature a
Now,
chance.
look, Doc, look. Nature's going to have a tough time doing anything for me if you keep me here worrying because I can't get out.
Nick, you're going to stay here and like it.
Good girl.
If you don't behave, I'll call some attendants and have them undress you. Then you'll have to stay here whether you like it or not.
But, Patsy, I tell you, there's nothing...
Nick, I want Nick. Nick!
Oh, there's Penny. What's he doing here?
I want to see Nick.
Here I am, Penny. I'm coming, son.
You get right back in that bed, Nick Carter. If you don't...
Sorry, Patsy, but Penny wants me. Why, Penny, what happened to you?
Oh, nothing much, Nick. A bullet got me in the leg, that's all.
That's all. Well, that's enough. Are you hurt bad, son?
Nah, Doc says I'll be all right in a few days. But I got something to tell you, Nick.
What is it, son?
You know when I yelled at you just before you got shot?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I saw a guy standing in the window of the house across the street from the bank. Must have been a lookout or something. And just as I looked up, I saw him aim at you. So I yelled, then he fired.
Did you get a good look at him, Penny?
No, but I know which window it was.
Good boy. Which one was it?
You'll see. I busted it with my slingshot so'd you'd know it. I put a marble right through it. And on the first shot, too. I thought maybe you'd find a clue there, if you looked.
Penny, you're a wonder. I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
It was a window on the 4th floor of a brown house. You can't miss it.
Yes, sir, Penny, I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
Nick, are you going to get back to bed, or do I
I can't go back to bed, Patsy. I've got to go places. Things to do. Can't let Penny down, not after the way he fixed things up for me.
Nick.
Yes, Penny?
Take this with you, Nick. It's as good as a gun sometimes. I use it a lot.
Why, well, thanks, Penny. That slingshot of yours may come in handy. I'll keep it right where I can get at it fast if I need it.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Are you all right, lad?
Why, certainly I'm all right. You got any of the gang?
Oh, no, Nick, we didn't. We found the car they were in, wrecked 6 blocks away, but there was nobody in it. The car was stolen, too, so that's no help.
Did they get much?
Well, 3 guys are killed, 1 in the hospital, and $100,000 in small bills is missing. That's all I know. I ain't got a lead in the world right now.
Well, I have, thanks to Penny here.
Penny? Who's Penny?
My assistant, and one of the best assistants a man could ever have. He just gave me some dope that may crack the whole case wide open.
Well, what is it, man? Tell me quick.
Not yet, Riley. This is confidential between Penny and me.
Huh?
If it works out, I'll let you know. Well, Penny, so long. I'll be seeing you.
So long, Nick. Good luck.
Nick Carter, where are you going now?
I'm hot on the trail, Patsy, and nothing can stop me.
Well, if I can't stop you, at least I'm going with you. You certainly can't drive a car in your condition.
Okay, then. Come on. Time's a-wasting.
Look, don't you need some help, Nick? I'll send some of the boys with you.
No, Riley. This is a one-man job, and I'm the man who's going to try to do it. Patsy, I wish you hadn't come. There may be trouble.
You may just as well save your breath, Mr. Carter, because I'm going wherever you're going, and that's that. You can't drive in your condition.
I could if you'd let me.
Well, I'm not going to let you, so that's that.
I don't know what gets into you women. When you make up your minds, a team of horses couldn't change it.
You ready to tell me where you're going? I can't keep on driving blindly all around the city, Nick.
All right. I give up. I'm going back to the scene of the robbery.
What are you going to do there?
That, my nosy young friend, is strictly my business.
Okay. But I'd feel a lot safer if I knew what you were planning to do.
It's dark now. You can pull up just around the corner from the bank. I'll get out there. Then you go back to the office.
How will you get back?
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
I hope so. Is this where you want to go?
Yes, drop me here. Now remember, you, back to the office.
Okay, bully. But I don't like you going anywhere alone, as weak as you are.
It's skill that counts in this business, Patsy, not muscle. Now get going. I've got work to do.
So Nick is going alone to investigate the house where the killers were who shot him. Does he have any idea what dangers lie ahead of him? And will he find any clues to the killers? We'll see in just a moment. Have you been wishing for a furniture polish that will clean your furniture too? Linex Cream Polish, the modern protection for your furniture's beauty, saves one complete step by cleaning as it polishes, without tiresome rubbing. Learn firsthand how much time and effort Linex Cream Polish saves. Linex Cream Polish removes that cloudy dust and polish accumulation in one quick, easy application that also does away with fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. And Linex Cream Polish dries hard, leaving no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. So try it and see how simple it can be to clean and polish your furniture at the same time. Ask your dealer for Linex, Lin-X. Linex Cream Polish. You'll find it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where all three great home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, are featured. And now, back to our story. We left Nick, weak from loss of blood, climbing the stairs to the 4th floor of the old tenement house, trying to find some clue to the killers who shot him and robbed the bank. As we rejoin him, he's nearly reached the top.
I wish it wasn't the 4th floor. I don't feel as ambitious as I did. Well, that's a break. Only one apartment on the street side. And there's someone home, judging by the light under the door. Here goes.
Well, what do you want?
I'm investigating the bank holdup across the street this afternoon.
Bank holdup?
Yes. You knew the bank was held up, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard. I was out working at the time. What do you want to get in here for?
I want to look out of your windows. See, it's like this. We have a witness who says he saw the whole thing from the window next door on this level. He's a cranky old guy with a reputation for stretching the truth, so I want to check up on him. I'd like to look from your windows and see if he really could have seen what he said he did.
Sounds nutty to me. Why don't you look out of his windows?
I did, but I still can't be sure. So I want to check all the windows on this floor.
There ain't no use in... Well, okay, come on in.
Thanks. I won't be long. Mind if I put this window shade up?
Suit yourself.
Well, can't see much from here. I'll try the other window. Can't see anything from here either. Well, I guess the old guy was dreaming. Couldn't see the bank at all with an armored car standing in front of it.
You satisfied now?
So far, yes. Okay to look in the other room, too?
Yeah, I guess so. My wife's in there. I'll see if she's dressed.
Certainly no broken windows in this room. And none of them been repaired either.
Somebody coming in, Mary. You dressed?
Yes, dear. Come in.
Okay, copper, you can go in.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you, lady. I won't be but a minute.
Okay, take your time.
No broken windows here either. Penny must have made a mistake in the window.
How about it, copper?
Oh, I guess the old guy must have... Hey, do you have any children in the house?
Sure. No kids? Why?
Oh, just saw a marble here on the floor and wondered. Penny said he shot a marble through the window.
Well, come on. If you've seen all you want, you better...
Just a minute. I want to take another look at this window.
Get your hands up, Flatfoot. Make it snappy.
But I don't see what...
Oh, you don't, huh? You come up here looking for a broken window, didn't you? And when you didn't find none, you go around poking your fingers in the putty.
Well, really,
Don't
now...
try to kid me. I've been watching you. So you found the window with a soft putty where we put the new pane of glass in. Well, it won't do you no good now.
All right, Slug, I'll take over now.
Why, Jake Larner. So you're Slug's wife.
Yeah.
Well, I'd never have known you in that woman's outfit. Pretty clever.
A lot cleverer than you, copper. You come right up here just begging for it, didn't you? I thought we'd give it to you for keeps out in front of the bank this afternoon, but I'm glad now we didn't. This is going to be more fun. We can make it last longer.
Burn him down,
No,
Jake.
Slug. Shooting's too quick. I got a better plan for this dumb punk than that.
Go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. But do you mind if I put my arms down?
Get his gun, Slug.
Sure, Jake.
Quite a surprise to find us here, copper, ain't it? Never figured we'd hide out right here alongside the bank, did you? Them dumb cops probably are searching all over the city, looking for where we went to. And all the time, we're right here.
Hey, Jake.
What?
This guy's a regular arsenal. 3 guns he's got.
I don't care how many he's got. Take them all away from him.
Hey, Jake, look at this.
What?
He's got 3 guns and a slingshot.
Are you kidding?
A cop carrying a slingshot around to keep the big bad robbers away. What a dumb mug he is.
Oh, look now, Slug, don't take all the Flatfoot's weapons away. Where's your manners? Leave him keep the slingshot.
Why, sure. Here, Mr. Dick, I'll put it right back in your pocket where it came from. Maybe you'll save your life with it.
That's a big joke, Jake.
Look what Santa Claus brought us to play with, Pete.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Where'd he blow in from?
Walked right up the stairs all by himself. Look, copper, did you ever have a lighted cigar butt jammed in your eye? That's just for a starter. Then we're going...
Oh, no, you're not.
Jake, look out! Get him, Slug!
Give me that gun, Jake. Give me that or I'll twist your arm off.
Oh.
Get out of the way, Jake, so
You're
I
going to
can...
give it to me.
Ah, nice work, Slug. You knocked him cold.
Oh, I'll fix him for this. He nearly broke my wrist.
Shall I croak him now, Jake?
No. Wait till we get ready to leave. Then we'll play games with him. Tie him up, but good. We'll get the stuff ready to move out when the boys bring the car tonight. Then we'll come back here and take care of him.
Over on your face, Flatfoot, so I can get the ropes on you. Wouldn't he like to know that we got all that dough hidden in the empty warehouse right next door here? It's the little hole through the wall of the apartment here, and we got a foolproof hideout.
Yeah. You know, if he was only smart like Jake, I'd be afraid of him. But there ain't nobody as smart as Jake.
There, copper. That takes care of you. Try and get out of them ropes.
Hey, what you let the Flatfoot in here for anyways, Plug?
Don't be dumb, Pete. If I hadn't, he'd have smelled something funny and come back again with a wagon.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, how'd I know he was wise to the busted glass?
You know, Jake, maybe you ain't so smart at that.
Yeah? What's eating you?
Well, you thought it was so smart to double back here with the cash and hide out right across the street from the bank, and the first thing, a cop smells his way right up here.
So what? Only one cop come, didn't he? And he ain't walking out of here, is he?
Well, no, but...
Who's running this business anyway?
You are, Jake. Okay.
All right. Now, Pete, you and me are going back into the warehouse and fix up this stuff ready to leave. Slug, you stay here with the copper. Clean up the joint good. Fingerprints and any kind of junk that might leave a tip. Don't leave nothing. We'll be back when we've took care of the dough.
Okay, Jake. I'll watch him.
Fell into it right this time. I should have had somebody standing by just in case. Well, whoever tied these ropes knew what he was doing. I'll never get out of these. Hands tied together, elbows tied tight to my body. I'll let... Oh, my head. Ooh. I wish I felt as happy as Slug sounds. Hey, there's blood on my hands. The bullet hole on my neck must have opened up. The blood's made my hands slippery. Yes, I think I can get my hands loose. There. But what good's that? My elbows tied up tight. Oh, if only I had some way to get word outside that I'm up here. I can't shout. Slug would hear me and bump me off quick. Oh, if only I had a gun, I could... but Slug took them. If only I had... I do have one weapon left. Penny's slingshot. Slingshot. Yes, shoot something into the street through the window. Somebody might find it. Shoot something. But what? Shoot what? My badge, my honorary police badge. Oh, if only I can get it out of my pocket. Only I could reach it. Never have had much use for that badge, but I certainly need it now. Oh, I can't get it in the pocket. Well, I could tear it open. There. I got it. Now for the slingshot in the outside pocket. There we are. Now, if I can stretch my arms far enough apart to shoot this badge through the window, I can...
What's that? What the... Hey, copper, what are you trying to... The guy's still out cold. He couldn't have done nothing. But somebody broke that window. Maybe the dick's only faking. Maybe he ain't really out. Let me take a look. Gosh.
Here you go, Slug.
Jake!
Oh, what a break. He's out cold. I thought he wasn't coming close enough so I could grab his legs, but he did. Lady Luck must be on my side today. Just luck his head hit on the radiator that way. Now, if I can wriggle over there and get his gun. Just a little more. Oh, Jake will be back any minute. I got to get that gun before... There. Now, if I can roll back under the bed before Jake gets here. So far, so good. Lady Luck, stay with me.
Slug, what happened? Slug!
Hey, look, Jake, the copper's gone.
And Slug's out cold. I thought I told you guys to tie that flatfoot up so he couldn't move.
We did, Jake.
Yeah, it looks like you did. Come on, maybe we can catch him outside before he gets away.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, look, the door's still locked
What?
here. The dick couldn't have got out this way.
Well, he didn't get out the way we come in. He must still be here. Look under the...
Up with your hands, both of you.
Why,
Quick.
He's got a gun.
Get him up, I said. I'm not fooling. That's just a warning. I said I'm not fooling. Now drop your guns on the floor. Both of you.
We better do it, Jake. He means business.
You bet I do. Drop those guns fast.
Okay, you win. For now.
Drop the other one, Jake. I know you have two of them.
Here. Take it.
Good. Now, Pete, slowly and easily. Kick the guns over toward me.
Okay.
Now, stay where you are. I'll kick those guns over. That's better.
Now what? Want us to untie you?
No, I want you to stay right there. And I'll stay right here.
Wait a minute. It's all right, Jake. He can't last long now. All we gotta do is wait here till he falls over. He's lost so much blood now he can't hardly sit up.
Sure. How long you think you're going to hold out, copper?
Long enough to see you three thugs in jail.
I bet that don't nobody know you're up here. So how do you expect to be rescued?
I sent a messenger out the window to tell my friends I'm here waiting for them.
Hey, look, Jake, the window is busted.
So what? This flatfoot will be out cold long before anybody comes up here. Unless it's the boys with a car come to take us out of here. You, think you can last that long, copper?
You'll never be able to hold that gun on us for another 2 hours. You might as well give up now, copper.
Think so? I want to take you three mugs in so bad, I'll wait all night. If I have to. Get back? I can see you. Don't you try any funny business with me.
Yeah, he's almost gone, Jake. Another couple of minutes and he'll be out like a light.
Yeah. As soon as he drops that gun, we'll rush him. I don't know how he lasted this long.
Stay right there. Stay there, both of you. I can wait. Just as long as...
Now, he's gone. Come on.
Now, hold everything. You get them hands up, you mother. The cops.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Riley.
What's going on here, Nick?
These are the thugs that stuck up the bank.
Oh.
Money's in a warehouse next door.
You're a wonder, Nick. Take care of these fellas, Sergeant. Send a couple of men to get the money out of the warehouse, like Nick says.
Oh, Nick, I've been so afraid for you. Did they hurt you?
Oh, I'm all right, Patsy. Just a little tired, that's all.
Ah, she's a great girl, that Patsy. When she left you, she phoned me and told me what you were trying to do, Nick. So I got some of the men together and came as quick as I could. And we got a flat tire, or we'd have been here sooner. And, look, here's your badge, Nick. A little bent, but as good as new.
Thanks, Riley. Lucky you found it.
It wasn't me that found it. It was Patsy herself here.
You found it, Patsy.
Yes, Nick. Then Riley spotted the broken window and we came up. But don't ever let me hear you say again that I'm not observant. Maybe I don't know how many steps there are in front of my house. But when it comes to things that count, I can see them.
How about next week's adventure, Nick? Got something exciting coming up?
I certainly have, Ken. If you'll take a transcontinental train stalled high in the mountains in a raging blizzard and mix it with the murder of an opera singer and her maid...
And add the theft of $150,000 worth of jewels from the said opera singer. And a snowslide down the mountain right where the train is stalled.
And you have the puzzle and crime that I was up against.
Sounds pretty complicated to me, Nick. How'd you find the solution?
Well, the solution depended on two things. A broken bottle of perfume and a chow dog that was lost in the snow.
You certainly make it sound attractive. Did it work out okay?
You should ask that, knowing Nick.
Sorry. What do you call the story?
I call it Murder on Mad Mountain.
Or the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell saying goodbye for thousands of Linex dealers all over America. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the murder on Mad Mountain by the aid of a dog lost in the snow. But first, let me tell you something. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings new beauty to your walls. With Linex Clear Gloss, the transparent finish that gives lustrous, durable protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Linex Clear Gloss, a favorite in thousands of American homes, flows on easily without brush marks, drying to an attractive gloss that wears and wears and looks beautiful for a long, long time. What's more, it resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. And Linex Clear Gloss keeps dirt on the surface so that it's easily wiped away. Keep your home looking lovely with Linex Clear Gloss, available at your paint, hardware, or department store, headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners, and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we open our story today, we find Nick and Patsy in a train which is crossing the hump of Mad Mountain in a raging blizzard.
This is a pretty thrilling experience, Nick, riding over the mountain in a blizzard like this. We're just as snug and cozy inside the train here as if we were in our own homes.
It may be thrilling, Patsy, but it's pretty dangerous, too.
Dangerous? What's dangerous about it?
Well, up here on Mad Mountain, there's always the danger of a snowslide sweeping down on us and pushing the whole train down into the canyon. Or we could run into extra heavy drifts and get stalled. In fact, that's where Mad Mountain got its name, from the trouble it's always caused the railroad.
Well, I don't care. I'm enjoying it just the same.
Wonder how much behind schedule we are.
Here comes the conductor. I'll ask him. Oh, conductor?
Huh?
How late are we going to be?
Well, I can't tell you, miss. Depends on how long this storm keeps up.
Say, conductor, didn't you used to be on the New York to Miami run in the Pennsy about 10 years ago?
Well, yes, I did. Left there 11 years ago next March.
I thought so. Used to ride with you often in those days. Is your name Bonner? Robert Bonner?
Gosh, what a memory. Sure, I'm Robert Bonner, but I don't remember you.
Takes a detective's trained mind to remember names and faces, Mr. Bonner. Nick's a great one for that.
Nick? You don't mean you're Nick Carter?
Guilty in the first degree.
Well, don't that beat all? After 11 years. I would say, Mr. Carter, I'm sort of glad you're riding with us this trip.
You want me to help you find the tracks again if the train runs off?
It ain't the blizzard I was thinking of, bad as it is. That opera star we got hitched on the rear of the train.
You mean that private car we saw at the terminal belongs to a real opera star? Who is she?
Her name's Pauline Hall, and she's a stuck-up, highfalutin queen of them all.
Well, why are you worried about her?
Well, after we hitched her car on, I went back to see if everything was okay. Orders, you know.
Sure, I know.
Well, out she comes, wearing more jewels than the Russian royal family. She waves her hand at me and she says, "Conductor, please see that no one is permitted to enter my car at all. I'm not to be disturbed before we get to Sacramento in the morning." A fuzzy little chow dog of hers stands there blinking at me. Collar around his neck studded with diamonds.
Well, a chow is a high-class dog, Mr. Bonner.
And then, as if there ain't enough trouble for me trying to keep everything straight around here with a blizzard blowing down my neck, I get this telegram from the chief. Says I gotta take care of the dame and her sparklers as if they were my own. Says the stuff she's carrying is worth about $100,000 cash.
That's a lot of jewels to be lying around loose.
Yeah, maybe she won't be disturbed in Sacramento in the morning either if that dumb engineer of ours don't use more sand. We was an hour behind crawling up the other side. Now we ain't even crawling.
Why, Nick, we stopped. We aren't moving at all now.
Sounds as if we're in trouble.
Yes, sir. We are in trouble. Engineer's whistling for a flagman. Gotta get him out fast. Won't he like that on a night like this?
What do you need a flagman for up here in the mountains?
Well, the second section of this train's right behind us. And this snow, she could plow right into us before she knew we were here. Hey, Carney, wake up, you. What's the matter now, Bob? Get your flag and get going. We're stuck. Oh, look, on a night like this... There's no time to argue, Carney. Now, you get ready and start on your way back. And you'll be sure to get back a full half mile, too, before you set up your flares. Be watching, so shake it up. I suppose I gotta climb out and wade around that opera star's car. She won't let me go through. You bet she won't. When you go by her car, don't cuss so loud you wake her up either. I don't want to be hauled on the carpet for disturbing her nibs. The snow must be up to my waist by this time.
Yes, and watch out you don't fall over into the canyon. There ain't much room to spare between the track and the edge of that cliff, you know.
Of all the doggone dirty jobs on a railroad, this being a flagman.
He doesn't look very happy.
No, and I ain't very happy either. That doddering old throttle pusher up there in the cab was a real he-man. We wouldn't be stopping for a little snow. Well, ain't nothing to do now but wait. Hope the second section don't jam into us.
What's the engineer trying to do now, Bob?
Well, it sounds like he's signaling to the other section. That dumb flagman of mine set the flares going like I told him to. They ought to stop the rest of this drag. Then there wouldn't be no need for all that tooting and whistling.
Well, why don't you look and see if you can see the flares, Mr. Bonner? They'd certainly show up across the snow, now that it stopped snowing.
Well, that's just what I'm going to do. You want to come, Mr. Carter?
Wait till I get my coat on and I'll be right with you.
You ready, Mr. Carter? Take a look out the platform. They have the car here. Now watch out. We'll open up here. There we are.
Hey, it's mighty cold out here. Must be near zero.
Yeah, very near. Hey, that's the other section, Mr. Carter. They got the signal.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
Good gosh, it sounds like... It is. That's an avalanche.
Look out. Sounds like a big slide.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that was awful close. Too close for comfort.
Yes, sir, indeed. Missed us, though. Went right by us.
And what about the flagman? You suppose that he might have been...
Carney. He must have been right in the path. I better see if he...
I'll go with you. Come on.
Now, watch your step along this edge of the canyon, Mr. Carter. 1,000 feet drop to the state highway at the bottom.
Don't worry. I'm watching.
And look at the Queen's car here. Not a light in it. Not a peep out of the old girl. I'd have thought the noise of that slide would have woken the dead.
Didn't you say she had a maid and a porter with her, too? Funny they're not awake.
Yeah. Probably she's got them both so scared. Don't dare make a sound while she's asleep. The dog, too. Didn't hear a peep out of him either.
Hey, Bob, look ahead there.
Yeah?
That slide cleared off a place about a quarter-mile wide.
That's it. Only missed us by about 100 yards.
Wait a minute. I've got my flashlight here. Let me see if we can see anything of Carney anywhere.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. There ain't no use looking for him. Not after that.
Here, listen.
I don't hear nothing.
There it is again. And it's down there over the edge of the canyon.
Here, flash your light down there. See if it...
I can't see a thing. Must have... Hey, Bob, look there. The flagman.
Carney.
Yes. Caught on that little tree down there. Must be 50 feet down the side of the slope.
What's he doing down there?
He must have slipped and fallen over the edge on his way back.
Yeah, but hey, that's not Carney making that noise.
No, it isn't, but I can't see anything else down there that's making it.
No wonder they named this Mad Mountain.
Well, go get a couple of porters and some rope.
All right.
We'll have to get Carney out of there quick if he's still alive.
Just a little more now, boy. Take it easy. Oh, pull. Pull. Here, let me help you. Now, all together. Right. A little more. There. That's it.
Now, give me a hand with the body.
Mr. Carter, is he dead?
Yes, he broke his neck when he fell.
Ah, poor Carney. Many's a long ride we've had together.
You two porters stay here with the body for a bit.
Yes.
Bob, you and I have a job to do. Come on, quick.
Job? What do you mean? Hey, where you going?
If it's what I think it is, we got a real job on our hands. You got a key to the Queen's private car?
The Queen's? Well, no. What do you want that for?
You know what I found down there when I was getting Carney's body?
No, I ain't got any idea.
Well, that chow dog of hers is caught in a clump of bushes just below where Carney stopped now.
Yeah, I'll bet that darn dog got out of the car and chased Carney, and Carney fell over the edge trying to get away from him.
Certainly hope you're right, Bob, but I don't think so.
Well, what do you think did happen then?
I'll tell you in a minute. Here's the end of the Queen's car.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got a key that'll fit this door. Now, they have a special lock on it. I can't wait to take it now. Watch out.
Hey, we can't go busting
into private cars like that?
We can this time. Now I can unlock it from the inside.
Well, what do you think you're going to find in here?
Come on in, shut the door.
All right. I don't see...
Look here, Bob. Look.
Hey, what are those stains on the rug there? That ain't... Hey, what's that?
I came from in here.
Oh, that's her porter all tied up.
Yes. He's been drugged, too.
But I don't understand.
I thought so. See there?
Oh, look at all that blood.
Yes. The Queen put up quite a struggle for her life, but she lost.
Oh, I'll say there was a fight here. Look at this room, everything upside down.
Yes. Everything valuable gone. Nothing left but some toilet articles. Where's the maid's compartment?
It's over here. Oh, gosh almighty. She's dead, too. Strangled to death, looks like.
Those purple marks around her neck couldn't mean anything else. Oh, what a smell.
What is it, Mr. Carter? It smells like perfume.
Yeah, see there? Broken perfume bottle. Got smashed in the struggle. Whew. The smell is so strong, it's sickening.
Oh, I'm going to catch it for this.
What's in the other compartment?
I wouldn't know. I just hope it ain't more bodies.
Well, we'll see. Aha, just as I suspected. See those cigarette burns on the dresser and the empty bottles? 2 men hid in here, waited until the time was right, then killed the Queen and her maid and stole the jewels.
How do you know there was 2 men?
2 different brands of cigarettes here.
Oh, yeah. Hey, where do you suppose they got aboard?
Probably hid in here before the car left the junction.
Well, do you suppose they're still on the train?
See if the front door of the car is unlocked.
Oh, sure. Yes, Mr. Carter, it's not locked.
Well, they probably went out that way, and they're somewhere on the train now. Bob, they must have figured that nobody would enter this car before it reached Sacramento.
Uh-huh.
They were all set to drop off at one of the way stations before that. But undoubtedly, the snowslide interfered with their plans. And in this deep snow, there's no place they could go without being in danger of their lives. Yes, I feel sure they're still on the train.
Well, can you find any clues to tell us who they are?
Well, I hope so.
Well, could you take some fingerprints, maybe?
It would take too long to fingerprint everybody in the train. No, we've got to find some other way to do it.
Yes, but how?
I don't know yet, but I think I have an idea.
Well, what do we do now?
Bring Carney's body in here. Let the passengers think he was killed in the slide, but don't let them know he was murdered.
Murdered? You say Carney was murdered, too? I thought you said his neck was broken.
It was. But the back of his head was crushed in, too. And that was no accident.
Oh, poor
That's
Carney.
what led me to believe that there might have been trouble here in the Queen's car. Bob, as I see it, the Chow made trouble for the killers when they started their work. So they took it outside to get rid of it, but they ran into Carney.
Uh-huh.
They killed him and threw him and the dog into the canyon. And so long as the killers think that Carney and the dog are both dead, we'll let them keep on thinking so. At least until I can rescue that Chow.
Are you crazy, Mr. Carter? That mud ain't worth risking your neck for.
No. I have an idea. Maybe he can tell us who the killers are.
Oh, what the heck? Chows can't talk.
I have an idea. Maybe this one can. At least I'm going to find out anyway.
So Nick thinks he can make the Chow talk. At least enough to tell him who killed the opera singer and stole her jewels. Will the dog still be alive by the time he can get down to rescue it? And will it tell him what he wants to know? We'll see in just a moment. There is no more attractive background for your furniture than lustrous, well-kept floors. And Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors looking their best, whether they're wood, tile, or linoleum. Yet it takes only a jiffy to apply and dries without rubbing to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains the highest possible content of genuine Carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. When the most used parts of your floor show wear, you needn't re-wax the whole floor either. And Linex self-polishing wax is so resistant to dirt and water that it keeps the soil on the surface, where it's easily wiped away with a damp cloth or mild suds. In addition, Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle, have proved this fact. So get it now. Linex, L-I-N-X. Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick planning to rescue the dead opera singer's dog, which is caught on a bush on the side of the canyon, in the hopes that it might some way reveal the identity of the murderers of his mistress.
But where did Nick go, Mr. Bonner?
He wouldn't tell me, Miss Bo, and he just told me to come to the baggage car, get all the extra rope we have, and wait till he got back.
Now, I wish you wouldn't try to rescue that dog tonight. It's too dangerous in the dark on a freezing night like this.
I tried to tell him that, but he wouldn't listen to me. Just said that the dog was going to help him find the killers. Crazy talk.
Well, perhaps it isn't so crazy, Mr. Bonner. Nick has a way of knowing what he's talking about, but I wish
You
he
got
would...
that rope for me, Bob?
Look, Mr. Carter, now why don't you let me take the baggage and mail crews and search the train for these killers?
That'll be useless, Bob. Those crooks are only 2 out of several hundred people on this train. How could you tell them from the others?
Well,
Furthermore, once you let the passengers know there have been 2 murders on this train, you'll see what happens.
Oh, gosh, Nick, you're right. We might have a panic on our
I
hands.
guess you're right, but I don't like it just the same, risking your neck for a fool dog.
I like dogs, and this one's hurt and probably freezing by now.
Nick, what were you doing in the train just now? I thought you said you weren't going to try to spot the killers.
I wasn't, Patsy. Not exactly.
Well, then what were you doing?
Looking for something.
Well, did you find...
Maybe. We'll see later. Now, if you'll let me have that rope.
Sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, you stay here. I don't want any of the train crew or passengers to know what's going on.
Well, okay, whatever you say.
If Mr. Bonner's not going with you, I am.
Well, now that the storm's over, I guess it's safe enough. But you better dress warmly, Patsy. It's mighty cold out.
Look, Nick, there's an extra trainman's outfit here. That's heavy enough. Could I use that, Mr. Bonner?
Sure, if you can get into it.
I can get into it all right with plenty left over.
Patsy, I want to get that dog while he's still alive. Hurry up, will you? Let's get going. I'm glad that wind died down. Not quite so cold now.
That's right. Is this where you found the brakeman? Well, yes, I can see the marks in the snow. Is the dog here too, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He was caught in a small bush just below where the brakeman was.
How are you going to get down to him?
I'm going to tie this larger rope to the rail here if I can find it under this snow.
Oh.
Here it is. This rail is cold. That should be a knot that'll hold. Yeah. Now, I'll let myself down the side of the canyon with it.
Mm-hmm.
You keep hold of this smaller rope. When I've tied the dog to it, you pull it up.
Okay.
I can climb back up the other rope myself.
It's a good thing we have the headlight from the locomotive on the second section to help us. Gosh, it's bright.
Yes, even though it's at least a half mile down the track, it's light enough for us to see by. All right, are you ready?
Well, gee, Nick, suppose your hands get so cold you can't pull yourself back up.
Don't worry, they won't, Patsy. I'll be getting enough exercise, so I'll keep warm. It's you I'm worried about. Are you warm enough?
Oh, sure, this outfit I've got on keeps all the cold out. I'm okay.
All right, then, I'm off. I'll let you know as soon as I'm ready to have the dog pulled up.
I'll be waiting. Take care of yourself, Nick.
I'm all right.
Careful, Nick.
Here he is, Patsy, and he's still alive.
Oh, good.
Oh, poor little fella. All right, steady, Bill. We'll have you up where it's nice and warm in no time. There we are. Now, let's put this little rope around your belly. There we are. Hold still. There. Now, I'll tie it around your forelegs so it won't slip. There. I don't want to lose you now. You're too valuable to me.
You ready, Nick?
Just a minute. Here, take it easy, will you? You'll be all right. There we are. Now we'll have a nice ride. All right, pull him up, Patsy. Careful.
Okay, coming up.
I'll just pull myself up with you so I can keep my eye on you and be sure you won't slip out of the ropes. Don't fight it, boy. Don't fight it. Easy now, easy.
You okay, Nick?
Yes, we're both coming along all right.
Oh, the poor little fellow. He must be frozen.
It probably is. There. I'm not too warm myself.
All right, boy.
You untie him, will you, while I get this rope off the track?
Okay.
Here, take it easy, pup.
Yeah, now just
I don't blame you for being mad. I'm mad, too.
You're all right now. You're all right. There you are. Can you stand up? Oh, Nick, do you suppose any of his bones are broken?
I hope not. You let me see. No, I think he's just suffering from exposure. He's hardly more than a pup.
Well, I'll carry him back to the dining car. We'll get the chef to fix him something hot.
Some good hot milk with a little brandy in it ought to make him feel like a new dog. And something hot wouldn't hurt us either. Come on.
Oh, look, Nick. He feels much better than he did. Why, he walks around almost normally now.
Yes, a little something warm to eat fixed him.
Here, and that rub down you gave him.
Well, what are you planning to do now, Nick?
Let me have that small piece of rope, will you? Want to make a leash for him.
You're not going to take that poor pup out for a walk, are you?
Take him out? No. Take him for a walk? Yes.
But why?
Patsy, have you forgotten we're on the trail of two murderers?
Of course not, Nick, but...
There. That's not much of a leash, but I think it'll serve the purpose. All right, Bob, you ready?
I sure am ready for anything, but... Say, do I smell trouble?
You might. We'll know pretty quick now.
May I come too, Nick?
Not this time, Patsy. Just wait here and cross your fingers for luck.
Okay. Where are you going?
To the smoking compartment of the first car. I want to show the dog something. Easy now, Bob.
Right.
The smoking compartment's just ahead here.
Okay.
Quiet, boy, quiet. You'll get your chance in just a minute.
I remember back some 20 years ago, we were held up for 4 days in a slide on a railroad up in Canada.
Yeah. Somebody's always been where it's worse
Now,
than it
listen,
is
Bob.
now.
I'm going to let the dog loose when we get to the door of the compartment. I'll follow him in, and you stay back of me.
I don't want to seem to brag. I was just going to say...
Shut up. This is bad enough now without you making it worse.
Hey, Bob, you hear that?
Yeah, but what?
Quiet. I'm letting him loose.
Of course, if you don't want...
Way down. Button your lip.
You ready, Bob?
Yeah.
All right, here goes. We stay here until I say
Guys
so.
just can't keep their traps shut when they're... What's the devil? Hey, take them off me, will you? You also never much like them, Mike. Get out of the way, Pete. I can't fuck up hitting you. Oh, please, Benny. Get them off me, will you?
Come on, Bob. All right, you two. Get your hands up, quick.
Get this dog off me, will you?
Drop it.
Okay.
Get the dog, Bob.
Come on, fella. Steady now. Now, he won't hurt you. What's the idea of letting
Get your hands up, now.
You ain't got no right to come in here that way.
Don't try to get your gun or I'll let you have it right.
I got my hands up.
That's better. I don't like shooting. All right, Bob, take their guns away from them.
Yeah.
Be sure you get all of them. And see what else they have on them at the same time.
Sure, Mr. Carter, sure. I'll give him a good going over.
Carter, you ain't Nick Carter.
I certainly am.
Wouldn't you know, Pete? We pull a job way up here in the mountains, and Nick Carter has to be on the train.
Oh, shut up. You ain't got nothing on us. Nothing.
No, I think I have plenty.
Prove it. You want to search us?
Find anything interesting, Bob?
No, nothing. Just these 3 guns. Nothing else. Yeah, you say we ain't done nothing. I told you got no right.
You and your pal murdered the opera singer and are made in their private car tonight. You slugged the brakeman and threw him over the cliff. You stole all the singer's jewels. You call that nothing?
This guy's nuts, Pete.
Yeah. Go on and prove it, copper. But get me a doctor first, will you? My leg's all bent up. Look, I'm bleeding.
I'll get you a doctor after I get your confession.
We don't know nothing about it, do we, Mike?
No, we don't know a thing. It wasn't even there.
All right, very well. We'll all sit right here and wait until you two decide to give us the information we want.
All right, Flatfoot, sit. You can wait till next year, but you won't learn nothing from us.
Okay. I'll wait.
Oh, look, copper, I gotta get a doctor.
Hey, Bob.
Huh?
You know how quick hydrophobia sets in after a dog bites?
No, I don't. Pretty quick, I think.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, there's no cure for it after it does set in, is there?
Oh, sure. I don't believe there is. No cure.
Oh. How long would you say it is since the dog bit Pete here?
It must be about 10 minutes now, I'd say.
10 minutes, huh? And it only takes hydrophobia about 5 minutes.
Yeah, all right. I'll tell. Only get me a doctor.
You'll get a doctor when I get your confession.
Okay. We killed him, Mike and me. We hit in the old dame's car before I left the yard.
Where are the jewels?
We made a bundle out of them and threw them clear off the cliff. They're down near the state road at the bottom. Get me a doctor, will you? I'm tired.
You're not dying. Not yet.
Yeah, I am. I got hydrophobia, sure. Get a doc, will you?
You're a fool. You can't get hydrophobia from a dog bite unless the dog has hydrophobia before he bites you.
Huh?
And this dog is as clean and healthy as a dog could be. You're no more danger from those bites than I am.
Hey, you mean I ain't gonna get sick from the bites?
Not in the slightest.
He tricked us.
That dirty double-crossing rat out of...
You ought to keep quiet. Bob.
Yeah.
See if you can find a doctor. And take the dog back to Patsy. He's done a good night's work. And bring some rope to tie up these cheap thugs.
Sure, Mr. Carter. Come on, Pooch. Come on, fella. Come on.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Carter, is it?
Why, yes. Hey, where are you?
I'm here under this seat. Is it safe to come out now?
Yes, indeed. Come on out and join the party.
Thank you. It's much more comfortable out here.
Yes.
Mr. Carter, may I ask you a question?
Why, certainly. Go right ahead.
How did you know these were the men who killed somebody?
Oh, very simple. When I walked through the train a while ago, I noticed that the tobacco smoke in this compartment was scented heavily with perfume. perfume, these thugs got spilled on them when a bottle of perfume broke in the opera singer's car during the fight.
Oh, that is wonderful, Mr. Carter. Wonderful.
Well, I couldn't be absolutely positive just from the perfume. And I couldn't know which of the 6 men in the compartment were the ones I wanted. And knowing that the men were armed, I had to be sure.
Yes, of course.
So I brought the dog in here, knowing that a chow would never stop hating the men who killed his mistress. And he supplied me with the additional evidence I needed. Then it was a very simple matter, as you heard, to get their confession.
And the jewels, will you get those, too?
I shall notify the state police as soon as I can contact them. The snow slides and the marks I made going down the side of the cliff after the dog will mark the place closely enough.
That's wonderful. That dog's a smart dog, isn't he?
Well, a lot smarter than these 2 crooks. He'll never go to the electric chair. That's more than I can say for them.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a worthwhile thought. These are busy times for streamlined efficiency in everything we do. And American homemakers everywhere are learning how much time they save when they preserve the natural beauty of their furniture with Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes in one easy process. Linex Cream Polish requires no tiresome rubbing, and in one quick, easy application removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation. It banishes messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. Linex Cream Polish dries hard, too, leaving no oily film to attract more dust and make more work for you. So by all means, keep your treasured furniture lovely the easy way with Linex Cream Polish. Remember to ask for it at your dealers. If he hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? What thrilling story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you a simple little story which begins when the milkman arrives at a customer's house to find the young wife tied up in the kitchen of her home and her young husband shot to death in his bed.
The local sheriff couldn't seem to make head nor tails out of the case. But when Nick took hold, he picked up a small clue here and another one there and got the right answer.
An answer, I may say, that was somewhat unexpected.
Is it an exciting case?
Well, tracking down a murderer is always exciting to me.
Well, what do you call the story, Nick?
I call it the 2-pillow murder.
For the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
And that's all for now. So long, everybody.
So long.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The 2-Pillow Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual. 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 Nick Carter, Master Detective. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting adventure, The life and death search for a man who didn't see a murder that was not yet discovered. The witness saw nothing. Jefferson Heights is a suburb of the city that's still half country. Only a few houses are sprinkled over the winding roads, and Lundy Lane is the lonesomest of all. There is a small white cottage at the end of Lundy Lane, and in it Mrs. Peter Grogan, a small white-haired lady, is entertaining her first visitor in many days.
Another cup of tea, Mrs. Dennis?
No, I thank you kindly, Mrs. Grogan.
Another crumpet, maybe?
Oh, no, thank you. I've had 5 already.
You've had 6, Mrs. Dennis?
What?
But then who counts? Oh. Mrs. Dennis, would you believe you're the first visitor I've had in 2 weeks and 3 days?
Oh.
But not the last, Mrs. Dennis. Oh, no, indeed. Time was when the trip out to Lundy Lane was too much trouble. It isn't now, Mrs. Dennis?
I don't know to what you're referring, Mrs. Grogan.
Why, to the story in the newspaper yesterday about me. They called me Lady Miser of Lundy Lane, all about how I don't trust banks, and how I have $50,000 hidden in pots and pans and other similar places around the house.
If you think for one moment I believe that story, Mrs. Grogan.
Them that reads it will. Just like you, Mrs. Dennis. They'll all be visiting me now.
Why, Mrs. Grogan, I never so much as thought of your money when
And there ain't
came.
a word of it true, Mrs. Dennis. I made it all up.
What?
It was only a trick of mine to relieve the lonesomeness. Sure, I got that tired of looking at the 4 walls with never a new face. Now there'll be plenty of faces coming to visit old Mrs. Grogan, the Lady Miser of Lundy Lane.
Well, I never. I'm taking myself out of this house of
No,
lies.
Mrs. Dennis. Oh, sure you do not begrudge your old
Leading
friend.
your friends to believe you were rich and all the time it's a lie. You'll not be seeing me again, Mrs. Grogan, I assure you.
no.
And them that do visit will be nothing better than low fortune hunters. I wish you well of them, Mrs. Grogan. Goodbye.
Now I wonder how many others saw the story in the paper. They'll all be coming sooner or later.
Now, don't act nervous, Wilson. Just make like we're a couple of businessmen with a little proposition.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, Case.
Ring the bell.
Yes?
Afternoon, ma'am. Could we speak to Mrs. Grogan?
You've got your wish, young man.
Mrs. Grogan, me and my friend got a little business proposition we want to talk over with you. Could we come in?
Visitors are always welcome, young man. Sure. Come in. Yes. Now, maybe you'll be having a cup of tea while we talk business, eh? No doubt it's regarding the money of mine you read about in the newspaper.
Yes, ma'am. It's about the dough, but we can't stay for tea. Quick, Wilson. Nice work, Wilson. You got that wire in your pocket?
Yeah.
Get her tied up. Stick a gag in her mouth. I'll start looking for the dough. Shouldn't take us more than 10 minutes to locate it and get out of here.
Yeah, 10 minutes, he says. 10 minutes. Cash, we've been looking through this place for half an hour.
I know.
The dough ain't here.
It's gotta be here. You heard her talking about it when we came in.
Well, if it's here, we can't find it. This is no good, Cash. We're wasting our time.
Come on back to the living room.
We already been to it 4 times.
I know. This time we're going to ask Mrs. Grogan to find the dough for us. She ought to come too by now. Yeah, her eyes are open. Give me a sap.
Yeah, here.
Listen, Mrs. Grogan. My friend's going to take the gag out of your mouth. You see this sap in my hand? It's a leather bag full of steel shot. You try to yell, you get slugged in the head with it. Got that? Take the gag out, Wilson.
Okay.
What do you want? Why did
We want the dough, Mrs. Grogan. The 50 grand you got stashed away in this house. Where is it?
There isn't any money.
Don't give me that. I've been lied to by experts. Where's the dough? Where you got it hid?
But I tell you, I haven't any money. That's all a mistake.
Says you.
You're crazy. There isn't any money. There never was any $50,000. It's just a newspaper story. It's all a joke.
Hey, there's somebody at the door.
You old biddy, I'll shut you up. That'll keep you quiet for now.
Gee, Cash, you slugged it too hard. I think you killed it.
Yeah, she's dead, ain't she? Well, she must have been pretty feeble if that little tap I gave her croaked her.
There's the doorbell again. What do we do?
Keep quiet. Whoever it is will go away.
Yeah, but maybe whoever's at the door heard her yelling. Look, I don't want to get caught in here with that corpse.
Shut your mouth and keep quiet.
Hello? Mrs. Grogan? Are you home? I see the door's open.
You didn't shut the door, you dope.
What do we do, Cash? That guy might come in here.
You? Anyone home?
I'll take care of this. Stay back here, Wilson.
I'm coming. Who is it?
Ajax vacuum cleaner salesman.
Be right with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grogan, I presume. The lady of the house in?
No, I'm sorry, mister.
Well, I'm Albert Higgins, salesman for the Ajax vacuum cleaner. Oh, here's my card, Mr. Grogan. We're conducting a door-to-door demonstration campaign to acquaint the public with our sensational new post-war vacuum cleaner. Now, if you'll allow me to come in...
Excuse me, Mr. Higgins. I'm just a little busy right now. I wonder if you'd come back tomorrow this same time. My wife will be glad to see your machine.
Why, certainly, Mr. Grogan. Tomorrow at, say, 4 o'clock? 5.
Did you read him?
Yeah.
But he saw you, Cash. He get a good look at your face.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Okay, Wilson, after we finish locating the dough in this house, we'll spend tomorrow locating Mr. Albert Higgins. He ain't gonna sell many more vacuum cleaners.
The bullet removed from the wound was a .255 .45 automatic slug of the type known as...
All right, step right in here, folks. Oh, it's all right. There's nothing to be afraid
Waldo!
of. Hello, Nick. Hello, Patsy. I want you to meet Mr. Albert Higgins and his sister Barbara. Nick, this here's a serious problem you got to apply your brains to.
But, Walter, we've got so much work to finish.
Just a couple of minutes, Nick, please.
All right. Please sit down, Miss Higgins. You too, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, what's the problem?
Albert's haunted.
What?
He is, Mr. Carter.
Now, look, Barbara, this is ridiculous.
He is haunted, Nick. Haunted by death. I heard him arguing about it out in the street, and I brought him in.
Mr. Carter, I think my sister's crazy. I don't want to bother you with...
All right, now, wait a minute. Let's start at the beginning.
Albert was almost killed 3 times today.
But, Barbara, they were natural accidents. They could happen to anyone.
Suppose you tell me the whole story, Mr. Higgins.
Well, Mr. Carter, I was nearly killed 3 times today. Once in the morning, I was jostled on the subway platform and almost thrown in front of the train. A second time, as I left my office at noon, I was standing at the curb waiting for the light to change. Somebody bumped into me and almost knocked me in front of a passing coal truck. And the third time after lunch, when I was crossing the street, I was almost run over by a cab, that's all.
And I say that 3 accidents like that are impossible in one day, Mr. Carter.
Why should anyone want to kill you?
There isn't any reason for anyone to murder me. I haven't got any enemies. I lead a calm, peaceful life selling vacuum cleaners. It's just that Barbara's got too much imagination.
Maybe. Did you notice anything funny about those accidents?
No, not a thing. Subway platform was crowded. It could happen to anyone. The cab driver was just as scared as I was.
Did he stop?
No, he just kept on driving.
Got a look at him?
He was just an ordinary hacky. Gray hat, gray coat.
Gray cap?
No, gray hat, a felt hat.
Very interesting.
Oh, Mr. Carter, now that we've bothered you enough for the day, I'll be going. I've got an appointment at 4 o'clock.
Higgins, so happens your sister was right. These weren't accidents. They were attempted murders.
But why, for Pete's sake, why?
I don't know. Maybe you've got enemies you don't know about. Or maybe you saw something you shouldn't have seen. Maybe you heard something. Where were you yesterday?
I was making the rounds up in Jefferson Heights. I sell vacuum cleaners. So...
Nick, I'll bet he saw something in Jefferson Heights.
Oh, the only thing I saw was customers.
All right, we won't argue about that now. Higgins, I want you to go home. Your sister will go with you. So will Waldo. Waldo, you're the bodyguard.
Nick, why do I always get the dull jobs?
You brought this case in. You work on it. Guard Higgins.
But, Mr. Carter...
Higgins, you must know something that someone doesn't want you to tell. That something may cost you your life unless I can prevent it. So go home and try to remember what it is. I'm going down to headquarters to see if I can find anything that might help your memory. Hello, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. What's up?
Tell me, Matty, what's the news from Jefferson Heights?
Why are you interested in Jefferson Heights?
Read off the crime sheet first, then I'll explain.
Okay. You want yesterday's reports, huh?
Yes.
Now, let me see. Inwood, Washington Heights, Harlem, Astoria. I've been pretty quiet all around. Nope, nothing for Jefferson Heights.
Nothing, huh?
No.
That makes it tough.
What makes what tough?
Matty, I'm involved in a peculiar case. A young man named Albert Higgins was up in Jefferson Heights yesterday. Must have seen or heard something he wasn't supposed to. Someone's trying to kill him.
Yeah? Who?
Don't know. It's kind of a reverse murder, Matty. I know the intended victim in advance, but I don't know the killer or the motivation. Hope maybe I could get a lead through the crime sheet.
No crime in Jefferson.
No crime reported from Jefferson.
Oh, beat it, Nick. If you think that No. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hello, Sergeant. Is Nick there?
Yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Nick. Buffalo Bill on the phone.
Thanks. Yes, Waldo?
Nick, you gotta come over to Higgins' place right away.
Why?
Albert Higgins is gone. He's disappeared. Nick, I tell you, it happened like a thunderbolt. I don't know how it happened.
All right. Take it easy. Now let's have the story.
We took a cab home, Mr. Carter. Albert was pretty angry, but Mr. McGlynn here insisted he follow your orders.
That I did, Nick boy.
And when we got out of the taxi and started up to the apartment, Albert said he wanted to get some cigarettes.
So you let him go alone, huh?
Well, it was just at the corner, Nick. Now, I thought...
Yes, I know. You and Miss Higgins started up the stairs to this apartment. You didn't realize anything was wrong until you got up here. Albert wasn't following, so you ran back to the corner store, right?
Right, Nick, and he was gone.
Did you ask the store man what happened to him?
There wasn't a soul in the store.
No one in the store. Let me have that phone.
Yeah.
Waldo, you've been pretty stupid today.
But Nick,
How many stores have you ever seen with no one in them in the middle of the day?
Nick Carter's office.
Patsy, Nick. Get this and get it fast.
Uh-huh.
Call the Ajax Vacuum Cleaner Company. Tell them you must have a record of the calls Albert Higgins made yesterday. He was a door-to-door salesman. He must have filed a list of those calls this morning.
Right.
I'll call you back in 10 minutes. Now, let's get moving, Waldo. We're going down to that store.
But
You idiot, you realize Higgins has probably been hijacked by the men who've been trying to kill him. If we want to keep him alive, we've got to do it in minutes.
Yeah. You see, Nick? This place is empty.
Never thought to look in the back of the store, huh?
I did, so help me. There's not a soul there.
All right, I'll take your word for it. How about behind the soda fountain?
Behind?
Yes, behind. Take a look.
Nick! There's a body here.
Yes, not cold. See the bruise behind his ear? Nothing worse. Help him up.
I'll be close.
Now listen to me, please. I'm Nick Carter. I can't take the time to be gentle with you because a man's life may depend on minutes.
What?
A man was kidnapped from this store by someone who came in and slugged you. Did you see who it was?
No. My back was turned. I saw nothing.
That's too bad. Wait a minute. Look here at the floor, Waldo.
Hey, you mean them BBs?
They're not BBs. They're chilled steel shot. Dollars to a penny, the killers bought the shot and fixed up a homemade blackjack and used that to knock this man cold.
See, that's right, Nicky. It must have broken open.
Waldo, pick up some of that shot.
Yeah.
Go down to the wholesale munitions district on Fulton Street. Take that shot to every manufacturer. Find out who made it and to what retail stores it was sold.
Nick, you're turning me into an errand boy. Me, a fine surgical instrument.
Waldo, we're fighting for a man's life with no ammunition for our guns. We don't know who wants to kill him or why. The smallest clue may turn the balance. So get moving.
All right, Nick. I'll see you later.
Oh, my head.
Now, look, my friend. I'm going to make a phone call. And I'll have to leave you. But I'll send a policeman in to you on my way out.
Thanks.
Nick Carter's office.
Patsy? Nick. What about that report?
Oh, Higgins made 11 calls yesterday in the Jefferson Heights suburbs.
Read them off backwards. Last call's first.
Mrs. John A. Gerster, Bolton Road. Demonstrated vacuum cleaner from 4:30 to 5 p.m.
Right. Next.
Mrs. P. Peter Brogan, Lundy Lane, not at home. Her husband made appointment for her for following day at 4.
That must have been the date he wanted to keep today. Next.
Mrs. Allenby...
Wait, hold it.
Huh?
Was that Mrs. Peter Grogan?
Yes.
Thought the name was familiar. That's the old lady who was written up in the paper 2 days ago.
That's right, Nick. The lady miser of Lundy Lane.
You say her husband talked to Higgins?
Well, that's what the report says.
There's something fishy right there, Patsy. I'm going up to Mrs. Grogan's house. Stand by for a report from Waldo.
Well, what's fishy, Nick?
Mrs. Grogan is a widow. There isn't any husband. Open newspaper still on the front step. No sense ringing the bell. Better not waste any time getting inside. So.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Matty, this is Nick.
Yeah?
You better hustle up to Lundy Lane in Jefferson Heights, home of Mrs. Peter Grogan.
What for?
I found that unreported Jefferson Heights crime. It's murder.
Nick, I swear I'll never doubt your word again, even if you tell me I'm a murderer. This is fantastic.
One of the nastiest, rottenest murders I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, some cheap Ginzel must have read about Mrs. Grogan's dough and tried to grab it.
And slugged her to death in the process.
Well, look, Nick, where does Higgins come into the picture?
Matty, I figure it this way. Higgins came to the house while the killer was here.
Yeah?
In some way or other, he got in.
I get it. The killer thought fast and played he was Mr. Grogan. Gave Higgins the brush off.
Right. And then the killer was afraid Higgins might be able to identify him, so he tried to murder him.
Yeah, probably has by this time.
No, Matty, I don't think so.
No, why not?
Because if he'd wanted to kill Higgins, he wouldn't have kidnapped him.
Why the kidnapping?
Killer was probably following him all day, so he must have seen Waldo bring him to my office.
I get it, Nick. The killer wants to know how much you know. He's got Higgins someplace, and he's trying to sweat it out of him. And sooner or later, the killer's going to get tired of asking questions that Higgins don't know how to answer. So he'll knock him off.
Right. Matty, I have an idea how we can gain a little more time.
What?
In the meanwhile, get your department working on that wire that was used to tie up Mrs. Grogan. See if you can trace it.
Right, Nick.
I'll meet you down at headquarters in the stolen car department in 1 hour.
For heaven's sake. How long are you going to keep me here like this?
Until you're ready to talk, Higgins.
You got no right to treat me like this. Keep me blindfolded, tied up, beating me.
Now, what did you tell Carter about the murder?
What murder? I tell you, I don't know anything about...
I told you not to hand me that line of guff anymore, Higgins. You know plenty. You told Carter. I want to know what you told him.
Oh, I swear I never told him anything. How could I? I don't know anything.
I'm getting a little tired of smacking you around, Higgins. You better spill it. What'd you tell Carter? So now you're playing dumb, huh? Okay, Higgins. I guess maybe I'm finished asking questions. Maybe I better fix it so you can play dumb forever. Is that you, Wilson?
Yeah, Cash. Come on out here, quick.
Okay. Well, what's the matter with you?
Here, take a gander at these headlines tonight.
Lady miser of Lundy Lane murdered. Albert Higgins, key witness to murder, disappears. Yeah, and he's going to disappear for good. I made up my mind. We bump him, Wilson. We don't take chances.
No, you don't understand, Cash. Read the rest.
In an interview today, Nick Carter revealed that Albert Higgins had identified the murderer as George Spelvin, small-time crook and racketeer. A police dragnet has been set for Spelvin and also for his accuser. So that's what he told Carter.
You see? We're in the clear, Cash. They can't put their finger on us. They're looking for the Spelvin character.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Wilson.
Maybe we better not knock off Higgins, Cash. Maybe if we bump him, we'll be killing our alibi. Let's just sit tight and see what happens.
How'd your department do with that wire trace, Matty?
Well, not so good, not so bad. Here's a list of 21 retailers that sell the kind of wire used on Mrs. Grogan.
Thanks. Waldo?
Finished the trace on the steel shot, Nick. Patsy's got it.
Right here, Nick. 17 stores sell that type of shot.
Thanks. And I've got the list of the 14 cars reported stolen for today.
What's stolen cars got to do with Higgins?
He was almost killed by a taxi, Matty. And I know that taxi was stolen by the killer that was after him.
Oh.
I'm going to read this list of stolen cars out loud. If I mention any neighborhood that's on any of the other lists, let me hear it. You ready?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Checker cab, stolen from corner of 70th and Broadway.
No.
Packard cab, stolen from Bayonne Park District. Checker cab, stolen from Nelson Square District.
I've got a Nelson Square here, Nick.
Yeah, I got one, Nick, right here. Galvanized iron wire. 2 reels sold at Hanley's hardware store, Nelson Square.
10 pounds, number 7 chill steel shot. Sold to Adams Sporting Goods, Nelson Square.
Cab stolen from Nelson Square. Shot bought at Nelson Square. Wire that bound Mrs. Grogan from Nelson Square. Matty, I think we've got our first break in this case.
Gosh, Nick, you're right.
The connections are too obvious to miss. Killers evidently using Nelson Square as a base of operations. Let's get up there fast. I think that's where we'll find Albert Higgins. I only hope we find him alive.
Well, this is Nelson Square, Nick. Now what?
Let's see. About 12 small apartment houses on the square. Say about 10 apartments in each.
Yeah, making 120.
I figure the killer is hiding out in one of them, and he's got Higgins there.
Okay, the question is, which?
I don't know. We'll have to cover every one. Hope we have enough time.
But look, how are you going to know it's the killer when you see him, Nick?
I'm going to make him give himself away, with Waldo's help.
Oh, what do I do, Nick?
Take this business card. It's one of Higgins.
Uh-huh.
You're to go from door to door as Albert Higgins, vacuum cleaner salesman.
Ah, I get you, Nick. When he hits the killer, the crook will be so surprised, he'll give himself away.
Right. Especially in view of the fact that he's probably seen Waldo already. You ready, Wobble?
I'm ready, Nick, but I prefer action. Not my old 44.
Forget the 44. You sell vacuum cleaners. Leave the action to us.
Good evening, sir. I'm Albert Higgins of the Ajax Vacuum Cleaner Company. Is the lady of the house in...
Say that fast.
99 wrong numbers. I'm beginning to get discouraged. Good evening, madam. I'm Albert Higgins of the Ajax Vacuum Cleaner Company. My card, madam, I'd like to... Glory be. Well, that makes 100 dead ends. And it must be crazy, but orders is orders. Well, this one's next. Good evening, sir. Is the lady of the house in? I'm Albert Higgins of the Ajax Vacuum Cleaner Company.
Who'd you say you was?
Oh, me card, sir. I'm Albert Higgins of the Ajax Vacuum Cleaner Company.
You're Carter's leg man. I've seen that mug of yours.
No, really, sir.
Get your rod, Wilson. This is a plant.
Yeah,
Get inside, you, before I blast you.
Drop that gun.
What? You're covered on both sides, mister. Reach. Fast.
No tricks. Step aside and we'll come in. I think I know this gentleman, Matty. His name's Cash Hagen.
Yeah. That's Wally Wilson inside. A fine pair of thugs.
You got nothing on us, Carter. This here's an invasion of privacy if you ain't got a search warrant.
Did you bring a search warrant, Patsy?
No, Nick.
How unfortunate. And that means we'll have to find Albert Higgins here to justify this illegal entry. Where is he, Cash?
Never heard of Albert Higgins.
In the bedroom, Matty?
No. Nowhere in sight, Dick.
Must be in the kitchenette or bath. How about it, Waldo?
No, he's not here, Nick.
You killers murdered Higgins?
Me and Wilson never heard of this guy.
He's got to be someplace in here.
Hey, look, Nick. They might have bumped him off and got rid of him already.
I hate to believe it, Matty. We'll never have a case against these mugs if they did.
They must have got rid of him, Nick. There's nobody else here in the apartment.
To be stymied like this at the last
Nick,
minute.
there's something wrong with this living room.
Now, Patsy.
Well, look at it. It's lopsided. There's more wall on one side of the window than on the other. And there's more floor showing on one side of the rug than on the other.
Patsy, this is no time for interior decoration.
Even the chandelier is off-center.
Patsy!
Wait a minute, Matty. Patsy's right.
Huh?
Come over to the wall, quick.
Listen here, if you
Shut
try
up. Oh, wait a minute. This bookcase is high enough to conceal a door. Help me swing it away from the wall, Waldo.
Yes,
Easy.
sir. All right.
By heavens, you were right, Nick. It is a door.
In a false plaster wall, making a partition just big enough to conceal a man. Come on, open them.
I tell you, I didn't tell the Carter anything. I didn't tell him anything.
All right, Higgins, all right. Take it easy. You don't have to lie anymore. You told Nick Carter plenty. Enough to execute Cash Hagen and Wally Wilson for murder.
Nick, there's just one thing about this case that I don't understand.
What's that, Patsy?
When Albert told the story about those so-called accidents, how did you know they were attempted murders?
Oh, that. Well, remember Higgins said the cab driver looked like an ordinary hacky?
Uh-huh, in gray hat and gray coat.
When I said gray cap, Albert said, no, gray hat, a felt hat. That was the tip-off.
Well, how?
Because no genuine cab driver wears a hat. All cab drivers in this city are required by law to wear caps. So obviously the driver was a phony.
Well, you certainly put the lid on those thugs with that felt hat. Mr. Carter, I take my hat off to you.
And now here's Nick Carter himself with an extra special announcement of interest to every one of you.
This is the last time that the adventures of Nick Carter will be brought to you on Sunday. Beginning Tuesday, March 5th, this program will be heard over most of these stations at 8 o'clock in the evening. So put this down in your little black book starting on March 5th. That's 1 week from day after tomorrow. The adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, will be heard every Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock. So be with us at that time and tell your friends about the change, too, won't you?
Now, Nick, can you tell us something about next week's story?
Well, Ken, next week I'm going to tell you about a brand new post-war racket that's robbing Americans of thousands of dollars and driving hundreds of Europeans to death.
Nick found out about it when my janitor went to check a grocery order and disappeared. He was found murdered with his shoes full of rice.
What's rice got to do with murder and racketeering?
You'll find out when you hear the case of the wholesale killer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Waldo by Humphrey Davis. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Alfred Bester. And any resemblance in these programs to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Ken Powell saying so long until Tuesday evening, March 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Carter, that I've quite accidentally stumbled upon evidence that a horrible murder has been committed.
But, Mr. Field, why come to me? That sort of thing should be reported to the police.
But to what police?
Where was this murder committed?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you be sure there was a murder if you don't even know where it was done?
That's what makes this particular crime different from any other. Somewhere, sometime, a woman has been brutally murdered. Yet I don't know when or where. As a matter of fact, I doubt if anyone in the world knows of it except those who did it, and me.
Really? Well, how does it happen that you alone know all this?
Because the victim has told me so in her own words. I heard the horrible story from her own lips.
Ah, then you talked to her.
No, never.
But you just said
But she has talked to me.
See here, Mr. Field, are you trying...
Mr. Carter, here's the story. About a month ago, at one of those sales of unclaimed packages that the express company holds twice a year, I bought a box. About one-third the size of a steamer trunk. When I took it home and opened it, I found it contained a blood-stained dress, a photograph of a beautiful woman, and 8 phonograph records.
What kind of records?
Well, they were the small record blanks you buy when you want to make your own recordings at home. And it was from these records that I learned about the crime.
Well, Mr. Field, if you wanted to arouse my curiosity, you've certainly succeeded. How soon can I hear these records?
Immediately. They're in my rooms. If you care to, we can go there right now.
Excellent. Patsy?
Yes, Nick?
Get your hat. We're leaving at once to listen to a murder.
That was the start of one of the strangest cases that ever came into the office of Nick Carter, Master Detective. A murder which came to light only because a man bought a box at an auction sale. 8 records which told the amazing story of the brutal killing of an innocent victim. 8 records of death.
This is the box, Mr. Carter.
How long ago did you say you bought it, Mr. Field?
Oh, about a month ago.
And the express company holds things for a year before selling, which means the murder's at least a year old. Were the wrappings on the box when you bought it?
Yes, but I'm sorry to say they were destroyed before I knew they might give me a valuable clue to the mystery.
Too bad. You recall the name to which the box was addressed?
Oh, yes, I do. It was addressed to Alex Delano, New York City, no street address. The rest of the label was obliterated. I have searched every city directory, every telephone book, every place where names are listed, but no such name anywhere.
When are we going to get to the records, Nick?
Right now, Patsy, I hope. How about it, Mr. Field?
Right away. I'm very curious to get your reaction to them.
Are they numbered?
No, but I've played them so often, I'm sure I have them in order. Here's the first one.
I don't suppose anyone will ever hear this record, but it's the only way I can think of to tell my terrible story to the outside world. I'm being held a prisoner in my own house. Held prisoner without any hope of rescue, except death. And I know that will be the end for me. All I ask of you who are listening is to avenge my death by putting my murderers where they belong. My name...
She sounds as if she really meant it, doesn't she?
I thought he was coming in then, but he didn't. My name is Nancy Deering. You will undoubtedly recognize it. As you know, I'm very rich, but all my money is no good to me now. I've tried to escape, but he keeps too close a watch on me. I only hope they don't kill me. Oh.
That's all on that. He apparently came back unexpectedly.
She certainly had trouble getting her story on the record, didn't she?
Yes, she was interrupted many times, generally in the wrong places.
Oh, what a terrible feeling. To expect to be killed any minute.
Here's the next one.
I don't know where I left off last time. I don't dare play it back. If they should ever hear what I'm trying to do, they'd take the machine away from me. From the way they talk, the end is very near. They may... I'm sure Ralph was listening outside the door, so I switched on the radio till he went away. Ralph is the one who will kill me when the time comes. Bad as Olive is, I don't believe she could kill her own cousin. But her husband is different. When I refused to sign the deed last night, he hit me several times. But he can't make me sign because I'm positive that would be the end of me. He can do anything he...
And that's all there is on that.
I wish she'd planned what she was going to say a little better. It's hard to make head or tail of it this way.
Well, she manages to get most of the story on the records, one way or another. The only thing she missed out on was telling us who she was or where she lived. All we have is her name.
And she said she thought we'd recognize the name. Maybe she lived a long way from here.
Maybe. Here's a third one. She apparently knew Ralph was coming to see her, and she prepared for his visit in advance. This is what she got.
Come in.
Well, my beautiful cousin, have you decided to sign that deed?
I told you I'd never do it. Never.
All we want, my cousin, is your money. As soon as you've made it over to us, we'll set you free, just as we promised.
You don't fool me for 1 minute. The minute I put my name on that paper, you'd kill me. Set me free. That's funny. I haven't had a free minute since that cousin of mine moved into this house. I thought she was going to be company for me after Leonard died, but I'd have been better off living here alone.
It was very sweet of you to invite her to come and live with you, Nancy. It was even nicer of you to let her bring me along. We've had such fun here.
I wish I'd known then what I know now.
A little late to worry about that, dear cousin. Well, for the last time. Will you sign me?
No.
Very well. But it won't be long before you'll wish you had.
Oh, I wish this were all over. I'd rather be dead than living like this. Not a friendly face anywhere since they got rid of my old servant. Nobody left but Alex. He's too busy with his rose bushes to know what's going on. I wish I were dead.
And that's all there is on that one.
Oh, the poor woman. But it's too bad she didn't use more of those records than she did. She only used a small portion of each blank.
It's probably hard enough to get as much as she did in the way she was watched.
Nick, where do you suppose she got the blanks in the first place?
Probably had a radio phonograph in the room where she was shut up. Must have had the record blanks in with the other records where they didn't notice them.
I've never been able to make much of this next one. Maybe you'll have better luck. The whole first part is just scratch. Here, I'll start it where the voices begin.
Nancy! What's the idea of bolting? Nancy.
Isn't she in here?
Why, of course she is. Nancy, come out here.
Hiding, is she? Well, we'll drag her out.
I'll find her, the little
Let's
she
look around
devil.
here, little fool. Hiding, so we'll find her. Aha! Look there.
Ah, come out of there.
No, don't wait.
Come
Let me
out
alone.
of there, I tell you.
Let me alone.
Come on. Try to kill me, will you? And with my own gun. Too bad for you it didn't succeed.
You devil. Why, Ralph doesn't...
Not very clear, is it?
I think so. Nancy locked her door and started the recorder. For some reason, she waited before saying anything. Then Ralph and Olive came to the door, found it bolted, and broke in. Nancy hid, and they dragged her out. She grabbed Ralph's gun and took a fast shot at him.
It's too bad she missed.
It's clear enough when you tell it. Well, here's the next one.
I must hurry, as I may be interrupted any minute. They seldom leave me alone anymore. Maybe they're afraid I'll kill myself. But to get on with the story. When my husband was killed in Italy, I invited Olive, a distant cousin, to come and live with me. She asked if she could bring her husband. I foolishly consented. Everything went well for about 2 months. Then one after another, my servants left. I know now that Olive and Ralph drove them out. Then Ralph suggested that I put him in charge of my estate. I refused, of course. The next day, I was shut up in my rooms. He told me that when I made my fortune over to him, he'd let me go anywhere I wished. But I could tell he was lying. I knew... Someone is listening outside the door. Yesterday, I wrote a letter to Alex, the only one of my servants left, and threw it out the window. If he finds it, maybe he can...
And that's that.
Well, we didn't get much out of that except a few background details.
Oh, it all pieces together, Patsy. A little at a time.
This next record is more interesting, you'll find.
Good. Let's have it. Well, Nancy, how do you feel today?
You're not interested, so why ask me?
I'm extremely interested in the state of your health, always.
If you had your way, I'd be dead.
Now, why don't you stop being so stubborn, Nancy? It's not getting you anywhere.
Why don't you stop torturing me? Or do you enjoy seeing me suffer?
I don't particularly mind.
Why,
You she-devil! You ever throw anything at me again, I'll tie you hand and foot so you can't move.
Why don't you kill me and be done with it? That's what you're going to do anyway.
Why, Nancy. What an unpleasant thought for such a beautiful woman. You know, I could go for you. You'd only say the word.
You dirty snake!
I told you that I accused you.
Ralph, please!
Next time I will kill you. I'm almost tempted to do it now.
Ralph, will you get me a glass of water, please?
I don't see why I should. Oh, all right. But no tricks, or I'll...
Gosh, wish I could have heard more of that. I thought he was going to make a pass at her.
You will hear more. Nancy must have known when the record was about ended, so she sent Ralph after the water,
so that she could change the record.
She's clever, that woman. Or should I say, she was clever.
I'm afraid it's past tense for sure, Mr. Carter.
What a terrible thing.
Quiet, Patsy, please.
Thank you, Ralph.
I think I should tell you, Nancy, that Olive and I have decided that we'll give you one more day to do just as we want. Just one.
Do you think death frightens me? That's the only way I'll ever get away from you two. At least that way my fortune will go to my sister and not to you two murderers.
Are you sure?
Of course. My will leaves everything to her.
Ah, but we have a new will, leaving everything to us. Properly signed, sealed, and witnessed.
No, you can't get away with it.
Oh, yes, we can. Of course, we'd rather not have to use it, but if we must, we must. And I assure you, it's a masterpiece of forgery.
I can't believe two such inhuman creatures as you and Olive actually exist.
Well, we do. And we shall continue to exist long after you've gone. Look forward to tomorrow, Nancy, dear.
You heard what he said. It was practically a full confession of everything. Oh, I beg you, whoever you are who may hear these words, see that those two monsters get their just deserts for what they've done to me. I should feel...
Huh. If you didn't know she was in deadly earnest, you'd think she was putting on an act.
Truth is generally more effective than fiction, Patsy.
There's one more, the 8th and last. How she managed to get it, I'll never know. But here it is. The first 2/3 are blank. It starts about here.
Keep away from me, both of you. As you see, I have a gun, and you both know I can shoot. I'll kill the first one of you who comes near me.
That's my gun. Where'd you get it?
Olive gave it to me so I could defend myself. That's a lie, and you know it. What if it is? Nancy.
Give me that gun. Give me that gun, Nancy. Give it to me, I say. I'll break your wrist. Now, come on. Give it to me. Well, that takes care of you, you stubborn fool. You all right, Olive?
Yes, I guess so, Ralph. The bullet just grazed my head.
Good.
Is she dead?
She's dead, all right. Even Nancy Deering can't live with a bullet through her heart.
Well, I'm glad it's over at last. You say you've arranged with a doctor to...
Oh, poor Nancy. What a tough break she got.
I truly believe that's the most remarkably told murder story in the history of crime.
Well, Mr. Carter, do you have any ideas?
I think so, but I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
What's your first step going to be, Nick?
First, I want to take these records back to the office and play them over and over until I know them by heart. Then, I'll be ready to go to work. Got a sandwich in your pocket, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, I thought you'd never finished listening to those records.
I wanted to be sure I didn't miss anything that could possibly be helpful to me.
Did you find anything worthwhile?
Yes, indeed, Patsy. There are several clues plainly marked out for us. Certainly enough for us to get started on.
Well, tell me, Nick. Don't keep me waiting.
Of course, the most obvious clue we have is the blood-stained dress that came in the box with the records.
You mean the label in it?
Yes. We know the girl's name was Nancy Deering, that the dress was bought at Shipstead's dress shop in Albany.
Uh-huh. And as the picture that was in the box had an Albany photographer's name on it, she must have lived in or near Albany.
Right. So we'll start our search there.
But, Nick, if it was all done as secretly as the records would seem to indicate, chances are that nobody up there knows anything about it.
Yes, except for one thing, Patsy. It's obvious from the quality of the dress and from what she said in one of the records that Nancy Deering was a well-to-do woman.
Uh-huh.
And I find it difficult to believe that any rich woman can disappear without the newspapers or the police or somebody knowing something about it, even if they don't know there was any foul play connected with it.
I see. And when they give you the facts as they have them, you can give them the inside story you got from the records.
That's what I hope will happen. So pack your bag and order a taxi. We're flying to Albany immediately.
You were lucky to be able to get us on this plane.
Well, this business demands a certain amount of priority. Now, Patsy, here's what I plan to do. As soon as we get there, you take the photograph to the address shown. See if it really is a picture of Nancy Deering, and also how recent it is.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to the newspaper office and see what they can tell me. Meet me there.
You're not going to the police first?
No, not unless we can't find anything anywhere else. I want to keep this unofficial as long as I can. I think I'll get further that way. We've got to be careful. We don't know what we may be stirring up when we start asking questions.
chief's office? Right over there.
Thanks.
Come in. Yes? What can I do for you?
Mr. Brown, I'm Nick Carter. I hope you can give me some information.
Oh, sure, Carter. Glad to help you if I can. What's on your mind?
As the editor of a big paper, you must run into things every now and then. Would your files have any dope on a woman called Nancy Deering?
Well, what sort of dope you looking for and why?
I'd like particularly to know when and how she died, and I'd rather not tell you why just yet.
Carter, I smell a story here. If I give you the information you want, I want that story.
I don't know that there is any story, but in return for your help, I'll promise to give you first crack at anything I may find that's worth your attention.
Okay. If that's the way you want it, I'll play along with you. Nancy Deering, you say?
Yes. How and when she died.
Well, Nancy Deering and her husband Leonard Deering were pretty prominent people here in town, so I can answer your question offhand. Deering, a colonel in the engineers, was killed in the big push through Italy. His wife died of pneumonia a little over a year ago.
Pneumonia, huh? You're sure of that?
I am, but I'll check it for you. Give me the morgue. Now, Bill, when did Nancy Deering die and what was the matter with her? I'll wait.
Get the name of the attending physician, too, will you?
Now, look here, Carter. You got any reason to think that... Yes? December 14th, 1944. Right. Pneumonia, yeah. Who was the doctor? Fred Windsor. Say, wasn't he the guy whose license was taken away a while back for malpractice? Uh-huh. I thought so. Well, okay, thanks.
So this Fred Windsor was disqualified. Any idea where he is now?
No. Wait a minute. I'll have a look in the directory. Let's see. Yep, here he is. Fred Windsor, 57 Telfer Road. That's up in the western section of the city, a small suburb.
Thanks very much, Mr. Brown. I won't bother you any more. And if I get any red-hot tips, I'll pass them on to you when I'm ready.
I wish you'd tell me what this is all about.
Later, Mr. Brown. Well, so long. Thanks again.
So long.
Oh, there you are. I was just coming to find you.
What did you find out?
The photographer says it's a picture of Nancy Deering, all right, taken about a year and a half ago, just before her husband left for the war. That's her husband with her in the picture. They had a big house out on Lincoln Avenue in the West End.
Good. I found what I wanted, too.
We going out to the Deering house now, Nick?
Not just yet, Bessie.
Huh?
What she said in the records is true. The ones living there now are her murderers. They'd hardly be likely to tell us anything we'd want to know.
Oh.
No, we'll wait till we have more definite information before we tackle them.
And what do we do now?
We're going to call on a doctor, or rather an ex-doctor. I hope he'll tell us something he never told anybody before.
Well, now you're in. What do you want? And make it brief.
Mr. Windsor, I'll come directly to the point. A little over a year ago, a woman named Nancy Deering died. You, as attending physician, signed the death warrant. All right?
Yes, I signed it. What about it?
I have reason to believe she didn't die of pneumonia.
You're crazy. Of course she did. If you think you can come
Now,
here
wait a
and
minute.
start a...
I said I had reason to think she died of something else. I might have said I have proof that she did.
Well, you haven't.
Mr. Windsor, you'll save yourself and me a lot of trouble if you...
Get out of here, both of you. You're a pair of meddling...
Hold it,
good for
Windsor.
no-
It won't help you any to get rough.
I've got nothing to say to you. You might just as well get out.
I'd like you to do just one thing for me before I go.
I've got nothing to say.
You won't have to talk. Just listen to a record.
A record?
Yes. You have a player here?
Yes, right here. What's the record?
Let me play it for you, and you'll see. I can promise you'll be greatly interested.
Well, go ahead, play it. But be quick about it.
Put it on, Patsy.
You mean the last one of the series?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep away from me, both of you.
Oh.
As you see, I have a gun. You both know I can shoot. I'll kill the first one of you who comes near me.
That's my gun. Where'd you get it?
Oh, that's right.
Arnold gave it to me so I could defend myself. That's a lie, and you know it. What if it is?
Can't be possible. What do you think?
That takes care of you, you stubborn fool.
Stop it.
You
Stop it.
Yes.
I won't hear anymore. I won't hear anymore.
Windsor, stop. Windsor.
Nick, did he...
Yes, right through the temple.
Oh, what a tragedy. But he practically confessed before he died.
But we can't prove he did, Patsy. No matter how much we know ourselves, we're right back where we started as far as legal proof goes.
Then we'll have to find some other way to prove what we know. We can't stop here.
I have no intention of stopping.
Well, what now?
I'm going to put an ad in the paper for Alex Delano, the man who sent the box to New York originally. He isn't listed in the city directory or the phone book, so we'll have to try it this way.
Won't that be dangerous, Nick?
How do you mean, dangerous?
Well, suppose this Ralph should see it. Mightn't he get suspicious?
That's one reason I'm using the ad, Patsy. I hope Ralph does see it, and I hope he does something about it. I want to smoke him right out into the open. And this may be one way to do it. Pardon me, do you have any answers in box 415?
415. Yeah, one. Here.
Well, results. What is it, Nick?
Let me get it open, and I'll tell you. From Alex himself.
Oh.
We'll be looking for you at my residence at 84 Green Court about 8 tonight. Alex Donor.
You going, Nick?
Of course I'm going. But you're going to stay in your hotel room and wait for me to call if I need your help.
Oh, Nick, I want to go, too.
Nothing doing, Patsy. As you yourself said, this may be a trap, and I'd rather deal with it myself.
Who is it?
You Alex Delano?
Yes?
May I come in? I'd like some information, if you can give it to me.
Oh, but of course. Come in.
Thanks.
Sit there, please.
Delano, you used to work for Mrs. Nancy Deering, didn't you?
Oh, Mrs. Deering. Oh, yes, I worked for her for many years. It was only after she died that Mr. Morgan fired me.
Mr. Morgan. Yes. Tell me, Delano, after she died, did you pack up a box of records and send them to New York?
Oh, you have found the records? Oh, I've waited so long for that.
Yes, we found them. And why did you send them to New York like that?
Well, her letter asked me to prove she was murdered.
Her letter?
Yes. It says she is being kept prisoner, and she is afraid she will be killed at any time. She says if she die quick, I must pack the records I find in her radio cabinet and take them to the police. It will prove what she says.
But why didn't you go to the police with that letter?
She have died the day before I find the letter. It is too late. She threw the letter out of the window to me a few days before, but I find it behind a rose bush, too late to help. So I do what she said.
And you didn't take the records to the police?
Oh, me, I'm afraid of police. So I put them in a box and send box to New York. And then I write police to get it and find out what have happened.
Do you have her letter now?
Oh, yes, I keep it in my pocket always. Here it is.
Thank you, Delano. With that letter and the records,
I'll take that letter, Mr. Carter. No, I have a gun here covering you. Put your hands up over your head. That's it.
So it was you who arranged this meeting?
Yeah, I was curious to know what you wanted with Alex. And I find he knows much more than I thought he did. I should have got rid of him before this.
And what do you intend to do now?
Dispose of you and Alex.
The records are still in existence. They'll prove you murdered Mrs. Deering.
With this letter in my possession and the doctor dead, oh, yes, I know about that, too. The records will prove nothing. Now, come on, I have my car outside. You and Alex and I'll take a ride to my house where you'll stay until I decide how best to get rid of you.
And I say kill him, Ralph. He's too dangerous to be allowed to live.
Well, do as I say, Olive. If Carter were to disappear, every cop in this section of the country would be searching for him.
But, Ralph,
No, we'll clean out the safe deposit boxes, withdraw the money we have in the bank, and go to Mexico, South America. We'll leave Carter and Alex tied up there. If they starve to death before they're found, well, that's just too bad.
I think you're a fool, Ralph, to let him live.
I'm running this, Olive. And if you don't want me to go away alone, do as I say.
I hate him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to run away like this. I could kill him myself.
Well, you won't. Now, don't leave the house until I get back. Pack all your things, be ready to leave.
All right, Ralph.
I'll get back as quick as I can.
Let him live. I won't. I'll fix him. A knife in his heart is what he deserves. That's what he's going to get right now. Yes. Yes, this carving knife will do. Tied up as he is, he can't do anything to stop me from killing him. Are you in there, Mr. Nick Carter? I'm coming to kill you, Nick Carter. I hate you. I'm going to...
Now, if I can reach that knife you dropped.
Oh, if I could only see behind my back.
What happened, Mr. Carter?
I tripped her up as she came in and knocked her head on the floor and stunned her. Now, if I can get to that knife. Oh, where is it? Ought to be. Now, cut the ropes on my arms. There. I'll have you free in a minute, too, Alex.
Oh, look out, Mr. Carter. She's coming through.
It's all right. I'm free now. I'll take care of her.
What happened?
Quiet. Don't make a sound.
But I...
You try to cry out, I'll fix you so you can't.
Ralph isn't here anyway. Wouldn't do any good.
Where is he?
He's gone to town.
You're lying to me.
Olive.
That's he calling.
Must have come back for something.
Olive, why don't you answer me?
Call to him. Tell him to come in here. That you don't think my ropes are tight enough.
I won't do it. Ouch!
That's the carving knife you feel between your ribs. Now call to him. Carefully.
Ralph?
Yes?
Ralph, I'm in here. Please come in.
Well, what are you doing in there?
Get your hands in the air.
Why, what?
Get him up high. That's it.
Olive, how did Carter get that gun? Did you?
You overlooked this little pistol I always carry in my shoulder holster, Ralph, but it's deadly even if it is small.
What are you going to do with us now?
Round up whatever existence I can find in this house, including Alex's letter, and hand you both over to the police. With what Alex and I can tell them and the evidence I can turn over to them, you'll both of you pay for Nancy Deering's life by forfeiting your own.
Well, Nick, how about a few hints about next week's show?
For next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you about a suicide that turned out to be a murder and then disappeared entirely.
Hold on a minute now. That's too fast for me.
Well, it's true, Ken. If it hadn't been that my woman's intuition told me that what Scubby and I saw wasn't what we ought to have seen, the entire story might have been different.
Yes, Patsy, that was one time when you really put the finger on the answer to a very tricky problem.
This I gotta hear. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the disappearing corpse.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics magazine. In the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places, is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What are you doing in my safe, you thief? Give me... Oh!
A thunderstorm rages outside. A shot. A man falls dead. so begins a strange adventure for Nick Carter, Master Detective. An adventure in which a murder seemed to be no murder at all, and a dead body vanished into thin air. The case of the disappearing corpse.
Good morning, Matty.
Oh, how are you, Nick? What brings you down here to headquarters so early in the morning? It's only just 10 o'clock.
Well, I've been out in the country for the past couple of weeks writing an article on crime detection methods. Finished it last night.
Huh?
Just stopped in on my way back to my office past the time of day. That's what's doing.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet, Nick. Nothing exciting's happened in the past 10 days.
Oh, Matty, haven't you even got one simple little murder just to keep me in practice? I'm bored.
Well, would you be interested in checking up on a suicide?
Now, what's there to investigate about a suicide?
Well, you never can tell, Nick. I just got a report that a guy bumped himself off in an uptown apartment house. I was going up to take a look at it myself, but the commissioner just called and must see me in his office right away. You want to go up in my place?
Oh, I don't know, Matty.
Well, if it's just the usual routine, you can lay off after you make the call.
Anybody else going up?
Medical examiners going along?
Well, I called my office a few minutes ago, and Patsy had nothing for me, so I might as well run up and see what it's all about. What's the address?
Let me see. It's 717 West Hampton Street, apartment 4.
Okay, Matty. See you when we get back. Well, this is West Hampton Street. What was that number, Doc?
717. Ought to be just ahead, Nick.
Oh, yeah, 695, 701, 709. There it is, 717.
Well, that's a pretty swanky place, Nick. You can't live here on a white-collar salary.
Oh, here's the elevator, waiting for us. Apartment 4, wasn't it?
Yeah. Get in and push the button.
Oh, here's 4 right across the hall here.
Yes, sir?
Police department. You report a suicide?
Oh, yes, sir. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
The body's right in the living room there, to your left.
Oh, yes. I see it.
Well, doesn't seem to be much of a question about its being suicide.
You're the butler?
Yes, sir. My name is Jordan.
What do you know about this, Jordan?
Very little, sir. Mr. Warner, he's Mr. Miller's nephew, came in about an hour ago and found his uncle lying there in the middle of the floor. I hadn't come down, but he called me and I reported it to the police. I've touched nothing since.
Where's Mr. Warner now? Is he here?
Yes, sir. He's upstairs in the library. He'll be down in a moment.
I see. This dead man? Mr. Miller?
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony Miller. This is his apartment. His niece and I live here with him.
Where's his niece now?
She's dressing, sir. She'll be down with you shortly.
This is a duplex apartment, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Reception hall, living room, dining room, and kitchen on this floor. Library and 3 bedrooms on the second floor.
Pretty swank, I'd say.
Pretty stuffy, I'd say. Well, thank you, Jordan. Well, as soon as the others come down, bring them in here, will you?
Yes, at once, sir.
Well, Doc, how's it look?
Pretty cut and dried. Pistol in his hand, a hole in his head with powder stains around it. Looks like suicide, all right.
How long has he been dead?
Must have been killed about 3 o'clock.
Beg your pardon, sir. Here's Mr. Warner, Mr. Miller's nephew.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Warner? I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes. I'm acting for Sergeant Matheson of the Metropolitan Police. Oh, by the way, Jordan.
Yes.
I left word for my 2 assistants to meet me here as soon as they could. When they arrive, will you let me know, please?
Of course. At once, sir.
Mr. Warner, I understand you found your uncle's body.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I did.
Will you tell us about it?
Well, of course. When I was here last week, I left my camera here. I wanted to take some pictures this morning, so I dropped in here about 9:30 to pick it up.
Who let you in?
No one, Mr. Carter. I have my own key to the apartment. I came into the living room here, saw my uncle lying there on the floor, obviously dead. So I called Jordan, who came down immediately and phoned the police. That's about all.
Was the outer apartment door locked when you came in?
Yes. Both the regular safety lock and the regular lock were on.
Mm-hmm. Are there any windows opening under the fire escapes?
They were all fastened securely, sir. I checked them myself to make sure.
Then no one could have come in from the outside.
No, hardly. Not with the door and windows all locked as they were.
I see.
Mr. Carter, what's the idea of all these questions? It was suicide, wasn't it?
Just purely routine, that's all. Has anything in this room been touched since the body was found?
No, not a thing.
Good. That your uncle's pistol in his hand?
It looks like it, yes.
Here, let me take it. You recognize it? Well, no, don't touch it. There may be fingerprints on it. That's why I'm holding it with my handkerchief.
Yes. Yes, that's my Uncle gun, all right. There's no question about that.
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Miller's gun, Mr. Carter. I've seen it often.
Mm-hmm. And one of the shells is empty. And one shot been fired.
Well, that's all it took to kill him.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, what is it?
This is unusual, to say the least. There's an empty shell in the chamber, but the pistol barrel is clean.
What's that, Nick?
You see? Either the barrel has been cleaned since the shot was fired, or the shot wasn't fired from this gun.
Then this can't be suicide.
Can't be suicide?
No. It's definitely not suicide. It's murder.
Murder, sir?
But where's the old man's niece? Say she lives here?
Yes, sir. She'll be down directly, sir.
Mr. Carter, she knows nothing about this. She was still asleep when we phoned the police. Jordan called her afterward.
That's right, sir. I did. She knows nothing of this.
Maybe and maybe not. I'd like to talk to her anyway, because from what you tell me about the door and windows all being locked, and from the condition of the murder weapon, this must have been an inside job. One of you three is guilty.
Well, now look here, Mr. Carter.
Sorry, Mr. Warner. This is now in the hands of the police. May I use your phone, please?
There's one on the desk, sir.
Oh, that one's not working, Mr. Carter. If you come with me, I'll show you the one in the library upstairs.
Right.
I know that one's all right. This one has a short circuit or something.
Thanks. Be right back, Doc.
Right, Nick.
Sorry to trouble you.
No, not at all.
Better call Sergeant Matheson. Have him send his homicide experts up here, as well as a cop to stand guard. Well, he'll probably want you all to go down to headquarters for a talk.
I see.
Murder has to be treated very differently from suicide.
Yeah. Oh, there's the library right ahead of you. You'll find the phone in there.
Thanks.
Gosh, Scubby. Must cost a fortune to live here.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is apartment 4, Patsy, right here.
Uh-huh.
Yes. What is it, please?
Is Mr. Carter here?
Mr. Carter?
Yes, Mr. Nick Carter, the detective.
You must have the wrong number, miss. What number were you looking for?
Look, is this 717 West Hampton Street, or isn't it?
That's correct, sir.
And is this apartment 4, or isn't it?
That's quite right, sir.
Okay, then where's Nick Carter?
I'm very sorry, sir, but there must be some mistake. Mr. Anthony Miller lives here. There's no Mr. Carter.
Well, didn't a man kill himself here last night?
Oh, my goodness, no, miss. You're all mixed up.
Well, Scubby, did Sergeant Matheson tell you the name of the dead man?
No, said whoever phoned didn't give it to him. Oh, we must have the address wrong, Patsy.
Maybe. Could we use your phone?
Why, of course, miss, if you'll step into the living room. There, to your left. There's a phone in there.
Thanks. Come on, Scubby. You can give the sergeant a buzz and see what's wrong.
Right there, sir, on the desk.
Right-o. Thanks.
If you'll pardon me for a moment, please.
Well, sure. Go ahead.
Police headquarters.
Let me speak to Sergeant Matheson.
One moment, please.
Oh, I wonder how it'd be to live in a place.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, Matty, this is Scubby.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Scubby?
Oh, Nick must have given us the wrong address when he told us to follow him uptown to this suicide place. What is the address?
Just a minute. Here it is. It's 717 West Hampton Street, apartment 4.
But that's where we are, Matty. And they don't know anything about it here.
What's that?
No, the butler tells us there's been no suicide here.
What? Hey, that's the address they gave us this morning when they phoned.
Well, have you heard from Nick or the medical examiner?
Hey, come to think of it, I have it. And that's a funny thing, too. It's over 2 hours since they left here. They ought to be back by now. Hey, why didn't they call and say they got the wrong address? There's something mighty funny going on, Scubby.
Yeah, looks like it. Well, we'll see what we can find. Maybe it's an address that sounds like this one. We'll call you in a little while if we don't find anything.
Okay, I'll tell the boys to watch out for Nick and Doc.
Right. So long.
You know any more than we do?
No. He hasn't heard from Nick or the doc since they left headquarters about 2 hours ago. What are you looking at?
I was just thinking. Whoever lives here has pretty poor taste, even if they do have money.
How do you mean?
Well, look at the rug in this room.
Yeah?
It's the wrong color. It's definitely too small for the size of the floor. And the rug in the next room, which must be the dining room. was entirely the wrong color for the decorative effect in that room. And that one's much too big for the size of the floor.
Yeah, you're right, Patsy.
Funny that people who live in such swell places should furnish their rooms so badly.
Yeah.
It almost looks as if these two rugs have been switched around, doesn't it?
Patsy, maybe that's just what did happen. Maybe... Here, let me get a look at the rug under that dining table.
Uh-huh.
I'll shove the table over to one side and have a good look.
Okay.
Are you looking for something, sir?
You're darn right I'm looking for something. You better hope I don't find it.
I have to ask you to stop moving that dining table.
If you try to stop me, I'll put a gun between your ribs.
I'll call the police.
Go ahead, call them if you dare. There.
Scubby, look, right in the center of the rug. A big blood stain.
That's what I thought. And I'll bet my last dollar that you'll find a blood stain that same size and shape in the center of the living room floor.
Then someone was killed here.
Yes, Patsy. And Nick and the doctor were here, too. This whole business about there being no killing here is a frame-up. Now you talk, and talk fast. What have you done with Nick Carter?
Every man in every squad car is to be on the lookout for him. Now repeat that description I gave you. Right. No, it's Gerald Warner. Yeah, he was the old man's nephew. Okay, let me know as soon as you hear anything. Now, Jordan, look here. You're in a pretty tight spot. If you don't want this murder rap pinned on you, you better talk and you better say plenty.
But I tell you, I know nothing about it.
And you still say you don't know where the old man's niece went either, huh?
Miss Hammond? No, sir. She put on her hat and coat and went out carrying a small overnight bag.
Where'd she go?
I don't know, sir.
Ah, look, don't be a sap. The butler always knows everything about a killing. And most of the time, the butler done the murder himself.
But I assure
now,
you,
look,
sir,
we've proved that the blood-stained Scubby and Patsy found was human blood. We found Nick Carter's fingerprints on the desk, the table, and the upstairs phone. We found the old man's body stuffed in that upstairs closet in your apartment. And you don't know nothing about nothing.
Oh, Sergeant, here's the bullet they just took out of Miller's body.
Let me see it. Well, that's an ordinary .32 caliber slug.
Yeah, but it was big enough to kill him.
I know that. What I mean was...
Sergeant, your detective squad is back from searching Gerald Warner's apartment.
Oh, yeah? They find anything?
Nothing very valuable. Oh, they did find a telephone number for the niece, Frances Hammond.
Uh-oh.
There were two numbers in one, a small directory. One was her home, and the other, according to the chief operator, is at 62 East Pine Street.
Now, what the deuce would that be?
Well, maybe she's got a girlfriend there.
That's it, Scubby. Patsy, this is a job for you.
Uh-huh.
Go to this address and see if Frances Hammond is there. If she is, tell her you're a reporter. Find out how much she knows. Get as much of the story out of her as you can.
And if she's not there?
All right, maybe you can find out where she is. But go on, get going and hurry.
Right.
Maybe you can dig up something that'll tell us where Nick is.
Any idea where we are, Doc?
No. Looks sort of like somebody's hunting shack.
Yes, I can see that. That doesn't help much.
Well, as long as we're tied up to these two chairs like we are, it doesn't make much difference what part of the world we're in. We're no good to anybody this way.
Oh, the thing that makes me maddest is the way they fooled me so completely. I never did see who hit me.
Well, considering that there were only two men in the place and that the butler was with me, it isn't very hard to figure out who tapped you for the count.
I was out cold from the time I was knocked out until I came to in this place. My wrist was so relaxed when they tied me that I can't work 'em loose. No, to think I got into this mess because I was bored.
Well, I don't understand how you found out where I was staying, Miss Bowen.
Your cousin told me, Miss Hammond.
But it was he who suggested that I come here. He knew reporters would be pestering me for interviews after Uncle Anthony killed himself. And he said if I came here, they wouldn't be able to find me. He promised me he wouldn't tell anyone.
But he only gave me your address because he knew I wouldn't pester you. He and I have been friends for years.
Oh, I hope he doesn't tell anyone else.
I'm sure he won't. And now, may I ask you a question or two?
I suppose so. I really don't feel much like talking about it.
I know, Miss Hammond. You loved your uncle, didn't you?
Very much. He was always so good to me.
Were you and your cousin engaged?
Well, not quite. Uncle wanted us to get married. In fact, he made a will leaving me all his money because, well, he thought that would keep Gerald more interested in me.
Was Gerald, Mr. Warner, interested in anyone else?
Oh, no, it wasn't that.
Uncle Anthony knew that Gerald wasn't ready to settle down yet. He was trying to persuade him it would be the best thing for him.
Do you know where your cousin is now?
No, I don't. Why do you ask me where he is? Don't you know?
Well, you see, he asked me to send him a copy of whatever I wrote in my interview with you, but he's left town and he didn't leave me his address. Can you tell me?
Why, I don't know. When he wants to get out of town, he generally goes to Atlantic City, the Hotel Martise, or with Hunting Shack up in Norris County. He might be in either place, I suppose.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll send a copy of the interview to each of these addresses. One of them ought to reach him. Tell me, Miss Hammond, did you know where your uncle kept his pistol?
Why, of course. We all knew it. It was no secret. I've seen it often. But I never thought he'd use it to do this.
Oh, there now, Miss Hammond. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Oh, please don't let it upset you. I'll just run along now. Goodbye. And thanks.
Trying to get across the room by moving your chair like this when you're tied up in it this way isn't the simplest thing in the world.
I can't make my chair move at all. But you're doing fine.
Am I getting anywhere near that table yet?
You're doing great, Nick. Just a little more.
I'm moving backwards this way. It's hard to tell where I'm going.
To your left. Just a hair. That's it. Now you got it.
So far, so good. Now, just where's the bottle, Doc? With my back to it this way, I can't see where it is.
It's almost directly in back of you. About a foot from the edge of the table.
All right. I'll pull the tablecloth toward me. And that'll bring the bottle near the edge where I can get hold of it. Watch it while I pull it now. Is it coming, Doc?
Careful now. It's almost there. Hold it. It's right at the edge. You ought to be able to get it now.
Well, I can if I can get my hands up that high. Whoever tied my arms and back of this chair did too good a job. There's no slack at all.
That's it. There.
I got it. Now, if I can break this bottle against the fireplace, I should have a sharp edge that'll cut these ropes in short order. But when you can only move an inch at a time this way, it's slow work getting anywhere. Keep me going in the right direction, Doc.
Oh, you're doing fine, Nick. Only a little more now. To your left a bit. That's it. You ought to be able to reach it now.
I'll try it. Easy first.
You can hit it all right.
Yeah. All right, here goes, Doc.
You did it, Nick. Now edge your chair over toward me. You can cut my ropes first, then I'll cut yours. Gosh, Nick. You're the eighth wonder of the world.
Thanks, Doc. Well, look out. Here I come.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson. Oh, yeah, Chief. You say Gerald Warner isn't at the Hotel Martise and hasn't been there for several months, huh? Okay, thanks very much, Chief. Yeah, that's what we wanted to know. We know where to look for him now. Yeah, thanks. So long.
Well, that wasn't so bad, Nick. But it took longer to cut through the ropes with that piece of glass than I thought it would.
Well, we're free, and that's the main thing.
Have you found anything around the shack here that looks like a clue?
I'm not sure, Doc, but I rather think so. I found these two pistols in the back of one of the cupboards. They're a very unusual pair of guns.
Uh-huh.
Here. This gun has one empty shell in it. The barrel is clean. Has not been fired.
Well, that's the gun that was in the old man's hand when we found him, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it is. Now look at this other gun.
Uh-huh.
This one has no empty shells in it. The barrel is dirty, and from the smell of it has been fired very recently.
I see what you mean. Say, that does make them a little queer, doesn't it?
Well, Doc, as I see it, Warner killed Miller with his own gun. Then he tried to make it look like suicide, but he couldn't leave his own gun there. So he got his uncle's gun, which hadn't been fired, took the empty shell out of his gun and exchanged it for a full shell from his uncle's gun, and put that gun in his uncle's hand.
And he was just excited enough not to realize that the barrel of his uncle's gun was still clean. Of course. But, well, why didn't he fire the other gun instead of going through all that rigmarole about changing the empty shell for the full one?
Probably afraid that a second shot would wake up somebody who might have been partly aroused by the first shot, the one that killed his uncle.
Well, I have to admit that it makes sense the way you tell it. And you still think that it will pay us to wait here for somebody to show up?
Yes, Doc, I do. Because if anyone was planning to get rid of us, they'd have done it tonight. And they'd have to do it tonight. They wouldn't dare wait until tomorrow. Someone might find us in the meantime. So if we wait, someone is sure to show up.
Okay, you're the doctor. As far as catching murderers goes, you say wait, we wait. Huh. You all right, Nick? There's somebody now.
Now remember, sit in your chair with your back to the door. Hold the ropes as if you were still tied up and unconscious.
Like this?
Let your head drop on your chest more.
Right.
Now that's swell, Doc. Now you look as if you were dead to the world. I'll do the same. Quiet. Here they are.
Oh, what do you know? He's still out cold. I must have given him a stiffer dose than I thought I did.
I won't hurt him. Makes it easier for us.
Yeah, you're quite right, Mike.
What are we going to do next, Warner?
I still think our best plan is to dump them in the old quarry. It's close by and it's full of water. We'll weight the bodies. They'll never be found.
That's an awful lot of killing just to get hold of an old will.
Not at all, Mike. If I could have taken the will without killing anyone, I would have been glad to do it that way. But since I couldn't, I'm not going to worry about it. And it's worth every bit of my trouble, believe me. The will I destroyed left everything to my cousin. Now that that's out of the way, I am the old man's only living relative. Sole heir to everything he owns. And that's plenty.
What about that niece of his, your cousin?
Ah, but she's not really his niece. She's just a girl he sort of unofficially adopted. He always planned to adopt her legally, but he, well, never got around to it, so she gets nothing.
You gonna marry her?
Marry her? Oh, no, indeed, Mike. She's not my type at all. I just kidded around with her to keep in right with the old man. But that's all over now.
Well, I hope it works out like you wanted to.
Well, I've certainly had bad breaks so far. First, the old man catches me at the safe. Then headquarters sends up Nick Carter instead of a regular cop. Then with the butler and the plan that I had the apartment all fixed up so you'd never know there'd been a killing, Carter's two assistants show up. And the girl notices the rugs have been switched. That tips off the whole frame-up.
Your troubles are over now.
They will be as soon as we get rid of these two middlers.
Yeah, better do it pretty quick now.
Take it easy just as soon as it gets a little darker, Mike.
Hey, you got any old burlap bags we can put them in?
Yeah. Yeah, there's some out back. I'll show you where they are.
Okay, better have them ready when we want them.
Now's our chance, Doc. Come on. Let me have one of those shotguns we loaded before.
Here you are, Nick.
Thanks. Now you take the other one. Get behind the cupboard there. I'll hide over here.
Right, Nick. You say when.
Let me do the talking. Quiet now.
Mike! Mike, look, they've gone.
That ain't possible. I just
Get
saw
your
them.
hands up high, both of you.
Carter! How did you...
We'll talk about that later.
All right, Doc. I'll load the gun on them while you tie their hands. And tie them tight, the way they tied ours.
It'll be a pleasure, Nick. A positive pleasure. Oh, wait till I tie them.
Well, Mr. Warner, this isn't coming out just the way you planned it, is it?
You've got no proof against me, Carter.
You're wrong, Warner. When you knocked me out in your uncle's apartment, you proved you killed him.
Tell that to a jury and see how far you get.
Oh, that's not legal evidence, it's true. But I have some other evidence that is legal.
What?
Warner, between the time Doc and I got free and the time you and Mike got here, we searched this shack of yours. And hidden in one of the cupboards, we found these two guns.
Well, so you found two guns in a hunting shack. That's really remarkable.
One of these guns is the one that was in your uncle's hand when I first saw his body. The other one, I feel sure, is the one that actually killed him. And if I'm not mistaken, it'll be registered in your name, have your fingerprints on it, and will fire a bullet that'll match the bullet that killed your uncle. Would you call those things legal proof?
All right. Yes, that's the gun I killed him with. You know, Carter, I should have killed you when I had the chance.
Yes, it would have been wiser than to...
Nick, are you there? Nick!
Come in, Patsy. What's all the excitement?
Oh, Nick, I've been so afraid.
Afraid of what?
Afraid for you.
Patsy, you should know me better than that. Say, how did you get down here anyway?
Well, when Sergeant Matheson got word from Atlantic City that Warner wasn't there, why, I made Scubby drive me down here as fast as he could.
Yeah, she wouldn't let me stop and park anywhere. I never have any luck when I'm out with her.
Well, you got here just in time to drive back with us. I was just going to take Mr. Warner and his friend here back to town to meet Mattie.
Oh, gosh, Nick. After that thug tried to tell me that you'd never been in the apartment when we knew you had, why,
Oh, I was ready for anything.
But she got even with him.
I sure did. He thought I wouldn't notice that they'd switched the rugs around, but I did. That'll teach him.
Yes, Patsy. This is one time when a woman's instinct for interior decoration really solved a murder.
Well, Nick, how about a glimpse into next week's story of intrigue and adventure?
You used the right word that time, Ken. Because next week I'm going to tell you a story in which intrigue is the keynote. A man in the death house with only 9 hours to live asked me to prove him innocent of the charge in which he'd been convicted. He claimed he was the victim of a frame-up.
And when Nick really got into the case, he found that the whole thing was a frame-up, but not quite the way we expected.
You mean you investigated the case and found a solution in only 9 hours?
That's right, Ken. They were a very busy 9 hours, and a man's life hung in the balance.
What do you call your story, Nick?
I call it 9 Hours to Live.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In The Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Scubby by John Kane. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons living or dead or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's 9 Hours to Live. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
And now for some late news. 9 hours from now, at the stroke of midnight, Johnny Waldron, the bland-faced killer convicted of the murder of Mrs. Cornelius Fielding, will go to the chair. And just 30 minutes ago, the condemned man made a last request. But Johnny Waldron did not ask for a sumptuous last meal in the tradition of the condemned, nor did he ask to see his nearest and dearest relative, his wife, Laura. No, Johnny Waldron's request was far more dramatic. He asked to see the great detective, Nick Carter. What this last-minute conference means is anybody's guess. Perhaps a reprieve for Waldron. Perhaps a clue as to what happened to the Fielding jewels, which up to now have not been found. At any rate, the Master Detective, Nick Carter, has consented to talk with Waldron and probably is at this moment entering Death House Row. Keep tuned to this station for further dramatic developments.
Glad we got him, guard.
He's in number 1. Moved him there this morning. Shorter ways to walk to the chair from number 1.
Is he all ready to go?
Yep. Barber was in, shaved his head and legs about an hour ago.
How's he taking it?
He ain't been a peep out of him. Don't want nothing to eat. Don't want a chaplain. Nothing. Only request he's made is to see you. Funny time to ask to see a detective. If you don't mind my asking, Mr. Carter, what made a big shot like you decide to see him?
Well, maybe I'm curious to know what's on his mind. Or maybe I'm just a softy about a fellow who's going to die in a few hours.
I don't believe you got any sympathy for a killer. Not you. Here we are. Here's your company, Waldron.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Carter.
Hello, Waldron.
You got 5 minutes.
All right, guard. Well, Johnny?
Oh, so you came. I was afraid you wouldn't.
I must admit I was surprised when the warden called and said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, I imagine you were. Oh, it was sure nice of you to come.
Skip the formalities, Johnny. Time's too short for chit-chat. Come to the point. What's on your mind?
Mr. Carter, you think I'm guilty, don't you?
Well, I didn't follow your case too closely, but you had a fair trial, and you were found guilty. What would you have me believe?
I'd like to have you believe I'm innocent.
It's pretty late in the game to convince anybody of that, Johnny.
Oh, I'm not looking for a last-minute reprieve. That isn't what I called you out here for, but when I got word a little while ago that the governor had refused my last request for a reprieve, I made up my mind that I'd only be kidding myself to hope any longer.
And why did you want to see me, Johnny?
Mr. Carter, I know I haven't got a chance. I'm going to be gone in just a few hours now, but I could go a lot easier if I thought maybe someday the world would know the truth, would know that Johnny Waldron is innocent.
Johnny, if I thought you were innocent, I'd start the wheels turning right now to get you a reprieve.
Oh, wait, let me finish, Mr. Carter. I know you don't believe me. Nobody does. And I couldn't expect you to believe me after the way things went at the trial, but... Well, as I've been sitting here in death row waiting, the idea came to me maybe Nick Carter would show him someday. Well, of course, I'd be gone, but... Well, you see, there's Laura, my wife. She's going to keep on living, and... Well, it'll be hard for her.
I suppose she believes you're innocent.
Oh, she's stuck by me swell. Oh, she's a wonderful woman. I don't want the world to look on her as the widow of a murderer. Mr. Carter, all I'm asking you is that after I'm gone and, well, in your spare time, if you'll try to prove they executed the wrong man, just for my wife's sake.
Johnny, if you're innocent, who do you think did rob the Fielding safe and kill Mrs. Fielding?
I don't know, Mr. Carter.
There's nobody you even suspect?
Well, the only one that no. No, I'm not going to accuse somebody I'm not sure of. I only got a few hours more to live and...
Now, listen, Johnny. If you want me to do anything for you, you better tell me everything you can about this.
Oh, no, you'll find them for yourself once you start looking.
Well, I've got to have some kind of evidence to go on.
I don't have any. The cards were stacked too well against me, but go see Laura. She never stopped working for me. Maybe she knows more by now.
Look here. If that's the case, why haven't you had a lawyer working for you right up to the last minute?
Lawyers? I never had that kind of dough. Oh, a couple of shysters came around thinking maybe I had the Fielding jewels tucked away someplace, but, well, when they found out they weren't going to get a cut, they faded pretty fast. Even if you do anything for me, Mr. Carter, I won't be able to pay you for your trouble. You'd have to do it just as a favor to a dying man.
You don't know where the jewels are?
No, Mr. Carter. How could I know? I didn't do that job. Look, go see Laura. She'll tell you whatever she can.
Time's up, Mr. Carter.
All right, guard. Well, Johnny, I'll look into your case.
I don't suppose you'll believe me when I say that I'm...
I bet he's been telling you an innocent man's being sent to the chair. Tells everybody that.
Did it ever occur to you that he might be telling the truth?
Well, why are you...
So long, Johnny. Good luck.
Oh, thanks for coming, Mr. Carter, and thanks for whatever you do for me.
I'd very much like to know what happened to the Fielding jewels.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll turn up while you're investigating.
You think so? I wonder.
Say, guard, how long is it now until...
8 hours, Johnny. Just 8 more hours.
Hello, Nick Carter's office. Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, this is Nick.
Oh, Nick, thank heaven you called. This place is a madhouse. The office is filled with reporters. The newspaper and broadcasting companies have been telephoning. The district attorney's been trying to reach you.
Now, what's the matter?
Well, they want to know if you're going to try to get a reprieve for Johnny Waldron.
What?
And the DA said he'd stick around his office all evening. And he's contacted the governor, and he'll be on tap ready.
Reprieve? Great heaven, I just talked to the fellow. I don't have any evidence. None whatsoever. What's the matter with the DA?
Well, he says that when you go to work on a case, even at the 0 hour, something usually pops.
Now, tell him to hang on to their hats a while. And you, Patsy, go up to the courthouse and get a transcript in the Walden trial. And dig what you can out of our files about him.
Uh-huh.
I'm heading back from State's prison right away. I'll meet you in front of the office.
All right, Nick. We're going to have to work fast. They throw the switch in exactly 7 hours and 40 minutes.
Waldron was really hired as a chauffeur, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
But it was brought out at the trial that he tried to get in right with the old lady every chance he got. You know Mrs. Fielding was an invalid?
Yeah.
And Waldron used to carry her up and down stairs and waited on her, all that sort of thing. He was inside the house a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
And, then let's see. Oh, the gun. The gun she was killed with was traced to Mrs. Fielding's stepson, Tom Fielding. But the prints on the gun were Waldron's.
The stepson Fielding. He lived there with her?
Just the two of them. Waldron and all the other servants slept out and reported for work in the mornings at 8.
When was the body found?
On a Thursday night at 10 o'clock in the library of the house. Fielding came home from his club and found her. The safe was open, the jewels and the money gone. Of course, any of the servants, as well as Fielding himself, might have known the combination to the safe. Mrs. Fielding often opened it in front of them all. The defense harped on that at the trial. But Waldron's prints on the gun and his alibi being so flimsy, well, just cooked his goose.
I see.
Nick, how did Waldron strike you? Guilty?
It's the evidence that tells the tale in any case, Patsy. If we could find the party who has the missing Fielding jewels.
It would look pretty grim for that party.
Wouldn't look good, that's certain.
Oh, Nick, look at the time.
5:50.
In 6 hours and 10 minutes, an innocent man may be electrocuted.
No innocent man will be electrocuted for a crime he didn't do if I can possibly help it. And here's our first stop, Patsy. His old tenement house. Laura Waldron lives here.
You're very nice to come to see me, especially today.
Mrs. Waldron, this is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
How do you do, Miss Bowen?
Hello, Mrs. Waldron.
Won't you two sit down? Here, let me dust the chair.
Oh, no, don't. It's perfectly all right.
Well, since Johnny's been away, I haven't been as good a housekeeper as I used to be. No heart for it anymore. Even this one room of mine.
Mrs. Waldron, I came to see you because...
You went to see my husband, I know. I heard it on the radio.
That's right.
But it's too late to get Johnny off, isn't it? And besides, we don't have any money to pay for a famous detective like you.
Mrs. Waldron, the only thing Nick Carter ever asked is that justice be done.
Now tell me about Johnny. His habits, what he likes, what he doesn't like.
Johnny's good, Mr. Carter. You see, I know he's innocent.
Have you proof, Mrs. Waldron?
Proof? No. No, just my heart tells me he wouldn't kill anybody. But more than that, I know because he was with me at the time the police say she was killed.
The prosecution tore that alibi to shreds.
Yes, a wife's testimony doesn't count for much in court. And yet how thankful I am that he was with me that night, that I know he's innocent. You understand what I mean, don't you, Miss Bowen?
Yes.
You understand when I say the world can stand against your man, but if you know he's right and good and true... Oh...
Mrs. Waldron... Isn't there any way at all it can be proved that your husband was home with you that night?
Oh, no, you don't think of providing alibis or staying in your own home. If you can call one room in a place like this home. I don't know what will become of me now that Johnny's going... Well, Tom Fielding has offered to help me, but...
Tom Fielding? You mean the stepson of the woman your husband is convicted of murdering?
Yes.
In what ways he offered to help you?
Money. He knows Johnny isn't a murderer.
His testimony in court didn't follow that line, Mrs. Waldron.
Oh, of course not. Mr. Fielding had himself to protect.
Well, that's right, Nick. Fielding was under suspicion.
Just this afternoon he called again. And where are the jewels, I said to him. If my Johnny did it, where are the jewels and the money? Would I be begging for work if Johnny had done it?
You're working now, Mrs. Waldron?
Day work. Scrubbing up places where they don't ask too many questions, but I'd mop the streets of this town from one end to the other every day if Johnny didn't have to die.
Oh, don't, Mrs. Waldron. Don't cry.
Oh, you'll have to excuse me. It's just that I can't stand to think. I'm counting the minutes and seconds now. Only a few more hours and... Oh, Johnny will be gone.
Mrs. Waldron, I'd like to ask you another question, if I may.
All right, Mr. Carter.
Maybe Nick can save your husband yet.
Oh, if he only could.
There isn't time left for me to chase down every witness and question him. Now tell me, Mrs. Waldron, whom do you suspect of robbing and murdering your husband's late employer?
Who? Oh, Mr. Carter, I have no proof against anyone.
I didn't ask if you knew who murdered Mrs. Fielding. I only said, whom do you suspect?
But I have no right to suspect him.
Right. What do you mean?
Oh, he's been so kind and offered to help.
Tom Fielding. That's who you think did it.
Well, I've never dared to think it out loud before. He was her stepson, you know, but she loved him like her own. Oh, they had their quarrels, but they were just money's pats. I'm not saying he did it, only...
Only what?
Will you talk to him, Mr. Carter?
All right, I will. We'll go right over to the Fielding house now.
Oh, but you won't find him at home at this hour, Mr. Carter. He's always at the club at this time. I know from when Johnny used to drive for him.
That's the old Hunt Club, isn't it?
Yes.
At 10th and 8th. Well, come on. Let's hurry. Time's precious.
Okay. Goodbye, Mrs. Waldron.
Goodbye, and thank you. I'll be right here waiting and praying you find the guilty man in time to save Johnny.
Nick, there's something puzzling you. What is it? Didn't you think Mrs. Waldron's story made sense?
Well, it did, and it didn't.
But, Nick, doesn't it seem a bit odd for Tom Fielding to offer her money?
Yes, if that's true.
Well, then her story does make sense.
Patsy, it's not what Mrs. Waldron said that's bothering me. Something else.
Something else? What, Nick?
Wish I knew. There's something about her that puzzles me. Something that doesn't fit into the picture. It's in the back of my mind somewhere, and I can't quite seem to get hold of it.
If you ask me, Tom Fielding is the one who could straighten out a lot of things.
Well, he's the man we're going to tackle right now. This Hunt Club is pretty swanky, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good evening, sir. Can I park your car for you?
Oh, no, thanks. We won't be here very long.
Oh, beg your pardon, miss. Ladies aren't permitted in the old Hunt Club. I'm sorry.
Well, that lets you out, Patsy.
Yes, I guess it does.
You better wait for me here.
Guess I'll have to. Oh, Nick.
Yes?
It's 8:15. Only 3 hours and 45 minutes to go until midnight. Ring again, Nick. Fielding wasn't at his club, so he's got to be home here.
Your womanly intuition isn't working right tonight, Patsy.
No.
There's not a light in the whole house. I don't think anybody's home.
Oh, Mr. Tom Fielding, if you only knew how much time we've wasted looking for you.
Well, Patsy, even if Mr. Fielding isn't at home, I think we'll see what evidence we can uncover.
Huh?
I don't like waiting.
What are you going to do?
In the interest of Johnny Waldron and his wife, Laura, I'm going to do a little high-class lockpicking. There we are. Come on. Stay behind me.
Whoa. It's dark in here.
Shut the door. I'll use my flash.
Where are we headed for?
The library.
Oh.
That's the room Mrs. Fielding was killed in, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Let's see. In these old houses, the library is usually back this way off the center hall. Come on.
Nick, suppose there's somebody beside us in the house.
Well, let's hope there isn't. Here we are. Yes, this is the library.
What are we looking for, Nick?
Right now, I'm looking for Mrs. Fielding's safe.
Safe?
Mm-hmm.
Safe? Oh, yes. It's behind that portrait of her. I remember that from the testimony.
Thanks. Turn on that small lamp and take a glance through the papers on the desk while I open this safe.
Uh-huh. Say, if Mrs. Fielding held her son and heir down while she was living, he's certainly making up for it now. Look at that wine cabinet, crammed full of black market stuff. Hey, look at this for swank. Have a gold tip cigarette, Miss Bowen? Why, yes. Thank you, I will.
Patsy, shame on you.
Huh?
How'd you feel if Tom Fielding walked in here and caught you swiping his expensive cigarettes?
Only one, Nick, for a souvenir. And for that matter, how would you feel if Mr. Fielding walked in and saw you about to open his safe? Oh, Nick!
Patsy, are you okay?
Yes.
They shot through the window. Bullet went into the side of the desk here.
We better get out of here, Nick.
Now, 1 minute, Patsy. I've got to see what's in this safe. It's almost open now, I think.
Nick, who do you think shot at us? Mr. Fielding?
Oh, dig that bullet out of the desk. It'll be a handy piece of evidence.
All right. Say, you're taking this attempt to murder us awfully lightly, Nick.
I don't think it was murder, Patsy.
Huh?
You were standing by the wine cabinet, not 4 feet from the window, and I was a perfect target standing here. Patsy, I think you'll find somebody was just trying to scare us away.
Oh. I got the bullet out, Nick. Looks like a .32.
There we are. Patsy,
Yes?
Look here.
The missing jewels. Oh, Nick.
Yes, right here in Fielding's safe.
Oh, Nick, that's wonderful.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm getting the DA on the phone for you. You've got the evidence for Johnny Waldron's reprieve.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, I knew he wasn't guilty, Nick. Mrs. Waldron was telling the truth.
Patsy, put that phone down.
But, Nick.
Put it down.
Oh, but, Nick.
Get me police headquarters first. I want a general alarm sent out for Tom Fielding.
But Johnny Waldron.
I still have 2 hours. If Waldron is innocent, I'll prove it in time to save him from the chair.
Nick, why should you want to talk to Mrs. Waldron again when you haven't asked for the reprieve? It'll only make her feel worse.
There's something about her that doesn't quite add up, Patsy. I've got to know what it is before I can go further. This is her door, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Nick Carter, your thinking on this case is beyond me.
It's hard to explain, Patsy. When I don't know myself what the missing link is, how can I explain it to you?
But you found the jewels. Tom Fielding had them in his own safe. Why, it's perfectly obvious. He didn't get along with his stepmother, and therefore... Nick, what are you doing?
Going to open Mrs. Waldron's door?
Oh, don't do that. I'm sure she's here. She's probably been crying and doesn't want to see anyone. Let me call to her first. Mrs. Waldron? Mrs. Waldron?
Sorry, Patsy, but we haven't any time to waste. Let's see. Where's the light switch?
Here by the door. Oh, she isn't here.
So it seems.
Nick, look here. There's a gold-tipped cigarette in this ashtray.
Hmm?
The same kind we saw at Fielding's house.
Let's have it. Oh. No lipstick on it. Kind of pinched in at the end. Just as if...
He's been here. Why, I never would have believed it of him.
Believe what?
Well, that a man like Fielding would come to a place like this. Why, a man like that wouldn't get his hands dirty putting them on the doorknob of a hovel like this.
Hmm? Say that again, Patsy.
I said a man like Fielding wouldn't dirty his hands on the doorknob of a place...
I got it. Patsy, you just gave me the key I've been looking for.
Huh?
Come on, we've got to hurry back to Tom Fielding's library, or there may be another murder. There are times when having a siren on this car comes in handy. And tonight's one of them. I hope we're in time.
Do you think the police have picked Fielding up yet, or do you think he'll be at his home?
He's at home. I'll bet my bottom dollar on that.
Nick, do you know what time it is?
Stop worrying about the time. Come on.
I'm right with you.
The place is still dark.
There's a little light shining on the hallway.
Oh, he's here, all right. Watch your step, Patsy.
Don't worry about me.
I slipped the latch on the front door when we left. Let's see if it's been bolted. Still open. Come on.
Where do you think he is?
Library, probably.
I hear someone, Nick.
They're both here.
That's Mrs. Waldron's voice. Open the door, Nick.
It's locked. I'll not have to try to pick it.
Oh, Nick, hurry.
I am hurrying.
Oh, Nick, please. Oh, Nick, he's killed her.
There.
Mrs. Waldron! Oh, thank heaven you came. He was just going to shoot me. I got the gun away from him, and
And you shot him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter, but it was self-defense. I swear it was.
Oh, Mrs. Waldron, it's too bad you had to
go... It was worth it. It was worth it. Now Johnny will be saved. He won't have to die in the chair.
Nick, you've only 7 minutes to call. It's 7 minutes to 12.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter, please hurry.
Now, just a minute. But calm yourself, Mrs. Waldron. Here, have a cigarette.
A cigarette? All right.
May I light it for you?
Oh, thanks. If you wait just a moment, I'll get my cigarette holder out of my bag.
So you do use a cigarette holder. I thought so.
Nick, the time is getting awfully short for your call to the DA.
I'm not going to make that call.
Why, Nick, not going to make it?
No, Mrs. Waldron. It was a nice frame-up you and your husband tried against Tom Fielding, but it didn't work.
Frame-up?
Yes, frame-up. You and Johnny staged this whole thing to get him a last-minute reprieve.
What?
It was very clever, but you made a couple of bad mistakes. For example, this gold-tipped cigarette butt I found in your room tonight.
What about it?
When I found this butt in your ashtray, all pinched in at the end from having been smashed in the holder, I knew you had lied about not having seen Tom Fielding. These particular cigarettes are made to order for him.
I didn't leave it there.
I couldn't be sure of that until I found that you used a cigarette holder. Then I knew I was right. You did leave it there.
Go on and prove it.
Another thing. Patsy, take a look at Mrs. Waldron's hands.
My hands?
Why, they're beautiful. Beautifully manicured.
Exactly. Mrs. Waldron, with hands like yours, you don't scrub floors for a living. That dingy one room of yours is merely a front.
Look out, Nick.
A gun, huh?
Yes. I know how to use this gun, too. And I'm going to...
I'm afraid you won't. Sorry I had to hit you, Mrs. Waldron. Patsy, take a look at Tom Fielding. See if he's still alive.
Right, Nick. You haven't anything on me. You can't get me for this.
Breathing, Nick.
Good. Phone for an ambulance, quick.
Okay. But, Nick, can you prove this charge against Mrs. Waldron? Can you be positive that she and her husband framed Fielding?
Not yet, Patsy. But I'm so sure I'm right that I'll risk my reputation on it.
Oh, but, Nick, as long as there's the slightest doubt about it, shouldn't you call the DA and give Johnny Waldron the benefit of the doubt?
No, Patsy. As far as I'm concerned, there's no doubt whatsoever. I'm so sure I'll even risk Johnny's life on it.
Hello, Nick Carter's office. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Yes. Uh-huh. It was. He is? Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Sergeant. Yes, I'll tell Nick. Goodbye.
Was that the report from police headquarters, Patsy?
Yes, it was Sergeant Matheson. You were right, Nick. That gun you took from Mrs. Waldron was registered in Johnny's name, and she lied about taking the gun away from Fielding and shooting him in self-defense. Fielding's fingerprints weren't on the gun anywhere, but hers were all over it.
Did they check the bullet you picked out of the desk? The one that was fired at us earlier this evening?
Uh-huh. It came from the same gun.
Uh-huh. What about Fielding? Matty say?
He's going to live. In fact, he's already regained consciousness long enough to make a statement.
Good.
Oh, that Mrs. Waldron was clever, wasn't she?
Yes, Patsy, very clever. She and Johnny had that all fixed up in advance. As soon as she knew we were going to investigate the case, she suggested we see Fielding. And then while we were looking at him, she rushed to his apartment and planted the jewels, which she was keeping for Johnny, in Fielding's safe. But he came in and caught her at it.
Why, Nick, that's exactly what Mr. Fielding's statement said she did.
She had a gun and held Fielding up, then knocked him out. And she bound him, gagged him, and hid him away in one of the back rooms. And waited for us to arrive, as she knew we would.
And shot at us to make us think Fielding was trying to scare us off.
Exactly.
Oh, but, Nick, you haven't even heard Fielding's statement. How can you know all this?
Well, Patsy, it's very simple. When I examined him after she shot him, I noticed there was a bad bump on the back of his head. The marks were still in his wrists and ankles where she tied him up.
Oh, Nick, you're always holding out on me. And one other thing. What made you think Fielding's life would be in danger way back when we were in Mrs. Waldron's apartment the second time?
Curious, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, Patsy, after your inspired remark about hands, I suddenly realized what it was about Mrs. Waldron that puzzled me. It was her hands. I knew that with hands like hers, she couldn't be earning her living scrubbing floors.
I see.
And if she were lying about that, it was very probable she was lying about everything. And the whole thing was a plot to make Fielding look guilty.
Yeah, but why should that make you suddenly afraid that something might be going to happen to Fielding?
Patsy, if she and Johnny were so anxious to get Johnny a reprieve that they were willing to give up the jewels to make it look as if Fielding were really the guilty man, it was entirely possible that she might go further and kill Fielding and try to make it look as if he'd killed himself.
Yeah, but how would that help Johnny Waldron?
If it was done right, it would look as if he were remorseful at having let Johnny take the blame. And she almost got away with it.
But she didn't, because Nick arrived in the nick of time. You're a wonderful detective, Mr. Carter.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, at midnight last night, Johnny Waldron went to the electric chair to pay for the crime of having murdered Mrs. Cornelius Fielding. His dramatic last-minute attempt to get a reprieve failed, thanks to the quick action of that master detective, Nick Carter. In those few short hours that Carter was actually on the case, he found the missing jewels, uncovered a well-laid plot between Johnny and his wife to pin the murder on Tom Fielding, and saved Fielding's life. Tom Fielding and the entire community owe a debt of gratitude to Nick Carter.
You liked them before, you'll like them now. What do I mean? Well, during the war, you called them war bonds, and then you knew them as victory bonds. Now they are called United States Savings Bonds. But whatever the name, they're still the best way to save money. They're still the finest and safest investment you can make. Their return of $4 for each $3 you put into them, and their ready availability offer you the ideal way of saving money for your future. Whether you buy them from your bank or post office, or whether you buy them on the payroll savings plan, they help to ensure your financial security. United States Savings Bonds, the same bonds you've been buying for years, are available in the same denominations as before and bear the same high rate of interest. And one last word. Don't sell the bonds you now have. While they are redeemable any time after 60 days from date of purchase, hold on to them. Make your money work for you by buying and holding United States Savings Bonds. Well, Nick, what do you have lined up for us next week? Another exciting adventure?
It was exciting, Ken, but Nick was on the receiving end of the excitement for once.
Well, how do you mean, Patsy?
Well, Nick met two dear little old ladies, Ken, and what they did to him. Oh, my.
Yes, I blush every time I think of that episode in my career.
Say, is this a detective story or what?
Oh, it's a story of crime and its solution, all right, but between the beginning and the end were the two charming elderly females.
I hope I don't miss that. What do you call it?
I call it The Case of the Little Old Ladies.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In The Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Barth Conry. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Mr. Sweet, that sort of thing is entirely out of my line.
Yes, I suppose it is, Mr. Carter, but after all, you are our official investigator.
All right, all right. I'll have one of my men take care of it. Now tell me again what you want me to do.
One of our clients is being sued as a result of an automobile accident in which a woman was very severely injured. Our client got the name of one witness, but another witness got away before he could find out who he was. Now, our client says he was a very tall, thin chap with red hair, probably in his late 20s. A bystander told him that he thought this man lived just a couple of blocks away. That's all we know about him. But his testimony is extremely important to us in our defense of the case. We must find him at once.
All right, Mr. Sweet, we'll find him. Where was the collision?
Corner of Boylston Avenue and 2nd Place on the north side.
And this red-haired young man lives a couple of blocks from there in some unknown direction?
That's what we believe, Mr. Carter.
All right, all right. I'll send Mr. McGlynn out at once.
Thank you.
As soon as we have something definite, I'll let you know.
So began a case the like of which had never been encountered by Nick Carter, Master Detective. A search for a missing witness seemed like a simple routine job. But Nick didn't know about the two old ladies who lived in the little house on the edge of town. You'll learn all about it in The Case of the Little Old Ladies.
You say you don't know nobody with red hair?
No, I don't.
Keep on trying. Of all the jobs for a great detective like me, going from door to door looking for a guy who probably don't even exist. I never knew Nick to fall for such a dumb stunt before, and he had to wish it on me. I don't know why I don't quit. 47 houses I've been to. Nobody ever seen a guy like I'm looking for. But I heard about every kind of fella but the kind I want.
Yes? Who is it, please?
Good morning. I wonder if you can tell me anything about a tall, thin young man about 26, 28 years old with red hair.
Well, now, let me see. I know almost everybody in this neighborhood. We've lived here a great many years. If you'll come in, I'll ask my sister if she recalls such a person.
Oh, now, ma'am, I don't want to put you to no trouble.
No trouble at all. We'll be glad to help you if we can. Do come in, please.
Well, all right. Of course, I want to find this fellow, so if you can help...
Of course you do. Edith? Yes? Will you come here a minute, dear? What is it, Mary? Can I... Oh. Edith, this is Mr.
Waldo McGlynn, ma'am. Chief Assistant to Nick Carter.
Mr. McGlynn. How do you do, Mr. McGlynn?
How are you, ma'am?
Mr. McGlynn says he's looking for a tall, thin young man with red hair, about 26 or 28 years old. Do we know such a man?
Well, now let me see. There was James Bond. He used to live down the block next to Mosher's, but he moved away last year.
Oh, his hair was really almost blonde, dear. Do you suppose he could mean Walter Castle?
Oh, sister, he must be nearer 35.
I suppose you're right, Edith.
How about young Ed Terrence? He lives over on the next street.
Oh, no, sister, he's short. Almost as short as Cousin Elmer is. So he is.
Oh, look, ladies, it's awful good of you to take all this trouble just to help me find this young man, but I do not want to...
No trouble at all, Mr. McGlynn. We just don't seem to be able to do it.
Mary, maybe Mr. McGlynn would like a cigar while he's waiting.
Of course. I'll get him one. They're in the box on the table behind him. No, don't get up, Mr. McGlynn. I'll get it for you.
I hate to have you doing all this for me, ladies. If you'll just...
Mr. McGlynn, don't move. Just sit where you are.
What's in the name of...
This is a gun you feel on the back of your neck, and if you don't stay very quiet, it'll go off. And you'll never find this young man you're not looking for.
Not looking for?
Shall I tie him up now, Mary?
Yes, Edith. Tie him up right in his chair so he won't have to move at all. And tight enough so he can't move.
Very well, Mary. I brought the rope as we planned.
But look here, ladies. I just want to find a fellow.
You can't fool us, Mr. McGlynn. We know why you're here.
You came here to try to trap us into a confession, but we were too smart for you.
Now that you've found out where we live, we'll have to go away, of course. That's why we have to tie you up, so you can't follow us.
Oh, Mary, Bill isn't going to like this. He's trusted us, and now look what has happened. We've failed him.
I know it. I can't imagine how this man found out, but I'm afraid Bill will never forgive us, sister.
What in the name of all that's holy are you dames talking about?
You know well enough, Mr. McGlynn. You don't have to ask us what we've done. If you didn't know, why are you here?
There. He can't get out of that, I'm sure.
Oh, look, ladies, Nick Carter ain't going to like this. Not at all. He says I always get things balled up, and now he's...
Oh, don't you worry, Mr. McGlynn. He can't blame you. We're just too clever for you and you're Mr. Carter. Come, sister, we must pack and... What is it that all good thieves say? Oh, yes. We must pack and scram.
There you are, Waldo. Free as a bird.
Oh, thanks, Cubby boy. Oh, can't move. I'm as stiff as a board.
You'll be all right in a minute or two.
Now, listen, Waldo. You say these two old ladies tied you up so as to give them time to move out?
Yeah, that's what they said, Nick. They thought I had the goods on them for something I didn't know nothing about.
Well, couldn't you guess what that something was from what they said?
Not a single guess could I give, Nick boy. They was altogether too cagey for me. One of them said something about thieves, but that was all. Oh, by the way, Nick, I forgot to ask you, how did you happen to find me here?
That was easy. Patsy told us what route you were planning to follow, and we followed you.
Oh.
You had called at the house on the left, but you never got to the one on the right. This house being empty, it was a good bet that you were here. Nick unlocked the door, and here you were, waiting for us.
Waiting for you? And what else could I be doing but wait? Oh, you and your bum jokes.
Now, listen, both of you, listen. There's something going on here that's bigger than a lost witness. and I'm going to find out what it is.
But what can we do, Nick? Waldo doesn't know what it's all about, and the old ladies have gone. So what do we have to go on?
Nothing. We've got to find something. And the best place to start looking is right here in this house. So search every room thoroughly. Don't miss a thing. I'll get busy, both of you.
And all you found was that burned paper?
That's all, Patsy.
And what good that is, I'm darned if I can see. When a piece of paper is burned as bad as that was, so you can't even see if it had writing on it or not, I give up.
Oh, that's where science comes in, Waldo.
If science can tell Nick what was on that paper, I'll take my hat off to it. Even old Sim Carter couldn't do that.
The use of infrared light and reading the writing on a burned paper is one of the new developments that have come
Nick,
in.
did you find anything worthwhile?
Maybe yes and maybe no. Fortunately, that burned paper we found on the ashtray was a good grade of paper and didn't crumble before I could look it over.
Well, what'd you find, Nick?
That piece of paper was really two separate pieces of paper. One was a wrapper off a bundle of bills, showing that the package was put up by the First Mutual Bank on Canal Street and had contained $100, probably in small bills. The other was part of a letter.
Oh, what did it say?
All I could make out was, "Another month, dear aunts. It'll be safe to use the money. So we..." And that's all.
That lot of help that is.
Patsy, do we have any record of the First Mutual Bank being robbed in the last year or so?
Oh, I'll see, Nick.
The money this wrapper was on obviously came straight from the bank.
No, nothing on the First Mutual at all. But the records show there was a payroll robbery about 6 months ago, in which the payroll messenger was robbed of $153,000 that came from that bank.
What was the firm that was robbed?
It was the Brownson Industrial Corporation, just across the river. You know that big plant on Market Street?
All right. Let's call on the Brownson Industrial Corporation. I'm going to see this thing through to the end.
You want to see me, mister?
I do. You're the payroll messenger who was robbed about 6 months ago?
Who are you?
This is Nick Carter. Tell him what you know about it.
Oh, okay, yeah. The guards that came with me from the bank left me at the side door of the office building as usual, and I came along inside. There's a short corridor there, about 10 feet long, with a turn at the end, leads into the general office. Well, I was just coming to the turn when a couple of old ladies stopped me, and
Nick. Later, Walter, later. You say 2 old ladies?
Yeah. This couple of old ladies stopped me and asked me how to get to the metal shop. I stopped to tell them, when all of a sudden, I got a sock on the back of the head. Knocked me cold.
Then what happened?
How do I know? I was out cold. And when I came to, the assistant cashier was bending over me, trying to wake me up. My money bag was cut open. The money was gone, every nickel of it.
Did anyone else see these 2 old ladies around?
Yeah. The gate man who let them in. They said they was coming to see their nephew, Walter Bascom, a clerk in the office here. So he let them go by without waiting for an okay. But Bascom never saw him. He says he ain't even got an aunt. And he didn't leave his desk all afternoon.
Were they seen after the robbery?
Oh, they was out of the gate before the alarm was give out. The gate man saw him go.
Can you describe them?
Well, they looked like a couple of sweet little old ladies. Maybe like your pet grandmother. One was short and chubby. The other was about middle-sized, kind of slender-like.
The same, Nick. The very same.
You're sure of that, Walter?
There couldn't be no mistake, Nick.
Look, you didn't find any clues as to who slugged you. No suspects at all?
Nah, not a one. But it must have been somebody who works in here. Couldn't have happened like it did no other way.
Okay, thanks.
Well, so long.
Well, Nick, looks as if this is as far as we go.
No, Matty, there's just one more chance.
Huh?
I have the photograph I made of the piece of burned letter we found at the old lady's place.
Yeah?
If the writer was the thief, it seems very probable. And if he does work here, as that messenger seemed to think, we might compare the writing on the letter with samples of the writing of the employees in the plant.
Oh, but Nick, that would take forever. There are several thousand employees here.
Yeah, them 2 dames would die of old age before we got that job done like as not.
Nick.
Yes, Walter?
I just happened to remember. When them 2 old dames was tying me up, they kept talking about somebody named Bill.
Huh? You sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure. They said this Bill was going to be pretty sore at them for getting found out.
Oh, Nick, this makes the search for the thief a whole lot easier.
Why, sure. We just look at the handwriting of every guy in the plant named William. There may be a lot of them, but it'll be a whole lot easier than checking up on everybody who works here.
Well, Waldo, it looks as if you remember that name just in time. Come on. The personnel manager ought to be able to dig up a specimen of this bill's handwriting for us. Much as I regret to say it, isn't this William either.
You mean to say that out of 347 guys named William who signed these employment cards the personnel manager gave us, there ain't one that writes like the sample in the photograph?
To the trained eye, there's not one of them that's the same.
Oh, Nick, that means the whole theory that an employee stole the money is out the window.
Yeah, that leaves us exactly nowhere.
Nick, maybe the guy's name ain't William at all. Bill could stand for some other name.
Why, of course, Walter. That's the answer. It must be. His name was Wilbur or Wilfred.
Well, come on, let's get busy. We only have a few hundred more names to look through.
This is it, all right.
Who is
you
it,
sure?
Nick?
Wilfred Bergen. Works in the stockroom. Mr. Brown, where's the stockroom? I'd like to talk to this Bergen.
It's in the next building back of this one. You'll probably find him at his desk. It's just to the right of the door. Would you like to have me call him and tell him you want to see him?
No, thanks. We don't want to warn him we're coming. We don't want him to get away before we have a talk with him.
Boy, that job sure was a neat setup. This Bergen watches the messenger, sees how he goes through this little corridor every time he comes back with the payroll, tells the old dames that what they're to do, and it all works out just as slick as grease.
Yes, the old lady stopped him in the right place, and Bergen socked him. And they shielded him while he cut open the money bag. And they calmly went home, taking their money with them, probably in one of those shopping bags women carry.
And Bergen went back to work, and that was that.
Yeah, they're waiting until the money cools off so they can spend it.
Uh-huh.
I wonder where they hid it while they're waiting.
I hope Bergen will answer that for us.
There he is, Nick.
Uh-oh.
Yes. You Wilfred Bergen?
That's right. Bergen, this is Nick Carter. He wants to ask you a few questions.
Questions? About what?
Bergen? Where did you hide the money you got from the payroll robbery 6 months ago?
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
No? I think you're Jew. You and your aunts knocked out the messenger and stole the payroll amounting to $153,000. Now, what did you do with it?
You're crazy. I had nothing to do with that.
Better come clean, Bergen. We got you dead to rights.
You think you can make me confess something I didn't do? You're nuts.
Bergen, is this your employment card?
Yes, it is. What about it?
Does this photograph show part of a letter you wrote to your aunts recently?
Let me see it.
Hey, come back here. Stop or I'll shoot.
Nick, he's falling down the stairs.
Come on, maybe he isn't hurt bad. You won't die, Bergen. You only got shot in the leg.
My neck. My neck. I can't move.
Let me see.
Huh?
You shot him in the leg, all right, Matty. But in falling downstairs, he broke his neck.
Oh, Nick, no.
Smooth.
Now, Bergen, see here. I'm afraid you haven't long to live. Before you go, tell me, where's the money?
Isn't there something we can do for him, Nick?
I'm afraid not, Patsy. Bergen, where did you hide the money?
I buried it. Where you'll never find it.
You might as well tell us where you buried it, Bergen. We can get your aunts to tell.
They'll never tell you. I did it alone. Find it if you can. I stole it. If I can't have it, no one...
Is he gone, Nick?
Yes, Matty. He's dead.
And the secret of where he hid the money died with him.
Well, look, I ain't given up yet. If he buried it like he said, it's probably buried somewhere around that house where his aunts live. Now, I'm going to have a gang start digging there bright and early tomorrow morning.
Good luck to you, Matty. I'll drop in on you later to see how you make out.
Hello, Sergeant. Having fun?
Hi, Matty. How you making out? As if I couldn't see for myself.
Oh, I ain't making out, Nick. We've been over this whole doggone lot and not a sign of the money.
Well, apparently Bergen must have buried it outside the limits of the property.
Well, if he did, he can stay there for all of me.
Do you realize, Nick, that this is the last street in this section? From here out, it's open country, and the darn stuff could be buried anywhere for the next 5 miles.
Matty, if I can tell you right where to dig for the money, will you try it once more?
Nick Carter, you've been holding out on me again, so help me.
No, I haven't been holding out on you. Just answer my question.
Yeah, I'll try it once more. But look, if it don't work, keep away from me next time I see you.
Okay, Matty. Meet me here in the morning about 10 o'clock. I may have something for you. So long.
So long, Sergeant. Nick, you really have an idea?
I do. I believe I can come back here tonight and locate the exact spot for him.
Well, tell me, Nick, what's your plan?
I'm going to get hold of an Army officer I know and have him help me.
Help you what?
Locate the money.
Is that all you're going to tell me?
That's all for now. I like to surprise you, Patsy.
Oh, someday you'll tell me something and I'll surprise you. I'll probably drop dead at your feet.
Sorry this is such a blind search, Lieutenant, but as I said, we have no idea where the money was buried.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Carter. I'm used to working like this.
Not too dark for you, is it?
Oh, no, indeed. I've worked this gadget on darker nights than this and got results.
I suppose we swing over this way for a change. We've pretty well covered the ground on that side.
Okay, Mr. Carter. Whatever you say. Over here, maybe?
Yes. If we don't find anything in this strip, I'm afraid we'll...
Hey, wait a minute.
Found something?
I think so. Yes, this is it, I'm sure.
No question about it?
None at all. I'm certain that if you dig here, you'll find the money.
Well, if the money's there, Matty will find it.
But we don't want your Matty to find it.
Who are you?
We want to find it ourselves. Of course we do. The money belongs to us. Now.
Why, of course. You're the 2 old ladies who tied Waldo up and left him in the house the other night. Well, what brings you back here now?
The money, of course.
I mean, how did you know we were out here?
We didn't, but we read in the late evening paper last night that the killing of our nephew Bill had solved the payroll robbery and that the case was closed.
So we felt that it would be perfectly safe to come back here and get our money. And when we did, we found you here.
We've been watching you for a long time from behind the trees.
Oh, yes. And now that you're here, how do you propose to go about digging it up?
Oh, I'm sure we can persuade you to do that for us, Mr. Carter.
Oh, really? What makes you think so?
This?
Hey, they got a gun, Mr. Carter.
We have 2 guns, one for each of us, and we both know how to shoot very straight. Our dear departed father taught us when we were girls.
Now, look, ladies, you better let me have those guns. Somebody might get hurt.
Nobody's going to get hurt, Mr. Carter, if you start digging.
Now, look here. A joke's a joke. This is getting too...
Mr. Carter, put your hands up over your head.
Oh.
You too, soldier. You put your hands up, too.
What do we do, Mr. Carter?
We don't do anything. We just... Hey! It went right past my ear.
Are you putting your hands above your head now, Mr. Carter?
Well, see here. This is all very silly.
I guess we better do it. I'd rather be silly than dead.
That's very wise of you.
Okay. My hands are up.
You'd better see if either of them is carrying a pistol, sister. I read in a book that that's always the first thing to do in such cases.
Excuse me, please. The soldier doesn't have one.
Oh?
Oh, look, Edith. Mr. Carter has 2 pistols. Aren't they beautiful?
Oh, put them over by that stump, Mary, where they'll be safe. Now, will you start digging, Mr. Carter?
I can't. I haven't a shovel.
I'll get you one. I remember seeing one in the cellar of our house. It isn't a very good one, but you can use it. You wait right there. I'll be back.
He'll wait for you, sister. Won't you, Mr. Carter?
It looks that way. But now look here. It's no good. The police will be here before I can possibly get the hole deep enough to find the money. It's 3 o'clock already.
Oh, then I'm afraid that will mean you'll have to hurry, Mr. Carter. We must have the money before the police come back. So you'd better take your coat off and get ready to dig real fast. Look, sister, the soldier has gone to sleep.
Yes, poor dear. He must be all worn out watching Mr. Carter work.
Oh, what time is it?
7:30. Oh, dear, I do hope we can find the money before the police arrive.
Mr. Carter?
Yes?
Please dig a little faster. It's getting late.
Oh, hold on.
That's it, all right. Well, at least I have the satisfaction of knowing we found the right place. Well, after 10. Matty ought to be here by now. Are you two still up there?
Yes, we are, so don't stop digging. We must get that box before the police arrive.
I don't have to dig anymore. I found it.
You found it? Just wake up. Mr. Carter's found the money for us.
Isn't he nice? He's found it. Oh, what a lovely man he is.
Soldier.
Yes, yeah?
Will you help Mr. Carter get the box out of the hole, please?
You mean he's found it?
Yes, I found it. Oh, here it is. Can you reach it?
Just a little higher. Yeah, that's it. I've got it.
My, that isn't a very big box to hold all that money, is it? Why, I believe I could carry that myself.
Of course we can. Here, soldier, I'll take it.
Here you are.
Thank you. Now, please jump down into the hole with Mr. Carter.
What? Do what?
Jump into the hole with Mr. Carter. It's big enough to hold you both.
Oh, well,
and I think we'll be gone by the time you get out. The hole is over 8 feet deep.
You better do as she says, Lieutenant. You know how loudly that gun of hers can speak.
Okay. Watch out.
How do you do?
Oh, thank you both very much.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope we meet again sometime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, I hope this story never gets around. Nick Carter and a lieutenant in the U.S. Engineers made prisoner by 2 little old ladies.
And 2 little old guns. You can't forget those. Well, come on, let's get out of here. Give me a boost, will you?
Yeah.
And I'll haul you out. I rather think they won't get very far.
Oh, I'm so glad we found this money before those horrid policemen got here.
Oh, yes. We can go in the house and wrap it up so no one will know what it is.
Yes.
Then we can go back to our old home and live comfortably for the rest of our days.
Yes, dear. Oh, watch out for that first step.
That'll be far enough, ladies. Stand right where you are.
But where did you come from?
Watch out for them, Matty. They're dangerous, I know.
What do you want with us, officer?
I want you, and I want that box of money you got there.
What?
And don't try reaching for your guns. It won't be healthy for you.
Oh, look, Sergeant, there comes Nick and that army man.
What?
Oh, dear, they must have gotten out of the hole.
You mean Nick and the other guy was in the hole where that box was?
Yes. We hoped they wouldn't get out till after we'd gone. That nice Mr. Carter dug the money up for us all by himself.
Nick dug it up? Well, I never.
Hey, Matty, have you got the money?
Yeah, the money and the dames both, and they won't get away from me, I can tell you.
Well, I gotta say one thing for old Sim Carter. He never let a couple of old dames get him in a hole. He knew how to handle women, he did.
What happened to all your science, Nick?
The science was on their side this time, in the form of a couple of guns. And they could shoot them, too, believe me.
Now, you both stop razzing Nick. He did the best he could. Didn't you, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, I did the best I could. I stalled around with the digging until time for Matty to show up. Of course, if they hadn't been 2 old ladies, I could have...
Yeah, sure, we know. If they hadn't been so weak, you could have overpowered them both, single-handed.
Hey, Nick, tell me, how'd you ever find where that money was buried? Patsy said you was using some kind of a trick device.
It's just a mine detector, Waldo, same as they use in the war to find hidden mines.
Oh.
The detector can find hidden metal even when it's buried as deep as this box was.
How deep was it, Nick?
8 feet. And if you don't believe me, look at these blisters.
Oh. Nick, look. See that chap standing there watching us?
Certainly I see him. What about him?
Red hair, tall, thin. Must live in this neighborhood or he wouldn't be standing there kibitzing. Isn't that the witness Waldo started out to find?
Oh, you're right, Patsy. And as Matty has the thieves and the money, and we have our witness, we can consider the case closed. Except for these blisters of mine.
Nick, boy, your old father used to say, never be ashamed of honest toil. Remember that, Nick. Never be ashamed of honest toil, even if you do happen to be doing it at the point of a gun.
Well, Nick, how about a few highlights on next week's show just to whet our appetite?
Good idea, Ken. My story next week is about a man who was killed by a rifle shot, but the bullet came from the wrong gun.
And the ladder was too long.
The which was what?
The ladder was too long.
So what?
That's the story, together with the fact that the boys' club met very late that night.
That's enough. What do you call this weird combination of clues?
I call it the case of the wrong clue.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In The Return of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis, and Scubby by John Kane. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Poker Murders. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, a detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Deep in the waterfront section of the city, there lies a condemned slum area. The streets dark and deserted, lined with empty, crumbling tenements. Deep in a grimy tenement deep within, a masked man sits in a hidden room and plays solitaire. This is the sinister master of crime known as the Ace of Spades.
Yes?
6 and 7 are clerks to see you, Ace.
Send them in.
Well, here we are, Chief.
Yeah.
You're 5 minutes late.
Oh, sorry, Ace.
The cops are watching this area. We had trouble slipping in.
Since when have I accepted excuses?
Yeah, boss, we know.
What about the other 3? Are they waiting at the rendezvous?
Yes, sir.
And you've both memorized my instructions?
We got him down cold, Chief, but suppose there's a hitch.
There won't be a hitch. The Ace of Spades doesn't make mistakes. Of course, if you make one.
Oh, no, we won't, Ace.
You can depend on us.
All right. Now, you two had better get going.
Yeah, okay.
One thing.
What is it, Chief?
Don't forget to leave your calling cards. I don't want to disappoint my dear friend, Sergeant Matheson.
Extra! Extra! Ace of Spades strikes again! First storage warehouse robbed! $250,000 in furs looted! God killed as poker gang makes clean getaway! Extra! Read all about it!
Nick, there's a Mr. Ralph Williams here to see you.
Ralph Williams?
Special investigator for Acme Underwriters.
Oh. Show him in, Patsy. With the retainer they're paying me, I have to see him.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Carter, my company's in trouble.
Yes? Well, sit down, Mr. Williams. Tell me about it.
As you know, we're the biggest underwriters in the business. But this fur storage robbery yesterday,
Well, we can't take any more of those.
Oh, the ace of spades, huh?
Yes. Whoever he is, he's hit us 5 times in the last 2 weeks. We're paying out a fortune in claims.
You're working with the police on this?
The police? They're helpless. The ace of spades has been too smart for them. Take that fur warehouse job last night, for instance.
Yes?
Every burglar alarm was cut or disconnected. The vault combinations were known beforehand. And the locations of the most valuable furs.
What about the guard? Was he one of your own operatives?
Yes, one of our best men, too. They locked him into one of the refrigerated vaults.
Mm-hmm. The ace of spades men leave the usual calling cards?
Yes. It was a 5-man job, apparently. They left the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of clubs.
Oh, straight flush. It's a pretty high poker hand. Among his other accomplishments, our friend seems to have a perverted sense of humor.
Well, it's a brand of humor I can't say I relish. Mr. Carter, will you help us with the case?
I will. Tell you the truth, Mr. Williams, I was just about to drop down and discuss it with my old friend, Sergeant Matheson, in the Homicide Division. You see, the gentleman who calls himself the Ace of Spades interests me no end. I'm looking forward to meeting him personally.
Black 10 on red jack. Red 4, black 5. Yes?
The Queen of Hearts is here, Ace.
Queen of Hearts. I'll put her on.
Ace, I've got to see you at
I
once.
thought I told you never to come down here.
I had to come. I just heard some news. Nick Carter...
I know he's been called in by Acme underwriters.
How did you know?
I make it my business to know everything, my dear.
But, Ace, Nick Carter's clever, dangerous.
Yes, I know. It will be intriguing to match wits with him. Now then, my dear, you'd better run along. You've work to do tonight.
Aren't you even going to see me?
I'm sorry, but I'm busy.
I know. You're playing solitaire. Sometimes I think you love that game more than you love me.
Come, my dear, there's no basis for comparison. Solitaire, like every other card game, is relaxing. Women, when they're as lovely as you, are exciting.
Ace, please.
Good night, my dear.
Nick, you won't be late for Rhoda Stanley's birthday party, will you?
No, Patsy. You drop me at headquarters and go right on. I'll join you later.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's funny the way I bumped into Rhoda after all these years. Hadn't seen her since college, and then all of a sudden I was standing in a nylon line at Trimble's, and there she was.
Yes, and now we're going to a birthday party.
Uh-huh. The minute she found out I worked with you, she insisted on our coming. She's dying to meet you, and, well, I promised to produce. You sure you don't mind, Nick?
No, of course not, Patsy.
Oh, it ought to be something. She's married to John Stanley.
The banker?
Uh-huh, that's right.
Oh.
Which is the same thing as saying she's married to $10 million. And I was the girl in my graduating class voted most likely to succeed.
You know, Patsy, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
Stanley's Bank, the Marine Trust, is putting up the capital to tear down that slum area where the Ace of Spades is supposed to be hiding.
Oh, do you really think that's where the Ace of Spades' hideout is?
Could be. There are more than 200 abandoned tenements down there. And the 2 patrolmen murdered in that section seem to point to it.
I won't forget those 2 homicides in a hurry. Each of them had a playing card pinned right over the bullet holes.
Yes, pair of jacks. Fair sample of the Ace's grisly humor.
What kind of a man can he be anyway?
Infernally clever, Patsy. We know that much. A brilliant planner with a mind that doesn't overlook the minutest details that might trap him.
But why all those poker hands whenever he's pulled a job?
He's an egotist. Type of criminal who glorifies his crimes. Enjoys leaving his signatures at each one of them.
Oh. This close enough, Nick?
Yes, I can walk the other half block to headquarters.
Nick, Please be careful. Don't take any chances.
Now, don't worry. The Ace of Spades may play his cards according to Hoyle. But I'll play him any way I can to win. Hi, Matty.
Well, Nick. Well, to tell you the truth, for once, I'm glad to see you. This Ace of Spades has really got me on the merry-go-round. First, he knocks over 2 of our best cops. Then he kills this watchman on that warehouse job last night, and he leaves nothing. No evidence. Except those blasted playing cards.
Yes, I know.
Nick, I tell you, this Ace of Spades is like a ghost.
This whole case like a nightmare.
Matty, have you got the cards his men left?
Yeah, here they are.
Common pattern. They sell hundreds of decks like this all over town. What about the...
Fingerprints?
Yes.
No, none. We powdered every card. Even used the iodine test. Nothing doing.
Suppose you searched that abandoned slum area.
Look, are you kidding, Nick? Of course we did. The night Burke and Finnegan were killed, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb. A devil of a job it was, too.
As I can imagine. Inasmuch that place has been blacked out ever since the city decided to dismantle their street lamps in the area to save electricity.
Yeah.
With all these hundreds of empty tenements, the Ace could change his headquarters at will. Why, you could drive a car through there with the headlights turned off and never be seen.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it tough. The place is as black as, the Ace of Spades. I got a couple of men down there now nosing around. Not that I expect to find anything. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Nolan's calling in from a call box down in that cemetery, Sarge.
Yeah?
Shall I switch you on?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Sarge?
Yeah. What is it, Nolan?
O'Connor's and myself saw a light in one of these here tenements.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, positive. The light's gone now, but we got the place spotted. Shall we go in and investigate?
No. Now listen, Nolan. You and Connor stay there and keep your eyes peeled on that tenement.
Yeah?
I'll be right down with a squad.
Okay, Sarge. We'll be on the corner of the... Hey, Sarge.
Nolan!
You say that call box was located at the corner of 16th Street and Avenue F, Matty?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. A couple of more blocks and we'll be there.
From the looks of things, you must have every cruise car in the force in this area now.
Yeah. But judging by what's gone before, I don't think it's going to do us any good.
Matty, just look at this area. Nothing but rows and rows of dark tenements and boarded-up stores.
Yeah,
Look, there isn't a whole pane of glass in the place. The streets and the sidewalks are certainly littered with this place.
Hey, Nick, I heard a shot.
Take it easy, Matty. Take it easy. One of your boys up ahead just blew a tire. Picked up a piece of broken glass, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this place gives me the creeps, I guess. There's the call box that Nolan called from.
I don't see anything. You, Matty?
No. Nolan and Connors must be somewhere around, one way or the other.
Better hug the walls, Matty.
Yeah.
Right now we're out in the open like a couple of sitting pigeons. The Ace... Matty. Here in this doorway.
Nolan and Connors, dead.
Yes, riddled by bullets. And look, Matty. The Ace left his usual calling cards. The Jack of Hearts on Nolan and the Jack of Diamonds on Connors.
And Burke and Finnegan drew a pair of Jacks, too, when they were murdered down here.
4 Jacks. 4 of a kind. Well, whatever the Ace of Spades is, Matty, he's consistent. He's still killing. And according to Hoyle...
Patsy, what's happened to the master detective you promised to produce tonight?
Well, I can't understand what's keeping Nick, Rhoda. He was supposed to be here long ago.
Well, we won't worry about it. Let's just have another cocktail, huh? After all, it is my wife's birthday.
As you know, Patsy, I'm a lucky woman to be Mrs. John Stanley. Look at the birthday present John gave me. This necklace.
Oh, I've been noticing that, Rhoda. Matched diamonds, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a magnificent thing. Oh, that must be Nick now.
I'll get it. What the devil?
All right, Stanley, get those hands up.
Yeah, and fast. Hey, now, wait a minute. What does this mean?
We're playing cops and robbers. That's why we're wearing these masks.
But you...
Shut up, Stanley. I'll do all the talking around here. All right, Joe, get to work on that wall safe. It's behind that picture. You know the combination.
Right.
John, all my jewelry's in there.
Yes, I know, my dear. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now.
Or any other time.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, lady, I sure am. How you doing, Joe?
Okay. Just got the safe open.
Swell. Now, Mrs. Stanley, I'll take that necklace.
Oh, John, my birthday present.
Will you give it to me, or do I have to tear it off your neck?
Rhoda, I'm afraid you'll have to do as he says.
No, I won't.
Oh, Rhoda, your husband's right. We're helpless now. These
men
are...
they're not going to take my necklace.
All right, lady. Looks like I'll have to rip it off that pretty white neck of yours.
Take your hands off my wife.
Shut up, Stanley. Stay where you are.
I said let her alone, you hear? Take your hands off.
John!
Nice work, pal.
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance to use that blackjack in a long time.
You've killed him. He isn't breathing.
Naturally, lady. That was no love tap I gave him.
No.
You got all that stuff out of the safe, Joe?
Yeah. Everything's worked like clockwork. As the chief would say, according to plan.
You'll pay for this. Both of you.
That's what you think, lady. Oh, here's a couple of calling cards. Just to, remember us by.
So they left the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs, huh, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, and both of the men were masked. We couldn't tell who they were.
They hit John. They killed him. He tried to protect me.
Oh, now, Rhoda, don't try to talk. You've had a terrible shock. Just lie back on the couch and try to rest. The doctor will be here soon.
John.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stanley. But someday you'll have the satisfaction of seeing those killers go to the chair.
Nick, one of those crooks said everything went according to plan. Do you think the ace of spades planned John's murder?
Yes, Patsy, I do.
But it was so wanton.
Whenever the ace of spades kills, he kills for a reason. He isn't the type to kill just for the pleasure of it. Now, Patsy, did you notice anything about these stubs? Anything unusual that might give us a clue?
Well, no, they were both masked, about medium height, wore black gloves, and... Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
I do remember something now. When the man who hit John with the blackjack raised his arm, I saw his cufflinks.
And what about them?
They were little black aces of clubs.
Unusual. Did they look expensive?
Oh, yes, very. And not the usual kind of thing you'd pick up in a jewelry store. Probably made to order.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
I am, Nick?
You are. You've stumbled on something we've badly needed in this case. A good lead. From now on, we're going to play a little game.
A little game?
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
A little game of poker.
Mind if I use your phone, Sergeant Matheson?
No, not at all, Mr. Williams.
Sergeant, my company is demanding action from you and Mr. Carter here.
Yes. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Williams.
Frankly, we can't wait for anything much longer. You realize the losses Acme underwriters are taking? Hello? Hello, Boulevard Garage. This is Mr. Williams. Is my car ready? What? 2 new tires. I see the old ones are pretty badly cut up, eh? Well, that makes 3 new tires in all. Uh-huh. Oh, all right, go ahead. I suppose it can't be helped.
Car trouble, huh?
Yes, but that's the least of my worries, Mr. Carter. My firm's insured the Stanley jewels along with that diamond necklace for almost $100,000. Unless you nail down the ace of spades pretty quickly.
Well, might as well try to nail down a ghost.
We'll do what we can, Mr. Williams. I've got a lead on him now, I think.
What lead?
Well, I'd rather not say until I'm sure it'll be of value.
Very well. I don't care how you get the ace of spades as long as you get him. And soon. Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Hey, Nick, what's this lead you're talking about?
I'll let you know, Matty, when and if it pays dividends. Oh, by the way,
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Sergeant, is Nick there?
Oh, yeah, sure, Patsy. Yeah, Nick, it's for you.
Hello, Patsy. Did you find anything?
Plenty. I canvassed the big jewelry stores just as you told me to do.
And?
After walking my feet off and talking to about 100 supercilious jewelry clerks, I finally made a strike at Rutledge's.
They make up those cufflinks?
Yes.
Did they have a carbon of the sales slip?
Yes, Nick, they did. The man who ordered those cufflinks was Frankie Morello.
Morello, huh? Good work, Patsy. Go home now. Soak your feet in hot water. I'll let you know when I need you again.
Yes?
Hey, Ace of Clubs is here to see you.
Send him in.
Hello, Chief. You sent for me?
Yes, Frankie. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Chief, how'd you like the way Joe and me pulled off that Stanley job, huh?
That's an interesting pair of cufflinks you're wearing, Frankie. Little aces of clubs, eh?
Yeah, pretty neat if I do say so. Had 'em made to order.
That was very careless of you, Frankie.
Ace, what do you mean by that?
You wore them on the Stanley job. You gave Nick Carter a clue. You'll find out who you are sooner or later.
Yeah, but Chief,
Nick Carter's a dangerous man with a clue, Frankie. Now he hopes to get at me through you. It's going to be embarrassing.
To have you around.
Hey, Chief, I didn't wear these cufflinks at the Stanleys. I swear I didn't.
Oh, didn't you, Frankie?
No, you gotta believe me.
Yes.
Send in the Queen of Hearts.
Right.
What?
Meet the Queen of Hearts, Frankie.
You?
Yes, Frankie. It's I.
Sorry, Frankie.
Chief, no. No!
Corpse of gangster, extra, read all
A fine state of affairs, Nick. Frankie Morello, our only clue wiped out.
Yes.
But only you and I knew about that cufflinks clue, Nick. What is this ace of spades, a mind reader?
Patsy, you forget.
Huh?
When you and I were discussing it at John Stanley's house, someone else was there who could have overheard us.
Oh, Nick, you're not suggesting that Rhoda...
She was in the room with us when we talked it over.
Well, I know, but she was in a severe state of shock.
Was she?
Nick, you don't mean...
I mean that things are beginning to add up. Look, Patsy, those crooks knew where the wall safe was, even at the combination.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The ace of spades could have received that valuable information direct from Rhoda.
Yes, but we can't be sure of that, Nick.
No, but there's one thing we can be sure of. Neither you nor I tipped off the ace of spades about that cufflinks clue. And somebody did. And the ace felt it was important enough to force him to destroy the evidence, his own henchman.
Then it must have been Rhoda who tipped him off. She was the only other person who knew about the cufflinks.
Exactly.
I can't believe it. What? Well, I knew Rhoda Stanley well. Of course, I haven't seen her for... Oh, Nick, how could Rhoda be an accomplice to the murder of her husband right before her own eyes?
Patsy, those jewels in the safe were insured for $100,000. That's a lot of money. Not to mention the millions that John Stanley probably left her in his will.
But if Rhoda's mixed up in this, then who is the ace of spades?
I've got a hunch, but I'm not positive yet. Whoever he is, he has an intimate knowledge of the jobs he tackles. And all these jobs have been pulled off against Acme underwriters. Patsy, suppose someone had easy access to the files of the company.
Files?
Yes, on banks, first storage vaults, and other properties, giving their floor layouts, burglar alarm setups, and so forth. A clever crook could pull off a nice, clean job with this information, couldn't he?
Yes. Oh, but there might be any number of men who'd have access to this information. Adjusters, executives, insurance actuaries, any number of people on the inside.
True, but we can narrow it down further. This man, this ace of spades, would not only have to be an inside man, he'd have to be someone who got around on the outside, too. Knew all these places by actual experience because he'd visited them. That's the only way he could operate the way he's doing.
Wait a minute, Nick. You mean...
I'm not sure, Patsy, but I hope to know within an hour. Come on, get your hat, let's go.
Go? Go where?
To the Boulevard Garage. That's where Ralph Williams keeps his car.
Nick, that garage attendant looked a little suspicious when you told him you were a dealer and that Mr. Williams sent you down to make an estimate on his car.
I'm going to make an estimate, all right. Here we are.
Nick, you still haven't told me why you're interested in Mr. Williams' car.
Not interested in the car itself. Just the tires.
The tires?
Yes. I understand 3 of his tires were cut up so badly I had to have new ones. I think I know what cut his tires that way. But I want to be sure.
Well, hurry up. That attendant is keeping his eye on us.
Patsy, I've found what I've been looking for.
Nick, I just don't get it.
Here, take a good look at all 4 of these tires.
Huh?
See the glass particles in the treads? There's old tires, full of them.
Yes, but what do they mean?
I mean that Mr. Williams has been driving this car over roads littered with broken glass. And the only place in town where there are roads like that is in the abandoned slum section.
Then, Nick, what you're saying is that Ralph Williams is the ace of spades.
Yes. And I'd bet every poker chip in the pot on it.
Investigation, Williams speaking. Who? Claims Department. Oh, yes, Mr. Redden. Funny, I was just talking to Mrs. Stanley. She's right here in my office now. No, we haven't been able to break that Stanley case. The ace of spades got clean away with those jewels. Huh? I know it's a lot of money, but we're licked and we'll have to pay the claim. Yes, I know, and you're perfectly right. But even Nick Carter's fallen down on this one. All right, Mr. Redden. Goodbye. Well, my dear, it looks as though you're in. They're going to okay the claim.
When will it come through? The cash, I mean.
Sometime next week. And after that, my dear, I suggest you go away for a long vacation trip. In fact, I think I'll join you myself. It's, getting pretty warm in town. Yes, come in.
A messenger brought this letter for you, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hamilton. From Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? I wonder what he wants.
Now, my dear, nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. There's nothing in it but a playing card.
Yes. But look at that card. It's the Joker. Nick, the messenger left Williams' office 5 minutes ago.
I know. It's almost dark. He'll be out soon. What he does, Patsy, we'll tail him.
Nick, why did you send him that Joker?
Just having a little fun. In the ace's own way.
But isn't that dangerous? Shouldn't we have just gone up and got him? What if he gets away?
He won't. You forget one thing, Patsy.
What?
The loot. The ace has almost $500,000 salted away somewhere. And he's certainly not going to leave town without picking it up. That's the big reason why I sent him the Joker. He knows we're on to him now. It'll flush him out.
Of course. And he'll lead us right to the hideaway.
If everything goes according to Hoyle.
Nick, do you think it's in one of those slum tenements somewhere?
I'd bet on it. Can't think of a better place to hide anything. Here, wait a minute. Yes. Here comes Williams out of his building now.
Yes, and Rhoda Stanley's with him. They're getting into a taxi.
All right, Patsy. Here we go.
Nick, look. They've stopped at the Riverview boathouse.
Yes. They're getting into a launch.
But I don't understand. This means they're not going to the tenement area.
On the contrary, Patsy. You forgot one thing. The river fronts that area, and the boat running quietly with its lights out might get in a lot easier than a car, especially when all the streets are being watched.
We can't let them get away, Nick. What now?
I'm going on to the tenement area. You get Matty on the phone.
Uh-huh.
Have him throw a cordon around this entire area, and tell him to notify the harbor police, too.
All right, Nick.
Now, Patsy, make it plain to Matty that the harbor police are not to stop the boat, but just keep them under surveillance. We want the ace to pick up that money before he tries a final getaway.
Well, Nick, it worked out just as you figured. The ace of spades came off that boat and went into that 5-story tenement right across the street there.
Yes, lucky your men were posted onto those docks, Matty. Otherwise, we might have missed him.
Well, the Stanley woman's waiting in the boat. We can pick her up later just as soon as we... Hey, Nick.
Huh?
The ace of spades is coming out. Get back into the doorway.
He went in empty-handed and came out with a suitcase.
Yeah, that's the swag, all right. Well, here goes. Just a minute, Ace.
What?
No, drop that gun. Drop it, I say.
Nice shot, Matty. Winged him in the arm. Yes, sir. You trumped the ace of spades neatly.
Well, Nick, they're starting to tear down these tenements today. Oh, what a place. Even in daylight, it gives me the creeps.
Yes, but someday, they tell me, this is going to be a beautiful housing development with parks and playgrounds for the kids.
Maybe, but right now it looks like a kind of death house. And speaking of the death house, I wonder what the ace of spades is thinking about now.
About black on red or red on black?
Nick, what on earth do you mean?
I just spoke to Matty on the phone a few moments ago. He tells me the ace of spades sits in the death cell all day and all night, playing solitaire.
Say, Nick, how about giving us a few of the ingredients that make up your story for next week?
Why, sure, Hugh. Take a beautiful young girl who's positive she's going crazy, just as her mother did before her.
Then add her boyfriend, who refused to believe she was losing her mind in spite of the evidence to the contrary.
Mix them together, and add a country doctor who alone knew the secret behind it all.
And you have the tense and unbelievable situation with which Nick was faced.
And what do you call this witch's brew, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Demented Daughter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Max Ehrlich. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Phyllis, it's true. I know it's true.
But it's not true, June, darling. Don't you suppose I'd know it if you were going crazy?
But why do I hear these noises all the time? Why am I so cold when it's really warm in here? Why
Listen, June, you're just working yourself up over nothing. Now, why don't you
Alex
relax?
told me my mother acted the same way, Phyllis.
My husband didn't mean
He
that.
said Mother heard noises like thunder in her ears. He told me that she was cold and shivering no matter what the temperature was. Alex told me that.
Well, even if that's true, it doesn't prove...
It does. I'll kill myself before I let them take me away. I won't go to an asylum. I won't.
A young girl convinced that she is going insane. A fiancé who is not convinced, who doubts that it can be true in spite of the evidence. An appeal to Nick Carter, Master Detective. The uncovering of a strange and unnatural plot. Not for money, not for power, but for hate. This is the story unfolded in The Case of the Demented Daughter.
That must be Randy Wyatt. I made a date for him to see you at 10:30.
Is Mr. Carter here yet?
Yes, he is. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Mr. Carter?
Yes?
I'm Randy Wyatt. Your father and mine used to be pretty good friends. That's why I'm taking the liberty of asking you to help me now.
Why, no liberty at all. Come in, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, last night I got this note from the girl I'm engaged to. She sent my ring back with it.
May I see it? It's no use, Randy, darling. I'm doomed. And I won't have you burdened with an insane wife. So this is goodbye. Your heartbroken June.
I tried to call her as soon as I got the note, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me talk to her. Said she was too ill to come to the phone.
Well, have you seen any signs of this insanity she speaks of?
I know, and I don't believe it. There's been something funny going on somewhere. She's been a little more nervous than usual when we've been out together this past month, but that isn't insanity.
You say when we've been out together. Does that mean that you don't see her at home much?
Well, for the past month, she seemed to prefer to get out of the house. Doesn't want to stay home anymore.
Well, have you seen her at home at all?
Well, I was there one night about a week ago.
Her sister Phyllis and her brother-in-law, Alex Benson, were out, and we spent the evening there alone.
Did she seem to be the same as usual?
Why, except for one little thing, yes. She complained that she felt cold, almost shivery. The house was cold even for me. The thermometer said 78, but it wasn't as warm as that in there. But the fact that she was cold when the thermometer said 78 seemed to prey on her mind. I tried to tell her the thermometer was wrong and that I was chilly too, but she insisted I was just being nice to her.
I see. Well, is she any reason to be afraid of going out of her mind?
When I was waiting for June the other night, Alex, her brother-in-law, warned me that she was acting queer. Said he felt I ought to know. Told me her mother died in the Harrah Hill Sanitarium. I tried to laugh at him, but he insisted he and Phyllis had seen definite symptoms.
Uh-huh. Anyone else live there with June beside Phyllis and her husband?
The housekeeper, Miss Everett, a cook, and a maid.
They must have plenty of money.
Oh, yes, June's father was a rich man, and he left his entire estate to be divided between the two girls.
How long ago did her mother go to the sanitarium?
Let me see. June was 6 then, so it must have been 1932. She died there in 1940.
I see. What does this Alex Benson do?
He has a very good business, I understand. Doing very well.
And this housekeeper you spoke of, has she been with them long?
Since a couple of years after Miss Kemper was taken away. She's a peppery old lady, but an excellent housekeeper. She and Phyllis brought June up.
I'd like to talk to your fiancée, Wyatt. Can you arrange it?
That's what I'd hoped you'd say, Mr. Carter. June isn't crazy, I know that. Just as sure as I know my own name.
Well, when can we see her? Around 5 this afternoon, perhaps?
We can try. Where shall I meet you?
You better be here at the office about 4:30. We'll go up together.
I'll be here. Oh, Mr. Carter, I do hope you can straighten this out.
Well, I'll certainly do what I can, Wyatt.
You're swell, Mr. Carter. Well, see you at 4:30. Goodbye.
So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Wyatt. Oh, the poor kid. Losing her mind at her age.
I'm not at all sure she is, Patsy.
Huh?
Look at this note she sent Wyatt.
Well, what about it? Writing looks awkward, but she was probably upset.
Now, look closely. See how the pencil bears down much harder in some places than in others?
Yes.
And it's not always in the places where the lines would naturally be heavier.
Which means?
One explanation would be that somebody was guiding her hand, forcing her to write this.
Oh.
Patsy, I think we'll do some checking up.
Okay. What'll we do?
Call Scubby the paper. Ask him for a full report on both Phyllis and Alex Benson.
Uh-huh.
The society doings and any other information he may find in the morgue.
Yeah.
Also tell him to check up on Alex's business and financial ratings.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to call in the housekeeper. Give her some excuse. Find out all you can about her.
I'll tell you what. I'll pretend I'm making a checkup of the conditions under which housekeepers work for some magazine, say. That'll do it.
Good. While you do that, I'm going down to the surrogate's office and take a look at the father's will. If there's any conspiracy going on, there's very likely to be money involved.
Okay, Nick. See you here as soon as I get the dope on Mrs. Everett.
As I told you when you called, young lady, I can give you only a few minutes.
Well, I'm glad you could see me at all, Mrs. Everett.
We can sit here in the breakfast room.
Thank you.
Now, ask your questions and I'll answer them if they're not personal.
Well, they are personal, but only in a general way. How long have you been here?
Since 1936, the year after Mrs. Kemple died.
Uh-huh. Had you worked previously?
I had. 14 years. 2 jobs. In each case, I left because I was offered more money. If somebody offered me more money than I'm getting here, I'd leave tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Are you married, Mrs. Everett?
I was. My husband died.
Any children?
I have not. I hate them.
How do you find working conditions here?
I've seen better and I've seen worse.
How do you get along with your employers?
Mr. Kemple was a fine man. We got along well.
Oh. Do you mean you're having trouble with Mr. and Mrs. Benson?
No, Phyllis and Alex are all right. We got along well enough, but that June, I can't stand her. I never could.
Oh. Do you have any special reason to feel that way? Or is it because you don't like children?
She's a brat. Always was. Used to play tricks on me when I first came here. Left a toy wagon for me to stumble over when she was little, and I fell and broke my ankle. I'd have left here then, but Mr. Kemple offered me so much money I couldn't afford to go. But I made that June pay for what she did. Why, I'm talking too much. What else do you want to know?
You wouldn't want to tell me what they pay you here, would you?
I wouldn't. I told you not to get personal. Now, I got to go. Good day.
Goodbye, and thank you, Mrs. Everett. Scubby, I'll tell him. Thanks. Goodbye.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Hello.
How'd you make out?
Here's a typewritten report of my interview. I didn't like that Mrs. Everett at all.
Oh, so she doesn't like June, huh?
Mm-mm.
Well, good work, Patsy. That covers it.
You really like it, Nick?
I do. Get your hat. We're taking a ride out to Harrow Hill Sanitarium where Mrs. Kemple died. I want to talk to the doctor out there.
Right with you, Nick. Waldo went out after you phoned, but he'll be back pretty soon.
Have you heard from Scubby yet?
Oh, yes. He says he found plenty of stuff about Phyllis and Alex, but nothing you'd want. Except that Alex's business is in a pretty bad shape. He needs to expand and has been having trouble getting capital to do it.
Yes?
Scubby says he couldn't find out whether he'd put any of his wife's money into it or not.
I see.
What'd you find out at the surrogate's office?
I found that Mr. Kemple left a large fortune, divided equally between the two girls. But there were two interesting clauses in the will. One was that should either daughter develop a mental weakness of any kind, the other daughter was to have control of the money and administer it for the other's benefit.
Hey, Nick, that's something.
Yes, and the other, peculiar, it's a statement that since the circumstances surrounding the birth of the two sisters were fully taken into account in drawing the will, no claims on that basis were to be allowed under penalty of forfeiture of all rights under the will.
What in the world does that mean?
Wish I knew. I called the lawyer who drew it, but he refused to talk about it. So I'm having Waldo look up the birth certificates of both girls. Might be some help there.
Uh-huh. You think the doctor at the sanitarium could help you?
I don't know. I hope so. That's one reason I want to have a talk with him.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you, Mr. Carter, but my knowledge of the Kemple family is limited to Mrs. Kemple herself, as I said.
Doctor, tell me, did Mrs. Kemple know what was happening to her?
Oh, yes. Some years before it actually happened, it became evident that sooner or later she would have trouble. Hers, as I said, was a case of schizophrenia, split personality. And in her case, the other side of her was homicidal.
But you say it can be inherited, Doctor.
It can be, but fortunately, it rarely is.
Well, thank you for your time, Dr. Lennox, and for your information. I think it'll help us to get to the bottom of this.
Turn left here, Mr. Carter. The Kemple place is halfway down the next block.
Nick, did I hear Waldo telling you he could find only Phyllis's birth certificate?
That's right, Patsy. No record of June's birth at all. Wyatt, do you know where June was born?
No, I don't. Oh, by the way, Mr. Carter, I tried to get in touch with June to tell her we were coming, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me speak to her. Said she was asleep. Darn that woman, I don't trust her at all.
Is this the house?
Yeah, that's it.
You'll have to wait in the car, Patsy. Mrs. Everett knows you.
Right, Nick.
I hope we can get in.
Oh, I think we'll manage somehow.
If Phyllis is here, she'll let me in.
Maybe there's nobody here. I think I hear someone coming.
When there's somebody sick in the house, you ought to know better than to make so much noise.
Mrs. Everett, I'm sorry, but we must see June Kemple at once.
She's in her room and in no condition to see anyone at once. Who are you?
This is Mr. Nick Carter, Miss Everett. Please let us see June.
What's a detective doing here?
I'm not here as a detective, rather as a friend. May we see June?
Very well. She's in her room. You can go up, but make it as short as you can. She's sick.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Carter. I can't understand Miss Everett's dislike for June. She never has a good word for her.
Some people are like that, Wyatt. Some people just don't seem...
Randy, help! Help!
That's June. Come on.
Oh, Randy.
June, honey, what's wrong?
I couldn't open the door. I couldn't make my hands open the door.
It was probably stuck, June.
No, it wasn't the door. It was me. My hands.
Now, what do you mean by that, Miss Kemple?
It's just the way my mother acted when she was sick. Alex told me about it last night. She couldn't make her hands do what she wanted. I tried to open my door, and I couldn't. I just couldn't. I had to try and try before I could get it open. Oh, Randy. It was like a nightmare. A horrible nightmare.
Come now, honey. Don't cry like that. I just can't stand it. Please, honey.
What? Look here.
Oh, what is it, sir?
Notice this?
Why, well, that's wax, isn't it?
It is. Wax that someone stuffed in the latch of her door to make it difficult to open. Not impossible, just difficult.
Then there is a plot to drive her insane. I knew it.
Either that or a plot to make her think she's insane. Nothing very mental about a piece of wax and a door lock.
Listen, June, honey, marry me right now. Let me get you out of this house. You'll be safe once I get you away from here.
Oh, no, Randy, I can't. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Listen. Someone just came in.
I'm glad you got that. Randy Wyatt and the detective are up talking to June, and she shouldn't be seeing anyone. She's sick. I tried to keep them out, but I couldn't. I'll go up and see what they're doing. Is everything all right, June?
Yes, Miss Benson. There's nothing wrong with June.
I'm surprised you felt you had to see her when she's so ill.
Miss Benson, this is Mr. Carter, a friend of mine.
How do you do?
I wanted him to see June.
Well, now that you've seen her, you better go. Come, June. I'll take you back to your room. You better lie down and be quiet.
All right, Phyllis, but it's no use. It's no use.
Well, Mr. Carter, I guess we...
Yes. Come on, White.
I'm sorry that Phyllis seems a little abrupt, but we're really very much worried about June. As I told you, Randy, she's exhibiting all the symptoms her mother had just before she was taken away.
Alex, this is Mr. Carter. He knew my father years ago.
How are you, Mr. Benson?
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Benson, do you happen to know where June was born?
June?
Yes.
No, I don't think I do. Wait a minute. It seems to me I've heard Phyllis say that she was born in Barnstable.
And where's that?
Well, it's about an hour out of the city, I believe, on the River Turnpike. Phyllis, wasn't June born in Barnstable?
Yes, she was. Oh, Alex, I don't know what we're going to do with that girl. She's possessed with that one idea. And since Mother... Oh, I don't know what to do.
Come on, Mr. Carter. We better get out of here.
Yes. Our work is finished here. For now.
But, Nick, aren't you going to eat anything before you go?
We'll grab a sandwich and a cup of coffee on the way. Why, old Sim Carter used to go...
What are you expecting to find in Barnstable?
June was born there. If her birth certificate doesn't give us a clue to that clause in Kempel's will, I'll find somebody there who can. Patsy, you wait here at the office for me.
But what do you expect from me, Mr. Carter? You say you found the birth certificate in good order.
After we finally got that guy to open up town hall so we could have a look. Boy, was he hopping mad at being called away from his supper.
Dr. Jessup, you signed the birth certificate, so you should be able to answer my question. What is there about June's birth that would cause her father to put that strange clause in his will?
I couldn't tell you, Mr. Carter. Mrs. Kemper came up here for a rest, and June was born while she was here.
Dr. Jessup, suppose I should tell you that I think someone is trying to make June think she's losing her mind because her mother did. Would that stir your memory?
Losing her mind because her mother... Oh, no, that's impossible. Why, pardon me, I must see who's at the door.
Certainly, we'll wait.
It's strange that they should come to the back door.
Nick, he knows something. Sure as you're a foot high, he knows something.
Yes, Waldo, I think he does. And I think he's going to talk.
Nick, sounds as if he's in...
Dr. Jessup, what's wrong? Dr. Jessup.
You're right. See Leona Perkins. She...
Look at Nick. He was shot twice, right through the chest.
So I see.
But we didn't hear no shots.
Silencer, apparently. Waldo, see if you can spot anyone out there.
Right, Nick. I'll get him.
Oh, poor guy. I hadn't come here to any... Waldo! Waldo! Did you...
It's no good, Nick. I thought I saw a guy hiding in the trees there, so I took a couple of shots at him. I guess it was just shadows.
You ought to know better than to go shooting off that old 44 of yours blindly that way.
But, Nick,
Waldo, you stay here. Call the sheriff. Tell him what happened. I'm going to find Leona Perkins before someone tries to eliminate her, too. You got that, Patsy? Tell Matty to have his man keep constant watch on the Kemple house. And tell me just who goes in or out.
Uh-huh. And he's to wait until you come and report to you.
Right. I'll pick you up at the office on my way back. Oh, and have Randy Wyatt there, too, so he can go with us.
Where did you say you are now?
In Barnstable, at the home of Leona Perkins. She was June's nurse after she was born. She knows the answers if anyone does. All right, I'll see you at the office, Patsy. Sorry, Mrs. Perkins, but I had to get that call through without delay. Now, You know Dr. Jessup, of course.
Yes, of course. I worked with him for 15 years. He sent you to me?
Yes. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Dr. Jessup has just been killed.
Dr. Jessup? Killed?
Yes, shot. By someone who wanted to keep him from telling me what I came to Barnstable to find out.
Dr. Jessup dead. I can't believe it.
Before he died, he told me to come to you. That you would tell me what the mystery is about June Kemple's birth.
Why are you asking these questions, Mr. Carter?
Because June's sanity is in danger.
June insane? She can't be.
Why not? Her mother was, I understand. Died in the sanitarium.
Then you understand wrongly, Mr. Carter. Her mother is perfectly sane, and she's still alive. Alive and well.
What's that you say?
Do I look insane to you?
You? Why, no, of course not.
Mr. Carter, I am June's mother.
You are June's mother?
I am. June is really my daughter.
Miss Perkins, I'm afraid I don't understand. Why was she brought up as the Kemple's child?
Mrs. Kemple had one daughter, and she wanted another, desperately. But she knew she was gradually going out of her mind. And she was afraid if she bore another child, it too might be susceptible to the same dread disease. So she decided to adopt a baby, but secretly, to prevent any possible discrimination against it. She made inquiries in several places. Dr. Jessup heard of her search and came to me.
How did he happen to come to you?
He was my doctor. My husband had just been killed in an accident, and my baby was to be born in 3 days. We were very poor, and I was frantic with worry. I had no money, Mr. Carter, no relatives. I'd never worked a day in my life. I could see no way to provide for the child who was coming.
And you agreed to give up your baby?
Yes. In a moment of weakness, I did. When June was born, Dr. Jessup registered her as being born to Mrs. Kemple instead of to me. Oh, perhaps it was wrong of him, but he felt it was the wisest thing to do.
You've never seen her since?
No, Mr. Carter. Bitterly as I've regretted my decision, I'd sworn I'd never try to see her again. And I never have.
Did anyone else beside you, the doctor, and the Kemples know of this?
No, not a soul. Even Phyllis was never told. She believes June to be her own natural sister.
I doubt that she does now. Mrs. Perkins, you must go back to the city with me at once. Not only June's sanity, but her life may be in danger at this very moment.
And you say you found some real evidence, Nick?
The best in the world, Patsy. I found Mrs. Perkins here.
Well, I don't understand, Nick.
You'll know the whole story in a few minutes, just as soon as we get to the Kemple's house.
Is it a plot against June, Mr. Carter? Is she really all right?
Yes, Wyatt, I believe so. It'll take time to get her back on her feet, but basically she's as sane as you or I.
But who would want to do a thing like this?
Could only be one person. And how she found out about it, I don't know. But she did, obviously.
Mr. Carter, how much further? I promised once I'd never see June again, but now
That's one promise that is better broken than kept. Well, here we are. Oh, that must be Matty's man across the street. You three go in. I'll be with you as soon as I get his report.
I must protest, Mr. Carter. This is outrageous.
Sorry,
this
Mrs.
time of
Everett.
night.
It has to be done this way.
Everybody's here, Nick, all except Phyllis. She's been in bed with a migraine headache ever since dinner.
Oh, well, we'll go ahead without her.
Okay.
June,
Yes.
you say various things happened to you that seem to indicate that you're losing your mind.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Just like my poor mother when she was losing her mind.
How do you know about your mother?
Why, Alex told me.
Alex told you. Mr. Benson, may I ask if you knew Mrs. Kemple?
Why, no, I didn't. She died before I met Phyllis.
And how do you know how she acted while she was going to pieces?
Well, I've heard the story from Phyllis.
Complete with details?
Why, yes.
Recently?
Why, I guess she has told me more in the last few weeks than she ever did before, but what are you getting at?
I won't let them take me away. I'll kill myself first. I will.
Steady, June, steady. That won't be necessary. There's nothing wrong with you mentally, and there never has been.
But all those queer things.
Every single one of those things is a trick, suggestion, planted in your mind.
But my mother died in that place.
No, June, you're wrong. She didn't.
Why, Nick?
June's mother is alive and well today. I'd like to introduce her to you. Mrs. Leona Perkins.
Nick, this is the most fantastic story I ever heard. Are you sure?
I am. I have positive proof. Dr. Jessup's story and Mrs. Perkins' story, which can be backed up with documentary proof. And if you want something you can see for yourself, look at June's little finger. I've just now noticed how she has the same peculiar little crook at the end of it that Mrs. Perkins has.
By golly, Nick, you're right. It's just the same.
You're my mother. My real mother.
Yes, June, darling. Your real mother.
Oh, Mother.
Mr. Carter, who in heaven's name would want to do this to June?
A person who was afraid that she might be susceptible to the thing that killed her mother, and consequently hated the person who wasn't. A person who wanted to prove that it was someone else, not her, who was the weak one.
Carter, do you realize what you're saying?
Unfortunately, Benson, I do.
But you mean that Phyllis... Phyllis?
Oh, of course he doesn't, Alex. That's sheer nonsense.
Mrs. Benson, didn't you help June write the note that broke her engagement to Randy Wyatt?
Yes, at her request.
After you talked me into doing it.
And didn't you suggest that June heard things and felt things, and then when you got her believing she did, didn't you suggest to Alex that those things were a sign of mental weakness?
She did. I can tell now. She was always asking me if I didn't feel this or hear that. I thought she was trying to help me, but...
I was trying to help.
Where have you been the last 2-3 hours?
In my room with a headache.
No, you weren't. You drove to Barnstable, shot Dr. Jessup so he couldn't tell me the secret, and came back here. My man saw you come in. You sneaked in the back door and up to your room, changed your shoes because they got muddy in the doctor's backyard, and then you came down here to brazen it out. Randy, if you look, I'm sure you'll find the muddy shoes in her room, and you'll find the motor of her car still hot. And probably you'll find a gun in her car, too.
I'll take a look right now.
Stay where you are, all of you. You may find the muddy shoes, but I've got the pistol right here, and I'm going to kill you all. You're a pack of sneaking...
Better take her away, officer, before she hurts someone.
Officer?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nick!
All right. No harm done. Alex, take her upstairs. Keep her in her room.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Come on, Phyllis.
Sure. Lock me up. Just the way they locked my mother up. You think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm as sane as any of you. I'll show you.
How could you do such a thing, Phyllis? Why should you hate me so?
Why shouldn't I hate you? I've hated you from the moment I found those old letters of Father's after he died. Those letters from Dr. Jessup, which gave away the whole story. Dr. Jessup said he hoped I'd never suffer as my mother did. Said he could understand how pleased Father was to know that there was no possibility of you having inherited any tendency to a mental weakness. I knew what he meant, and I hated you for it. I wish I'd killed you long ago.
Come, Phyllis. You'll feel better in your own room. Mrs. Everett, will you come with us, please?
Of course, Mr. Benson.
Take your hands off. I know nothing about
What a terrible thing.
Yes. If she'd never found those letters, this whole thing might never have happened. They not only turned her against June, they planted the fear of insanity in her own mind. And the hate and the fear together grew into a phobia that was too strong for her.
Mr. Carter, I don't know what to say. If there's any way I can repay you, you have only to name it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I feel as if a load had been lifted off my heart.
This is a wonderful thing you've done, Mr. Carter. A wonderful thing. God bless you for doing it.
Nick? In the excitement, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Waldo.
Well, what about Waldo?
Waldo is being held in Barnstable on charge of killing Dr. Jessup.
What?
Yes. He called just before you got back. Said he'd try to explain what happened, but the sheriff didn't believe him. Especially since 2 shots had been fired from his pistol, and 2 shots killed Dr. Jessup.
Oh, poor Waldo. I suppose the more they questioned him, the more excited he got that he finally talked himself right into his cell.
Well, you better do something about it, Nick, before Waldo goes crazy. Before he...
Okay, Patsy. May I use your phone, June?
Certainly.
Poor Waldo. Oh, operator, I want the sheriff's office in Barnstable. Yes, the sheriff's office, that's right. I want to talk to the sheriff himself. Yes, the sheriff.
Well, Nick, how about a little look into next week's story?
No sooner said than done, Hugh. It all started with a man being strangled in his hotel room in the very early hours of the morning.
And then went on to include a piece of silk torn from a shirt, a dictaphone record, and a missing wife.
Who was missing because her husband wanted it that way. But refused to stay missing when she received a letter containing a railroad ticket.
It was really the hotel maid.
Patsy, save something for next week.
What do you call your story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dictaphone Murder.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance of these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Dictaphone murder. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters. The detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick should be here any minute, Mr. Buckley.
Told me on the phone that he'd be here at 9 o'clock. That's why I came so early.
It's only a few minutes after 9 now. It won't be long.
You see, I've got a great...
Oh.
Good morning, Patsy.
Hello, Nick.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Buckley, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Carter. When I met you after your lecture at the club the other evening, I said to myself, that's the man I'll go to when I need help.
And you need it now?
Very much. I want you to thoroughly investigate Roger Denham, the man who's going to marry my daughter.
Well, what's he done?
I don't know that he's done anything. I simply want to be sure that he's the right kind of man to be my son-in-law.
Well, really, Mr. Buckley, I don't go in for that sort of thing at all.
Oh, that's not the only reason. The Buckley Corporation is going to build a large new office building, and Roger Denham has been awarded the contract for the work. I want to know that he can carry it out successfully.
Mr. Buckley, I deal for the most part in crime. It interests me, and I've made it my life work. What you're asking me to do does not interest me. Furthermore, I don't have the time for it.
I see. Well, perhaps this will interest you. It's an anonymous letter I received in the mail this morning. I don't put much stock in such things, but, well, here it is.
Roger Denham is married, has been for 6 years. His wife is now on her way to the Royal Arms Hotel. Better warn your daughter.
Does that interest you, Mr. Carter?
Not very much. Information like that can be checked too easily to offer any problem as far as I'm concerned. Nothing very mysterious about this note. It's typed on a decent grade of paper by a fairly good typewriter. Half of the letter L is missing because of a defective type bar, and there's no threat in it, except one fact.
I'm sorry you won't act for me, Mr. Carter, but I suppose you have your reasons.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Oh, morning, Patsy. Nick there?
Oh, yes, he is. Just a minute. See you, Nick, Sergeant Matheson.
What got you down to your office so early, Matty?
What do you mean, office? I've been there, and now I'm up here at the Royal Arms. If you're not busy, you might take a run over here.
What's up?
Murder. Guy named Roger Denham.
Did you say Roger Denham?
I did. Why? Friend of yours?
No, just a coincidence, that's all.
What about Denham, Mr. Carter?
What's the story, Matty?
He's been strangled to death. If you're not busy...
I'll be right over. What room?
312. I'll wait for you, Nick, but make it snappy.
I will. So long.
Mr. Carter, has something happened to Denham?
Buckley? When did you see him last?
Yesterday evening. I called on him at the hotel to see if I could find out something about him personally. Why?
He's just been murdered.
Murdered? Denham?
Yes. Police are there in his room now. Let me have that letter again.
Yes, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Well, top of the morning to you, Patsy. Nick.
Hello, Waldo.
Don't bother to sit down, Walter. You and I are going out immediately. We're going to look into a murder. Hi, Matty.
Well, Nick, you made good time. It's only 9:30. Yep. Oh, hello, Buffalo Bill.
Well, if it ain't the terror of the police force himself. Stuck, are you?
No, I'm not stuck. Just thought Nick might like to have a look-see.
Right, Matty. What have you found so far?
Well, there's the body, Nick, right on the floor where we found it. He was strangled by some guy with an enormous pair of hands. You can still see the marks on his throat. Must have been a struggle the way the room was upset, but it wasn't robbery. Nothing is missing as far as we can tell.
Any fingerprints?
Nope, not a one. Maid found the body when she came in to clean about 9 o'clock. Coroner says death occurred about 8:30 this morning.
All-night party or an early morning blowout?
I checked with the room clerk, and he says he saw no visitors this morning, but the telephone operator says a guy named Johnny Casper called about 7:45 this morning. She said she knew his voice because he'd called so often before.
If he came here, he'd know the way without asking at the desk.
Yeah. Said she wasn't listening, but she gathered from what she just happened to hear that Casper wanted to see Denham right away.
Well, we can look into that when we... Wait. Room 312.
Is Mr. Denham there?
Who's calling?
Mr. Allen of the Buckley Corporation. I'd like to talk to Mr. Denham.
What do you want to talk to Denham about?
Who are you?
This is Nick Carter. I'm sorry to say you can't talk to Denham. He's just been murdered.
Denham? Murdered? Did you say murdered?
I did. What do you want to talk to him about?
Why, I'm the chairman of the board for the Buckley Corporation. We've just awarded a contract to Mr. Denham for the construction of the Buckley building, and I wanted to make an appointment with him to settle a number of details. And you say he's...
Unfortunately, yes, Mr. Allen.
It's terribly unfortunate. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Some friend of Denham's, Nick?
Business acquaintance, apparently. Wanted to make a date with him.
It's a little late for that, I'm thinking.
Hey, Nick, here's something.
Yes, what is it, Matty?
It's a piece of silk. Pocket off a shirt, I'd say. Found it clenched in Denham's fist.
Ah. Must have been ripped off in the struggle.
A clue, by golly. Now we can start investigating, Nick.
Looks like it. Matty, will you let me have this?
Oh, now look, Nick, that's the only real piece of evidence we got.
I know it. I'll take care of it. Just want to find out what Mills made it and what they did with it.
Oh, but Nick, look, why
now,
can't...
look, I can do it faster than you can, Matty. You know that.
Oh, I suppose so, but I
Thanks.
still...
Yeah. Waldo, suppose you dig around and find out what mills this piece of silk came from. Shouldn't be difficult because there's a flaw here in the weave. Should make identification easy. You better get going.
Legwork. Always legwork for Waldo. A good detective like me, and I ain't allowed to detect.
A good detective follows orders, too. Don't forget that.
Oh, sure, Nick, sure. I was just...
So long, Waldo. I'll see you at the office later.
Okay, Nick, okay.
Well, Nick, I guess there isn't much else here we can see.
I'll just take a look around while I'm here. Yeah.
Huh?
The room looks as if somebody been through it, looking for something. The way it's all upside down.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What do you suppose he was looking for?
I wouldn't know, Matty. You see this?
Huh?
This piece of wire sticking out under the closet door?
No, what is it?
Well, let's see.
Hey, it goes up the closet wall and through the ceiling.
The maid still here?
Yeah, right outside. Hey, maid!
Yes, sir?
Who lives in the room over this?
Nobody, sir. It's empty. Or it was yesterday afternoon when I cleaned it up about 4:30.
That sounds suspicious in itself, an empty hotel room these days.
Royal Arms.
Desk clerk, please.
Desk clerk.
This is Nick Carter on the murder of Denham. Who has room 412?
Mrs. Denham has it now, sir.
Mrs. Denham?
Yes, sir.
When did she come in?
Just a few minutes ago. Denham reserved the room yesterday for friends, he said. When Mrs. Denham came in, I supposed he meant it for her, so I gave it to her. I called Denham to check, but got no answer.
What time was that?
About 5 minutes to 9.
Do you know anything about a wire in the closet of 312?
A wire? No, Mr. Carter, I don't.
That's all, thanks. Matty, I believe this wire is a part of the answer to this murder.
Yeah?
Let's go up and have a...
Hey, that came from upstairs, Nick.
Mrs. Denham, come on, Matty, hurry.
Oh, it's no good, Nick. He disappeared somewhere, went down the fire escape, and either got to the bottom or slipped into a room on the way down.
Too bad. Now, Mrs. Denham, suppose you tell me the whole story right from the beginning.
Well, I got here this morning just before 9 o'clock. The clerk said Roger had engaged this room for me, so I came up. I was too tired to unpack, so I just lay down on the bed for a few minutes. I didn't sleep because I had a queer feeling someone was watching me. Then about 15 minutes ago, I got up, washed, and started down to get some breakfast.
But after I'd gone a few steps, I found I'd forgotten my lipstick, so I came back for it. As I opened the door, I saw a man in the room, just starting to climb out the window. I screamed, and he disappeared.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, I didn't. But he looked like a large man with big hands. I saw those.
Mrs. Denham, how does it happen you arrived here just this time?
Why, I got an anonymous letter yesterday. Here it is.
Thank you. Your husband has been out of the Army for 6 weeks. He is staying here at the Royal Arms. Pretends he's not married and is making big play for daughter of head of Buckley Corporation. Enclosed is ticket from your town here. Better come if you want to avoid trouble. And the letter L, only half prints. Same typewriter on both notes.
What was that, Mr. Carter?
Oh, nothing. Go on with your story, please.
I didn't even know Roger was out of the Army. The last I heard was 2 months ago, when he wrote that he and his buddy, Johnny Casper...
Nick, Johnny Casper again.
Yes. Go ahead, Mrs. Denham.
He said they were getting out any minute, and he let me know as soon as they did. But when this letter came, I thought
Yes,
well,
I know. And that's all?
Well, yes, I think so.
You mind if I have a look in your closet?
My closet? Why, no, not at all.
Anything here, Nick?
There certainly is. A dictaphone machine.
What? There's the wire that comes up from downstairs.
This is what I rather expected, Matty. Denham was making a record of an interview we had with someone, but the record is gone.
That's what the guy Mrs. Denham saw was after. Maybe he got it, Nick.
Mrs. Denham, how long were you out of this room?
Just a few seconds, no longer. I went out and then came back almost at once.
Then the man didn't get it, Matty. Wouldn't have had time. But someone got it.
That's the clue we ought to have, Nick. I bet it would tell the whole story.
Yes, there must have been something pretty incriminating on it to make him kill Denham.
Kill? Did you say kill Denham? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Denham. I didn't realize you heard me. I'm very sorry, but it's true.
Oh.
Your husband was killed about an hour ago.
Roger dead.
Matty, better take this machine to headquarters. See if there are any prints on it. It'll help. Okay. Get Mrs. Denham's, too, just in case.
Nick, you don't
I don't know. Better take no chances. Let me get the serial number on the machine so I can have Patsy check on it, and I'll be on my way.
Yep. On your way where, Nick?
To see Johnny Casper. He looks like a good starting point.
You see, Mr. Carter, we were buddies in the service. I liked Roger, so when we got out, I brought him back here with me. He'd been a contractor in a small town about 100 miles north of here, and I thought perhaps we could go in business together. I'm a contractor, too, you know.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, I've done some pretty big things for a young fellow. Well, anyway, I introduced Roger to Mr. Allen, the chairman of the board of the Buckley Corporation, and to Buckley himself. Then I took him up to Olive's house one night. She's Buckley's daughter. I was engaged to her at the time. Well, I introduced him to her. What a heel that guy turned out to be.
Just how do you mean, Casper?
Well, instead of bidding on the Buckley building with me as partners, he submitted a separate bid of his own. And he entertained Allen and every member of the board at parties. And he made a big play for my girl behind my back. Knifed me every way he could. My pal.
You say you were engaged to Miss Buckley. You're not now?
Oh, I'll say I'm not. 2 days ago, when I called her to make a date, she told me we were through. She was now engaged to Denham.
So you have little reason to like Denham.
I've never hated anybody in my life the way I hated that man.
Where were you this morning about 8 o'clock?
This morning? Why, I was right here in bed.
You're sure? You weren't at the Royal Arms talking to Denham?
What in heaven's name makes you think
Answer my question, Casper. Were you at the Royal Arms?
Why, no, Well, yes, I was, too. Why should I deny it? I went down to tell Roger to lay off my girl. I'd tell his wife what was going on.
And what did he say to that?
He told me to go as far as I liked. He was on top, and he was going to stay there in spite of the devil and me.
Did you two have a fight?
With words, yes, but that's all. Got so mad I left him and came back here to think.
I see you have a typewriter. You mind if I tried?
Why, no, go right ahead.
Thanks. So it was you who wrote those anonymous letters to Buckley and to Mrs. Denham?
Yes, I did. I'm not ashamed of doing it. I hated Denham.
Enough to kill him?
Yes, but I didn't. I saw too much killing in the war. Funny, isn't it? I bring my buddy back here to help him out, and he cheats me out of everything I want. Underbids me on the Buckley job and even steals my girl. What a laugh. No, I didn't kill him.
but I wish I had long ago.
Pardon me, but I was referred to you to...
And am I glad you were? We don't get many in here like you, baby.
I want to find out something about...
I'm the boy that can tell you, baby. Anything you want to know.
I have here the serial number.
Now, look, let's not talk about numbers. Let's talk about you. You're the number I'm interested in right now.
Well, look, will you please listen?
Am I listening to every word you say, gorgeous? Go ahead, talk.
I want to find out about dictaphone machine number 248749AY.
Hey, look. What are you doing tonight, slick chick?
Working. Number 248749AY, please.
I bet you do a mean rumba. How's about giving me a whirl tonight, hmm?
Oh, look. I want to find out about this...
Yeah, baby, I'm trying to find out, too. How late are you working tonight?
Huh? I don't know.
No, I bet you're not working at all. Just stalling me along to see how far I'll go. Well, I'll go a long way for you, good-looking.
Oh, will you please?
Listen, Rib, how's about letting me call you when I get through tonight? Maybe we can cut a rug together. I know just the place. Come on, what do you say?
All right, you win. Call me at Pennsylvania 68601. Ask for Patsy.
Atta, baby, now you're cooking on all four. Now, what do you want to know?
Where this machine 248749AY has been for the last 48 hours.
Well, leave me look. 248749AY. Leased to a guy named Roger Denham yesterday afternoon. Not back yet. That make you happy, baby?
Getting the information does. Thank you.
Hey, you can't go like this. It's almost my lunch hour. How's about putting on a pair of bibs together down at Mike's place, hmm?
You've got my phone number and my name, and that's all you're going to get from me. Goodbye.
Oh, don't be like that, gorgeous. I just want...
Oh, there you are, Patsy. We've been waiting for you. Find anything?
Nick, do I look fascinating to you?
Hey, Patsy, this is police headquarters, remember?
Other men find me irresistible. Do you?
Snap out of it, Patsy. Did you find out about the dictaphone?
Huh? Oh, yes. Leased to Roger Denham yesterday afternoon for 48 hours.
That checks, Matty. Huh? He expected a visitor and wanted the interview recorded. Oh, I wish I knew what was on that record.
Oh, I was starting to tell you when Patsy came in, Nick. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on that dictaphone. Denham's and somebody else's. The others don't check with any we got. They must be the murderers when he got the record.
Are they extra large?
Hey, they aren't, Nick. They're small. So they couldn't have been his.
Maybe they don't mean anything. Could have been on the machine when Denham got it. Anyway, Waldo. How'd you make out?
You asked me to find out about that there piece of silk now, didn't you?
I did.
Well, when you give old Deadeye McGlynn a job, he does it. Yes, sir. And I had some job, too, believe me. But I came through.
For the love of Mike, Waldo, stop talking and say something.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me.
Waldo, what did you find out?
Well, the silk was woven by the seasoned mills. Now, they made up about a dozen shirts out of it, and then they discovered there was a flaw in the stuff, so they junked the rest. And they sold them shirts to the Lionel men's shop right here in town.
Did you go there?
No, I didn't. I thought maybe you would like to do some of the detecting yourself.
Okay. That's my next visit. The Lionel men's shop. Come on, Patsy, come on.
This is Buckley speaking.
This is Nick Carter, Mr. Buckley. I find that you bought a dozen white silk shirts from the Lionel shop a few months ago.
Yes, I did. They offered me a special price, I recall. Why?
Did you keep them all yourself?
Why, no, I didn't. I got them just before Christmas, and I gave several of them away as presents.
Could you tell me to whom you gave them?
Well, now, let me see. I remember giving Alan 3 of them, and I kept 5 for myself, I think. And the others... Oh, yes. My daughter Olive gave the rest to Johnny Casper so he'd have some when he got out of the Army. They were going around together at that time.
Nobody else got any?
I believe not. Couldn't swear to it, of course.
All right, thanks. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye.
What do you say, Nick?
He kept some, gave some to Alan, and some to Casper.
Casper? We keep coming back to him, don't we?
Seems so. He certainly had a motive. But if he did it, where does the dictaphone come in?
Yes, I see what you mean.
But who else is there? Alan?
Well, I suppose you better check on his whereabouts at the time of the killing this morning. Mustn't leave any stone unturned. Come on.
No, Mr. Allen isn't at home just now, Mr. Carter. Can I do anything for you?
Perhaps. What time did Mr. Allen get up this morning?
At his usual hour, sir. About 9:30.
Are you sure of that?
Oh, absolutely, sir. He came downstairs in his pajamas and dressing gown to ask me about a suit he couldn't find. It was at the cleaner's.
What time were you up this morning?
I start work at 8 o'clock regularly, sir. It's my habit.
And you didn't see Mr. Allen until 9:30?
Why, no, sir. May I inquire why you're asking all these questions?
You may, but I'm not going to answer just now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Come on, Patsy. Let's try something else. Maybe we'll have more luck there.
Well, Nick, you going to check up on Mr. Buckley?
Buckley?
Well, yes. You've investigated 2 of the 3 men who got the silk shirts. You can't omit Buckley, can you?
I suppose you're right, Patsy. We can't afford to... Oh, I wish I had that record Denham made. That would probably tell us the motive. And just now, we are completely missing a motive.
Well, Casper had one. But as you've said, that doesn't account for the record.
No, it doesn't. I wonder...
Huh? What is it, Nick?
Wait. I want to call Matty. I'm going in the drugstore here.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, Matty, Nick, tell me. When you examined the prints in the dictaphone, did you find any of the smaller prints lapping over Denham's prints?
Why, come to think of it, yeah, Nick. Some of the little prints were on top of Denham's. Why?
Thanks. I'll see you later. Bye.
What's going on, Nick?
I think I know now where the missing dictaphone record is, Patsy, and when I get that, I should have the motive.
And the murderer. Let's go, Nick. For goodness sake, why did you ask to speak to the chambermaid?
Because I think she has the answer.
Well, what answer could she have?
You'll see. You're the chambermaid who found Mr. Denham's body this morning in room 312?
Yes, sir. I found him when I went in to clean the room.
Did you go to room 412 this morning?
Well, I did and I didn't.
Just how do you mean?
Well, you see, I clean the rooms that's vacant in the afternoon. The deadline's 5 o'clock, so I got to get them cleaned before then. So I cleaned up 412 yesterday, like always. That's a transient room. So this morning I opened 412 to see if somebody's been in. But when I seen it like I left it, I didn't go in.
I see. You went to the room at all this morning.
Like I told you. I just looked in and seen nobody's been in, so I locked it up again.
You won't mind letting me take your fingerprints, will you?
Fingerprints? What do you want them for?
Just for the record. You're not scared, are you?
Scared? Why should I be scared?
Then you won't mind if I take your prints?
No, I don't guess so. How do you do it?
Just press your fingers on this little ink pad, like this.
Yeah?
Then press them on this pad, like this.
Yeah.
There.
Do they match, Nick?
Match? Match what?
So you didn't go in room 412 this morning.
I told you
I know what you told me. Now tell me the truth. You went to the door and you went in. And you took a record off a dictaphone machine you found in the closet. Why?
Golly, mister. Can you tell all that from my fingerprints?
I can. So you better tell me the truth.
All right. Well, here's what happened, and it's the gospel truth. I opened the door like I said. Then, just as I started to close it again, I heard a funny noise. I listened, and it come from the closet. I looked, and there was a funny machine there with one of them trick kind of records on it.
And you took it?
Yeah. I didn't think it was stealing. I just wanted to see what was on it. So I brought it down here, and when I got a chance, I was going to play it on one of the machines in the office. But I've been too busy.
Do you know that Denham was killed for that record?
Honest, mister?
And if the murderer finds you've got it now, you're next.
Gee, I wouldn't like that. I don't want to be killed.
And you better get me the record right now.
Sure. Sure, mister. I got it hidden in one of the cleaning closets. I'll get it for you, honest. You wait right here.
We'll wait. And then we'll play the record, Patsy. I've got to know what's on it.
Buckley, Nick.
Sorry to be late, Mr. Carter, but I got held up in traffic.
It's quite all right, Mr. Buckley. Now that you're all here, Buckley, Allen, Casper, and Sergeant Matheson, I'll tell you why I called you together. As you know, Roger Denham was murdered this morning in his hotel room, strangled. The only real clues we had were the prints of an unusually large hand on Denham's throat and a silk shirt pocket, evidently torn off during the struggle. We traced the shirts and found that each of you three men had one or more of those shirts. Casper has no alibi for the time of the killing. Allen, according to his butler, has. And Buckley we don't know about.
If you'd asked me, I could have told you where I was.
I'm sure you could, Mr. Buckley, right to the very minute, no doubt. So any one of you might have owned the shirt with the torn pocket. We had to get at it another way. Motive. Which of you had the strongest motive to kill Denham? Buckley and Allen don't seem to have any reason. But Casper did.
Now, look here, Carter. Are you trying to pin this on me?
Sit down, Casper, and wait until I finish. I won't pin murder on anyone unless it belongs there. As I said, we needed a motive. But it was only late this afternoon that chance, plus a rational and logical elimination of other possibilities, gave me the answer. I now have the motive, and with it, the murderer.
And what is it, Mr. Carter?
Yes, don't keep us waiting this way.
Here it is. Listen. All right, Patsy.
Right.
Hello, Allen. What brings you out so early in the morning?
I think you know, Denham.
Stop that machine. Give me that record.
What's the trouble, Mr. Allen?
I said stop that machine.
I owe you
Take
some?
that record and now.
I want these gentlemen to hear what it says.
Confound you, Carter. I'll put a bullet right in.
Put a bullet nowhere, murderer. Give me that gun.
Come on. Get it to me.
That's better.
All right, gentlemen. Now that Mr. Allen is quiet again, I'd like you to hear the rest of this record. Start it again, Patsy.
All right.
Hello, Allen. What brings you out so early in the morning?
I think you know, Denham. Little matter of money.
Money? What money? Do I owe you some?
Hey, what is this? You trying to kid me?
No, indeed. I just don't understand.
Oh, no? You bid on the contract for the construction of the new Buckley building, remember?
That's right.
You were not the low bidder. You came in second. You were over $50,000 higher than the low bid.
Right again.
I reported to the board that I was convinced that the low bidder was not equipped to do this job and recommended giving it to you in spite of your price.
That's very decent of you, Allen.
Decent? You promised me $10,000 if I got you that contract. That's why I'm here. I want half of that $10,000 now before the contract is signed.
Hey, Allen, I never promised to pay you to get me that contract. I don't do business that way.
Why, you double-crossing gip artist. You'll pay me what you promised or that contract will never be signed, I promise you.
But the board awarded it to me.
On my recommendation, and they'll award it to someone else if I don't get what's coming to me. I boss that board, and don't forget, they do what I say. And you're going to do what you said you would, or else.
That's the end, Nick.
That's the most incredible thing I ever heard. So Allen killed him.
Mr. Allen, would you care to tell us what happened after the record was shut off?
Nothing. I left at once.
May I see your shirt?
No.
Yes. Here, open your vest. That's a good boy.
Nick, he hasn't changed his shirt. His pocket's missing.
Very probably didn't even know it was gone in all the excitement of the murder. And if further proof is needed, I believe his hands will correspond to the marks on Denham's throat. I see you have unusually large hands, Mr. Allen.
Denham was a louse. He shut the machine off and told me he'd been making a record of our conversation. Said if I tried to collect what he'd promised me, he'd take the record to Buckley. I knew that would ruin me, and so
You killed him so you could find the record, so you could destroy it. I wouldn't have believed it possible. Well, you're right about one thing. You're through, finished, as far as I'm concerned.
And as far as the state is concerned, too. The chair will finish him. That's the case, gentlemen.
Oh, that's for me, Nick.
For you, Patsy. Who is it, do you know?
Oh, I'll say I do. Wait till he hears what I'm going to tell him. Oh, but I do wish somebody else would talk to me that way. Just once in a while. Hello!
Well, Nick, isn't it about time for you to give us a glimpse into next week's story?
Why, I shouldn't be surprised if you were right, Ken.
Well, suppose you take over then.
Right. The ingredients of my story next week are, first,
A man who died of heart failure, but who was really murdered.
A will, which was the will the old man wrote, but which proved to be not the will he wrote.
And a signature which was forced by a person who wanted it known it had been forged.
Sounds like a fine collection of contradictions to me. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the clumsy forgeries.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of the Shadow Comics. In the broadcasts of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer, Waldo by Humphrey Davis. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Ken Powell saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, with the man you're chasing murdered and the stolen diamonds gone from their hiding place, how can you possibly hope to carry on?
That's simple, Patsy. We just follow the clues.
Clues? What clues do we have?
The gold-headed cane, the angle from which the knife was thrown.
And the ink spots on the bill. Of course.
When we put them all together, they spell the end of our search. But there's no time to be lost. We dock in less than 2 days.
Now, the case of the gold-headed cane. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As our story starts, we find Sir Armand Coleman and his servant Gig being shown through the Filbert Diamond Mine, one of South Africa's biggest.
I say, Mr. Hopkins, it's awfully decent of you to take your time to show us through the mine. Being general manager of a mine like this must be quite an undertaking.
Yes, Sir Armand, it keeps me pretty busy. But we're always happy, to show visitors how diamonds are mined.
Yeah, but how do you know one of these visitors won't walk off with some of the diamonds? You don't seem to have any guards here.
We don't need them, Sir Armand. Before you leave the mine, you have to pass through a special exit gate, where an X-ray machine shows the attendant whether or not you have any diamonds on your person, no matter how cleverly concealed.
Oh, I see. Clever idea, that.
Blimey, look at all the diamonds spread out on the table, Sir Armand.
By Jove, they are beauty. Yeah, those are some of the choice samples of diamonds found in this mine.
May I look at them, Mr. Hopkins? Closely, I mean.
Oh, certainly.
Now, Mr. Hopkins, could I ask you a question, please?
Yes, of course. What is it, Gig?
This picture here on the wall, is that the mine we've just been through?
Yes, Gig, it is. You see, we came in here, went down through this way, then turned here, came back along here. We're now standing in this room here.
Blimey, we've had some walk, ain't we? Where's this exit gate you've been telling us about?
Well, you see this passage leads out of this room? Well, the gate is right here, just around the corner.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. That sure is some map.
Well, Sir Armand, you ready to leave?
Yes, thank you.
Through this way, please.
This has been a most instructive... Oh, found at my ankle and I dropped my cane again.
Oh, I'll get it, sir. Oh, here it is. Your ankle hurt much, sir?
No, it's all right, Gig. Let's get on.
Your bad leg troubling you, Sir Armand?
A little, yes. Must be this long walk we've had.
Well, here we are. Here's the exit gate. You go first, Gig.
Yes.
Stop under the archway until the attendant says he's satisfied you're not carrying any diamonds out.
Oh, yes, sir. Glad I didn't try to get away with nothing near.
Okay, you can go, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Couldn't find nothing on old Gig, eh?
You next, Sir Armand, if you will, please.
Of course. There's a queer sensation.
I'll hit my ankle again.
Here, I've got the cane, Sir Armand. I'll keep it till you come out.
Very well, Gig.
You're all right, sir. You may go.
Thank you. You have to go through this too, Mr. Hopkins? Oh, yes, indeed. Everyone does from the owner down. Take no chances on anyone.
Okay, Mr. Hopkins.
Well, Sir Armand, that's about all. Been very interesting, I assure you. Thanks no end, Mr. Hopkins.
Been just fine, Mr. Hopkins. We go out this door here.
That's right. You'll find your car just outside. Goodbye. Goodbye, and thanks again.
Did you get those diamonds, Sir Armand?
I certainly did. The trick worked like a charm. And Mr. Hopkins will never know I got the idea from one of the stories he told us.
That's good, sir.
Come on, Gig. Let's get back to the hotel and pack. In 12 hours, we can be on the boat, headed for the States, and a life of luxury.
Take this message, Miss Gerald.
Yes, sir.
50 carats of first-quality diamonds stolen from Filbert Mine in daring robbery. Suspect believed to be on boat bound for United States. Lost discovered in checkup late this afternoon. Famous American detective Nick Carter called in on case. Have you got that, Miss Gerald?
Yes, sir.
See that it gets out at once. All news service.
This has been a wonderful trip, Nick. Except for this cold of mine. Oh.
Poor girl.
You know, it's the first time I made a transatlantic crossing by plane.
Yeah, I don't mind taking time for a trip like this. Particularly when it's at someone else's expense. You know, from what John Filbert said...
Oh, Filbert is the owner of the diamond mine, Nick?
Yes, I met him at a convention some years ago.
Uh-huh.
From what he said, he's more worried about how the diamonds got out than he is about the loss of these particular stones.
You'll find out, Nick. I'll bet on that.
Huh? Hope you're right.
Come in, Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Filbert?
Nick, this is Charles Hopkins, our general manager.
Pleasure, Mr. Carter.
He was the one who showed this man Coleman through the mine the day the thefts occurred.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hopkins, Mr. Filbert here tells me you're sure Coleman is the man who got away with the gems.
He must be, Mr. Carter. Our display table is checked every night, you see. So when we missed the stones, we went back over every visitor for that day. Mm-hmm. The only one that presented anything out of the ordinary was Coleman, who dropped his cane as he went through the exit gate. So we figured the cane must have something to do with it.
Very probably. Well, if Coleman secreted the stones in his cane, he must still have them with him. I think the best plan will be for Patsy and me to fly directly to the ship he's sailing on and see if we can find them. So if you'll radio the skipper that we're coming and give me a full description of the man and his servant, we'll be on our way.
Before you go, Nick, I want to give you a small retainer to cover your expenses at least. You have the money, Hopkins?
Yes, sir, right here. Two $500 bills. I have to apologize, Mr. Carter, but I accidentally spilled some red ink on the corner of them while they were on my desk.
Oh, that doesn't matter, Mr. Hopkins. Thank you. Now, let's get on with the details. We have to reach Coleman's ship before it docks, and we haven't too much time.
It has been such a beautiful stroll around the deck, Monsieur Coleman.
I say, Madame Duquesne, I think a cocktail won't go badly before we go down to dinner.
Huh? That is such an excellent idea, Monsieur.
Shall I mix the cocktails, sir?
No, Gig, you may go. We won't need you until after dinner.
Oh, yes, sir. You'll find everything you need right there.
Madame Duquesne, we've gotten to know each other quite well these last few days.
Yes.
Why don't we stop being so formal? You call me Armand, and I'll call you Sarita.
That is another of your lovely ideas, Monsieur Armand. Shall I mix the cocktail? I am very good at it.
If you like. You'll find the things on that table.
You would like a Manhattan, Armand? They are my favorite.
Whatever you desire, Sarita.
Huh? There's the vermouth. Oh, the cork stick.
Oh, shall I?
No, I have it. Oh, Armand, I've spilled it all over my hands. Now I shall have to wash them.
The wash basin's in the other room, Sarita. I'll mix the cocktails while you're gone.
Hurry now, I shall return at once.
Mixing drinks is a man's job anyway. A woman's job is to look pretty and feed a man's vanity.
Do I feed your vanity, Armand?
You do indeed, my pretty. And I'm happy that you do. I shouldn't...
What is that funny noise, Armand? Are you drinking already? Please wait for me. Now, Armand, I'm ready for...
Who are you? What are you? Armand, who is that? Armand!
You made good time, Mr. Carter, but even so, you're too late.
Too late? For what?
To talk to Coleman. He was killed a half hour ago.
Killed?
How? A knife in his throat. The woman who was with him when it happened reported it to me. She said she was washing her hands in the dressing room when she heard a funny noise. When she came out, Coleman was lying dead on the floor.
Did you see anyone else?
Yeah, there was a man in the room. But he dashed out when he saw her. She said she wouldn't know him again. She was so scared.
This is something I hadn't counted on.
Look here, Captain. I want something done about this man Redding.
I'm busy just now. Drop in later, won't you?
I want action now. 2 days ago, this Redding moved my deck chair to one side and put his own chair where mine should be. He insults me.
I'm too busy to do anything about that now, sir. Now come back this evening, will you?
Yeah, oh, all right. But I'll poke this guy Redding right in the snoot if he doesn't.
Sorry, Mr. Carter. Just one of the things in the captain's life.
Yes. Well, shall we take a look at Coleman's cabin? I'd like to get started on my investigation. Perhaps what I'm looking for is still here.
This is Coleman's stateroom, Mr. Carter. Dr. Samuels, this is Nick Carter and Miss Bowen. Mr. Carter, this is the ship's doctor.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Doctor?
Now, that's Gig, Coleman's servant. Is everything the way you found it, Doctor?
Yes, Captain. You said Mr. Carter was coming, so I've made my inspection without moving anything.
Oh, thank you. Doctor, would you say that this knife was stabbed into the throat or thrown?
Well, I did think that it was a peculiar angle for a stabbing, but throwing hadn't occurred to me.
You find anything on the knife, Nick?
Handle seems to be clean. No prints.
Uh-uh.
Gig, where were you when Coleman was killed?
When Sir Armand and the lady came in after they'd been walking on deck, he told me he wouldn't need me till after dinner. So I went out and talked to a man I met yesterday. When I came back, the captain and the doctor was here.
I verified that part of it, Mr. Carter.
Looks as if Coleman was mixing a drink when he was killed, doesn't it?
That's what Madame Duquesne told me when she was the one who was with him at the time.
Oh, I see.
If he was standing there at the table where the drinks are, the knife must have been thrown through the window, judging by the angle at which it entered his throat.
Yes, you're certainly right about that, Mr. Carter.
Oh, Patsy, do you see that gold-headed cane Filbert told us Coleman carried?
Yes, it's standing over there in the corner.
Ah, good.
You want it?
Yes, please.
Have you seen that cane before, Mr. Carter?
No, but I've heard about it.
Here, Nick.
Thanks. Imagine this head comes off. There must be a catch here somewhere. That does it.
Why?
Well, inside we find the motive for the killing.
You mean the diamonds?
I mean, the diamonds are gone.
You expected to find diamonds in the head of the cane?
I did, Captain. When Coleman left South Africa, he had about 50 carats of flawless diamonds hidden there. It's empty now. So I should guess that the killer has taken the stones.
Then all we have to do is search the ship, find the diamonds, and arrest whoever has them as the murderer.
Yes, you could do it that way, Captain, but maybe I can save you some time, if I can do a little figuring.
You know, Mr. Carter, there's one thing that puzzles me about this.
Yes? What's that, Doctor?
Well, the woman who reported the killing, Madame Duquesne, said she came to the captain's office immediately. Now, allowing for the time it took her to get there and the time it took me to get down here after that, the man should have been dead about 20 minutes. But I found that he'd been dead at least an hour.
Is that so?
Nick, I wonder why she waited over half an hour before reporting the murder.
Yes, Patsy. I wonder, too.
Now back to the case of the gold-headed cane. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, we find Nick, Patsy, and the captain standing on deck outside the window of Coleman's stateroom.
You see, Captain, it's just as I said. A knife thrown through this window at anyone standing at that table would enter the throat at the exact angle. The knife entered Coleman's throat.
Nick, this is a curious coincidence.
What's that, Patsy?
The name on this deck chair right under Coleman's window is Redding.
Yes?
You remember that the passenger who busted into the captain's office was complaining about his chair having been replaced by one belonging to a man named Redding?
Yes.
Well, here it is.
So Redding wanted to be in this particular spot no matter whom he annoyed, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Patsy, take down the names of the passengers in the adjacent chairs and see if any of them saw anything of this.
Surest thing you know, Nick. What are you going to do?
Going to see what Mr. Redding has to say about this.
Well?
Pardon my intrusion, Mr. Redding. Just curious to know why you changed your deck chair from wherever it was to the position it now occupies.
They put my chair in the wrong place to begin with. What's it in your life?
I'm acting on behalf of the captain. His chart doesn't show your chair in its present position.
I can't help that. That's the spot I was promised.
Mr. Redding, do you happen to know a man named Sir Armand Coleman?
Coleman? Coleman?
Yes.
Never heard of him.
Oh, I see you have a burn on the palm of your right hand, Mr. Redding. Been working recently?
What I have on the palm of my hand is no concern of yours.
Quite correct. I was just curious to know if you got it by practicing knife throwing.
Knife? Get out of here. Get out. I've had enough of this.
Very well, Mr. Redding. Oh, by the way, did you hear about the murder on board a while ago?
Murder?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know what you're getting at with all these questions. You suspect me of the murder, perhaps?
I was going to say, when you interrupted me, that I'm about to make a very interesting call. I'm going to call on a woman who saw the killer and says she can identify him. So long, Mr. Redding. See you later.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Patsy, you had time to find out about those other passengers?
Nobody saw anything, Nick. They were all downstairs. Below decks, I guess I should say.
Yes, I guess you should.
That you, Mr. Carter?
Oh, yes, Captain. Anything new?
Maybe, and maybe not. I'll leave you to judge.
Okay, what is it?
Well, as soon as Madame Duquesne, the murder witness, got back to her cabin, she called for a plumber. Said the drain in her wash basin was stopped up. As it happened, the plumber was free, so he went there at once. He cleaned out the drain and left. But when he got back to his quarters, he discovered one of his wrenches were missing. He asked Madame Duquesne about it, but she said she hadn't seen it, and he's sure he left it there.
Well, very interesting indeed. I'm on my way to her stateroom now, Captain. You want to come along? Maybe we can find the answer.
Guess Madame Duquesne isn't at home.
Well, I think we better get in and have a look at her room anyway.
I have a key, Mr. Carter. I'll let you in.
Thanks. All right, Patsy. See if you can find the wrench. I'm sure it's hidden somewhere here.
Right.
What makes you so sure Madame Duquesne has it, Mr. Carter?
I believe she stole Coleman's diamonds, then tried to find a safe place to hide them. She got the idea of putting them in the wash basin drain, so she sent for the plumber. Watched what he did, then stole one of his wrenches, and when he was gone, opened up the pipe again and hid the diamonds inside.
Oh, why didn't she just put them down through the drain in the basin?
Too big to go through the strainer, I should say.
Nick, I found the wrench.
Good.
It was under the mattress.
Now, suppose we have a look at that drain.
Right. Oh, hurry up, Nick. I can't wait.
Oh, just a minute. There.
Oh.
And look at these, Captain.
What?
Well, magnificent stones, aren't they? Why, there's a fortune there.
What are you doing in my room?
Looking for diamonds, Madame Duquesne, and we found them.
Madame Duquesne, you're under arrest for the murder of Sir Armand Coleman.
No, I did not kill him.
But you did steal the diamonds, didn't you?
Yes, I admit I took the diamonds. When I came out of Coleman's dressing room, I saw a man standing there with Coleman's cane in his hand. When I spoke to him, he dropped the cane and disappeared.
And you got curious, examined the cane, and found the diamonds.
Yes. I could not resist them. I hid them here in my room. Then I reported the murder as if it had just happened.
In heaven's name, why did you do that?
I had to. Gid knew I was with Coleman. He knew we were to be together for dinner. If I had not reported it, I should have been blamed for the murder myself.
Can you prove you didn't kill him?
No, she didn't do it, Captain. But she knows who did. Don't you, madam?
I believe I would recognize him if I saw him.
Good. And I think I know who it is. Will you come with me and identify him?
I will be glad to do that. If you let me get my...
Senator Kane.
That just came through the window.
She's dead, Nick.
Come on, Captain, after it.
There he goes, up forward. Stop! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot.
If you want me, come and get me.
He's going over the rail. Don't jump, man. There he goes.
You two can play at that game, Captain. Stand by to pick us up.
Don't, Carter. You'll kill yourself. You fool. Man overboard. Man overboard. Man overboard.
Well, it takes a brave man to dive into the ocean as Nick did, but Nick is never the man to let a criminal get away from him. In just a moment, we'll hear the conclusion of today's story. And now for the conclusion of the case of the gold-headed cane. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Stopping his liner in mid-ocean, the captain rescues Nick from the icy waters together with his unconscious captive, Redding. The latter is put to bed in his cabin under the doctor's care while Nick thaws out in the captain's quarters. An hour later, Nick drops into Redding's cabin.
You think he'll pull through, Doctor?
Yes, I think so. He lost some blood from the wound in his leg where you shot him, but it's nothing serious.
Can I talk to him?
Oh, no, not just now. He's sleeping. I just gave him a sedative to quiet him. He's very restless. He's sort of wandering in his mind. He kept calling for someone to get him out of this. I didn't get the name he said, but it sounded as if he was being paid by someone to do what he did.
Well, that's a new angle. I think I'll have a look through his things. If there's anyone else mixed up in this, I'd like to know who it is.
Mr. Carter, Miss Bowen, to see you, Mr. Filbert.
Well, Nick, glad to see you back.
Glad to be back, John.
Did you accomplish anything, Nick?
Well, yes and no. I found the man who stole the diamonds, but he was dead when we found him.
Oh, that's a tough break.
But I got the diamonds back for you. Here.
Excellent, excellent. You never seem to fail to get what you go after.
In this particular case, John, I got more than I went after.
Eh?
Is Mr. Hopkins around?
Well, yes. I'll ask him to come in.
Yes, Mr. Filbert?
Ask Mr. Hopkins to step in here.
Yes, sir.
I want him to hear the rest of this story. Think it'll interest him even more than it will you.
Well,
You want to see me, Mr. Filbert? Oh, hello, Mr. Carter. Have a successful trip?
I did. Found the thief and recovered the diamond.
And had a very pleasant plane ride in the bargain.
Good.
Mr. Hopkins, I'm puzzled about one thing.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
You said the diamonds on that display table near the exit gate were checked every night, didn't you?
That's right.
As I understand, these diamonds were stolen about noon.
Correct, sir.
And why wasn't the loss reported until late on the following day?
Well, I thought that...
It was to give the thief a chance to get safely aboard the boat that sailed for the States that evening, so he'd be out of the country before the loss was reported, wasn't it?
See here, Carter. Are you accusing me of something?
John?
Yes, Nick.
When I was here before, Hopkins gave me 2 new $500 bills as a retainer, remember?
Yes, I recall that.
And he apologized because he'd spilled red ink in the corner of them.
Yes, I recall that, too.
What would you gather when I show you these 5 new $1,000 bills that also have red ink spilled on them in precisely the same places?
See here, Carter.
Be quiet, Hopkins. Go on, Nick. Where did those 5 bills come from?
I found them in the stateroom of the man named Redding. The man who killed the diamond thief, Coleman, and tried to steal the stones from him.
I don't follow you, Nick.
Well, here's what I think happened. Sit down, Hopkins, and be quiet.
Why,
John? I believe Hopkins allowed Coleman, who was really an international jewel thief, to steal the diamonds from the display table. Probably even suggested the idea to him in some way. And let him pass them through the X-ray machine by getting away with that phony cane trick.
See here, Carter.
Then he hired Redding, another international crook, to kill Coleman and get the stones away from him. He paid him these bills, which I found in Redding's cabin.
You can't prove a word of that, Carter.
That is pretty complicated, Nick. What would Hopkins get out of it?
He and Redding would undoubtedly split the proceeds. The $5,000 was advance expense money. Hopkins could have identified Coleman as the thief. But as Redding would have the jewels, they'd not be recovered. So Hopkins is in the clear. Redding is in the clear if he's not called for the killing, and Hopkins and Redding split the proceeds when they sell the gems.
All that deduction based on a blot of red ink. It proves nothing.
Your fingerprints on the bills will furnish all the additional proof necessary.
Fingerprints?
Yes. New bills take fingerprints excellently, Mr. Hopkins.
All right, Carter. I admit it was all worked out, just as you figured it.
Hopkins, you?
But, Nick, you haven't accounted for that woman who actually took the diamonds away from Coleman. Where does she come in?
She doesn't, Patsy. She just happened to run across the stones and, being an opportunist, took them.
Oh.
Well, Nick, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done. You've not only caught a thief and returned my jewels to me, you've also exposed another thief who might have gotten away with far more than this if he hadn't been found out.
You know, Hopkins, this is just another illustration of the old adage. There's no such thing as a perfect crime. Crime doesn't pay. Ever.
I'm curious, Nick. What happened to Redding?
Well, by the time the ship docked, Bob, Redding had recovered sufficiently to stand trial. And later, he was executed for what he did.
Well, he certainly deserved it. It was a cold-blooded murder. Nick, it's about time to look into the adventure that Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week.
All right, Bob, here it is. It's the story of one of the most unusual rackets and crime I've ever encountered.
Unusual is right. It terrorized a whole city.
And Patsy speaks from first-hand experience.
Uh-huh.
But to go on, Bob. This case included a murder on a dark street, a deserted warehouse.
The telltale marks of tires in an alley, a masked man whom they called the boss.
And that's enough for now. What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it A Case of the Persistent Beggars.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jock McGregor, plot outlined by Peggy L. Mayer. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, that's impossible.
No, Patsy. Somewhere high up in the skyscrapers of this city, a deadly killer is running wild.
I know. But how on earth are you going to track him down, Nick? It's like looking for someone in a jungle of stone and glass.
Well, at least I know whom he's picked out for his next victim.
Who?
A fellow by the name of Nick Carter.
Now, the case of the careless employees. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the superintendent's office of the Park Window Cleaning Company, a large firm handling skyscraper contracts only. Bill Stevens, one of the company's window washers, is talking to the superintendent, Frank Marston.
I just dropped in to give you my notice, Marston. I'm quitting this coming Saturday.
What?
You heard me. I'm handing in my equipment Saturday.
Wait a minute, Bill. Take it easy. It's more money you wanted.
You couldn't pay me enough to keep me washing windows for the Park Company, Marston.
But, Bill, you've been with the company a long time.
Yeah, and I want to live a long time. I don't like all these accidents that are happening to pals of mine. Look at Ed Kelly. He fell 40 stories to the street 2 weeks ago. And then last week, Joe Drummond took a nosedive from the Embassy Hotel towers. And then only yesterday, Tim Bolin hit the bricks. Dropped 20 stories from the Exchange building. And each of them so badly smashed you could hardly identify him.
Well, sure, I know, but we're bound to have a run of bad luck now and then, Bill. Those fellas probably got a little careless.
Nuts. They were old-timers, and you know it. They knew where to put their safety belts and how to handle themselves in a high wind. The truth is, this here company is jinxed.
And what do you mean by that?
You're the superintendent. You tell me.
Oh, just because you've had a few accidents.
Marston, we've had 3 accidents in 2 weeks, and that's too many. I'm getting the jitters myself. The next thing you know, bingo, they'll pick me up off the street with a blotter.
Bill, if I were you, I'd think it over.
Think it over nothing. My mind is made up, Marston. I'm going to get myself a nice, safe job on the ground.
Oh, good morning, Patsy.
Oh, gosh, do I feel embarrassed letting the boys beat me into the office.
Ah, Patsy.
What's the matter, Nick?
Leave that bunch of fruit you call a hat right where it is. We're going places.
So early in the morning.
So early in the morning. John Farron just called and asked us to go to work for him.
Farron?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Farron of Atlantic Underwriters?
That's the man. And I might remind you, his company pays us a handsome annual retainer for services rendered.
In other words, you've got yourself a case.
I have.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, Atlantic issues a special high-premium policy to window cleaners. And 3 of these insured window cleaners have fallen from skyscrapers in the last 2 weeks.
Well, what does that have to do with you?
In the first place, statistics show that no window cleaner has died by accidental fall in the past 2 years. And now, for no apparent reason, 3 of the poor devils plunged to their deaths in 2 weeks.
It could be coincidence, Nick.
Yes, it could, but I doubt that it is. Listen to this. There are only 2 big contract window cleaning companies in town. The Park Outfit and the Community Window Cleaning Corporation.
Uh-huh.
Between them, they handle millions of dollars worth of skyscraper business annually. And they're bitter rivals.
Well, who had the accidents, Park or Community? Or both?
All the accidents have happened to Park, none to Community.
I see. Of course, that could be coincidence, too.
No, I'm afraid this case has too many coincidences.
Well, what are we going to do about it, Nick? In other words, where now?
To headquarters. I want to check a few details with Mary before we really get going. So you're sure these window cleaners fell by accident, huh, Matty?
I can be absolutely sure of nothing, Nick. As far as we know, these guys just got careless, that's all.
Well, from what we understand, they were all old-timers in the window cleaning business.
Yeah, but even the best of them can make mistakes, Patsy.
Yeah.
And when they slip on a job like this, why, it's curtains. Or I should say shrouds.
Oh.
Well, what about the safety belts these cleaners are wearing, Matty?
Nick, I checked them myself. They were in perfect condition. Not a thing wrong with them.
And the bolts on the sides of the windows to which they hooked their belts?
Went over them personal, every one of them, and every window where these men were cleaning when they fell. Those bolts were in solid, Nick, not a loose one on the lot.
Well, Nick, that's that.
Why, sure, you're just wasting your time, Nick. The medical examiner looked over each of the bodies and reported death by accident, fall and violent contact.
Oh, violent is right.
Oh, Nick, I've seen men smashed up in my time, but these fellas... we could barely identify them.
Well, nevertheless, I still can't get over the fact that these accidents happened so close together and only to the men in the park company.
Well, Nick, look, these window cleaners stepped out on a windowsill and slipped. Or they were blown off these skyscrapers by a high wind before they got their belts hooked. Oh, I don't know. But we're booking them as accidents, and that is that as far as we're concerned.
All right, Matty, you may be right. But until I've exhausted every possibility, I'm not going to be satisfied. Come on, Patsy.
Where are we going this time?
Uptown. I want to talk to the superintendent of the park company.
Mr. Carter, it's beyond me. I still can't figure out how they happened to fall.
Tell me, Mr. Marston, did you know any of them well?
Did I know them? I'll say I did. They were old-timers with our company. Came in with me when the business first started. Worked right alongside of them before I hurt my leg and took this inside job. Yeah, they were friends of mine, all right. Knew their families, too. Now...
We understand how you must feel.
Mr. Marston, these accidents, how have they affected your business?
We're taking a terrific beating, Mr. Carter.
I see.
We've already lost a couple of big accounts. The Mercantile Building and the Arcade Building canceled with us and went over to the Community Corporation. They didn't like the unfavorable publicity.
I can understand that.
And that isn't all. This losing business is only one of our troubles.
Suppose your men are quitting, huh?
They sure are, in droves. You know, window cleaners are pretty superstitious, Mr. Carter. They think our company's hoodooed.
Well, can't you get any help to replace them?
There hasn't been a man come to our employment office in 2 weeks. We've advertised in all the papers, and we haven't got a single response. Frankly, Mr. Carter, a little more of this kind of thing, and the park company's washed up. We're through.
I see. Mr. Marston, who's the man to see at your competitors, the Community Corporation?
A man named Whaley, Fred Whaley. It's a corporation with a board of directors, but he supervises operations. Why? What's he got to do with all this?
Oh, I just want to get his point of view, that's all. Come on, Patsy. Let's go see Whaley.
Look, Mr. Carter, I'm a very busy man. I don't have much time. Now, what do you want?
Miss Bowen and I are investigating those accidents over at Park on behalf of the Atlantic Underwriters.
Well, why come to me? Nothing's happened to our window cleaners. Why don't you talk to the park people instead of coming here to waste my time?
Look here, Whaley. You don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to. But at least you can be civil.
Okay. Well, what do you want?
We don't quite understand why all the accidents seem to be happening to the park company alone.
Meaning what, Carter?
Meaning anything you like. Or nothing.
Look here, Carter. Are you implying we're responsible?
I'm not making any accusations, Whaley.
We just thought you might have an idea.
I haven't. I mind my own business, operating the Community Window Cleaning Corporation. What happens over at Park doesn't interest me. Is that clear?
Clear enough. But is it the truth?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Carter. Do I understand you to insinuate that
What I'm saying is common knowledge in business circles, Whaley. Park has already lost several big skyscraper contracts to your company. If they lose a few more, they'll fold up.
Well, that's their affair. It's not mine. Though I'd be happy to see them fold up. Now, is that all?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Whaley. That's all. For now.
Beautiful.
Fresh.
Oh, now, listen, I just got carried away. You know, when you're cleaning windows on these big buildings, all you see mostly is a lot of sourpusses. But you, boy, you're the best-looking babe I've seen in any of these offices.
Oh, you really think so?
Honest, no kidding.
Well, you're not so bad yourself.
Thanks, baby. What's your name?
Mabel Lanigan.
My name is Bill Meadow.
Pleased to meet you.
Must be pretty dull working in an office like this all day, punching a typewriter.
Oh, I'll say. Sometimes I could scream. But take your job. Gee, that must take an awful lot of nerve.
Yeah, gotta watch yourself.
Ain't you scared you'll fall someday?
Well, I never was before, but lately I've started to smarten up. In fact, I'm quitting the job tonight, and I'm going to celebrate. Hey, that gives me an idea.
What?
How about you celebrating with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I hardly know you.
Oh, come on, Mabel. I'm a nice guy when you get to know me. We'll go to the Blue Grotto. You know, dinner, dance. What do you say, Mabel? Huh?
Well,
I tell you what, if it'll make you feel any better, we'll make it a foursome.
Foursome?
Sure, I've got a friend. You get a friend.
Well, I've got a friend who works on the floor below, on the 32nd floor. Her name's Alice Hayes. I might call her up.
I tell you what, if it's okay with her, me and my friend will meet the two of you at the entrance of this building tonight at 6 sharp. Okay?
All right.
Swell. Call your friend right now. I'll be washing the next window over, Mabel. And when you get through phoning, you stick your head out of the window and let me know how you make out, huh? So long, beautiful.
Awful cute, Alice. Honest, he is. Huh? Oh, gosh, I don't know how tall his friend is. Yeah, sure, it's embarrassing when you're taller than the man you're with, but I'll tell you what, Alice. Hold the wire. Bill's washing the window in the next office. I'll ask him how tall his friend is. Hold on. Bill, my friend Alice wants to know how to... Bill!
That Mr. Whaley is a nice, chatty man, Nick. Just a sweet, lovable guy if I ever saw one.
Yeah. Certainly didn't get much out of him.
If you ask me, we're on a wild goose chase. We've been running around in circles.
Hey, what's the matter?
Nick, that ambulance just stopped where the crowd is. Must be an accident.
Yes. Let's have a look.
Right.
Hey, what happened, Bud?
What happened?
It's another window cleaner. Yeah, poor guy smashed right through the awning, right on the sidewalk. Must have dropped from the 40th floor.
Oh, Nick, it's another one of those accidents.
Oh, I see. Come on, Patsy.
Oh, but Nick, the body's over there.
I'm not interested in the body. I want to find out what office that poor devil dropped from. And you say it was the office next to yours. Is that right, Miss Lanigan?
Yes, sir. He'd just finished our window, and he was working on the next one. He was just falling backward from the windowsill. Kind of...
And that's all you saw?
Yes, sir.
Nick, I think we better let Miss Lanigan go now. She isn't feeling very well.
Yes, of course. Just as soon as she tells us which office it was.
It's this one right here. It used to be rented by the Berger Woolen Mill. It's empty now.
I see. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Lanigan.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
All right, let's go in, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
Well, not only an empty office, but it's just been repainted.
Yeah. Floor's still a little sticky from a fresh coat of varnish.
Hey, Patsy, look.
Look at what?
The floor.
Huh?
A very faint imprints of someone's feet on the varnish.
Nick, you're right.
Wait. See those little round spots beside the footprints?
Yes.
Those are undoubtedly made by the rubber tip on a cane. So the man who came into this office was lame, huh?
Does that suggest something to you, Nick?
Now, wait a minute. Hey, look. There are a number of prints at the window, too. Must have been left by the window cleaner. Apparently, he was cleaning the inside of the window when the lame man came through the door.
Nick, I still don't see what
But the window washer's pail is on the outside sill of the window.
Well, what of it?
Well, look at the window, Patsy. Look at it. It's already been washed on the outside, and the cleaner had started on the inside surface. That means the cleaner was working on the inside when he was interrupted.
Nick, if that's the case, why is the pail on the outside of the window?
Precisely, Patsy. It shouldn't be. Unless someone deliberately put it there after the window cleaner was dropped to the street.
Then this was no accident.
I'll say it wasn't. It was murder.
And now, back to the case of the careless employees. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is Monday now, and Patsy is just coming into the office after doing a job of research for Nick.
Well, Nick, I checked back on those 3 accidents that preceded Bill Meadows.
And?
And your hunch was right. Every one of those window cleaners fell from the window of an empty office.
Good going, Patsy. This proves that the murderer was someone who knew the schedules of the park company crews.
And knew them to a dotted I and a crossed T. He showed perfect timing, picking empty offices where he wouldn't be disturbed.
And his motive certainly is obvious enough. To ruin the park company, drive it out of business. Still, even with what we know, it isn't going to be easy to nail down this killer, Patsy.
Oh, I'll say it isn't. Well, there must be 100 skyscrapers in the city with thousands of windows, and heaven knows how many empty offices. And looking for this murderer is going to be even worse than trying to find a taxi on a rainy night.
Patsy?
Yes?
Did you ever wash windows?
What?
I said, did you ever wash windows?
Well, why, yes, of course, but I never enjoyed it. Why?
I've decided to get a window cleaning job with the park company.
Oh, Nick, for the love of Pete, have you gone mad?
No, Patsy. I've got a hunch that if I set myself up as sucker bait, the killer may look me up.
Well, how'll he know where you are or what you're doing?
Oh, I'll make sure the word gets around.
Oh, Nick, you can't do it. It isn't the killer I'm worried about so much. It's the idea of you hanging on a safety strap 40 stories above the street and then suddenly... Oh, Nick.
Well, now, Patsy, don't worry. High places don't bother me. Maybe you don't know it, but if you look in my high school yearbook, you'll see that a kid named Nick Carter was champion high diver of the swimming team.
You say my men were murdered, Carter? They didn't fall just by accident?
That's right, Marston.
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, I won't go into the details now, except to tell you I know they were murdered. And the killer is a man who uses a cane. Probably walks with a limp.
Walks with a limp? Well, that's interesting, Carter. Is there anything I can do to help you track him down?
Yes, Marston. You can give me a job, cleaning windows.
Did I hear you right, Carter? You want me to give you a what?
A job. With one of your regular crews.
Well, by all that's holy, why?
Because I have a hunch that if I'm on a window washing crew, this skyscraper killer may pay me a visit.
Well, now, look here, Carter. You're out of your mind. This is the whole idea. It's crazy. You've never had any experience. This kind of work's pretty tricky and dangerous.
I'll take the chance.
You're sure you want to do this?
I am.
Okay. It's against my better judgment, but I'll give you the job. All I can say is you be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Marston. I expect to be careful. Very careful. Now, to whom do I report?
The crew boss is Al Fredericks. You'll find him in the locker room down the hall and to the left.
Oh, don't you think you better come along and introduce me?
Well, no, Carter, I think I'd better stay here. I'm up to my ears in work. You go ahead. I'll phone Al from here that I'm sending you in. Oh, one more thing.
Yes?
Shall I tell him who you really are?
Might as well, if you consider him trustworthy. I may need his cooperation later. You, Al Fredericks?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Marston told me to report to you for work. My name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Yeah, so Marston told me over the phone just now, but I don't like it. It's pretty dangerous work, especially for a green hand.
Oh, I know what I'm up against.
Okay, I'll put you on the first thing in the morning. I don't know exactly what you're up to, Carter, but let me tip you off to one thing.
Yes?
Be careful.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Oh, hello, Patsy.
Oh.
I'm on my lunch hour. Anything doing at the office?
No, there's nothing new. Oh, Nick, for heaven's sake, will you stop this window cleaning business and come back here to the office? I've been going crazy ever since you started work this morning.
Now, Patsy, there's no point in getting jittery.
Oh, there isn't. Well, Nick, let me tell you something. I dreamed about you last night. You were crawling up the side of a big, tall building like a human fly. And then, when you almost got to the top, a huge bird swooped down and started to attack you. You tried to fight back, but you had to hang on, and you couldn't. And then all of a sudden you lost your grip, and... Oh, Nick, I thought I lost you.
Now, Patsy, I'm doing fine so far. Don't worry.
Oh, all right, Nick. I'll try not to. Anything new?
No. But if the killer wants to look me up this afternoon, he'll find me on the 32nd floor of the Globe building.
Good to get inside for a minute. Cold out there. I hope he shows up pretty soon. Getting sick of this job. So you did decide to look me up after all.
Don't turn around, Carter. Keep facing that window. And get your hands up if you don't want a bullet in your back.
Well, Nick's hunch that the skyscraper killer would finally look him up turned out to be accurate with a vengeance. We'll be back to see what happens in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the careless employees. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick is facing the window with his hands up while the man with the limp points a gun at his back.
I see you picked out a nice empty office as usual, Marston.
So you know me, eh, Carter?
I do.
Not that it matters much now. But how did you know?
When I first met you, you mentioned the fact that you had a bad leg.
Yeah, so I did. That was stupid of me, wasn't it?
Very. Then later, when you refused to get up from your desk and walk with me to the locker room, I was pretty sure.
Why didn't you do something about it then?
Because courts require airtight evidence before they send a man to the chair, Marston. I wanted you to tip your own hand, the way you're doing now. I figured you'd get worried and come after me.
Yeah, you're a smart detective, Carter. But this time you've outsmarted yourself.
Have I?
You sure have. It's 32 stories to the street, Carter. And you've got a one-way ticket. Down.
I suppose the community corporation's paying you off to ruin your own company.
Oh, no. Not the corporation. Just my friend Whaley. You see, Whaley gets a big bonus if community does a big business. And I get a dividend. $25,000 for turning over to him $1 million worth of park business.
I see.
Now, Mr. Carter, I'm going to treat you just as I did the others. No favoritism. I'm going to tap you on the back of the head with the butt of this gun, knock you out, then I'm going to drop you out of the window. Of course, they'll never notice a little bump on your head after you hit the street. They'll call it an accident. Just an accident.
Hey, don't like water on your face, do you? Too bad you missed, Marston. You won't get another chance. Oh!
Well, Mr. Marston, looks as if you're the one who suffered a little accident, not me. An accident that should please my friend Matty very much indeed.
Well, Nick, we grabbed Whaley at the airport. He's just trying to get a plane out of town.
Nice going, Matty.
Well, that makes 2 customers for the chair instead of 1.
Yeah. And if these 2 don't burn, I'll go back to pounding a beef.
Oh, Sergeant. Nick, there's still one thing I don't understand.
Yes?
You were facing the window, and Marston was in back of you with a gun.
Yeah, how did you get out of that spot, Nick?
Well, I had to take a long chance. I watched Marston's reflection in the window as he came toward me.
Yeah?
My pail of cleaning water was beside me on the sill. When he raised his gun to crack me over the head, I flipped the pail of water right over my shoulder and into his face.
And that blinded him just long enough so you could knock him out. Well, I'll be doggone.
Nice work, Nick. That's my boss, Sergeant. If he can't wash windows with his cleaning solution, he catches murderers with it.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Max Ehrlich. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter with those eggs Waldo had for breakfast, Nick?
They had nitroglycerin in them.
What? Someone put nitroglycerin in the eggs?
No.
What? Then how'd it get in?
The chickens that laid these eggs put the explosive in.
What?
The eggs were laid by chemical chickens.
And now the case of the chemical chickens. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. In Nick's office, he and Patsy are busy with the morning reports.
Take this letter, Patsy.
All right, Nick.
To Mr. Jason Griggs. Dear sir, enclosed you will find a photograph taken on infrared film proving the will in question.
Oh, Nick, boy, I've been poisoned. If you don't save me, I'm a dead man.
Now, Walter, look, we're too busy for practical
Nick,
jokes.
boy, I'm failing fast. If you don't find me an antidote, I'll be dead in 2 minutes.
What have you got in that bowl?
Eggs. Poisoned eggs. And I ate one of them.
Are you kidding, Waldo?
No, Nick. Some criminals have poisoned these eggs I was having for my breakfast. They're after me, Nick.
Oh, nonsense.
They've been poisoned, Nick. Smell of them here.
All right. By George. Sit down, Waldo.
Sit down. Oh, is it too late, Nick?
No, you're not dying, if that's what you mean. To make a chemical analysis to be sure. But you may have stumbled onto something, Waldo.
Find anything, Nick?
Not sure yet.
Oh, Patsy, get your pad. This is the last will and testament of Waldo Aloysius McGlynn, who departs this world foully murdered by his enemies.
Quiet, Waldo. You haven't been poisoned.
Then what's in them eggs?
Nitroglycerin.
The explosive?
I had dynamite for me breakfast.
In minute quantities, yes.
Someone put nitroglycerin in the eggs?
No, the chickens that laid these eggs put it in.
Oh, Nick, are you joking?
I'm not. These eggs were laid by chemical chickens. And nitro isn't a thing that chickens can pick up anywhere. I think I'll look into this.
What do you think's going on, Nick?
Can't tell you, but here's what we'll do. We'll all go to the store where Waldo's landlady bought these eggs.
Uh-huh.
We'll each buy as many as we can carry and bring them back here and test them. Who knows? Maybe we'll find crooks in our omelet.
Yeah, this is the place, Nick. Bleeker's grocery.
Now, those eggs were large brown eggs.
Uh-huh.
We'll go in separately and order 5 dozen each. I'll go first, Waldo next, Patsy last, right?
Okay, Nick.
Right.
All right, I'm going in now. Follow me after a few minutes, Waldo.
Sure.
Okay, Bud, how many dozen eggs you here for?
About 5.
5 dozen eggs at $1 a dozen. Here's your dough, $5.
Hey, what's this for?
It's the payoff, Bud. I'm shelling out for the bum eggs I sold this morning.
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm Janet Steele, Pure Food Inspector for the Health Department. If you'd like to register a complaint about the eggs sold by this man...
Have a heart, lady. I'm handing this customer a $5 bill. What more do you want?
No, you don't understand. I didn't buy any eggs this morning. I want to buy 5 dozen now.
Ha, I'm laughing. This dame already confiscated every egg in a joint.
Good morning, folks. Just dropped in to purchase a little hen fruit.
No eggs in this store will be sold.
That's right, mister. No eggs.
No eggs? You got boxes of them back there.
I've condemned every one of them.
Looks as if we'll have to try some other place, my friend.
Yeah, but why can't we get some of these here?
Say, Nick, what in the...
Quiet. We couldn't buy any eggs. Let's get away from the store window. I want to go around, take a look in back of the store.
What's this all about, Nick?
Looks like a phony setup, Patsy.
Oh?
I'm sure the man in there isn't Bleeker. I missed my guess. He's a crook posing as Bleeker.
Hey, what makes you think so, Nick?
First place, the way he talked. Second place, by the money he offered me. I only got a quick look, but that $5 bill he offered me looked phony.
What? Is this a counterfeiting case?
It's worse. I'll explain in a few minutes. Right now, I want to see what's happened to the real Bleeker. Let's see. Regular suburban back alley. Garage behind the store. And here's the cellar entrance to the store. Think we better duck down into the cellar and look around. Get that door open, Waldo.
Right, Nick.
Patsy, take a look at the garage just to play safe.
Right away, Nick.
This is a heavy door, Nick. Quiet. I'll give you a hand.
Nick.
Yes?
Come here quick. Look what I found in the garage.
Holy smokes. It's a man all tied up and gagged.
Probably Bleeker.
Help me get these ropes off, Walter.
Yeah, sure.
Take off the gag, Patsy.
Golly, I don't think he's breathing.
Yeah, maybe he's dead.
No, he's still warm.
Oh, thank heaven, Nick.
Hey, quick, Waldo. Try artificial respiration.
Yeah.
1 chance in 1,000 we can save him.
All right, Nick.
Listen, Patsy. We're at a spot.
Yeah.
I've got to call Matty for an ambulance and pull motor at once to give this man a chance. But when an ambulance arrives, the crook inside the store is going to catch on. You've got to help me.
How?
Take off your hat. Comb your hair into bangs. Make your face up heavily with plenty of lipstick.
Disguise myself as a tough, in other words.
Right. That thug in there hasn't seen you yet, so you can get away with it. Go into the store and get him out of there. Get him out by hook or crook, and stay with him.
Oh, trust me, Nick. I'll do it if I have to sing torch songs.
Now, look, Nick, I'm pretty sore about this. What's the idea of letting that mug in the grocery store get away?
I didn't let him, Matty. Patsy took him away.
Do you realize if we can't bring Bleecker to, it's a murder rap?
It's more than just a murder rap, Matty. Well, how are they doing with the pull motor, Waldo?
No luck yet, Nick.
Nick, what's all this about poisoned eggs?
Very simple. Chickens are funny birds. What they eat goes into the eggs they lay. For
Yeah?
instance, if a chicken eats mothballs, its eggs smell of camphor.
No kidding.
Fact. Now, somewhere in the country, there are some chickens that have been drinking water polluted with nitroglycerin.
What's that?
The eggs Waldo had for breakfast had traces of nitroglycerin in them.
So?
Might have been an accident, but when I found an obvious thug posing as a grocer in the store where the eggs are bought, I knew it was something else. Somewhere, Matty, up in the farming country, there's a crooked plant manufacturing supplies for criminals. Bootleg nitroglycerin for blasting safes, counterfeit money, probably everything that a crook can't buy legitimately.
Holy smoke. And these polluted eggs are the giveaway to the plant, huh?
Right. Some of the nitro must have seeped out accidentally and polluted the water in a brook or something that run through a chicken farm nearby.
Well, I'll be darned.
That's why I had to hold on to that thug without tipping my hand. You've got to lead us to that place. Oh, what's the pull motor stopping for, Matty?
Oh, the job is done, Nick. That man was practically dead when we found him, but he's alive now. You saved him, boy.
Good, Waldo. Can I question him?
Oh, no, not for 2 or 3 days, the doc says. He is going to be tough enough just keeping him alive.
2 or 3 days? Well, by that time, this whole mob may be 1,000 miles away. It's all up to Patsy now. All we can do is go back to the office and wait for her to check in.
Hey, Eddie.
Yep.
Close that door, will you? I can't hear myself think.
You're a funny babe. Okay.
When you invite a lady to eat in a private dining room, she likes to be private.
I never knew old man Bleecker had a good-looking daughter like you. What a break for me. You coming into the store looking for him?
How come you minding the store for him? He didn't say he was going nowhere.
He got a rush call. Had to see somebody about some garage business. Gonna be plenty sore when he hears I closed up the place to go eat lunch with his knockout daughter.
Oh, Eddie.
Ain't that waiter ever gonna bring us some food?
Huh? I'll go call him. I'll get that punk moving.
Okay, babe. Important garage business. That's a good one. Back already, babe?
Hello, Tyler.
Janet. I thought you were...
The girl you brought? No, she's outside phoning, Tyler.
Phoning?
And 5 will get you 10. She's calling a guy named Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Tyler, Nick Carter. The man who came into Bleeker's store to buy eggs this morning when I was posing as a health inspector. And that pretty face you're making up to belongs to Patsy Bowen, Carter's secretary.
Well, I knew it all the time, Janet.
You're a liar.
Well, don't worry about it, babe. I'll take care of that.
Not for me,
kid.
you won't. You're quitting the gang, Tyler. You're too dangerous to keep around.
Janet.
So long, Tyler.
Eddie Tyler sprawls over the table, 2 bullets in his heart, as Janet Steele slips out of the private dining room. With Tyler dead, Nick's only lead in the case ends. We'll learn what he does next in just a moment. And now, back to the case of the chemical chickens. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick Carter and Waldo have pulled up to the cafe in answer to Patsy's urgent telephone call.
Nick? Nick?
Hey, there's Patsy.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
Oh, Nick. Nick, it's too late. I've lost Tyler. For good.
He got away when you were phoning me?
No. Someone killed him.
What? Killed him? Well, where's he now?
In the back room. Sprawled over the table. I went back and there he was.
All right, Patsy. This is a tough break, but we'll manage. You got the car and wait.
Right.
Waldo, come with me. All right.
Yeah, that must be the room back there, Nick.
Right. Come on. Keep your back to the door. No one comes in.
All right, boy.
Chance might have something in his pockets. No wallet. No papers. Nothing.
Then we're stuck, Nick?
Not quite. There's one chance. His pockets and his pants cuffs.
What are you ripping his pockets out for, Nick?
You'll find out later. Now, this is what we do. You telephone Matty. Tell him about this murder.
Yeah.
And join me at the lab.
Okay.
Patsy goes to Bleeker's store to check the crates the tainted eggs were delivered in. Those crates are usually stenciled with the address of the farm that delivered them.
Yeah, but what's that
If
for?
Patsy can find that address, it may tell us where Eddie Tyler came from.
Oh.
If she can't, we'll have to depend on his pockets and the cuffs of his pants. All right, hold that pocket steady, Waldo.
Yeah.
I want to be sure this vacuum cleaner picks up every particle of dirt and grit that's in it.
This one's clean now, Nick.
All right, give me the cuff of the pants.
Okay.
Clean them out, too.
Look, I don't get it, Nick.
Hold it steady.
Mm.
All right, that's clean.
Yeah.
And the other one.
Okay.
Oops, careful. That's it. All right, all finished.
Yeah.
Now we open the vacuum cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
And we have one porcelain trap filled with assorted dust.
Dust?
And this dust is going under the microscope right now.
Why?
Going to tell us where Eddie Tyler's been during the past few weeks.
How the devil can dust do that, Nick?
Use your head, Ward.
Yeah, but there's dust in the air everywhere.
But it's not all the same kind of dust. Find particular kinds of dust in particular localities. And that's what I'm counting on.
Found anything yet, Nick?
I think so. Huh? Patsy?
No, it's the law. And darn good and stored, too, if you want to know.
Find Eddie Tyler, Matty?
Nick, this is a fine mess. You let Tyler get away so you can break the case, and he ends up a corpse. Oh, when the commissioner hears about this tomorrow morning...
The case will be ended by tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding?
No, hoping. I've been checking the dust from Tyler's pockets.
What?
Outside of ordinary dust found almost everywhere, I've found smelter dust, flour dust, and particles of dry hay, all in the deepest layers. That means Tyler's been living in a farming vicinity that also has an iron foundry and flour mill somewhere near.
How'd you like that?
Give me that industrial map, Waldo.
Right.
Nick Carter speaking.
Nick, Patsy, I've just finished searching Bleeker's store.
Yes?
It's no good, Nick. Every egg crate in the place has been destroyed. Not one left anywhere.
Now, wait a minute. Yeah. This must be it.
Huh? Nick, what on earth are you talking about?
I've been checking my industrial map while you were reporting, Patsy.
Oh.
Matty, there's only one town in the near vicinity that's a farming center and at the same time has a flour mill and an iron foundry. That's Brickton.
Huh?
Brickton? That must be the place Tyler came from.
I don't understand, Nick.
Oh, you will pretty soon. Hurry back to the office, Patsy. You, Waldo, and I are driving up to Brickton right away.
Brickton a half mile, Nick. That's what the sign said.
Uh-huh. Now, remember, we stay under cover in this town. There's a sheriff in here that hates the very sight of me.
Hey, did you have a run-in with him before, Nick?
Yeah, in the Joplin case last year. But it was a run-in with her.
A lady sheriff? Like in Texas, eh?
Tougher in Texas. Sheriff Moss Stickney is convinced I double-crossed her last year. She'll do everything she can to obstruct me now, so we stay under cover.
Right.
Now, look, when we get into Brickton, you and Waldo each rent a car.
Yeah.
I've divided Brickton into 3 areas. Each one of us covers one of the areas.
Here's the town line, Nick.
Uh-huh. Now, each of us visits every farm in our area and asks the farm owners if they deliver eggs to Bleecker in New York.
Yeah, but wait, some of them farmers might not answer, Nick.
Well, here are 2 $100 bills. You and Patsy each take one.
Huh?
If you meet a close-mouthed farmer, tell him this $100 bill was found in a crate of eggs delivered to Bleecker. He can collect if he has records proving delivery as of yesterday.
Well, that ought to work. Oh, slow down, Nick. We're passing a rent-a-car garage.
Uh-oh. Run by the terrible Ma Stickney. All right. Go ahead. Each of you rent a car. And we'll meet back here 6 o'clock tonight. Good luck.
Well, this is farm number 3 for Detective Waldo McGlynn to examine with his piercing eyes. Wilson's farm. Maybe we'll have better luck with this one here. It ain't a farmer. It's a farmerette I'm going to be questioning. Very pretty, too, in them pants. Just a minute there, young lady.
Yes?
How would you like to earn 100... It's the health inspector.
Well, I've seen you before, haven't I, in Bleeker's grocery this morning?
Well, ma'am,
You're the famous Waldo McGlynn, aren't you? Nick Carter's great assistant.
You got the right man, ma'am. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know that me and Nick is up here.
Mr. McGlynn, I'm certainly glad to see you. It's about those eggs, the bad eggs.
Oh, you found them then?
Yes, they're here on this farm. I need your help, Mr. McGlynn. I'm only a weak woman, and you...
Waldo McGlynn's the right man for you, ma'am. Where are them bad eggs?
There's a building back of this farm. Up this road a little. I'll show you.
Good.
Does Mr. Carter know you're here?
No, ma'am. Waldo McGlynn works alone.
Good.
Now, what's the layout here, ma'am?
You see that house there, right along the chicken yard?
Yep.
There's some men live there. They rented it from Wilson. They pretend to be scientists doing research, but they're...
I know. They're crooks, ma'am. They're making dynamite and burglar tools for more crooks.
Well, in some way, the nitroglycerin they're making got into the chicken's drinking water and tainted the eggs.
I've already deduced that myself, ma'am.
So this morning, when the eggs were delivered to Bleeker's grocery in New York, Bleeker called Farmer Wilson on the telephone and complained. And Wilson asked the crooks about it because he thought they were scientists. He couldn't understand it. And the crooks realized that the tainted eggs might lead the police up here to their factory.
Yeah, sure.
So when they learned that all the eggs in this particular shipment went to Bleeker's, they rushed down to the city and tried to cover up by closing Bleeker's mouth and paying off all the customers who came back to the grocery to complain.
Yeah, sure.
They even had a woman pose as a health inspector to make it look legitimate.
But, ma'am, you...
Come into the house, Mr. McGlynn. The crooks aren't here now.
Hey, but, ma'am, you were the health inspector.
Yes, Mr. McGlynn, I was.
Hi, Janet. Who's the character with the walrus spinach?
Nosy little man. Works for Nick Carter.
Hey, you can't...
Stand still, McGlynn, and don't reach for that rod or I'll blow you wide open.
You're in cahoots with him.
Shut up. Bindle.
Yeah?
Carter's in town. You have to drop everything and take care of him.
You'll never harm Nick Carter.
Pipe down, Grandpa. Bindle, tell the boys to get ready. You can tie up this character in the meantime.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I had to kill Eddie Tyler in town. He turned out to be a nuisance.
What time is it, Patsy?
6:30, Nick.
Oh, where in blazes is Waldo? Should have been here at 6.
Maybe he located the farm.
Yeah, he's probably there now, blasting away with that old 44 of his. Guns a bigger menace to Waldo than the underworld.
Sheriff Stickney? Sheriff Stickney, is that you?
Well, it's that health inspector from New York.
Sheriff Stickney, the most amazing thing just happened to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Sheriff Stickney was in this car.
If you want help, I'll be glad to give it to you. I'm Nick Carter.
Not the Nick Carter. Well, I'm Janet Steele, a health inspector from New York. I was up here investigating a shipment of bad eggs.
What did you say just happened to you, Miss Steele?
Oh, it's the strangest thing. I found a car parked out on the road. It's one that Sheriff Stickney rents. And guess what was stuck in the windshield? Half of $100 bill.
And what road? Where?
just outside Wilson's farm. It was near a large white building alongside the chicken yards.
Chicken yards? Nick, that's it.
Yes, Patsy, come on. Let's get out there fast.
The heavy roadster surges forward as Nick and Patsy drive into what is apparently a cleverly baited trap. We'll see whether or not the jaws of the trap close on them in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the chemical chickens. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 7 o'clock. The night is pitch black. Alongside the White House behind Farmer Wilson's chicken yard, 5 men and a woman wait tensely, watching the turnpike road.
He ought to be along any minute, Bindle. I took the shortcut. He couldn't be more than 5 minutes behind me.
He'll be along.
This is what we do, Bindle. When he comes waltzing in looking for Grandpa, we knock him and the girl cold.
Uh-huh.
We take the 3 of them over to the covered bridge and drive them in the car into the river. Big accident.
Oh, better do it.
Hold it, Bindle. Listen.
It's a car.
It's Carter. I know that car. Get set, everybody. When I give the word, give them the lights and show them they're covered. Looks like Carter and the girl. All right, Bindle. Now.
Yeah.
Oh! You're covered, Carter. You and the... Holy...
What's the meaning of this ruckus? What are you doing with them guns? Guns is illegal in Brixton County.
That dame sheriff.
Your name's Bindle, ain't it? And yours is Steele. Well, you're both under arrest.
We got you covered, Ma. I'm sorry your number's up. Don't get excited, boys. Ma's going to have a fatal accident along with Carter and the girl.
The only accident I'm going to have is to pull the trigger of this Tommy gun.
Hey, that's Carter.
Carter, where?
On the roof of your little factory, covering all of you. The first man who turns the light toward me gets a head full of slugs. Your racket's finished, Janet. If you want to know why, ask your lawyer. You'll be seeing a lot of him while you're trying to beat a murder rap.
Carter, I gotta hand it to you. You're all right for a New York detective. Laying the whole case in my lap the way you did was mighty generous.
Oh, Nick, boy, I got to apologize. I failed me mission. Just when I had this whole mystery solved, I made one little slip.
One little slip. You walked right into a trap with your eyes wide open. You and your 44.
Oh, Patsy.
Just one thing, Carter. How'd you know that story of Janice was phony when she tried to trap you and Miss Bowen?
Well, Sheriff Stickney, 3 things. Before I came out here, I checked up and couldn't find any record of an inspector on the health department staff named Janice Steele. That was the first thing. Then I didn't like the idea of a health inspector working up here in Brickton. It sounded phony. She wouldn't have any jurisdiction up here.
She sure wouldn't.
But the slip that gelled everything for me was when she claimed to recognize Waldo's car as one of the cars that you rented. For a stranger in Brickton, it was obviously impossible for her to know that. So I pretended to fall into the trap. And that's all.
Ah, you done it in great style, Nick, boy. When you showed up on that roof with a Tommy gun in your hands, you was old Sim Carter all over again. Ah, none of that fancy deduction stuff. No, sir, bullets and action. Nick, take Waldo McGlynn's word for it. You'll be a detective yet.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser will bring us next week?
Before I answer that, Bob, I wish to remind our listeners that National Boys Club Week begins tomorrow. And as you know, sponsoring a boys' club of my own, I'm particularly interested in this fine work which is combating juvenile delinquency so effectively. More than 250,000 boys find wholesome activity and entertainment in these clubs. Under competent leadership, they receive companionship and recreation and learn to develop skills and ambitions. According to law enforcement authorities, boys' clubs lessen delinquency wherever they're established. For these reasons, I personally, as well as the makers of Old Dutch Cleanser, wish to salute the boys' clubs of America for their great contribution in building the citizens of tomorrow. And now,
next week's adventure.
Oh, it scares me just to remember that case.
If it scares you, it must be some story. What's it all about?
Well, Bob, it started with the mysterious disappearance of a lot of new cars that were never found again.
And it just about finished when Nick and I ended up in an old abandoned quarry full of water.
But thanks to a new shortwave device, we managed to solve the case.
I certainly want to hear this story. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the lucrative Rex.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Waldo is played by Humphrey Davis. Mattie by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
All set, Patsy, for our little accident?
I guess so, Nick. I feel like a Hollywood stunt woman about to be pushed off a cliff.
Just do as I told you. And there shouldn't be any danger.
The Underwriters Association's going to feel awfully bad about having this nice new car wrecked.
Not if it gets results, they won't. All right, hold tight. Here's the curve. And here we go.
Now, the case of the lucrative Rex. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins with a young couple, Bob and Peggy Anderson, trying out their brand new car.
Listen to that motor purr, Peggy. Oh, it feels good to be at the wheel of a new car again.
Bob, this hill is steep. Maybe there's a curve at the bottom.
If there were a curve, it would be marked. You don't see any marker, do you?
No, but... Bob, there is a curve.
What? Gosh, hold tight, Peggy.
The fence! We're going through the fence!
Peggy, you all right?
I guess so. Oh, how about you?
Oh, I got a bump on my head, I guess, but no bones broken.
Oh.
Here, let me help you out.
Yeah. Oh, Bob, our new car, it's a total wreck.
Yeah. Golly, we not only went through the fence, we went halfway through the wall of this barn.
Say, you too. Don't try to get away.
Well, who's trying to get away? Put down that shotgun, you idiot.
Young fella, you might have near ruined my barn with your reckless driving. Done near $1,000 damage to it.
$1,000? The whole barn isn't worth that.
Don't go getting sassy, young lady. I'm a deputy sheriff, I am.
Oh, now, look, mister,
Name is Dillon.
All right, Mr. Dillon. You'll get paid for the damage as soon as I can arrange it.
I want cash, young fella.
Oh, I haven't got enough with me.
I get the cash, or I hold your car.
Look, we can work this out somehow.
Yeah? Well, look, tell you what. I got a nephew in the garage business. Now, this wreck of yours might be worth $200-300 to him. Now, here's my proposition. I'll take what's left of the car and call it quits.
But that's wait a minute.
Take it or leave it. Well?
Oh, all right. I know when I'm licked.
Yeah, Base. Another wreck this afternoon. Mighty nice new Royal Coupe. Here's the bill of sale.
Good work, Dillon. Arranged another wreck by taking down that sign that says warning curve ahead, did you?
I sure did, Rocky.
Okay, Dillon. Make out that bill of sale to Elmer Eustace.
Same as usual, huh?
Right. And, Rocky.
Yeah?
Look in the files and see if we got a wine-colored Royal Coupe model 76.
Okay, Ace.
Got a customer for a new job. Just itching to pay a big price.
Well, there's no Model 76 Royal Coupe listed in the boss's files.
Oh. All right, Rocky, come on. Let's go out and see if we can pick one up.
Well, there are the records, Mr. Carter. In the past 3 months, there's been a positive epidemic of thefts of new cars.
Mr. Benson, hasn't a single car been recovered?
Not one. That's why the Underwriters Association is asking you to take the case.
Very well. But I warn you, I'll have to have a free hand, no matter how strange my methods may seem.
Of course. Now, what can we do for you first?
I'd like a list of all the cars stolen in the last 3 months, together with the names of their owners.
Certainly. Oh, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Have you the car theft file?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benson. I thought you'd want it. Here it is.
Oh, thank you. That's all right now, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Here you are, Mr. Carter. Anytime you want me, day or night, please call me. If I'm not in, call Miss Collins. Oh, here. Here's her home phone number, and here's mine.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to do.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, yes, Betsy.
If you can bear to give up playing with those radio sets for a minute, Mr. Benson from the Underwriters is here.
Good. I was just going to call him. All right. Show him in, Patsy.
Right, Nick. Mr. Benson, will you step in here?
I'll say I will. Mr. Carter, do you realize that it's 48 hours since we gave you a free hand on this case? And in that time, you haven't lifted a finger.
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Benson. In my own way, of course.
Do you know that another one of our clients had his car stolen last night?
Yes, I know, and I'm sorry. But I couldn't do anything last night. Now I can.
Well, that's something at least.
I'll need 3 cars from you.
What?
3 new cars.
3 new cars? What for?
That I can't tell you. But give me the 3 cars, and I think I can promise you action in a hurry.
Well, all right. I guess it can be arranged. I'll have them here this afternoon. But frankly, Mr. Carter, we want results.
Well, Nick, I just left the last of those 3 cars at 7th and Washington Streets. Now maybe you'll break down and tell me what this is all about.
Why, Patsy, I thought you'd figure the whole thing out by now.
Oh, all I know is that you had me park those 3 beautiful new cars in different parts of the city, and they're supposed to be bait for this car-stealing gang. But why didn't you have me put them someplace where you can watch them?
Oh, but I am watching them, Patsy.
Oh, are you kidding?
I am not.
Huh?
Under the back seat of each of those cars, I've hidden one of those little radios you said I was playing with.
What?
They're really small, compact sending sets with an individual signal and a 2-mile range. Catch on?
Oh, I think I do, Nick. If anybody steals one of those cars...
The radio starts sending out a signal automatically. And with a direction finder in my car, we can follow the stolen car straight to the gang's hideout. Now, if that gang will just pick up one of those cars...
Nick, they have. How do you like that for service?
Wait. That's the signal from the Royal Coupe you parked at the corner of 6th and Johnson. We gotta get there fast.
It must be straight ahead of us, Nick. The signal's been getting louder ever since we turned that last corner.
Yeah. Thieves are taking it out this road. Must be headed for someplace in the suburbs.
But there's nothing in sight, except that big truck up ahead. Why don't you pass it?
Because that wouldn't do any good.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, the stolen car's on that truck.
What?
Under that big canvas.
Why, I never thought of that.
Neither did I. Not until I saw that the truck was the only thing in sight. Pretty clever way of transporting a stolen car, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say it is. A freight train coming.
I better stop back here. I don't want to get too close to the truck. They might see...
Nick, the truck's not stopping.
Great Scott! They're going to try to get across the tracks in front of the train.
Oh, Nick!
Confound it, they made it. But we can't.
And look at the length of this train. It must be a mile long.
Worse than that, it's stopping.
How do you like that?
I don't. Before this darn thing gets out of our way, that truck will be so far away we won't be able to pick up the radio signal. Certainly looks as though luck's against us.
Well, so Nick lost the first round in his battle to break up the ring of car thieves. But he's lost more than that. He's lost a brand new car lent to him to use as bait. We'll see what that leads to in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the lucrative wrecks. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following afternoon, and Nick and Patsy in Nick's car are cruising around town, hoping to pick up a signal from one of the other cars they planted as bait.
Hadn't been for that doggone freight train, I might have the gang rounded up by now.
Nick, listen.
Huh?
That's the signal from the radio in the Royal Coupe that they got away with.
Yeah. It's getting louder.
Now it's getting faint again.
And did you notice that it got louder just as that wine-colored Royal Coupe ahead passed us?
Say, that's the car that was stolen from us.
It's not getting away from us again. Want to force it to the curb. Hey, pull over.
What's the big idea?
Pull over and stop.
Why, you stupid! Watch out! Say, what's going on here? You tried to wreck me.
Oh, I didn't. I just want to stop you. That's a stolen car you're driving.
Stolen car? You're crazy. I just bought it an hour ago. Paid spot cash for it.
Maybe, but it's still a stolen car.
Now, see here. I'm Judge Pearson, and if you think
Judge Pearson, my name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Oh, sure, I've heard of you, Mr. Carter. But I still say I bought this car legally. Look, here's the bill of sale.
Mm-hmm. Sold you by a man named Elmer Eustace. Address 3192 Grand Avenue. Bill of sale's in order, all right. Well, the engine number it gives is wrong.
But it can't be wrong. Look at the number on the engine and see for yourself.
Thanks, Judge, I will.
This is the car, all right. I recognize that tiny scratch on the door.
So do I. The engine number will clinch it. Just let me get the hood up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. D477789.
Well, that's the number on the bill of sale. But that's not the motor number of the coupe that was stolen from us.
No, it's not. And it's obviously the real motor number. Hasn't been tampered with in any way.
Well, are you satisfied?
Yes, I guess I've made a mistake, Judge.
I told you so. Next time, better make sure of your facts.
Well, Nick, you let him go. You didn't even look to see whether the radio was under the back seat.
Didn't have to, Patsy. That's the car that was stolen, all right, even if the engine number is different.
Well...
Patsy, listen. Go down to the Motor Vehicle Bureau and find out who originally registered a Royal Coupe with motor number D477789.
Right. Where are you going?
Going to drop in on Mr. Elmer Eustace, the man who sold that car to Judge Pearson.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Eustace. Is he in?
Yes, he's in, young man. But I don't know if he'll speak to you.
I think he will. May I come in, please?
Oh, no, young man. Elmer doesn't live here. He lives next door.
Next door?
Yes. Right there on the other side of the fence.
But that's a cemetery.
Yes. Elmer's been dead 20 years. So Elmer Eustace has been dead for 20 years.
Yes, Patsy, very dead.
Huh.
And what did you find out at the Motor Vehicle Bureau?
Oh, well, the car you asked about was registered several days ago by a man named Robert Anderson. He lives only a few blocks from here, so on the way back, I stopped in to see him.
What did he say?
Well, his story, Nick, is that he bought a wine-colored Royal Coupe and wrecked it the same day.
Huh.
He gave the wreck to a man named Frank Dillon to pay for damage the car did to Dillon's barn when it ran off the road. The car, I mean, not the barn.
That backs up my theory completely.
Hmm?
Patsy, how would you like to join me in a nice cacophonic auto accident? All set, Patsy?
Well, I guess my football helmet's on's had enough, Nick. I feel just like a movie stunt girl who's about to be pushed off a cliff.
Well, just hold tight. There won't be any danger.
You hope.
Oh, look. There's Dillon's barn, just around the turn, down at the bottom of the hill.
I can see it in the headlights, Nick.
My hunch is right. Dillon's part of the gang. My bet is that he's responsible for the accident young Anderson had. And somehow or other got Anderson to turn the wrecked car over to him.
But if you think the gang also stole the Royal Coupe we used as bait...
It was the same model as Anderson's, Patsy. Only they took the engine out of Anderson's car and put it in the stolen car.
But why would they do that?
Because they got the bill of sale from Anderson. Then, when they put the engine from his car into the car they stole, the whole deal looked very legal.
So that's how they disguised the cars they stole.
That's how. And now we're going to have the same kind of accident Anderson had. Okay, Patsy, here's the curve. Hold tight. Are you all right, Patsy?
Well, all things considered.
Quick, give me your helmet. I'll put it in the suitcase with mine.
Here you are, Nick.
There. Now they're out of sight.
Hey, you!
Pretend to be unconscious, Patsy. I'm going to pick you up and carry you.
I could learn to like this.
Hey, you two! Don't try to get away.
What do you mean, get away? We've had an accident.
Yeah, I'll say you have. Darn near knocked my barn down. Must have done $1,000 worth of damage to it.
I'll settle for the damage, but this lady's hurt. Got to get her in the house and call a doctor.
What about my barn?
I'll take care of that later. You can keep the car for security.
Huh? Well, all right. Come on this way.
All right, I'm following you.
And keep on following him, Carter.
What?
This is a gun against your back, so no funny business. All right, Carter. Put the dame on that sofa and sit down there with her.
Anything you say. There you are, Patsy.
Oh.
Make yourself comfortable, Carter.
Thanks.
I'm calling the big boss to ask about your funeral.
See that there are lots of flowers.
Why? You won't be smelling them. Hello, boss. This is Ace Williams. Listen, Rocky and me are at Dillon's. We were giving him his payoff tonight when in walks Nick Carter. Yeah, tried to pull a fake accident, but me and Rocky got the drop on him. Now, look, boys, I got an idea. He's already wrecked his car, see? So why don't we put it on the truck and haul it out to the old Morgan quarry? It's about 60 feet deep.
Nick.
Quiet.
Sure, we can put him and the girl in the car and push it off.
They're going to kill us.
Easy, Patsy. We're not dead yet.
That's the idea. Yeah, just a nice, clean accident. Okay, goodbye. Well, Carter, you can pick up the dame again. The four of us are going for a little ride. But only me and Rocky are coming back.
Gee, Carter, you sure make a pretty picture standing there on the edge of the quarry holding that dame in your arms.
Hey, Rocky, give me a hand back here.
Yeah, okay, Ace. I'll be right with you.
Nick, they've got the car balanced right on the edge of the quarry.
Means they won't have to push very far once they get us inside.
Oh.
Patsy, how about a little swim?
But why, Nick, are you...
The quarry's almost filled with water. You can see it ripple in the moonlight.
Yes. It's only about 20 feet from the top.
Okay. We're going to pull a fast one on these thugs.
Okay, Carter, we're all set. Now, if you...
That's what you think, Ace. Hold tight, Patsy.
Hey! Hey, you can't! Hey, Rocky! They jumped into the quarry.
All right, Patsy?
I guess so.
Take it easy now. Make as little noise as you can. They can't see us, but they might judge where we are by the sound.
I think you're a wise guy, don't you, Carter? Let's see how you like this.
And here's some more for good measure, Carter.
For the moment, at least, Nick and Patsy have beaten the crooks at their own game. But they're not out of danger yet. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the lucrative wrecks. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story with Nick and Patsy in the water in the old quarry. Ace and Rocky, standing at the edge of the quarry, are shooting at them through the darkness.
They stopped firing. They haven't hit us.
That doesn't mean they won't.
Stay close to the edge of the quarry, Patsy. They're right over us. Can't see us as they move to the other side.
And suppose they do?
My guess is that they have no more bullets. I counted the shots. There were 12, 6 apiece.
Maybe they're reloading.
You better take that chance.
Nick, the edge of rock here.
Swell. We can pull ourselves up on it.
The wood is cold. Oh, Nick.
Yeah, you'll never get out of there alive.
What are you going to do? Shoot us with empty guns?
You ain't got no gun either, Carter.
That's why you're wrong. I always carry a little spare in a waterproof case.
Quit your kidding, Carter. You're done for.
Call this kidding?
Hey, Ace! You ain't got a gun. I'm beating it.
Yeah, so am I, Rocky. But don't worry, they'll never get out of there. They'll drown like rats in a trap.
Nick, is he right? Maybe we can't get out of here.
Maybe not. But we're going to try. Well, Patsy, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Oh, now that it's all over, it wasn't so bad. But for a few minutes, Nick, I thought we'd never live to get back here to the office.
Well, we made it, and that's all that counts.
Dry clothes help, too.
Mm.
I'm glad I have these extra things here at the office. What now, Nick?
We've got an important phone call to make. As soon as I'm through, I'll get going again.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Miss Collins. This is Nick Carter.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter.
I have an important message for Mr. Benson. He doesn't seem to be home. Could you take it down and try to locate him?
Why, of course. What is the message?
Just tell him that I've identified 3 of the gang and have a police dragnet out for them. Hope to have them in custody by morning.
Well, Mr. Benson will be delighted to hear that, Mr. Carter. I'll see that he gets the message as soon as possible.
Thanks very much, Miss Collins. Good night. Well, that's that. And now I'm going out to find that gang's headquarters.
Find their headquarters. But, Nick, they didn't give us a single clue to its location.
Oh, yes, they did. Just one clue.
Huh?
And I'm going to build that clue into a whole court full of convictions.
But, Nick...
You stay here by the phone. And when I call, come running with Sergeant Matheson. And every man he can get his hands on.
Now, look, you two. The boss will be here in a minute, and I'm doing the talking. You understand?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah, that's the boss now. Open the door, Rocky.
Yeah, sure, Ace. Come in, boss. We're all here like you wanted.
Close that door.
Yeah, sure.
Fools. Bunglers.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
So you got rid of Nick Carter, did you?
Sure we did.
And I suppose it was his ghost that just telephoned me.
Just telephoned you?
Nick Carter? He did. And he's identified all 3 of you.
But it ain't possible.
You didn't kill him. So now I gotta kill you. All of you.
No, Mrs. Eustace, now wait, listen.
You failed and you put me in a dangerous position. If I let you live, you know what it's
All right, drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace.
Hey, Carter,
Where did he come from? Pretty good act you put on this morning when I came out to question you. But I didn't stay fooled.
You cowards. If one of you won't do something...
I'll shoot the first man that moves.
We ain't moving, Carter.
Good. I'll drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace. Kick it over this way. That's better.
Hey, look, Carter, how'd you find us?
You'll find out, Ace. But first, if Mrs. Eustace doesn't mind, I'd like to remove her wig.
It is a wig.
This is going to be quite a shock to Mr. Benson, isn't it, Miss Collins?
Hey, what's this Miss Collins stuff?
Yeah, I thought she was Mrs. Eustace.
She's both. You see, boys, by wearing this gray wig, Miss Collins became Mrs. Eustace.
Well, I'll
Of course,
be...
by the time Miss Collins gets out of jail, she won't have to wear a wig. Her own hair will be gray.
Well, I'll be darned. So Miss Collins was the mastermind of the car-stealing ring.
That's right, Patsy. As Benson's secretary, working right there in the office of the Underwriters Association, she was in a perfect position to furnish the others with the information that made the racket a success.
But why did she play the part of Elma Eustace's poor old widow?
Oh, that was a smokescreen to hide her real identity from the gang.
Oh.
I imagine her original plan was that when the racket petered out, Mrs. Eustace would just vanish. And since none of the gang knew that she was also Miss Collins, they wouldn't be able to blackmail her later or implicate her in any way.
But I still don't see what made you suspect her.
That one clue I mentioned, Patsy. When Ace phoned from Dillon's place, I counted the clicks as he dialed. 333-444 was the number he called. That was the same number Benson had previously given me in case I ever had to call Miss Collins. That was all I needed to know.
Gee, but it sounds simple. When you explain it. Now perhaps you'll tell me how you found the hideout.
Oh, that was easy. You see, when I phoned Miss Collins and in that way let her know you and I had escaped, I knew she'd head straight for the hideout.
Why, of course.
Well, I got to the place she lives just before she left.
Oh, but how'd you find out where she lived?
Had Matty trace her phone number. He gave me her address this morning.
And where did she live, Nick?
Right smack across the street from where Mrs. Eustace lives.
Well, what do you know?
From there on, it was a cinch. I saw her when she came out of the house fixed up at Mrs. Eustace, and then followed her straight to the hideout. Any more questions?
Oh, yes, teacher. Who owns that spiffy new sedan parked outside of the curb?
That? Well, Patsy, it just happens that was on order for Miss Collins. But since she won't be needing a car for 10 years or so, the underwriters bought it and insisted on presenting it to me.
Well, oh, that's wonderful.
Miss Bowen, may I give you a ride home?
Why, Mr. Carter, it will be a pleasure. It isn't every day that a poor working girl... Oh, Nick, that truck.
It's going to skid right into my car.
Oh, Nick, if that isn't the darnest break.
Here I get a brand new car and don't even get a chance to blow the horn.
Well, Nick, can you tell us the story Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Most certainly, Bob. Next week, we're going to meet one of the deadliest killers I've ever fought. He was armed with a miniature pistol, and he was an excellent shot.
But he used that little pistol once too often.
And in the wrong place.
Nick trapped him with a trail of phosphorescent blue spots.
Sounds deadly. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Luminous Spots.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Robert David. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Each week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Everything's all right, Nick. Steve Evans has escaped.
You're sure, Patsy?
I got him out of the subway. He got away from a crowd there.
How about Waldo?
Waldo got him across the river. He's in open country on the way to freedom.
Good work. Now all we've got to do is make sure that he's captured.
Now, the case of the missing thumb. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At 10 o'clock on a Monday night, a man in a uniform of the sergeant of police walks down a dark side street and enters a small hardware store.
Hey, anybody in the store?
Coming, mister, coming. Kind of late for service, pal. We're just close.
Holy smoke, the cops.
I'm looking for Laurie Evans.
He's my old man. What do you want to see him for?
It isn't a pinch, kid, just a friendly visit. Laurie and I used to be pals, long time ago.
Oh, I see. They call me Steve. Pop! Hey, Pop, come on out.
What is it, Steve?
You got a visitor, Pop. Pull down your glasses and take a gander.
Hello, Laurie.
Yes. Yes, Malone.
Say, Pop...
Go to bed, Steve. I'll lock up.
But...
Go to bed.
Oh, gosh. All right. So long, Sergeant.
Good night, Steve.
Well, Gas, you finally located me, huh?
Yeah.
What's the cop's uniform for?
This is a cover-up for a job us two are going to pull tonight.
Oh, can't you leave me alone? I've been straight for 10 years. I haven't done a job since...
Since the St. Louis deal, huh? I lost my thumb in St. Louis, but you lost your nerve.
Maybe. Anyway, I'm straight and I'm staying.
Listen, Laurie, I've been a long time finding you. Don't think I'm going to let you back out now. All I got to do is pass the word that good old Laurie Evans is here running a hardware joint on me.
Okay. What's the deal?
You're going to help me crack a safe tonight, Laurie. Now, there's nothing much in that safe but a list of names.
Names?
20,000 names. You're going to help me grab every one of them.
Is that you, Waldo?
I ain't Waldo, honey, but maybe I'll do.
Oh, I'm sorry Mr. Carter won't be able to see you this morning.
He'll see me good looking. I'm from the government. One side, honey.
See here, you can't force your way into Mr. Carter's office.
What's going on? Oh, who's this?
Nick, this...
Mr. Carter, I'm from the government. I've got important business for you in this dispatch case.
You have, huh? What's your name?
Steve Evans.
Mr. Evans, you're lying.
Huh?
The dispatch case is new. The leather's unscratched and the price tag is still on it. Your clothes are new. Your Army discharge button is new. You're obviously a recently discharged soldier. What are you up to?
Gosh. You sure tagged me.
That's my business.
Mr. Carter, I've got something for you in this case. Here.
Hey, what's this?
Nick.
It's $800 cash, all I saved in the Army.
Well, what's it for?
I decided I'm going to learn how to be a detective. And you're going to teach me, Mr. Carter.
For the love of...
This is my entrance fee. And if it costs more, I'll get more.
Hey, look here, Evans. This is impossible. I'm flattered and honored,
You've
but
got
really...
a duty to us veterans, Mr. Carter.
Of course, but... Well, I really can't discuss it with you now, Mr. Evans. I'm late in a case already. I've got to be running along.
Great. My first lesson. I'll go along.
Oh, all right. Come along, come along. We'll discuss this on the way.
Swell.
Patsy, I'll be down at Irving Place with Matty. Safe burglary and murder.
All right, Casey.
Hi, Matty. I'm here.
Well, it's about time. I've been waiting a half hour for you. Who's this?
This is Steve Evans. Wants me to teach him the detective business.
Huh?
I haven't had time to talk him out of it yet. Steve, this is Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad.
Hiya, Sergeant.
Okay, Nick. Stack the kid in the corner and get a load of this case. It's a Lulu.
Go ahead.
This is the business office of United Veterans Incorporated. It's a veterans organization that publishes a magazine for its boys.
And last night, someone was admitted to this office and broke into the safe.
How do you know he was admitted?
Neither the lock nor the door were touched.
Oh.
You can see the safe there and the body.
Yeah, watchman. Slugged over the head and killed. Maybe he let the crook in and was double-crossed, huh?
Maybe. Now, what's peculiar about the case?
One little hitch. There was $5,000 in a drawer in that safe, and it wasn't touched.
So?
You know the only thing he lifted? The magazine subscription list. He stole 20,000 names and addresses. That's all.
The guy must have been nuts.
Who asked you?
Sorry.
Let's have a look at the safe. Very neat punch job, huh, Matty?
Yeah. Dial knocked off with a sledgehammer, spindle punched back, and the small socket's broken.
Way of cracking a safe I haven't seen in a long time. Oh. Look at the edges of the broken sockets. Traces of rust. Not from the safe itself, but from the burglar tools.
Yeah, must have been an old set of tools, huh?
How can you tell?
Look at the way the sockets are broken.
Huh?
2 blows of a chisel to each bolt. Took a strong man to do that.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Learn anything from the body?
No, nothing, Nick. Signs of a struggle, 2 blows on the head, that's all.
Uh-huh. Watson was either tricked and then killed, or was an accessory and was double-crossed. The killer stole nothing but a list of names from the safe, and that's what he was after. And that makes this a very serious case.
Yeah? Why, Mr. Carter?
Because, Steve, back in 1932, when Washington announced that a bonus was to be paid war veterans, some crooks broke into the office of a veterans publication and stole the subscription list. Right after that, all veterans who were on that list were besieged with commons for every known form of confidence game.
Holy smoke.
Thousands of vets were cheated out of their bonus dollars. And this is the same setup. These stolen names will form a sucker list that'll milk a fortune from veterans who have mustering out pay. The list has got to be located before it starts circulating through the underworld.
Well, how, for Pete's sake, Nick?
Through the man who cracked this safe. I'll identify him through my files. Then we may be able to locate him. Come on. Be sure you get every card out, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
Oh, Matty, explain to Steve how we keep files on crooks.
Oh,
I'm a veteran, Sergeant.
All right. Now, listen, kid. Every crook uses a personal technique on a job, see? He never changes it. It's almost like an autograph.
Here are the cards, Nick.
Well, thanks, Patsy. Now, Steve, we're looking for a burglar who opens safes with a punch technique and who cracks bolts with a chisel rather than a wrench.
Yeah.
This technique is so unfamiliar to me, I'm sure he hasn't been active lately. All right, let's have him, Patsy.
Adams, no record since 28. Specialty blowtorch job. Brookman, no record since 34. Specialty punch job.
Take that card, Matty. He's a possibility.
Okay.
Dennison, no record since 29. Specialty chopping job.
That's a technique, Steve, of turning a safe over and chopping the bottom out. Dennison isn't our man.
Right.
Dugan, 37. Specialty ripping job.
That's ripping open a safe with a kind of giant can opener.
No kidding.
Dugan's not our man. What's the matter, Patsy?
You better read this one yourself, Nick. Maybe it's a coincidence, but then again, seeing what happened this morning.
I see. Steve, what's your father's name?
Laurie Evans.
I see. Why'd you come to see me this morning?
Well, I already told you I want to be a detective.
You sure that's the reason? Not too late to tell the truth.
Well, why would I lie to you, Mr. Carter?
Where is your father?
In a hardware store on Mayor Avenue. Hey, what is all this, Mr. Carter?
Explanations will keep. Right now, we're all getting into my car and driving out to the hardware store. I've got to see Laurie Evans fast. This it, Steve?
Yeah.
Come on.
Look, Nick, what's the kid's old man got to do with this?
You'll see, Matty. Open the door, Steve.
Right.
Store's empty. Where's your father?
Oh, he's probably in the back of the store.
Call him.
Hey, Pop, I got somebody here to see you.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
On the floor here, behind the counter.
Yep, behind the... Holy smoke. Nick!
Pop, what's happened to him? Pop!
He's dead, Steve. Been murdered.
With his strongest lead to the stolen names murdered, Nick Carter seems farther away than ever from the solution of the case. We'll see what he does next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the missing thumb. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Behind the sales counter of the Evans hardware store in Brooklyn, Nick examines the body of Laurie Evans while Patsy, Matty, and Steve Evans watch.
Laurie Evans was in a fight before he was killed.
Yeah, look at the scratches on his hands and face.
The fight led behind this counter. See the nail kegs and tools knocked off the shelves?
Yeah.
And he was thrown down here.
I wish I'd been here.
Head struck that sack of plaster of Paris, splitting it open. The
Killer grabbed a screwdriver and stabbed Laurie with tremendous force. Killed him almost instantly.
But why, Mr. Carter? Why?
Steve, you'll have to know the truth sooner or later. Here's the card from my files that led me to ask you about your father.
Laurie Evans, inactive since 1935. Specialty punch jobs. Further characteristics, crack safe bolts with chisel. This isn't true. My father isn't a crook. He never was.
Steve, it's the truth.
There's no question, kid, your old man pulled a veteran job last night.
That's a lie. He's got an alibi for last night.
What alibi?
He was with a friend of his, a cop, Sergeant Malone. He came
the
here.
answer to the burglary, Matty. I was wondering how Evans got into that office. The watchman was duped. Evans was with a pal in police uniform.
Well, how do you know the guy with him was a crook? Why wasn't he a real cop?
Because he left a signature here.
What do you mean?
Look, where the plaster of Paris is spilled on the floor, there's a handprint on it. A right hand with a thumb missing. A policeman can't stay on the active force with a right thumb missing.
You're right, Nick.
Maybe this Malone high-pressured your father into doing this job, Steve, but that isn't the important thing now. The important thing is to find Malone and the 20,000 names he's stolen before he peddles them to every crook in the country.
Now, just a minute. Maybe Steve Evans fooled you, but he hasn't fooled me.
Huh?
Nick, I want to know why he came to you this morning after his old man cracked the safe at Irving Place.
Oh, Matty, that's...
Quiet. This is official, Nick.
But look here,
You can worry about a sucker list of 20,000 names. I'm worrying about 2 murders, and Steve Evans is my number 1 lead. He's coming down to headquarters with me for a long talk.
Now, how about it, Matty? Will you try it my way?
Oh, it's the darndest scheme you've ever come up with, Nick. And if he is guilty...
But, Sergeant, I swear I never...
Well, Matty...
All right. What if it backfires?
It won't, if Nick says it's okay.
Now, Steve, listen carefully.
Yeah?
As I've been telling you, Sergeant Matheson, the only way I can see to locate Malone and those stolen names is for you to escape.
So I gathered, but how do we work it?
We'll take it. After you escape, take the northbound subway to Isham Park.
Yeah?
Get out at Isham and take the ferry across the river. From the ferry landing, strike north along the Reservoir Road. Got that?
Yeah.
When you reach a town called Hessian Courthouse, give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up? But I thought
you were in the Army. Do you have to understand orders to follow them?
No, Mr. Carter.
Very well. You've got to get through to Hessian Courthouse, Steve. And you've got to follow the route I've scheduled, no matter what happens. Oh, yes, one important thing. Wear a pair of gloves.
A pair of gloves?
Yes.
All right, I'll do it, Mr. Carter.
Here's police headquarters coming up. When we get out of the car, we've got to put on a good show for the benefit of any onlookers. So you hit me in the jaw and then run. I'll make sure to fall against Matty so it looks good. Duck down on the subway and get going.
Yes, sir.
All out, far as we go.
Matty, you're a fool. I don't know whether Steve is guilty or not, but the important thing is...
You're not arresting me! Nick!
Hey, come back here! Watch out, Nick. The kid's getting away. Get off me, will you?
Hey, what happened?
Stop that man! Stop him!
He's gone, Nick.
Good. He's away safely. Now, let's get to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter. I'm broadcasting from my car by short wave. Your local station has kindly consented to relay this announcement to help in the search for Steve Evans, suspect in the murder of a watchman at Irving Place, and his father, Laurie Evans, in a hardware store in Brooklyn. Steve Evans has escaped police custody and is at large in the city. He is 20 years old, of medium height, red hair, brown eyes. He is wearing gray suit, gray hat, blue overcoat. He has lost the thumb from his right hand. When last seen, Steve Evans was on the subway headed north toward Isham Park. Please communicate any information to me at once. There is a reward for his capture.
Hey, buddy, did you hear that announcement on the air?
Huh? What announcement?
I heard it just before I got on at the last station. Nick Carter is offering a big reward for a killer. Whole city's buzzing around trying to grab it.
Yeah? Well, who's he looking for?
A guy named Steve Evans. Killed his old man, they say.
He killed his old man? Carter said that?
Yeah, and a night watchman. Oh, he's a guy about medium height, say like you, and he's got red hair like you too. Say, let me see your right hand.
What for?
Never mind what for. Take off your glove and let me see your right hand.
Sorry, Mac. This is my station. So long.
Hey, stop him! Stop him! That guy's the killer! He's the one Carter's offering the reward for! Somebody stop him! He's getting away!
I gotta hide someplace. Get up out of the station into Isham Park. It'll be dark soon. If I can just hold out a little longer.
Steve.
Huh?
Steve, over here, quick.
Who's that?
Patsy Bowen, Nick Carter's secretary. Get over here on the bench with me. Hurry up.
But how did you...
I was on the train with you. I got out ahead, but I heard the trouble. Steve, this is an emergency. Make like you're my boyfriend. Put your arms around me and keep your head down. Quick, here they come.
Right.
Excuse me, please. See a guy go past here, a redheaded...
For Pete's sake, can't people get a little privacy in a park? Yeah, a guy ran past you toward Broadway. Go chase him.
All right, Steve, we can break it up now.
Miss Bourne, there's
Get on the ferry and keep going. Follow Nick's orders.
But he's double-crossing me, telling people I killed my father and offering a reward.
Nick never double-crossed anyone in his life. Just follow instructions, Steve. Keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter again. Steve Evans was last seen headed for the Isham Ferry and is probably attempting to cross the river and escape into open country. All officials and citizens in that vicinity are warned to keep a sharp lookout for a red-haired man with a thumb missing from his right hand.
Yeah, the river's mighty pretty around dusk, hey, buddy?
Yeah.
Funny, ain't it? This here river looks so calm and peaceful, but there's a lot happening on it right now. There's armed guards on both sides.
Yeah? How come?
Ain't you heard? There's a killer trying to get across on this here ferry. Killed his own man, he did. Name Steve Evans. Everybody's looking for him.
Yeah?
Yeah, Nick Carter himself is directing the search by radio. Have a cigarette?
No, thanks.
This Steve Evans, he's a veteran, see? He's got red hair, and he... Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
Why are you wearing gloves?
Well, because I'm cold, that's why. Well, I'd better be moving forward. The ferry's due to dock now.
Just a minute, wise guy. You ain't slipping away so easy. See that guy?
Spotted again. I gotta find him.
Hey, Evans. Steve Evans.
Huh?
This way, lad. What? I'm Waldo McGlynn, Nick Carter's assistant. Get into my truck here. Hurry up. Get under the canvas in the back. I'll drive you off the ferry.
But, Mr. McGlynn...
Quiet. They're headed this way. I'll cover for you. Keep this crate overboard here. Run overboard! Run overboard! The killer's jumped overboard! Steve Evans is trying to swim to shore!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter again. After eluding capture by swimming ashore from the Isham Ferry, Steve Evans has made for the Reservoir Road and headed north. I want to warn all motorists against picking up hitchhikers. Please report any information to me immediately.
Past 9. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep on Isham Courthouse. I promised Mr. Carter Who's that? There's somebody behind that tree. Oh, it's nerves again. Uh-oh. Car headlights coming up the road. I better duck into the ditch again.
All right, kid. Come out of the ditch.
Malone.
Yeah. Gas Malone.
How did you...
I've been up and down this road a dozen times looking for you, kid. I've been listening to them Nick Carter reports like I was a cop myself.
Listen, Malone.
Come on. Get into the car. And no argument. This rod ain't a water pistol.
Look, Malone.
Get into the car, kid. I'm going to drive you to my office. It's a quiet place where we can have a nice little talk.
Gas Malone and Steve Evans get into the car and drive off. Does this leave Nick with his plan completely destroyed? We'll hear the conclusion of the adventure in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the missing thumb. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. 30 minutes after Gas Malone picked up Steve Evans on the Reservoir Road, his car draws up before a small building in downtown New York.
We're here, kid. Get out.
Okay.
And don't get funny, Steve. I'd just as soon drop you now as later.
I'm not trying anything. Not as long as you've got that gun.
Open the door. Go straight upstairs.
You killed my father, Malone.
Yeah, kid. His conscience started bothering him about the way I knocked off the watchman last night. It was all for phoning the cops. I had to shut him up. No hard feeling, kid. It was business.
Yeah, dirty business.
Just like I got nothing against you, kid. Maybe you're a nice guy for all I know. Open the door. Go on in. No, kid. I got nothing against you. But you might make trouble for me.
Listen, Malone.
I got a nice setup here, see? Quiet little office. 20,000 names of ex-GIs. The hottest sucker list an operator ever got his hands on. And after I take the cream off the list, I can sell them names for 2 bits each. Why, there's $50,000 in this deal for me, and I sort of got to protect it.
Listen, Malone, you don't have to kill
me. Right now,
the
cops want you for the killings. I don't know how you got mixed up, and I don't care. Just as soon leave you to handle the mess yourself, except for one thing.
What?
How come they said you was missing a thumb?
They said I was missing a thumb?
Yeah, how come? What'd you tell them?
I never told them nothing.
Now, look. This is the clutch, kid. We're all alone here. You, me, and this gun. Now, I want some answers. What about the thumb?
Honest, Malone, I don't... Hey!
Missed you that time, Steve, but I'll take better aim the next time. Why'd the cops say you was missing a thumb, Steve?
Said that to trap you, Malone. Don't try to shoot him on me.
I warned you. Pick up his gun, Steve.
Okay.
Sorry I was late getting up the stairs, but the door of the luggage compartment of Malone's car jammed on me. It took time for me to get out.
Hey, Carter.
Oh, stop your whining, Malone. I just put a bullet through your left hand, that's all. Maybe you'll lose that thumb, too. But it won't make any difference to you when you're in the chair.
Mr. Carter, I still don't understand why I had to go through that whole routine.
You were a bait, Steve.
Sure, bite. Just bait.
But why?
Well, you see, Steve, it would have been impossible to track Malone down in time to stop him from using those stolen names. So instead of looking for him, I made him look for me and lead me to the stolen names.
Yeah, but he was looking for me.
Well, naturally, that's what I wanted. So I stirred up a big fuss, made broadcasts every 15 minutes, kept stressing the fact that you had a missing thumb.
Well, that's what I don't get.
Malone believed the police were after you, but he couldn't understand about that thumb. Finally, his curiosity got the better of him. He had to find you and ask you about it.
Oh.
I made sure he'd know where to find you.
But he might have killed me.
Not until he found out what he wanted to know. And I felt sure he wouldn't try anything where he picked you up because there might be police around. And don't forget, Steve, I followed you up the Reservoir Road, hiding in the brush behind you.
Then that was you behind that tree.
That's right. As soon as I heard Malone say he was going to drive you to his office, I slipped into the baggage compartment of his car while he was talking to you. Because his office was what I wanted to locate.
I passed you 7 times on the road, Steve. I was in Nick's roadster. My, how fast you dove into the ditch.
And didn't you spot me, Steve boy? Why, old Waldo passed you twice in that truck. Once you hid behind a billboard, and once you got behind a detour sign.
Holy smoke. Hey, Mr. Carter, is this what detectives have to do all the time?
Most of the time. Which brings up the original question of your taking lessons from me. Now, look, Steve.
You don't have to say anything, Mr. Carter. None of this business of being a detective for me. You know what I'm going to do? Get myself a nice, easy job. I'm going to re-enlist in the Army.
Can you tell us something about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Oh, certainly, Bob. Next week's story is about a crook who stole a vanished fortune. If the fortune hadn't vanished,
he would have landed in jail. But it disappeared, so he was murdered.
And it all started with a can of coffee and ended with a box of cigars.
Coffee, cigars, and fortunes that don't exist. What do you call the case?
I call it the case of the stolen earth.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Waldo is played by Humphrey Davis. Mattie by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music was played today by Jack Ward. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, I don't understand this. Why did I have to get dressed up like a bobby soxer and meet you in front of this candy store?
Hey, are you going to buy me a soda, huh?
No, Patsy. You're going to sell magazine subscriptions.
Sell magazines? Why?
To find a pair of killers.
Ladies, in case you missed last week's broadcast, here's the news again. Old Dutch Cleanser's popular silverware offer is back. Now you can get 4 beautiful William A. Rogers A1 Plus quality teaspoons made and guaranteed by Oneida Limited in the lovely Croydon pattern. These teaspoons are pure silver plate, reinforced at wear points, and have a retail value of $4 a dozen. But you can get 4 of them for just 60 cents and the windmill pictures from 2 Old Dutch labels. And then along with your William A. Rogers teaspoons, you'll get an illustrated folder telling how to build a complete silver service for your table, all at a marvelous bargain price. So send for your teaspoons now. Order as many units of 4 as you wish. Just be sure to enclose 2 windmill pictures and 60 cents in coin for each unit ordered. Mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. Price is subject to change without notice. And now, the case of the sunken dollar. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At 5 o'clock Monday afternoon, a heavy-set man and a pretty red-headed girl walk down the twisted streets near Maiden Lane and enter the musty shop of Jason Grange, one of the biggest coin dealers in the East.
Mr. Grange? Mr. Grange, y'all here in the store?
Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute.
It's okay. We're the only ones here.
You clients give me a pain, that's what you do. A big stiff pain. Always coming in at closing time. Never give a man a chance to have dinner. Now, what is it, please? What is it?
Isn't it the most cunning man in the whole world?
Yeah?
I declare, Daddy told me you were cute, but I never dreamed the famous Mr. Grange would be like this. I got half a mind to give you a great old hug and a kiss.
No, Miss, please.
I'm Sally Ann Mason. You can call me Sally.
Mason? Mason? You're related to Colonel Mason of Memphis?
I'm his daughter, Mr. Grange.
Great collector, Colonel Mason. One of the best. So you're his daughter. Well.
What are you doing in town?
Daddy sent me up to buy a coin from you, Mr. Grange.
He did, eh? Well, think of that.
He wants to buy the 1804 silver dollar.
Well, I never thought he'd get around to it. Price is $10,000, you know.
Yes. I brought the cash with me.
Cash?
Yes. This is Mr. Brown from the bank. He was sweet enough to chaperone me around the city. Show Mr. Grange the money, Mr. Brown.
Got it right here, Mr. Grange, in 500s. But if you don't mind, I've got the responsibility for this little girl. Could I ask why the coin she's buying is supposed to be worth 10,000?
Ah, you're interested, eh? Of course. Wait, I'll take it out of the safe. You can see for yourself.
Good.
In the year 1804, 19,000 silver dollars were minted, but only 3 are in existence today.
Oh, how's that?
Well, the reason is that the coins were shipped north by boat from the mint. The boat was lost at sea.
Oh, that's
that
so.
makes the 1804 dollar one of the rarest American coins. And here it is.
I declare. Isn't it just too cunning for words? Okay, Louie.
Sure, Hazel.
What's this?
Well, Matty, I hope this is really urgent. You've interrupted 3 reports and a lab analysis with your hurry-up call.
Not to mention making me miss my dinner.
Nick, this is really a mess. Murder with assorted trimmings.
Oh?
Yeah. This is the body of Jason Grange, coin collector and dealer. Murdered about an hour ago. 3 bullets, dead center through the heart.
I see.
Well, what are the trimmings?
In the first place, Grange was shot with the craziest-looking bullets I ever saw.
Huh?
The medical examiner just extracted them. Here, take a look.
Conical slug with the point squared off.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Sure. The square-pointed 9mm Luger bullet, Matty. It's unusual in this country. What else?
Well, whoever murdered Jason Grange stole only one single coin.
What coin?
An antique silver dollar dated 1804, worth $10,000.
Oh, yes, the famous lost dollar. Most of them are supposed to have been lost by shipwreck. Well, how do you know the dollar was the only thing stolen, Matty?
Oh, we checked on that. Checked his stock against his inventory. The only thing we could find missing was that sunken dollar.
Sounds logical.
Mm-hmm. And here's another trimming. Before Grange died, he scrawled the numbers 1804 in blood on the floor. You see it?
Oh, yes.
Gets curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yep, and this'll kill you. Under the counter, we found the corner of a $500 bill. Looks like it was torn off accidentally. Here.
Now, this is very interesting. Happen to notice that the engraving is rather fuzzy, Matty?
You got quick eyes, Nick. Took me 10 minutes before I noticed.
What are you two talking about?
This is a piece of counterfeit money, Patsy.
Well, Nick, let's see you put it together. Why did the killer only steal the 1804 dollar when he could have taken a fortune in money and rare coins? And how come the counterfeit 500?
There's just one answer, Matty. This was murder for advertisement.
Murder for what?
The killer or killers deliberately murdered Grange to advertise the theft of the 1804 dollar.
Well, how do you figure that, Nick?
Well, in the first place, Grange didn't write 1804 in blood. The killer did.
What?
Grange was killed with 3 bullets through the heart. He must have died instantly.
Oh.
He couldn't have written that date.
Why, sure. That's right.
The killer wants the world to know that the 1804 dollar was stolen. Why?
So he can sell it.
No, I don't think so. Don't overlook the counterfeit money, Patsy.
What's that got to do with it?
The killer probably got Grange to show him the dollar by flashing phony money and pretending to be interested in buying.
But why?
If the killer can counterfeit modern money, he certainly can counterfeit an 1804 dollar.
Holy smoke, Nick. You think he's going to counterfeit a whole pack of these sunken dollars?
I do. With a theft well advertised, he can sell dozens at $10,000 each, pretending each one is the original stolen dollar.
Then what do? We got nothing to go on.
Oh, Matty, you've got plenty. That Luger bullet is a rare bullet. There aren't many dealers in this city who carry it.
No, you're right, Nick.
Then get your squad out. Check every dealer. Try to get a line on recent purchasers.
Right. What about you?
I'm going back to the laboratory and do some research into the fine art of counterfeiting.
Nick?
Hmm?
Oh, it's past midnight. Aren't you ever going to quit?
I'm almost finished, Patsy.
What have you got?
Well, I've been through my counterfeiting samples about 20 times.
I think I've eliminated all except 5 of them.
Oh, good.
Each of those 5 closely resembled the work on this note. Get our files on counterfeiters, will you?
Ready.
First sample, Jerry Hall.
Jerry Hall. Jerry Hall, at present serving 20-year term in Atlanta.
That lets him out. Hal Moore.
Hal Moore. Dead. Killed in 45.
That gets us down to 3. Joe Mitchell.
Mitchell. Out on parole, working in Chicago.
Maybe Joe's gone back to the old racket. Larry Denby.
Alcatraz.
Peter Baker.
Peter Baker, at large, this city, last known address, 28 East 2nd.
And it's between Pete Baker and Joe Mitchell.
Uh-huh.
All right, we'll check Joe later. Maybe he's still in Chicago. Right now, we'll run down to 28 East 2nd and see what we can...
Oh, the phone. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, this is Matty. Got a report for Nick.
Oh, just a minute. Nick is the sergeant.
Right. Yes, Matty?
Just finished the check on the Luger bullet, Nick. Only person who bought a 9mm slug in the past 6 months is a woman.
A woman?
Yeah. She bought it last week. Couldn't get anything much in the way of a description. She's a pretty redhead, that's all.
All right, Matty, thanks. Maybe I'll have something to report to you in an hour or so.
Yep, such as what?
I'll know as soon as I've spoken to Pete Baker.
What time is it, Louie? Louie, put down that magazine.
Huh? What'd you say?
What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Hey, Pete. Pete Baker.
Yeah?
How much longer, Grandpa?
Just a couple of minutes, Hazel.
Well, hurry it up.
You know, Hazel, you sound like a pretty cute kid when you put on that southern accent of yours.
Yeah? You mean you don't like me this way?
Oh, sure.
You better. Hey, Grandpa, I'm tired waiting.
All right. It's the first time I ever made molds for old-fashioned dough like this color. You better do better with that than you did with them phony 500s we flashed on Grange. Thought the old boy was going to get wise. They were so bad.
You got a nerve. Talking like that to the best engraver and molder in the business.
Yeah, maybe there was one.
Okay. Just get those molds finished and we'll...
Just about finished now. Wait a minute. Aim to cast them silver dollars and sell them?
Yeah.
Worth much?
10 grand each, Grandpa. And it's safer than passing regular dough. If the guy that buys an 18-4 dollar finds out it's a phony, he can't squawk. He's already bought stolen goods.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah. Beauties, ain't they? Yeah. Best job ever done.
Let's see.
Won't be able to tell a coin cast from this mold from the real thing.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, wrap him up, Louie. Now let's get out of here.
Just a minute, folks. $5 grand was the price for making them molds. You don't take them unless you get paid.
He wants to be paid. Pay him, Louie.
Okay, Hazel.
This is 28 East 2nd, Patsy. Come on.
Uh-huh. Oh, I feel as though I'm walking in my sleep.
It's only a little after 1. We'll be finished soon.
Take a look at the sign on the door. It says this building's been condemned.
Yeah, so I see.
And we're out of luck, huh?
Not necessarily. Unfortunately, it's not unusual for people to have to live in a condemned building until it's actually torn down.
That's true. Certainly be an ideal place for a hideout.
Well, we'll see what we can find anyway.
Mm-hmm. Golly, it's dark as pitch in here.
Get my flashlight out. There, that's better.
Oh, Nick, this place looks deserted.
Maybe. This apartment's certainly empty.
So's this one. Oh, this is a wild goose chase, Nick.
Oh, wait, there are a couple of empty milk bottles outside that door down the hall.
Oh, they've probably been there for months.
Not so fast, Patsy. We can't afford to jump to conclusions. Let's take a look in that apartment anyway.
Okay. There's some furniture in here, Nick.
So I see.
Nick, you smell that perfume? Somebody's been in here recently.
Yes. The smell is too strong to be very old. Uh-oh.
Oh, Nick. Is that Peter Baker there on the floor?
Yes. And he's very dead.
In the glare of the flashlight, Pete Baker's body is outlined, sprawled on the cluttered floor. Swiftly, Nick inspects the dingy room. Having discovered Pete Baker's body on the floor of his room, Nick examines the dead man closely.
2 bullet wounds in the chest. Body still warm.
Hmm.
Patsy Baker was killed only a few minutes ago.
Nick, that perfume we smelled. Maybe the woman who wore that perfume killed him.
Possible. Wonder if there's anyone else living in this house who might have seen or heard anything.
Well, there's one way to find out, Nick.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find in here. While I do that, suppose you go through the building. Cover every apartment.
Right.
See if you can find anyone who heard shots about 5 minutes ago, and what they did about it if they did.
Nick, I've been to every apartment in the building.
What did you find?
Nothing. They're all empty. You find anything?
I did. There was a woman in here with Baker. I found this long red hair.
Oh.
But I think there was a man with her.
Why do you think that?
Found the cigar butt under that chair. Probably where he sat. See all the cigar ashes on the floor there?
Yeah, but couldn't Baker have left it there?
No, I doubt that. Baker smoked a pipe. It's still there on the floor where he dropped it when he was shot.
Yeah. Nick, what do you think happened?
Baker must have been making a mold for them.
Uh-huh.
His blowtorch and crucibles and other apparatus are still warm.
Nick, could he have been making a mold of the $1804, do you suppose?
Very likely, the way this case ties together. When he finished it, they killed him and then walked out.
Yeah. You through here now, Nick?
Yeah, I think so. We'll call Matty and go home and get some rest.
Okay, Nick. Here's the final report from the lab.
Fine, Matty. Let's have it.
Well, you figured it out just about right. There apparently was a man and a woman in the place with Baker, and she was a redhead. The chances are she's the same redhead who bought the Luger bullets.
By Jove, Matty. I've forgotten about that.
Yeah, well, we got the man's prints, but the woman wore gloves.
Could you identify the man?
Yeah, we checked the prints he left on this magazine, Nick. He's Louis Larkin, hijacker, gunman, and all-round crook. 2 terms in the state pen. Here's his file photo.
Oh. That helps.
Yeah?
Hey, what's that slip of paper in the magazine, Matty? Something of yours?
Yeah, huh? No, just an ad the dealer must have stuck in before he sold it. Says if you want your newspapers forwarded to you while you're on vacation, leave your name at the store.
Matty, you say you found Larkin's prints on this magazine?
Yeah.
Look at the date line.
What?
This magazine was put on the stands only yesterday.
Yeah? How does that help?
Let me see the name on this ad.
Oh, Rogers Candy Store, 100 Park Road. So what?
Oh, Matty, don't you see? That's the store this magazine came from.
Well, what was it doing in Baker's place, then?
Hey, that's right. Park Road is way across town from where Baker lives.
Sure.
Maybe Baker didn't buy the magazine. Maybe Louis or the girl bought it.
Yeah. Maybe Louis and the girl are hiding out somewhere near this Rogers Candy Store.
That's what I was thinking. Well, if they are, Patsy and I will find them.
Louis?
Yeah, Hazel.
Got the bags packed yet?
Just now finished, Hazel.
I've been going over the list of coin collectors, Louis. Got a nice schedule worked out.
Yeah?
We hit Chicago first. There are 3 collectors there. 10 grand each makes 30 grand.
Hey, swell.
In St. Louis, Cleveland, New Orleans, El Paso, L.A., Frisco, and Seattle. The way I figure it, we'll split 300 grand. Easy.
Yeah, we sure should.
Pretty cheap for knocking off a couple of punks, huh?
You said it, Hazel.
You remember to get the train tickets yesterday?
Oh, sure. They're on the dresser there in the envelope.
Right. Yeah, I gotta hand it to myself, Louis. It's a foolproof racket. Some of these collectors are crazy guys. If they're daffy enough, they don't mind buying rare coins, even when they know they're stolen.
What I like about it is that they gotta keep it secret because they're buying stolen goods. They gotta cover up for us.
That's foolproof, Louis. 100% foolproof. Hey.
What's the matter?
Come to the window, quick.
Well?
Down on the corner in front of the candy store.
Yeah.
See that tall guy standing there with magazines under his arm?
Yeah, I see him.
That's Nick Carter.
Nick Carter.
Yeah. Hustle up with that packing, Louie, and let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'll say.
Maybe Carter's around just by accident, or maybe he's on to us. Either way, we're taking no chances. Not for $300,000 and a murder rap, we ain't.
Over here, Patsy. Hurry up.
I got here as soon as I could, Nick. Do I look enough like a Bobby Soxer for you?
Oh, you look fine.
Well, I still don't understand. Why do I have to get dressed up like a Bobby Soxer and meet you here in front of Roger's candy store? Hey, you gonna buy me a soda, huh?
No. You're going to sell magazine subscriptions.
I am?
Yes.
Why?
In order to find a pair of killers.
Okay, Nick, give with the plan.
Well, you remember, one of them left a magazine at Pete Baker's workshop, and I traced it to this candy store?
Yes.
The proprietor says he's sure the man who bought it lives in that house across the street. But he doesn't know who he is or in what apartment he lives.
And so I'm going to sell subscriptions from apartment to apartment until I find him.
Right. His name is Louis Larkin. Here's his picture.
No beauty, is he?
And there may be a red-headed girl with him. The one with the perfume.
I'll remember the perfume.
Now listen, Patsy, just find out where they're located. Don't try anything else. They're a little too dangerous to play with. Yeah?
Good morning, sir. I represent the Oil States magazine.
Beat it.
Well, that wasn't Louis Larkin. No perfume yet. Good morning, madam. I represent the Universal and which is helping me work my way through college by the sale of magazines in which I'm sure you won't be interested.
Well, why shouldn't I be interested in literature? Come on in, honey. Come in.
The All States Magazine Company publishes...
I thought you said Universal.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I represent both. I tell you what. I left my subscription blanks down in my car. Yeah. Wait till I get down and get them.
Grab her, Louie. You're Nick Carter's girl, aren't you? Yeah, we saw you chewing a rag downstairs.
Hey, Hazel. Carter's hep to us. He knows we bumped Baker and Grange, and he knows we're here.
You're not telling me anything.
Well, what do we do?
I'm thinking.
Okay, so while you're giving the think tank a workout, I'll take care of this. Take it easy, sister. All I do is pull the trigger, and you won't feel hardly nothing at all. Pleasant dreams.
Patsy struggled helplessly as Louis Larkin aims his Luger automatic at her heart. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, please listen carefully, for here's how to send in for the 4 lovely William A. Rogers A1 Plus quality teaspoons Old Dutch Cleanser is offering. Order as many units of 4 as you wish. Just be sure to enclose 2 windmill pictures from Old Dutch labels and 60 cents in coin for each unit ordered, and then mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. And remember, besides the 4 lovely William A. Rogers teaspoons in the beautiful Croydon pattern, you'll receive an illustrated folder that tells how to build up a complete matching service at a sensationally low cost. So, ladies, don't delay. Send for your 4 teaspoons now. Remember, enclose 2 windmill pictures from Old Dutch labels and 60 cents in coin, and mail with your name and address to Old Dutch Cleanser, Box U, Chicago 90, Illinois. Price is subject to change without notice. Send now. And now for the conclusion of the case of the sunken dollar. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As Louis Larkin's finger tightens on the trigger of his automatic and Patsy struggles helplessly, Hazel suddenly knocks the gun aside.
Cut it out, Louis. Everyone in the house would hear the shot. You wouldn't stand a chance.
You mean we'll let this dame go?
We'll take her with us to run interference. Carter will be too busy looking for the girl to worry about us.
Maybe he won't.
And he'll be too busy worrying about the girl to make her move. She's like a hostage, Louis. Get it?
Yeah.
While Carter's watching the front door, we're going out the back way. Take a cab to the station.
Well, what about the dame?
Stop worrying.
But we can't take...
Look, Louis, we've got a compartment on the train. And somewhere along the way, we'll push her out the window. With a bullet in her head.
Okay, Hazel, but I think you're nuts to do it.
Shut up, Louis. Let her go.
Now, look here, you...
And you listen to me, sister. One false move and Louis lets you have it here and now, understand?
I understand.
We might as well burn for 3 murders as for 2.
There's a hack coming, Hazel. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Get in, honey.
Okay.
The train terminal driver. And will you please close the glass partition? I'm awfully cold back here.
Terminal? Okay, lady. I'll close the glass.
Okay, we made it. Carter will wait for the girl to come out, maybe 10 minutes. Then he'll start looking.
Yeah, and he won't find nothing. What a laugh.
We'll take the first train out.
Hey, maybe they don't go to Shy.
We can always get to Shy later. Maybe we'll start on the West Coast for now, huh?
It's okay with me. The further from Carter, the better.
Look, I'll make a bet with you. $100 to 1 cent that you don't get away from Nick.
We've already got away, sister.
Is it a bet?
It's a bet.
Only trouble is you won't be around to collect even if you win.
Hey, where are we? What's he stopping for? This isn't anywhere near the terminal.
Step right out, lady. Let me help you with your bags.
Oh, we all don't want to get out here. I said the train terminal. This isn't the terminal.
You're crazy? What is this place?
Police headquarters, Louis.
What'd you say?
Don't move. Come on, Patsy, you get out first.
Okay, Nick.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Hazel. The name is Nick Carter. I will just pile out of this cab, luggage, gun, mules, and all, then walk quietly into headquarters. Sergeant Matheson wants to talk to you about some assorted thefts and murders. All out, please.
Oh, before I forget, 1 cent, please, Hazel. I not only win the bet, I'm here to collect.
Oh, it was a beautiful job, Nick. Beautiful. But there's just one thing I don't figure.
What's that, Matty?
How in blazes did you know enough to get around to the back street and borrow that cab?
I have ears, haven't I? I heard Hazel and Louis making their plans.
But you heard them? How?
I was outside the apartment door. You don't think I'd let you walk into that murderer's den alone, do you? I was right behind you all the way.
You were right behind me?
Yes, Betsy.
Then why didn't you bust in and capture those 2 crooks right then and there?
Didn't want to take any chances on anyone in a crowded apartment house being hit by stray bullets.
But they might have killed me before they left.
Patsy, you may be sure that I waited until I knew they were going to take you with them before I did what I did.
What?
Say, that was quite an act. All state magazines, Universal magazines.
You didn't trust me to do it all by myself. You treat me just like a baby.
Now, Patsy.
I hate you mere man.
Now, Patsy, easy. You know, if it comes to that, how come you were so positive Nick would get Hazel and Louis? Oh, I heard all about the bet. $100 to 1 cent.
Oh, that.
Yeah, you were betting on a sure thing yourself now, weren't you? You knew Nick was the cab driver.
Well, I did not. I never recognized him.
Then how come the bet?
Because I knew I could trust Nick, which is more than he can say for me.
But, Patsy, if I hadn't followed you to protect you, I wouldn't have been able to win that bet for you.
Well, oh, all right, you win. Heaven knows you always do.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
A gambling ship, Nick. That sounds exciting.
If you call losing your money exciting, Patsy, you're right. But I'm not going out there for the fun of it.
Oh, I suppose you'd rather go fishing.
I certainly would. And I'd rather fish for fish than for a murderer.
Now for the case of the missing piano player. Today's thrilling Nick Carter adventure, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in the roulette room of a gambling ship which is anchored off the Atlantic coast. Several customers are gathered about the large roulette table as the croupier prepares to spin the wheel.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. That's all. No more bets.
Hey, Bill, stop playing a minute.
Yeah, Gus?
No more music. The boss wants to see you in his office.
Oh, okay, Gus. What's wrong?
Come on.
What's wrong, Gus? Can't you tell me?
The boss will talk about that. Inside, Bill.
Okay.
Hello, Edwards.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Zimmern?
Yes. Why haven't you been following my orders?
I was hired to play the piano, not the customers.
You know what you were supposed to do when you took the job.
I took the job because I needed it, but I've been thinking it over, and I've decided that a crooked roulette wheel is not in my line.
You knew the wheel was fixed when we hired you.
That's why you was hired. Now you're welching on the deal.
And I want to know why.
Well, I got a sister to take care of.
What's that to us?
Just this, Mr. Dutch Zimmern. I've decided to quit.
Don't you know nobody quits this racket once he's in it?
I just want to get out of here. My sister's a swell gal, and I just can't afford to stay around here and end up behind the 8-ball.
You're behind the 8-ball right now, Edwards.
And it's mighty black, too.
I don't want to...
Take care of things.
Sure, boss. Sure.
Well, what are you going to do?
You're going for a little walk, Edwards. A little walk with Gus. Up to the bow of the ship.
Patsy,
Yes, Nick.
you about finished with our case histories?
Don't worry, Mr. Carter. They'll all be nicely typed and ready for filing before you go away on your vacation. I don't see why I had to go... Oh, someone at the door, Nick. I'll go.
Thanks, Patsy.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, hello, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. What cooks?
Me. I'm off for a vacation, fishing.
Yeah?
Just called to say that Patsy will know where I am if anything develops that requires my attention.
It won't. Where you going?
Sandy Point.
I wish I was going along with you.
So do I, Matty. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Okay, Nick. Have fun.
Nick, this is Mr. John Reardon.
How do you do, Mr. Reardon? Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon has a problem, Nick. I told him you were just about to go away, but he's very anxious to talk to you about one of your pet hates, gambling.
Oh, is that so? Well, just what's your difficulty, Mr. Reardon?
A gambling ship. I've lost a great deal of money on it.
But why come to me about that?
I'm convinced that the roulette wheel on the ship is crooked. If I can prove it, that is, if I can get you to prove it, I may be able to get back some of my losses.
Sorry I can't help you, Mr. Reardon, but I'm off on a fishing trip.
Mr. Reardon, if you're convinced that this gambling ship is crooked, why don't you go to the police?
Well, in the first place, I can't afford the publicity, and in the second place, the police would merely raid the ship and shut it down, and I'd have no chance to get back my losses.
Oh.
Mr. Carter.
Yes?
I've heard about your big hobby, your downtown boys club.
Well?
If you'll look into this matter for me, I'm prepared to make a very substantial donation to your boys club.
What? Oh, Nick, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Where is this gambling ship?
Anchored off the coast, reached by launch from the town of Thompson's Cove.
Thompson's Cove? Why, that's only a few miles from Sandy Point, where I'm going for my week of fishing.
Well, then...
Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Reardon. I'll take a look at this gambling ship. If I find anything, I'll take a case.
I can't ask for any more than that.
But, just why do you think this gambling ship isn't on the level?
Mr. Carter, I'm convinced the roulette wheel is fixed.
Trouble is, I don't know just how it's done.
That kind of evidence isn't very satisfactory in a courtroom.
Well, if we can just find out how it's done, I can confront the gambling syndicate with the facts and...
Get back your money and close up the ship.
That's it.
Well, Mr. Reardon, I'll take a run out there and have a look. Suggest you meet me at the hotel at Thompson's Cove in a couple of days, and I'll give you my decision.
I'll do that, Mr. Carter. And I'm grateful to you.
Well, don't be grateful yet. Good day, Mr. Reardon.
Good day, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen?
Goodbye, Mr. Reardon.
Well, Patsy, you better hurry up and finish those case histories.
Oh, Nick, why do I
I'll need you with me when I go out to that gambling ship tomorrow night.
Well, why didn't you say so? That's different. You mean we don't have to pay to ride on this launch?
No. The gambling ship provides free transportation to its guests.
Oh. Hey, there are some prosperous-looking people on board, Nick.
They have to be to play roulette.
Nick?
Hmm?
You see that young girl over by the rail? She can't be over 18.
Pretty, too.
I wonder why she's going out to the ship. She seems to be alone.
You know, Patsy, I think it might be a good idea if you try to find out. She's not the gambling type at all.
Right, Nick. I'll strike up a conversation with her as soon as we get aboard. Nick, I want you to meet Miss Edwards, Mr. Carter. How do you do, Mr. Carter?
Delighted to meet you, Miss Edwards.
I noticed you coming out on the launch.
Well, it's always flattering to be noticed by a pretty girl.
Thank you.
Miss Bowen and I were both wondering why a girl like you would be visiting a place like this, alone.
See that piano over there in the roulette room? Yes. My brother Bill played that piano until last night. Oh, did he lose his job? I don't know.
You don't know?
No. All I know is he didn't come home last night. You see, we live together in Thompson's Cove. I have a job there.
And you've come out here to find out what happened to your brother?
If I can, Mr. Carter. I'm terribly worried.
Well, possibly I can be of some assistance.
Oh, if you only could.
I think the first step in that direction is the present piano player. I'll go over and have a chat with him.
No more bets. No more bets. Number 13.
Why'd you stop playing the piano so abruptly, son?
I don't like that number much.
How about playing June's Bustin' Out All Over?
Oh, I don't like that one either.
You're new here, aren't you?
Kinda.
What happened to the former piano player? The one who played here last night?
I got no idea.
Any idea who could tell me about the other piano player?
Say, why don't you mind your own business?
Why, I'm just curious to find out. Why do you stop right in the middle of a tune?
Listen, Nosey, you come out here to gamble or talk to me?
I like to see what
Mr. Carter.
Yes, who are you?
Never mind.
But you know my name.
Sure. So does the boss. Matter of fact, the boss wants to see you in his office right away.
I'll be delighted to meet the boss. As a matter of fact, I was just about to ask someone for a proper introduction.
Okay. Follow me. I'll introduce you good and proper. Here's Mr. Carter, boss.
Hello, Nick Carter.
How do you do? Don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Simmons the name. Dutch Simmons.
Glad to know you. And your friend here?
My name's Gus. Gus Jones.
Well, gentlemen, now that we're acquainted...
Carter, I want to know what you're doing on this ship.
Isn't my money as good as any other sucker's?
I don't like that crack, Carter. This is an honest ship.
I never heard of a gambling ship that was honest.
How would you know whether or not we're honest? You haven't been gambling. We spotted you the minute you got aboard. And we know you're a private eye giving us the once-over. Who are you working for?
Why, you should know that it's unethical for me to divulge the name of a client.
That's a laugh. A private dick talking about ethics.
Some of us are on the level.
And by the way, who are your two girlfriends?
One is my assistant, Miss Bowen. And the other is a Miss Ethel Edwards, whose brother played the piano in your roulette room. Until last night.
Oh, yeah. Bill Edwards. Nice kid.
What happened to him?
How should I know?
He didn't go home last night. Strange, a youngster should just vanish.
So you're working for the kid's sister?
Could be.
Well, you're entirely too inquisitive, Mr. Carter. And if I ever see you on the ship again, maybe you'll vanish, too.
Tough, aren't you?
Tough enough to handle you. Gus.
Yeah, boss.
Take Carter and his assistant and his new girlfriend to the next launch.
Okay.
And see that they get back to shore.
Well, that was quite a ship.
Yeah. Fantastic, isn't it? The way people flock to a place like that just to lose their money.
My brother Bill says they do a big business.
Expensive layout, all right. Now we've got to figure out how to get back there. Miss Bowen and I have been barred.
Barred?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Miss Edwards, I'm a private detective, and Miss Bowen is my assistant.
Oh.
I'm investigating something on the ship for a client. But when I heard about your missing brother, I decided I'd look into that, too.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Hope you can find out what's happened to him.
I will, if it's at all possible. And I think I'll start by having a chat with the pilot of this launch.
Oh, we better wait for you back here, Nick.
All right, Patsy. It'll only be a moment.
Okay.
Nice night, Skipper.
Nice enough.
Suppose you sometimes get rough weather.
Sometimes.
What do you do when it gets really tough?
Don't run.
But how do the customers get back and forth to the ship, then?
They don't.
Oh. And I suppose you decide if the ship will be open for business each evening.
Yeah, that's about it, mister.
Ah. I should think the owners of the ship would certainly value your services.
Not too much. I've been working here for more than a year and got no raise yet.
Oh? Well, how about the men who work on the ship? Do the bosses treat them pretty well? Financially, I mean?
I wouldn't know, mister. You know somebody back there on the ship?
Just a kid who plays the piano.
Who's that?
Bill Edwards.
Nice kid. Haven't seen him in a couple of days.
You mean he didn't come back with you last night?
No, he didn't, and he usually writes... Say, why are you asking me all these questions?
Thanks, Skipper. See you again.
Yeah, wait a minute. What can I do?
Well, Nick, learn anything?
Miss Edwards, the pilot tells me your brother didn't return to shore last night. Unless he swam.
But Bill isn't a very good swimmer, and he wouldn't try to swim ashore. It's too far.
That's what I'm afraid of, Patsy.
He's dead, Mr. Carter. I just know it. I had a feeling...
don't cry, Ethel. We don't know what's happened to him yet.
Mr. Carter, you said you'd help me.
And I will. I'm going through with this investigation now, no matter what happens.
So, a casual look into a possible gambling swindle on Nick's part suddenly turns into a murder investigation. Or is it murder? We'll see in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the missing piano player. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following morning. Nick is in John Reardon's hotel room at Thompson's Cove, where Reardon has come to hear Nick's first report.
Mr. Reardon, that gambling ship is run by a group of dangerous men.
I thought so.
They warned me not to return to the ship, or I'd vanish.
Well, why?
Because I think I may be on the track of a murder.
Murder?
That's right. A young piano player named Bill Edwards.
I remember him.
Why?
Why, I liked his music.
Ah. Well, this kid was playing the piano in the roulette room until the night before last. Then he vanished.
How do you know?
Miss Bowen and I met his sister on the launch going out to the ship.
And?
From what she told us, Mr. Reardon, young Bill Edwards is a prisoner on that ship. Or dead.
Have you notified the police?
No, because I'm not sure of anything yet.
Well, in the meantime, how about that roulette wheel? Is it crooked? Is it fixed?
Shouldn't be at all surprised after my conversation with Mr. Dutch Zimmern and his pal Gus. I also think it may have something to do with the piano.
Piano, eh?
Yes. Right now, my main problem is getting back to the ship.
And how do you intend to do that?
I've decided to take your case.
Good, very good.
But I'm afraid it's going to cost you some extra money for a bribe.
How much?
Possibly 500, possibly 1,000.
That's nothing compared to what I've lost out there. Agreed.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Your call, please.
Thompson's Cove, 7386, extension 8.
7386, extension 8.
Right.
One moment, please.
What are you doing, Carter?
Calling the ship. Phone number was on the guest card I got from this hotel. The extension I recall from Mr. Dutch Zimmern's phone in his office.
Hello?
Hello? Is Gus there?
This is Gus. Who's this?
This is Nick Carter.
Nick Carter. What the...
Gus, how'd you like to pick up an extra 500?
For what?
Thought that for $500 you'd see that I got back on that ship.
That's a tough thing to arrange, Carter. The boss don't like you. I can't guarantee what'd happen.
All right. How about 1,000?
Okay. It's a deal. But I won't promise what'll happen after you get aboard.
I'll worry about that. Just meet me in Curran's Bar and Grill in Thompson's Cove this afternoon at 4. Have another drink, Gus?
Might as well. What's the matter? You ain't touched yours.
I will later. Waiter,
Yeah,
another of the same.
yeah, coming up.
This booze sure tastes funny.
Just your imagination. Gus, what do you know about Bill Edwards?
Nice kid. Good piano player, too. It's too bad.
What happened to him?
He disappeared.
Where? Isn't he somewhere on the ship?
Here you are, mister.
Oh,
Here.
thanks, waiter.
Right.
Well, Gus, drink hearty.
Yeah. Sure.
What happened to Bill Edwards, Gus?
Bill Edwards?
Yes. Where is he?
He's dead.
Where?
Got funny tasting booze in this joint.
How did Bill Edwards die, Gus? Where's his body?
There was an old anchor on the bow of the ship. Been there for years. Ain't there now. We had to use it. Yeah. We used it.
So that's the answer.
Huh?
Thank you, Gus. You've helped a lot.
Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Hello, Matty. Nick.
Nick, where are you?
Thompson's Cove Hotel. Matty, can you come out here right away?
What's up? Thought you were on a vacation.
Been interrupted by a murder, and I need a little police cooperation, and fast.
Can do, Nick. So happens I know the police officers out there very well.
Fine. Can you come right out?
Sure. Things are quiet here in town.
Thanks, Matty. And be sure to wear your old clothes.
Why?
I've arranged a fishing expedition for you.
Big crowd here tonight, Nick.
Yes, but it's amazing the way people like to get rid of money. Good evening, Tex.
Ah, you here again?
This is Miss Bourne.
Hi.
Hi. I enjoy your playing very much.
Thanks.
Miss Bourne and I were wondering why you don't use the entire keyboard.
I don't get you.
You never seem to play on the extreme bass or the extreme treble. With such a fine instrument, it's a shame not to use the whole keyboard.
Why don't you two go away and play games?
I told you to stay off this ship, Carter.
Oh, hello, Dutch. Oh, this is my assistant, Miss Bourne.
How do you do?
Carter, this thing you feel in the middle of your back is a gun.
That's what I thought.
Start walking to my office.
Mind if I come along?
You stay here. I'm going to have a little talk with your boyfriend. Alone.
I guess you're not wanted, Patsy. See you later.
All right, Nick. I'll be waiting for you.
You were a fool to come back, Carter. I warned you.
I remember, Dutch. You used to said if I ever came back here, I'd vanish. Like Bill Edwards.
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah?
Yeah. Open that door.
Come in, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Reardon?
Yes. Close the door, Dutch.
Sure, Reardon.
And no sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
Well, that is certainly an unexpected turn of events. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the missing piano player. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story where we left off, as Reardon says to Dutch and Nick.
No sudden moves, either of you. I've got you both covered. I wouldn't want any trouble.
What's the idea, Reardon? Why the gun?
Looks like he's gone screwy, Dutch.
Shut up, Gus. I'll do the talking.
Reardon, what are you doing here?
This is my office, Carter.
Our office.
So you boys are partners in this racket.
Nice deduction, Carter.
I wondered how long it'd take for you to come out in the open, Reardon. But why the gun?
Gus and Dutch are going to do some explaining.
So you hired Carter?
Correct. I hired him to check up on you two.
Why, you?
Now, perhaps you'll tell me why you've brought Carter in here at the point of a gun.
He's too nosy.
Been asking too many questions. He knows too much.
That's right. He knows too much about a crooked roulette for you.
You mean to say that this smart aleck has been telling you...
Let's listen to what Carter has to say, Dutch. Speak up, Carter.
Gladly, Mr. Reardon. At first, inasmuch as you seem to know Dutch so well, will you be good enough to tell him to take that automatic out of my spine?
You heard him, Dutch. Drop the gun on the floor.
You'll be sorry for this, Reardon.
Thanks.
Well, Carter, how about that roulette wheel?
It's fixed.
That's a lie.
Prove it.
Quiet, both of you. All right, Carter. Prove it.
You'll take that piano apart, you'll find the answer. There are wires under the rug, from the piano to the roulette wheel. As the wheel starts spinning, the piano starts playing. At a signal from the croupier, the piano player who faces the croupier stops playing abruptly.
You're crazy, Carter.
Go ahead, Carter.
I noticed that the pianist never touches the extreme treble or bass keys except when he stops playing. Then he does press a certain key at one end or the other. A key in the bass for black, a key in the treble for red. It's as simple as that, Reardon.
So much for the mechanics. What else?
This fact should also be of interest to you. Some of the customers are very pally with the croupier, and they're always the same customers.
Listen, Carter, you...
And these customers walk away from that table with some handsome winnings. Winnings in which you do not share, Reardon, but in which Dutch and Gus do.
Reardon, are you going to believe this bum Carter or us?
I'm going to believe Carter. Carter doesn't lie.
All right, Reardon, what are you going to do about it?
Just this, Dutch. I'm going to dissolve our partnership here and now.
Hey, Dutch, he's gonna...
What's the idea of knocking me over, Carter? Huh?
You don't want to be a killer, too, Reardon.
Don't move, any of you.
Oh, hi, Matty. It's good to see you.
You all right, Nick?
Right as rain.
What's the score, Nick?
My client here decided to become a killer, so I tackled him and the shots went wild.
What's this all about, Carter? Why are the cops?
It's about a murder. Matty?
Yeah?
Did you and the local police find that anchor?
We did, Nick. Under the bow of this ship. With young Bill Edwards' body tied to it.
There are your killers, Matty. Dutch Zimmern and Gus Jones.
Nice going, Nick. Take them away, boys.
You can't take me.
Hey, this guy's crazy.
And if the bullets you guys pumped into young Bill Edwards before you dropped him over the side don't finish putting you in the hot seat, I'll turn in my badge. Let's go.
Well, Nick, another case history to type. Just as I had everything in the office cleaned up and ready for filing.
I'll give you something to do while I catch some fish.
Oh, you. Oh, you know, Nick, you haven't told me how you knew where to find Bill Edwards' body. I'll need the facts for the file.
Scopolamine, Patsy.
Huh?
Scopolamine. It's a truth serum. The kind of stuff the Germans used to get information out of their prisoners during the war.
I don't follow you.
You recall I had a date with Gus in a bar?
Yeah.
Well, scopolamine is a drug that makes a man unable to avoid telling the truth. I put some in the drinks I bought for him.
Oh.
Then I asked him about young Edwards. The minute he mentioned the anchor, I knew the answer. I called the local police. When they dragged the bottom under the bow of that ship, they found what they were after, unfortunately.
And you found more than you bargained for.
Yes, very true, Patsy. I realized that Reardon had a little private grudge to settle as soon as he recognized the name of Bill Edwards.
Uh-huh.
But murder, well, that's something more than we bargained for.
Well,
Now that that's settled, I suppose you're going back to Sandy Point.
Right, Patsy. Back to Sandy Point and some fishing. And this time I hope to catch nothing but fish.
Well, Nick, can you give us a hint or two on the adventure that Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
Certainly can, Bob. It started out with a dish of macaroni in a one-arm lunchroom.
A dish which contained more than macaroni, I might add.
And which led us into strange and devious paths. First, we landed in an unused heating furnace.
Then a trash can on the corner.
Wait a minute. What were you looking for?
A small metal capsule that was worth a fortune.
And that turned into a miniature bomb at the end.
It certainly sounds unusual. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Wandering Macaroni.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Bryce Disk, Jr. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
This is the silliest business I ever heard of, Nick. Ordering a dish of macaroni just so somebody else won't get it.
Yes, Patsy, but it's this particular dish that holds the fortune.
But what if you don't get it before Green Hat does?
Then I failed in what I promised to do.
But what happens after you get the dish of macaroni, Nick?
We search it for what it contains.
And after that?
Anything can happen.
Now, the case of the wandering macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's been a busy day for Nick Carter, who's been cleaning up the routine business that has piled up on his desk. Now it is late afternoon, and Nick is still dictating letters to his recording machine while his secretary, Patsy, sits at her desk and taps her foot impatiently.
Dear Mr. Gaylord, I received your letter dated January 17th, semicolon. However, it is not my policy to accept cases of this nature, period. I find
Nick.
that activities of the sort you suggest are incompatible with a general standing
Nick.
that I have attempted to... Hey, Patsy, you turned off the machine.
That's right. It's 5:30. I won't transcribe those letters till tomorrow anyway. And besides, it's my birthday.
But I only
Oh,
have
Nick
a few...
Carter, you promised me 6 months ago that we'd go out to dinner to celebrate my birthday, and I'm going to drag you away from the office. I have to use a blackjack.
All right, Patsy. I didn't forget. We'll close up the office right now and go out and celebrate.
Well, that's better. Which do you think would be nicer, Nick? The Penguin Room or the Moonlight Roof?
It's your choice, Patsy. You're the birthday child.
I think the Penguin Room. They've got that big name band and all the...
The door.
Oh, no. Not another case. Let's keep very quiet and maybe he'll go away.
I'd like to, but it might be important. Don't worry about the dinner, Patsy. I'll see to it that you...
Mr. Carter?
Come in.
You're Nick Carter, the detective?
That's right. This is my secretary, Miss Bone.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
I want you to get me a dish of macaroni.
Beg your pardon. I thought you said macaroni.
I did?
What?
Well, perhaps I'd better explain.
Well, I should think so.
My name is Griswold, Ben Griswold. Years ago, I used to work as a contact man for your father, Sim Carter, when he needed an inside track on unusual circles.
Say, wait a minute. Ben Griswold, I remember you.
I hoped you would.
Why, you used to come to the house when I was a boy and help me with arithmetic.
That's right, Nick. But I need your help now. I can't go to the police. I can't afford publicity of any sort. It would ruin me.
I'd be glad to do anything I can, Ben.
Well, I'll pay any fee you ask.
Now, don't worry about that. For an old friend of my father's that's on the house.
But you said you wanted a dish of macaroni.
Yes. Now, here's the whole setup. At 7:03 tonight, a man wearing a green hat will go into the cafeteria at 47th Street and Avenue M.
Yes?
Exactly 1 minute later, he'll drop a glass on the floor and break it.
But why?
That's an identification signal. Then at 7:05, he'll go to the steam table. There'll be 3 dishes on top of the counter. The middle one will be macaroni, Nick, and I want you to get that dish before the man in the green hat does.
Well, what's in it? And why is it so important?
Well, in that macaroni dish, you'll find a metal container. Now, I can't tell you what's in it, but I'll meet you here tomorrow, and before you hand it over to me, I'll give you legal proof that it's really mine. I can't go myself, Nick. They know me by sight.
I see. Now, let's see now. Green hat comes in at 7:03.
Yes?
At 4 after, he breaks a glass.
Right.
And I'm to beat him to the macaroni at 5 after.
That's right. And be careful, Nick. It'll be dangerous.
All right, Ben, you've got yourself a detective. I'll get that macaroni for you. May even bring back some salt and pepper for seasoning.
But, Nick, you promised to take me to the Penguin Room for dinner. It's my birthday.
Oh, that's right. Well, never let it be said that a Carter broke a promise. We're off to dinner.
At the Penguin Room?
No, Patsy, at the cafeteria.
Baked beans for a birthday dinner.
We'll make it up later, Patsy. We'll take in the Penguin Room and the Moonlight Room. Oh, there he is.
Green hat? Where?
Behind you. There by the water cooler.
I see. He's looking at his wristwatch. He's awfully big, Nick.
Yeah, looks as though he could walk upstairs with a piano under each arm. I don't like that bulge in his coat either. That's a shoulder holster.
There goes the broken glass, right on schedule. Have you got enough change?
A whole pocketful. Come on.
Right.
You keep away from Green Hat, Patsy. When you see me start for the door, get going fast and meet me outside.
Right, Nick.
Now, wait a minute.
Can I help you, Bud?
Coffee, black, and plenty hot.
Draw one.
What do you want coffee for now, Nick?
Might come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents. Thanks.
Now down to the steam table.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll beat him. Here's the macaroni in the counter. I'll drop a quarter and grab it.
Hey, you give me that macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. Hey, look out with that coffee. Look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it.
With you.
Walk as fast as you can. The hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the metal container out of the dish?
I had to fish and a macaroni for it, but I found it.
What's in it?
We'll see when Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, wine sky up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this must be my lucky day. I come out the side door, and there you are like a pair of sitting ducks. Careful, Bud, this ain't a water pistol.
Yes, he's got us, Patsy. Oops.
Oh,
Hey, what?
Nick, you made me drop my purse.
Sorry, Patsy.
All right, punk, pick up the lady's bag and come on. We're going visiting, and don't try nothing. Because after that hot coffee stunt, I'm liable to get a little trigger happy. Okay, Bud, this way.
Where are we, Nick? I couldn't see out of the car he brought us down here in.
Down by the docks. Looks like an empty warehouse.
Shut up, you two. All right, in this door.
Oh, there you are. Did you get it?
Well, Colonel, you see, this punk here and a dame, they beat me to the macaroni. I figured something was phony, so I brung him along. He was packing this.
I'm in 45. Did he have the container?
Well, I couldn't go over him good in the car.
What are you waiting for now?
Yeah, sure. Okay, punk, off with your coat.
Now, take
Come
it easy.
on, take it off, I said. There. Now, let's see. Keys. Notebook. Wallet. Nope. All right. Lift them hands. Come on. Hey, he's clean, Colonel. Unless he swallowed it.
Perhaps he handed it to the young lady. You'd empty your pocketbook out on my desk.
Nick.
Do what he says, Patsy.
All right. There.
Gee, it ain't there, Colonel.
Well, Mr. Hand me his wallet.
Yeah, here, Colonel.
Mr. Carter, I think you owe us an explanation. Seems you've hidden something that belongs to us.
I paid a quarter for the macaroni, if that's what you mean.
You checked back at the cafeteria. The container wasn't that dish of macaroni, and you're hiding it, Mr. Carter. Well, we'd very cheerfully murder you and the young lady to get what we want.
See here.
Think it over, Mr. Carter. I'll lock them up in the storeroom.
Sure, Colonel. I'll take care of them. Now, don't get lonely, Carter. We won't be gone long.
Well, Nick?
There must be some way out of here.
Oh, but Nick, I just love it here. This is just the place for a birthday party. Pitch black, dusty, drafty.
Patsy, that's it.
What do you mean?
There's a draft in here. It's got to come from someplace.
Oh, that's right. There must be an outlet.
Well, let's see. Maybe if I run my hands over the walls. Here it is.
Is it open?
No, but it's plenty big. There's a grating about a yard square. See if you can find something we can pry the grating off with, Betsy.
Okay. But it's sure like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Oh, but it's so dark in here, it's even worse.
Nick, how come you didn't have the metal container when they searched you?
Please, Patsy, one thing at a time.
Oh, all right, but... Hey, I found something.
What is it?
I don't know. Here.
A strip of some kind of metal. Well, let's see whether it'll work.
I sure hope it does.
I think maybe it's going to...
Are you getting it?
Pretty sure I...
Wonderful.
Look out for your toes.
Huh?
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just got a mouthful of dust.
It's not surprising in a place like this.
All right, come on, Betsy. The trick is to follow me down this old stovepipe, or whatever it is. And believe me, it's not going to be a pleasure trip. Careful, Patsy.
What?
I said careful. The vent goes straight down from here.
What are you going to do?
Jump.
Oh, but Nick.
Nothing else to do. Okay, here goes Geronimo.
Nick, are you all right?
I'm fine. It's about an 8-foot drop. Come on.
Hey, see. Oh, golly.
You won't get hurt. I'll catch you.
But you can't see.
No, but you'll land in a pile of ashes. Come on, Patsy. We haven't time to talk things over.
Well, okay. Here goes nothing. Oh, Nick. Oh, dear. Where the dickens are we?
My guess is that we're inside a furnace.
Well, we're certainly lucky that this is summer. Otherwise, you and I might be fairly well done by now.
There's a streak of light over there.
Yeah, that's right.
Probably the fire door. If it is...
Oh, gee. We're lucky this is a big furnace.
That's a fire door, all right.
Good.
Wait. There. All right. Now I'll help you out.
Boy, that's just the way to treat a new pair of nylons.
There's a door, Patsy.
It's open, too.
I think it leads to an alley. Yes, it does.
Fresh air.
Careful. The green hat may be around someplace.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I've got ashes in my shoes down the back of my neck.
So have I.
The first thing I'm going to do is go home, take a shower, and get into some clean clothes.
Oh, no, you're not.
Why, I am, too.
Right now I got a phone call to make.
But...
And I'm running a race, a very important race.
A race? Nick, are you feeling all right?
Never felt better.
But this race...
Going to run a race, Patsy, with the Department of Sanitation.
Covered with dust and ashes, Nick and Patsy hurry through the city on a mysterious race. Their goal, the secret of the container in the wandering macaroni. As their cab careens through the streets, Nick wonders what lies behind the struggle for this puzzling prize. We'll see how he finds the answers in just a minute. Now, Now back to the case of the wandering macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Covered with ashes, Nick and Patsy hail a cab and hurry back uptown. It is after midnight when they are dropped on a corner, and now they hurry along the dimly lighted, deserted street. Patsy is still trying to brush the dust out of her hair.
Nick, I don't see why I can't go home and clean up.
Later, Patsy. We gotta hurry now. There's the cafeteria down the street.
Oh, but just look at my stockings. There isn't enough left of them to make a pair of bobby socks.
Here we are.
Why, this is the same corner where Green Hat held us up. Nick, what are you diving into that trash can for?
The container from the macaroni. I twisted in here when I was picking up your purse.
So that's why Green Hat couldn't find it when he searched you.
I was afraid the sanitation department would get here first and empty it again. Oh, blast it.
What's the matter?
Who put banana peels in here?
You find it?
No, not yet. Wait. Yes, here it is.
Good.
Our little macaroni-covered friend.
Nick, there's a car pulling up, a police car.
I know. Sergeant Matheson.
Huh?
Said he'd meet us here when I hold him.
You know, one of these days, Nick Carter, I ain't gonna come running when you call.
Hi, Sergeant.
Hiya, Patsy. Hey, what have you been doing? Playing hide-and-seek in that garbage can?
In a way.
We've been chasing a dish of macaroni.
At this time of night?
Uh-huh.
You've both gone off your rockers. Now, just stay nice and quiet, and Uncle Matty will call the wagon.
Don't be funny, Matty. I'm on a case. I need your help.
And how?
I'd like to look through your files and check a few things.
Okay, Nick. Hop in back, and I'll take you downtown. Now, what's all this about?
I can't tell you much now, Matty, but I have a hunch we're on a trail of something big.
All right, sit down, Nick. Carter will have those fingerprints for you in a minute. Where'd you get them?
From my notebook cover. The ape with the green hat had his paws all over it when he searched me.
Huh?
They kept the wallet, but he gave me back the notebook.
What about the other guy?
The colonel?
Yeah.
There, Matty, is a smooth operator. Didn't touch anything. And tried to keep his face in the shadow, but he leaned forward when he reached for my wallet.
Why don't you check through our file, Nick, and see if you can spot him from the photographs?
Good idea. Patsy saw him, too. She can help. Hey, where is Patsy?
Down the hall, washing up. You could use some soap, too, Nick.
No, I haven't time. Gotta crack this before tomorrow morning when I see Griswold.
Any luck in the filing?
Not so far. No one that even looks like the colonel.
Come in.
There's a record on those prints, Sergeant. Mr. Carter was right. This guy's got a record as long as your arm.
Okay, Carter, thanks.
Now, read it off to me, will you, Matty? I'll keep looking for the colonel.
Now, let's see now. Oh, quite a guy, your man in the green hat, Nick.
Yeah.
Name Shiv Garson. Convictions 3, 6, 9. Everything from dope and hot cars to making book. Wanted by the Treasury boys for smuggling. I better have him picked up.
What's the latest they got on him?
Well, here he's been spotted down in South America. Port of San Luis Oro. Looks like the Treasury's been keeping a close eye on that baby, Nick.
Well, that fit. Hey, I'll be a...
Well, what is it, Nick? You find the colonel's picture in the files, huh?
No, I found my client's picture.
What do you mean?
Here on this card. Ben Griswold, convicted 1923, illegal stock manipulation. Served 2 years and stayed prison.
Ben Griswold. Say, I remember that case. I was a rookie when it broke.
Remember anything about him, Eddie?
Well, now, let me see. He was a research scientist, but he got mixed up with a couple of stock-juggling wizards and took the rap.
Oh?
He's been going straight ever since, as far as I know, though, Nick.
So that's what he meant when he said he was a contact man for my father in unusual circles.
Huh?
Must have been an underworld agent after he got out of prison.
Could be.
Matty, after I check these files, I want to borrow your laboratory for a while.
All right, sure thing, Nick.
I've got a little special work to do.
All right, I'll have Carter open it up for you. But how about the container from the macaroni?
We can't wait till morning for the unveiling. Can you pick Griswold up tonight if we need him?
That's no problem. We'll find him somehow.
Good. And if you can get him down here and hold him till I call, I think we can break this tonight. Well, back at the office at last, Patsy. You're sure you don't want to go straight home?
No, I couldn't sleep anyway. It isn't every girl that gets kidnapped on her birthday instead of being taken to dinner.
No, I'm sorry about that, Patsy. Maybe I shouldn't admit it, but I was looking forward to that party, too.
Thanks for telling me.
Well, here we are.
I think I'll finish those letters before I... What's the matter, Nick?
Didn't you leave the light on when we went out?
I don't know. I think I did.
I guess I turned them out, though.
It's dark now.
Nick, do you think something's wrong?
I don't know. There's only one way to find out. Wait a minute. I got the right key.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Come on, Patsy. I'll get the light.
Think it's Green Hat.
Yes, and he's dead.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
The Colonel.
Yes, my dear. The Colonel. I've been waiting for you. Sit down at your desk, Carter. Don't bother reaching in the drawer. I've removed the revolver from it. I warn you, I shoot quickly and accurately, so don't attempt any heroics.
You think of everything, don't you, Colonel?
I tried to. I find it necessary in my business.
Your business?
Perhaps I should say profession. I'm a smuggler, and a very good one. Don't move, Miss Bowen. I've no scruples against using a gun on a lady.
I'm sure you haven't.
What's that?
Air conditioning.
Oh.
Works on an automatic thermostat.
I see. Mr. Carter, I think I'd better convince you that I mean business.
Well, we're convinced of that already.
The container you managed to get out of our hands holds microfilm plans. Plans photographed on small film.
Oh, we know what microfilm is.
What are those plans of, Colonel?
A new and secret process for casting aluminum.
Which doesn't belong to you.
Legally, no. You see, old Griswold discovered the process in South America, but he wasn't too careful about guarding his property.
You mean you hijacked it off him?
You could call it that. I knew it would be worth millions to the automobile industry, which would pay heavily to the first man to secure an American patent. I planned to have a front man patent it.
But you couldn't get it into the country because the Treasury men were watching your gang too closely.
Precisely. That's why we had to adopt that complicated method of delivering the container. And I might add, your shrewd guess decreases your chances of surviving this meeting.
You're pretty careless with murder, aren't you?
I'm afraid there's been a trail of death following that container. Starting with the original inventor of the process in South America and ending in our unfortunate friend in the green hat. He failed, and I was forced to remove him. And he may not be the last, Mr. Carter.
You won't get clear on that rap, Colonel.
On the contrary, it's a perfect setup. Griswold couldn't call the police. Any publicity would call attention to the new process before he could patent it.
You'll slip, Colonel. It won't work.
I've told you this, Carter, to convince you that I'm deadly serious. I'm going to get those films, and I don't care particularly how I go about it. I think that corpse cooling on your threshold should prove that.
Looks as though you're holding all the aces, doesn't it?
Exactly. Now the container, please. I grow impatient, Mr. Carter. If you don't hand it over by the time I count 3, I shall proceed to shoot your secretary right between her very pretty eyes.
Nick sits watching the unwavering gun in the colonel's hand. He must act now, or the soft-spoken murderer will kill again. We'll see what he does in just a minute. And now for the conclusion of the case of the wandering macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick's office is quiet as the colonel covers Nick and Patsy, his finger tightening on the trigger. The only sound is the colonel's voice.
1, 2.
Hold it, Colonel. I don't see why I should stick my neck out for a client.
Nick.
Must you show intelligence, Mr. Carter?
Nick, how can
Patsy,
you...
the container I gave you.
But Nick, he'll...
Don't argue. Give it to me.
All right. Well, what's the use of hiding it in the heel of my shoe if you're going to double-cross your client anyway?
Very clever, Carter. I see the heel unscrews.
Here it is.
Well, guess there's nothing left to do, Colonel. Here's your container.
Don't leave your chair. Put it on the desk.
Okay.
Now sit back. Don't move, Carter. Glad you finally displayed reason. Now, before we decide what to do with you, we'll see whether this is the real container. It opens on this end. Stuck.
Out of the way, Patsy, quick! Colonel, let go. I've got the gun now, Colonel. And now we'll see how you like looking down the barrel.
Well, it's all set, Nick. We got the colonel booked. Murder in the first.
How about the rest of the gang, Matty?
All locked up. As soon as you called and told me Green Hat was dead and you had caught the colonel, Griswold led us to the guy who tipped him off about the macaroni deal, and he squealed on the rest.
Good.
I turned the plans over to Griswold, and he's got them in the bank vault.
And you better get the patent papers filed in a hurry before anybody else gets any ideas.
You know what burns me, Nick? That rat, the colonel, will probably hire 6 genius lawyers.
Oh, no, he won't, Matty.
He talked plenty before you got here.
When he was trying to scare me into handing over the container, he even confessed to murder.
Oh, that's fine, but can we prove that to a jury?
We could let them hear the confession with their own ears.
With that... What?
Just before he started talking, I kicked the switch on my recording machine under the desk.
Well, I'll be...
Got everything he said.
He thought the noise was the air conditioning, but he was really dictating his own death sentence.
But, Nick, how the devil did you get out from under that gun? The colonel looks like a pretty cool customer to me.
Yes, Nick. Just what happened. First, I'm looking at that gun too scared to breathe, thinking you were double-crossing your client, and then the colonel screaming that he can't see.
Well, I knew the colonel would come to visit me sometime. He had my wallet with my address in it.
Well, that's true.
The only way he could locate the container was to come after me. So I stopped in the police laboratory and fixed a surprise for him.
While I was washing up?
Yes. I took the films out of the container and rigged a little booby trap inside it with tear gas.
Well, I'll be doggone.
But that stunt with the heel of my shoe.
Well, Patsy, he'd have suspected me if I'd just had it in my pocket.
Oh.
I knew he'd open it up immediately to check, and that's exactly what he did. He got it right in the eyes.
Well, there's still one thing I'm not satisfied with, Nick.
Oh, what's that?
My birthday dinner.
Oh.
Even if we do go to the Penguin Room, the head waiter will probably get murdered, and you'll take the case.
Well, then, how about going back to the cafeteria for a dish of macaroni?
Oh, Nick.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser's going to bring us next week?
I'll get to that in just a moment, Bob. First, I wish to call attention to the fact that this is the first day of National Farm Safety Week. I want to remind every farmer I possibly can that the best way to prevent accidents on his farm is to be sure that everybody knows his job. Safety records in industry are achieved by training and watchfulness. The same thing is true on the farm. So don't take chances. The life you save may be your own. Now, Bob, next week we're going to meet a man who was murdered because he was cured of a disease he didn't have.
And the most amazing thing about him was the fact that his face could take pictures after he was dead.
A man's face that could take pictures after he was dead. That sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dead Camera.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Ernest Kenoy. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting